Lin Fan accidentally crosses over into a freshman and successfully binds the Monopoly growth system. The system offers daily dollar spikes and occasional system tasks that the current system level belongs to the first level, and the daily dollar spike can only spike one item. Lin Fan heard that this was considered to be a true understanding of the system's functions, and couldn't wait to click on the system's virtual panel. Chapter 1 Monopoly Growth System. On the high-speed train heading to Luchang, Lin Fan looked through the window at the changing scenery outside the train. His eyes were very complicated. Still unable to believe how he had traveled across. He was just there playing a game. How did he get to the highway? A sudden pain shot through him and an unfamiliar memory came flooding back. The pain disappeared and he rushed to check his memory. Even though he hadn't noticed when the moving train stopped at the station. It was a good thing that his destination was Willow City, the end of this train ride. He read the memories and sort of realized that he had traveled to a world similar to his previous life. Not too far from it. He was now a freshman who had just gotten into Willow City University. Lin Fan sighed. As it is, he intends to study hard and make up for his previous regrets of not going to college. In his previous life, he didn't study well, only knew to skip school and play games, and eventually didn't even get into college, and entered society only to realize how difficult it was to find a job without a degree. Just as Lin Fan was about to plan out what he was going to do next, a nice voice rang out from the side of Lin Fan. "Hello, classmate." Lin Fan turned his head and looked at the person who spoke. A pretty young lady. The young lady looked about Lin Fan's age, 18 or 19. Her black hair was like a waterfall, naturally falling behind her, and her face was exquisite. Even if she didn't apply any powder on her face, she was still beautiful. Front and back, tall. She had white short sleeves on top, light blue jeans wrapped tightly around her rolled thighs underneath, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. There is an air of youth about her. Even though Lin Fan had seen many beautiful actresses on TV in his previous life, he felt a bit worse compared to this young lady. Fortunately, Lin Fan had been a man of two lives and had a strong determination. He quickly returned to normal. He looked at the young lady suspiciously and asked, "Classmate, what's the matter?" It was a row of 3 seats, and Lin Fan was currently the only one, so he was able to confirm that this young lady was talking to him. When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's question, she hurriedly said, "Classmate, can I trouble you to help me put my suitcase on top?" Lin Fan nodded and took the suitcase in the young lady's hand, easily placing it on the shelf above. After all, Lin Fan was a big and tall man of 5'8", so it was still very easy to put a suitcase. The young lady said thankfully to Lin Fan, "Thank you, classmate." Lin Fan waved his hand and turned his head to continue looking out the window. Tang Ruobing sat in the middle seat, curiously looking at Lin Fan's back. She was very curious about Lin Fan. She was very confident in her looks. There wasn't any man who didn't look at her twice. However, Lin Fan was unexpected, and apart from just starting to stare, he didn't look at her more than once. At this time, a man in his 30s walked over, carrying a briefcase in his hand, dressed like a successful man. The man looked at the high-speed train ticket in his hand and stopped on Lin Fan's side. Upon looking down and seeing Tang Ruobing, he was instantly dumbfounded. It's really because Tang Ruobing is so beautiful. He had never seen such a beautiful young lady before. Even if you looked at those female anchors on your cell phone with level 10 beauty face on, they weren't as pretty as Tang Ruobing. Just as his mouth was about to water, there was a prodding sound from behind him. "Excuse me, please." The man was awakened by the sound behind him and hurriedly cradled his briefcase in his arms and sat next to Tang Ruobing. The man straightened his clothes. Cough cough. He cleared his throat as he looked at Tang Ruobing, revealing a self-confessed charming smile as he opened his mouth. "Hello, beautiful lady. I'm Pei Yuan Tao. It's a pleasure to ride this train with you." Tang Ruobing glanced at Pei Yuan Tao and said politely, "Hello." Her quality was quite high, even if she didn't know this Pei Yuan Tao, but when people greeted her, she would respond. It was just that her face was expressionless, her eyes were cold, and she had a look of being uninviting. She turned her head and continued to look at Lin Fan. When Pei Yuan Tao saw Tang Ruobing's movements and eyes, he was instantly heartbroken. Isn't his smile charming? Why is Missy doing this to him? While following Tang Ruobing's gaze to Lin Fan, a momentary pang of jealousy rose in his heart. It's just that he's a bit more handsome and taller than me. He felt sour in his heart all of a sudden, more so than if he had eaten a lemon. The train has begun to restart. 10 minutes later, Tang Ruobing lightly bit her lips. Looking at Lin Fan's back, she opened her mouth and asked, "Classmate, which school are you from?" Hearing Tang Ruobing's question, Lin Fan turned his head to look at Tang Ruobing and calmly said, "Luchang University, freshman." He looked at the Tang Ruobing in front of him from a close distance, causing him to be slightly disoriented. But it was only a slight loss of concentration for a moment, quickly recovered. A beautiful woman. There's no man who doesn't like it, but also to have self-knowledge. Tang Ruobing such extreme beauty, not a poor person he can have. He had just sized up Tang Ruobing's outfit, and although it was a niche luxury item, it would cost at least 10,000, and that was just a set of Tang Ruobing's clothes. Besides, he treats relationships as natural, not something that can be determined by a single appearance, but also by love and affection. Lin Fan finished his reply and was about to turn around to continue looking out the window when he suddenly froze. An electronic synthesized tone sounded in his head. System found traveler. Meets binding requirements. The system is in the process of binding. System binding complete. Welcome to the Monopoly growth system. System? Every travelers must have gold finger. Lin Fan was very excited in his heart at this time. He thought that the novels written were fake, but he didn't think that there was really a system. Listen to the name. Monopoly growth system. Simple. Brutal. It's all about grooming him to become a tycoon. He had always heard in his previous life that the view from the top of the world was wonderful. Now that he had the Monopoly growth system, then he must stand at the top of that world in this life to enjoy the beauty of this world. System, is it there? Lin Fan called out in his heart. An electronic synthesized voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. Briefly introduce yourself. Back to the host. The Monopoly growth system is to train the host to become a top tycoon. The system provides daily $1 spikes and occasional system missions, all in order to cultivate the host into a great tycoon. The current system level belongs to level 1, and the daily dollar spike can only spike one item. As the system levels up, the number and quality of spike items increases. Lin Fan heard that this was considered to be a true understanding of the system's functions, and couldn't wait to click on the system's virtual panel. It's very concise on top. Lin Fan's name. System level L1, 0/50. And underneath is the daily dollar spike. A top-of-the-line Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG for $1. Lin Fan directly froze when he saw this $1 second item. It turned out to be a big G. Not just any big G, but a G63. The top-of-the-line G63 has a guide price of around $3.5 million and a landed price of almost $4 million. What man doesn't desire to own a big G? Lin Fan is naturally no exception. Lin Fan couldn't wait to say, purchase. For only $1 you can get the big G, the little cutie that countless men dream of. It's the only thing that needs to be considered. Chapter 2, you should call this one LVV. Congratulations host. Purchase successful. The Mercedes-Benz G63 AMG has been parked in parking space 88 in the east parking lot of the Lucheng High-Speed Railway Station, and the car key has been placed in the host's pocket. A mechanical electronic synthesized tone sounded in time. Lin Fan immediately felt that there was something extra in his pants pocket. He reached into his pants pocket, and suddenly his eyes lit up. His fingers could clearly feel the protruding three-fork symbol on the key. At this time Lin Fan was very excited. He finally had the first luxury car in his life. Worthy of being a great rich man growth system. Just now he was a poor man. His pocket tuition plus living expenses is just more than 10,000 points. And now he is turned into $1 million rich man. His mood quickly calmed down, and he believed that with the help of the Monopoly growth system, he would gradually become a true monopoly. But seriously, the system was really sweet. Actually parking the car at the Lucheng High-Speed Railway Station. He was in a very good mood right now and was tempted to stand up and sing a song. What a coincidence that we went to the same school. Tang Ruobing's voice suddenly came from beside Lin Fan. Everything Lin Fan had just done was in his head, and real time passed very briefly. He said with a smile on his face when he heard Tang Ruobing's words, "It's quite a coincidence. Classmate, are you a freshman too?" Lin Fan was in a very good mood now that he had the Monopoly growth system and was willing to chat more with the beautiful woman. After all, appreciating beautiful things would make one's mood happy. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile in her eyes, "I'm not a freshman, oh. I'm already a sophomore. You have to call Hokage oh." Lin Fan was in a good mood and smiled faintly, saying directly, "Good day, senior sister." "Good day schoolmate." Tang Ruobing returned, the smile in her eyes even thicker. Pei Yuantao next to him couldn't stand to watch. He had just spoken to Tang Ruobing in a very gentlemanly manner, only to be rewarded with a hello. Now that he saw Lin Fan chatting so passionately with Tang Ruobing, it made him feel very uncomfortable in his heart. Cough cough. He coughed loudly, and sure enough, Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing both looked at him. He puffed out his chest and said confidently, "Little brother, so you're a freshman." Lin Fan glanced at Pei Yuantao and nodded. Little brother. Listen to my brother. It's useless to go to college. Might as well be a salesman like my brother now. Pei Yuantao looked at Lin Fan with the demeanor of a man who had been there before. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He just thought if this Pei Yuantao was sick. He now possessed the monopoly growth system and didn't need to find a job at all in the future. He wanted to experience college life now and then stand on top of the world to enjoy the scenery. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Pei Yuantao continued. You graduate from college, get a job, and you're only making $3,000 or $4,000 a month. What can you do with $3,000 or $4,000? He said, shaking his head and sighing. He patted the bag in his hand and said smugly to Lin Fan, see the bag in my brother's hand? Do you realize how many years you'd have to work to afford it? He was very proud in his heart at this time. What is the use of being handsome? This society needs to be capable. What is competent? That's what makes money. This bag of his is a high imitation that he bought online, just for pretending. Genuine products cost more than $100,000, so of course he couldn't afford it. But this bag imitation is very much like the genuine article. He often used to pretend to be especially good. He was now very pleased with himself and glanced at Tang Ruobing next to him. He believed that as long as Tang Ruobing wasn't stupid, she would know what to choose. After all, being handsome doesn't make you a meal. While Pei Yuantao was secretly pleased with himself, he only heard a poof. Lin Fan burst out laughing. Pei Yuantao was not happy when he heard Lin Fan's laughter. Little brother. My brother is kind enough to mention you. What do you mean by that? Lin Fan hurriedly collected his smile, waved his hand, and said with a stifled laugh, Big brother, don't misunderstand. I'm not laughing at you. You're right about everything. I'm just laughing at this guy who made the bag. It's so funny. Pei Yuantao's anger dissipated quite a bit when he heard Lin Fan say that he wasn't laughing at him. But when he heard Lin Fan mention the bag, he became curious. What's wrong with this bag? It's an LV bag I paid a fortune for. Lin Fan pointed to the LV logo on Pei Yuantao's bag, then said, Big brother, you've been cheated. Pei Yuantao hurriedly shook his head and said, Impossible. Of course he knew the bag was a fake, but he bought it and examined it carefully. He hadn't even noticed the problem, and he definitely didn't believe that Lin Fan could tell that the bag was fake. Look carefully inside to see if the V is two overlapping verses. Lin Fan pointed at the sign and said with a smile. Pei Yuantao put the bag flat, lowered his head to look carefully, and really saw that the V was actually two overlapping together, and could not really be seen without looking closely. Big brother, this should be called LVV, not LV, Lin Fan said. Pei Yuantao was so embarrassed when he heard Lin Fan's words that he could have stubbed his toe awkwardly for a 3-room apartment. Now if there was a crack in the ground he'd hate to go in. It was so embarrassing. I wanted to pretend in front of Tang Ruobing, but ended up pretending to be an heir. He unconsciously felt his face flaming up, as if he had been slapped hard, and it felt very painful. With an unnatural expression on his face, he said, Little brother. Thank you. Brother might have really been cheated. He hurriedly got up and excused himself to go to the toilet. He didn't have the face to continue to stay. At least now, he didn't have the face to stay. It was too humiliating. Lin Fan saw Pei Yuantao leave and turned his head to continue looking out the window. Though his eyes looked out, his mind was calculating his future plans. He suddenly thought of a problem. It was said that the first time he used the system there was a newbie gift bag. He had just been so focused on the $1 second items that he hadn't bothered to look at his backpack. Lin Fan tapped on the system's virtual panel and saw that there was a bag pattern with a red one in the lower right corner. He couldn't wait to click on it, and he found a newbie pack sitting inside. When you tap it, 2 items appear at once. One is a 1000X cashback card with up to $10 million in cashback, valid for 1 day. The other one is the consummate level vehicle god skill. The first good understanding is to spend a dollar rebate of $1,000, up to $10 million. That is, Lin Fan only needed to spend $10,000 to be able to get $10 million. Lin Fan seemed to see that he was about to become a multi-millionaire. Car skills. This one is even better. This was a direct way to give Lin Fan instant car godlike driving skills. Lin Fan was just worried about driving on the road. After all, he took the license not long ago. Now with the car god skills everything is solved. Lin Fan directly used the car god skill. He instantly felt many things appear in his head, all of which he hadn't come into contact with before, instantly flooding his brain. Luckily these things came and went quickly. At the same time, his body was undergoing slight changes. Lin Fan instantly felt like he knew the car to a terrifying degree. Chapter 3 Can I have your contact information? Lin Fan was very satisfied with this car god skill. He hadn't thought that the system would not only allow him to have wealth, but also allow him to have some skills, which saved him too much time. Which of those driving masters didn't practice every day to have great driving skills? And all Lin Fan needed to do was to gently click on the car skill given by the system, and he was possessing an ability that others would need to spend a great deal of time on, or perhaps even a lifetime to achieve. He was now somewhat looking forward to the quests released by the system. Along the way, Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan briefly chatted. Of course it was all Tang Ruobing asking and Lin Fan answering. 10 minutes before arriving at the terminal station Luqing Station, Pei Yuantao came back. After Pei Yuantao borrowed urine, he came to the next compartment and overheard the passengers next to him chatting about the car. He had an instant idea of how to get his face back, and that was to show off his car. Pei Yuantao confidently returned to his seat and saw that Lin Fan was still looking at the scenery, chatting with Tang Ruobing every now and then. Cough cough. Pei Yuantao coughed hard, and sure enough, both Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan looked at him. Pei Yuantao turned to Tang Ruobing next to him and said with a smile, "Beautiful lady, after getting off the bus, I don't know where you're going? I can send you there." After he finished speaking, he took out a key with the Mercedes-Benz logo from his pocket, purposely revealing that logo for fear that others would not be able to see it and would not know what kind of car he was driving. He was very confident now. Who wouldn't like to sit in a luxury car? He believed that as long as Tang Ruobing saw his strength, he would definitely make the right choice. He glanced smugly at Lin Fan next to him. What's the use of being handsome? It's just a poor kid who just started his freshman year. How can he compare to him? The car he has is an E300L, which costs about $500,000 new. Of course he couldn't afford a new car. This car was a blistering car that he had gotten someone to buy with his connections, and it cost him a whole $50,000, which caused him a lot of heartache for a long time. But now it seems to be worth it. You can pretend in front of the young lady. You can also ask for the contact information of the young lady. You can have a beautiful encounter is not necessarily. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became in his mind, as if he saw a picture of what would happen after he had dinner with Tang Ruobing. Thanks. No, I'll just go back with my schoolmate. Tang Ruobing directly refused, her tone very cold. How could she not understand Pei Yuantao's intention? Naturally she would not take Pei Yuantao's car. Lin Fan was stunned at this moment. He didn't know when he agreed to go back with Tang Ruobing. He looked at Tang Ruobing, only to see Tang Ruobing squeezing her eyes at him, and he instantly understood that this was using him as a shield. He didn't say a word. In fact, he had long seen that Pei Yuantao was unsuspecting. Pei Yuantao was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Tang Ruobing's words. That's not at all what he thought it would be. Shouldn't the young lady be happy to thank him, and he go along with it and ask the young lady for her contact information? Did it open the wrong way? Is the young lady thin-skinned? Undeterred, Pei Yuantao continued his invitation to Tang Ruobing. There's no need to be polite with me. That's when the train started announcing that it was about to come into the station. Tang Ruobing ignored Pei Yuantao and said to Lin Fan who was next to her, "Schoolmate, I also need to trouble you to help me take my suitcase down." Lin Fan stood up and took Tang Ruobing's suitcase down, as well as his. There were still a few minutes to the station, so Tang Ruobing bit her lip lightly, took out her cute cell phone, and said to Lin Fan, "Schoolmate, can you give me your contact information?" It wasn't that she had any thoughts about Lin Fan. She just felt that Lin Fan was a very special person and simply wanted to know more about him. Pei Yuantao next to him had an instant myocardial infarction. He went out of his way to show strength just to get Missy's contact information. But now Missy took the initiative to ask Lin Fan for contact information. The contrast was also too much for him to bear for a moment. He clutched his chest, wondering where he had lost. Lin Fan was nothing but good-looking in his opinion. Are all young ladies so shallow nowadays? He felt his heart clogging up harder and harder. When Lin Fan heard Tang Ruobing's words, he slightly pondered, took out his cell phone, opened the QR code, and let Tang Ruobing scan the code to add friends. After Tang Ruobing added Lin Fan's contact information, she opened her mouth and asked, "My name is Tang Ruobing. I still don't know what schoolmate's name is?" Lin Fan. Lin Fan said directly, "Good day, Senior Lin," Tang Ruobing said as she flashed her big eyes. The train stopped at this time, and people started to get off, as the Luqing station was the final stop, and there were a little too many people getting off. Lin Fan got off the car, the mood suddenly excited. The thought of soon to see the first luxury car in his life cannot be excited? Lin Fan followed the flow of people and started to leave the station. Tang Ruobing followed closely behind Lin Fan. She looked at Lin Fan with complicated eyes. I wonder what kind of person this Lin schoolmate is. I can't believe I'm actually leaving without you. She had never encountered such a person before, and in order to minimize harassment at school, she purposely kept a stern face every day, and was called a high-strung schoolgirl to keep people away from her. But today, she hadn't deliberately tried to disguise herself, and Lin Fan was treating her with disdain, so she could tell that Lin Fan's behavior was definitely not feigned. Rather, it was the genuine lack of interest in her that caused an involuntary feeling of frustration and doubt in her mind about her looks. Women are so strange. The more you are nice to her, the more she ignores you. Lin Fan naturally didn't know what was going on in Tang Ruobing's mind. He was now filled with the thought of seeing his big G quickly. Lin Fan exited the station and headed for the east parking lot. Tang Ruobing ghostly followed Lin Fan and also headed towards the East District parking lot. Her original plan was to go to the cab area and take a cab back to school. But being curious about Lin Fan, she ended up forgetting all about her plan. Pei Yuan Tao suddenly saw Tang Ruobing in front of him and quickly walked up. Ms. Tang, what a coincidence, Pei Yuan Tao said with a smile. Tang Ruobing glanced at Pei Yuan Tao, nodded, and continued to look at Lin Fan in front. Ms. Tang, my car is right out front. Where are you going? Or should I give you a ride? Pei Yuan Tao is not dead. While talking, Tang Ruobing and Pei Yuan Tao came to a Mercedes E300L. Pei Yuan Tao pressed the car key in his hand, and suddenly the lights of the Mercedes E300L next to him flashed. Ms. Tang, get in the car, Pei Yuan Tao said gentlemanly. He was very confident at this point. He didn't think Tang Ruobing had seen his car and was still indifferent. Here out of the parking lot, outside was the bus stop. He didn't believe that Tang Ruobing would prefer to take the crowded bus instead of his luxury car. He was very confident at this point, looking like he had a plan. No need. I'll go back with Senior Lin, Tang Ruobing said expressionlessly. She walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Ms. Tang, you have to know that the bus is very crowded. It's very inconvenient. It's better to take my car. Pei Yuan Tao didn't die and said loudly to Tang Ruobing. Chapter 4, Can I go back to school with you? When Lin Fan heard a voice behind him, he curiously turned his head to look and found Tang Ruobing quickly coming to his side. He glanced at Pei Yuan Tao, who was not far away, and immediately understood what was going on. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan apologetically and said with some embarrassment, Senior Lin, can I go back to school with you? Lin Fan nodded and didn't refuse. It was all going to school. It just happened to be on the way. Then let's hurry. Tang Ruobing just raised her head and saw a bus about to enter the station. Fearing that she wouldn't be able to sit on the bus, she said hurriedly to Lin Fan. She took 2 steps forward and realized that Lin Fan wasn't following her. Curious as to why Lin Fan wasn't walking anymore, she turned around only to see Lin Fan take out a beautiful car key from his pocket. And all of a sudden the lights of a Mercedes-Benz SUV next to him lit up. She instantly looked very cute with her little mouth slowly opening wide. Lin Fan looked at the appearance of the black Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of him with an unusually excited mood. It's just too handsome. Box shape. Rectangular front bumper with round headlamps and a central Triton star logo. The black exterior is tough and very off-road looking. Although Lin Fan was a little excited, he let out a deep breath and went to the trunk position and opened the trunk. Lin Fan gently placed the suitcase inside. He turned his head to look at Tang Ruobing and realized that Tang Ruobing was standing there in a daze. He walked over and took the suitcase from Tang Ruobing. Since he had promised to go back to school with Tang Ruobing, he naturally couldn't keep his word. Tang Ruobing instantly woke up. She looked at Lin Fan and said with a flirtatious smile, I didn't think that school brother Lin was still a rich second generation. She had just seen that Lin Fan was actually the owner of the car next to her and was also startled. The clothes Lin Fan wore were all Volkswagen brands, and it was impossible to tell from his appearance alone that Lin Fan could afford to drive this car. She didn't know exactly how much the car was worth, but it certainly wasn't cheap as all. She was even more curious about Lin Fan in her heart, feeling that Lin Fan was like a mist that one couldn't see through. Lin Fan glanced at Tang Ruobing and wanted to tell her, brother is a rich generation. Get in the car, Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. He finished and took the lead in the car. You don't know what a luxury car is until you get inside. The interior is so luxurious. Leather seats, large HD display. Lin Fan gently touched the steering wheel and adjusted the seat to a comfortable position. Buckle up and start the car, he said to Tang Ruobing, who was next to him. Fasten your seatbelt, we're leaving. Tang Ruobing listened to Lin Fan and hurriedly fastened her seatbelt. Lin Fan took a deep breath and adjusted his mind to calm himself down. With a kick of the gas, the car scurried out of the parking lot and into the distance. Pei Yuan Tao stood dumbfounded. He was instantly dumbfounded when he just saw Lin Fan open the car door. Shocked, His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. How could he not have thought that Lin Fan, whom he had always looked down on, was driving a Mercedes-Benz Big G? The key wasn't just any Big G. It was the G63 AMG he'd dreamed of owning. He had dreamed countless times of fantasizing about owning a Big G, even if it was one of the most common ones. A bitter laugh ran through his mind. Having just pretended in front of Lin Fan, it was no wonder that Lin Fan hadn't reacted since the beginning. It turned out that he had been a clown in front of Lin Fan. Owning an E300L is nothing compared to a G63 AMG. Even the new E300L is only a younger brother to the G63 AMG. Not to mention the fact that theirs is still a blistering car. A wave of decadence hit his heart and he looked at his car in front of him. No longer smelling good. Snap. He slapped him hard across the face and instantly his face reddened. It was all the trouble of pretending. If it wasn't for the sake of pretending in front of Tang Ruobing, how could he have missed the opportunity to get to know Lin Fan, make a good relationship with Lin Fan, may also be able to sell products, more importantly can expand contacts. Now it's okay to pretend to be. Not relieved by the slap, he waved his hand and slapped himself again. Inside the car, Lin Fan drove for a while, his excited heart finally completely stable. At first, even if he had the skill of a car god, he didn't dare to drive fast. It's much better now. You can drive with one hand. In one word, that's handsome. Lin Fan finally arrived at Luchun University after spending about 40 minutes according to the navigation. Today is the day of the new student registration. There are many people and cars. Lin Fan can only drive the car to the parking lot not far from the school. Lin Fan stepped down from the car, opened the trunk, and took down his suitcase and Tang Ruobing's suitcase. Senior Lin. Thank you. Tang Ruobing took the suitcase and smiled faintly at Lin Fan. You're welcome. Lin Fan locked the car and glanced at the gates of Luchun University not far away. He took a deep breath. University. Here I come. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing carried their suitcases as they walked and talked towards the gates of Luchun University. There are more than just freshmen and older students returning to school around the area. The crowd boiled over when they saw all Lin Fan walking. I'll go. Isn't this the high and cold Tang University school flower? It's really pretty. Worthy of being the existence that has always just dominated the #1 school flower list. Who is the kid next to Tang Schoolgirl? Tang Schoolflower seems to be very familiar with him. It can't be Tang Schoolflower's boyfriend. This is big news. I don't think so. Schoolmistress Tang has never rumored a scandal. This kid should be a freshman. Schoolmistress Tang is kind-hearted enough to bring him to report. This kid is really lucky to be able to talk and chat with Schoolmarm Tang from such a close distance. Look, just now Schoolmarm Tang even laughed. Why isn't it me who is chatting with Schoolmarm Tang? The crowd instantly soured when they realized that Lin Fan was talking and laughing with Tang Ruobing, more so than if they had eaten a lemon. Someone quickly took out their cell phone and posted a picture of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing walking and chatting together to the campus forum. Tang Ruobing brought Lin Fan to the freshman reporting place and said to Lin Fan, "In front is the reporting place for the finance department." Lin Fan nodded at Tang Ruobing and said thankfully, "Thank you, Senior Sister Tang." Although he could easily find the enrollment office by following the campus signage, Tang Ruobing was kind enough to bring him here, and he was still genuinely grateful to the other party. He said goodbye to Tang Ruobing and went to the finance department's reporting office. After checking in, he carried his suitcase and headed for the dormitory. Dormitory 302. Lin Fan came to the door of the dormitory and realized that the door was closed. And even though it was closed, he could hear talking inside. Asterisk 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 lost again. Lin Fan pushed the door open and instantly saw 3 bare-chested men in the room playing a game. The 3 of them looked at Lin Fan. One of them stood up and asked, "Are you from this dorm too?" Lin Fan nodded. "Well, now we finally have everyone in our dorm. I'm the first one here. I'll be the boss of the dorm from now on." The person who spoke was called Zhang Ziqiang, a native of Luchang. Chapter 5, Tang Ruobing and I just know each other. Why do you get here early and you're the boss? I don't recognize it. At that moment, a boy next to him stood up with a defiant look on his face. The boy's name is Li Moyo, and he's also a native of Yanagi. At this time, another person named Wang Jiyon stood up and said, "It's better to rank the sizes according to age. This is the fairest." Zhang Ziqiang nodded his head when he heard Wang Jiyong's proposal. He felt that he should be the oldest among the 4. Li Moyo nodded in agreement. The 3 of them finally looked at Lin Fan. "It's okay." Lin Fan continued to make the bed. The 4 men began to give their names and ages, and soon the rankings came out. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang; the second, Li Muyang; the third, Wang Jiyon; and the fourth, Lin Fan. The only one of the 4 people in the dormitory who came from out of town was Lin Fan, and the other 3 were all local to Luchang. After chatting for a while and familiarizing themselves with each other, the 4 of them looked at the time and saw that it was already past 11 o'clock. So the 4 of them decided to go to the cafeteria to have a simple get-together. There were 3 cafeterias at Willow City University, and they came to the one closest to them. The cafeteria has only 2 floors. On the first floor are some well-made dishes that you can buy and eat. The second floor is dedicated to stir-fry, where you can order from the menu. Since the 4 of them naturally couldn't choose the first floor for their gathering, the 4 of them directly walked up to the second floor and found that there were already quite a few people on the second floor. The 4 of them found a window seat, sat down, and ordered 4 stir-fries and a soup. The 4 of them chatted about one thing or another. At this time, the second oldest, Li Muyang, who was swiping his cell phone, suddenly let out a loud exclamation of surprise. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this kid is really great. He's actually talking and laughing with the high-cooled Tang schoolgirl. Zhang Zicheng and Wang Ziyang instantly came over. It was really because the word school flower was too attractive. The 2 of them instantly saw a post called, Highly Cold Tang School Flower and Mysterious Man Talking and Laughing Now on Campus, post. There are photos below, which are very clear. Even the smile on schoolgirl Tang's face was clearly visible. Awesome. This kid is really a model for my generation. If I meet him, I'll definitely worship him and ask for advice on how to pick up schoolgirl Tang. Yeah, it's really strong. It said that school flower Tang is the top of the school flower list. I don't know how many people want to pursue school flower Tang. Why am I looking at this back with some familiarity? It seems like I've seen this kid somewhere before. When you say it like that, why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come this back looks so much like Lao Si? And this dress? That suitcase is just like old Fours. 2. The 3 of them all looked at Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan was a bit furious by the 4 people looking at him and hurriedly said, If the schoolgirl Tang you guys are talking about is Tang Ruobing, then I admit that it's me in the picture. When the 3 heard Lin Fan admit it, they immediately cast envious glances. Old 4, you're awesome. You've picked up the top of the school flower list as soon as you arrived. Old 4, I didn't expect you to be so deep in hiding. Awesome awesome. Old 4 hurry to teach the brothers. How do you pick up Tang schoolgirls? You know Tang schoolgirls as a high cold goddess is not just talk. Many people pursue Tang schoolgirls have failed to return. The 3 of them looked at Lin Fan, their eyes full of expectation, hoping to learn the skill of picking up girls from Lin Fan. At the same time, he admired Lin Fan. Everyone is also a freshman, and they are still playing games in the dorms themselves, looking forward to having beautiful women in their classes so they can get out of being single soon. In looking at other people Lin Fan, he directly picked up the school flower of the school flower list. School flower Tang. Same people. How come there's such a big difference? Envy, or envy. Lin Fan looked at the eyes of the 3 and said helplessly, I just know Tang Ruobing. We're not even friends. The 3 men were still looking at him like that, clearly not believing him. She was just kind enough to give me a ride to the report. Lin Fan added, Is that really all? Really? At this time, the food began to be served. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain, picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. When the 3 saw Lin Fan's appearance, they thought about it and felt that Lin Fan couldn't possibly pick up Tang Ruobing as soon as he arrived. But being able to talk and laugh with Tang Ruobing in close proximity also made them envious. The 4 of them ordered 4 beers, 1 for each of them, and began to eat. The 4 of them finished their meal and returned to the dormitory. In addition to Lin Fan, the other 3 had brought computers, and as soon as they returned to the dormitory the 3 of them began to play games. Lin Fan had nothing to do and decided to go out for a stroll and buy a laptop on the way. After all, there are times when not having a computer is still quite inconvenient. Lin Fan got up and headed outside. Not far from the side of Luchang University there is a pedestrian street, which sells everything. Cell phones, computers, clothes, snacks. Lin Fan decided to change his cell phone first, to one with lots of space and speed. He simply tapped the 1,000 times cashback card into use. Lin Fan came to a cell phone store and picked a $6,000 cell phone that was very fast in both space and speed. Lin Fan was preparing to transfer the data on his old phone to his new phone. Ding! The text message beep sounded. Your card with tail number 4321 received a bank transfer of $6,000 with a balance of $6,000 601. Lin Fan looked at the string of zeros, his hands trembling a little with excitement, and exhaled deeply to calm himself down. $6 million. He's never seen that much money. Worthy of being 1,000 times cashback card. It's really awesome. Only spent $6,000. And got $6 million straight back. Lin Fan tidied up his mood and started transferring the data from his old phone to his new one. Soon the data transfer was complete. Lin Fan swiped his new phone a few times. Nice and very silky. He was so satisfied that he walked out of the cell phone store and he went to a computer store not far away. Walked into the store just in time to see a young man say to the middle-aged man, "Dad, I'll take this one. It's the only one that runs the game silky smooth. Son, I think this one next to it is not bad, so consider it." The middle-aged man pointed to a computer not far from the side and said to the younger man. The middle-aged man had a large gold chain around his neck. The waitress next to her, Dai Weiwei, also persuaded the young man. She could see that the middle-aged man would only be able to buy the young man a laptop for about $20,000. Lin Fan walked into the store, and that Dai Weiwei didn't come forward to greet him. She just lightly glanced at Lin Fan. From Lin Fan's dress she knew that Lin Fan was just here to have a look and couldn't afford the laptop here. After all, the laptops in their store are all made high-end. The cheapest are tens of thousands of dollars. Most of the poor students dressed like Lin Fan were just here to look around and wouldn't buy at all. At that moment, the young waitress came out from the back of the store. Dai Weiwei called out to the servicewoman, "Xiao Li, come and receive this gentleman." The young girl's name is Zian Li, an intern at this store. Li Zian hurried over to Lin Fan and asked politely, "Sir, may I ask what kind of notebook you need?" Chapter 6, This is the only laptop. Lin Fan took a look at Li Zian, and her eyes lit up. This girl was wearing a black and white professional dress. Her face was painted with light makeup, and she was as fresh and vulgar as a neighboring sister. This Li Zian looks particularly comfortable to look at. At the very least Lin Fan thinks so. I want a fast laptop. Lin Fan thought about it and said, he uses his laptop to play some games usually, but mostly he's going to use it to look up some information and work on a file that has to be fast. He didn't want to play a game that took half a day to get in and process a file that was slow. When Li Zian heard Lin Fan's words, she was a bit hesitant. She looked at what Lin Fan was wearing and thought that Lin Fan didn't have much money on him either. She looked at the laptop next to her at a little over 10,000, which was arguably the cheapest in this store. She spoke up, "This one is a new laptop, and it's pretty fast. Would you like to try it?" Lin Fan glanced at that laptop price and immediately frowned slightly. Li Zian saw Lin Fan frowning. Thought Lin Fan think this notebook is expensive. Then she can't do anything about it. Their store's notebook are all high-end route. There is no cheaper. She bit her lip and came to Lin Fan. Her little head looked around and whispered to Lin Fan, "Not far from our store out, there's another one that sells laptops. There are cheaper ones there." She finished quickly distancing herself from Lin Fan, her face unconsciously red. Lin Fan glanced at Li Zian and thought that this girl was very interesting. "Which is the most expensive laptop in your store?" Lin Fan naturally understands what Li Zian has in mind, which is nothing more than treating him as a poor student with no money. Li Zian looked at Lin Fan suspiciously and asked carefully, "You want to see the most expensive notebook?" Lin Fan nodded. Li Zian was a little confused about Lin Fan. Just now he was looking at a notebook of more than 10,000 yuan and frowned at the price, but now he wanted to look at the most expensive notebook. Still, she brought Lin Fan to the most expensive laptop, and the most expensive laptop was none other than the one next to Vivian Tai. When Dai Weiwei saw that Li Zian had brought Lin Fan over here, she was instantly very unhappy in her heart. She was now in the process of convincing this young man to buy that 20,000 plus laptop, and seeing that she was about to succeed, she didn't want Lin Fan to spoil it. "Li, why did you bring someone here? All the laptops here cost over $20,000. You take this gentleman around to that area of 10,000 plus and look around," Dai Weiwei said in an unpleasant tone to Li Zian. Li Zian seemed to be a little afraid of this Dai Weiwei and turned around to take Lin Fan away. "It's just this one laptop." Lin Fan pointed at this laptop in front of him and stopped Li Zian from opening her mouth. Li Zian looked at the laptop Lin Fan was pointing at and asked in disbelief, "Sir, you are buying this most expensive laptop. The price of this laptop is $88,800. Li Zian carefully reminded Lin Fan again. When Dai Weiwei heard that Lin Fan wanted to buy that most expensive computer, she clasped her hands to her chest and a disdainful expression appeared on her face. She didn't think Lin Fan could afford that most expensive laptop. Thinking that Lin Fan was just holding out for face, she had the next episodes all figured out, and was sure to find an excuse to leave, such as not having her bank card with her, not having her cell phone with her, or something like that. Lin Fan took out his bank card directly from his pocket and handed it to Li Zian. Swipe. Li Zian took the card and glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded to Li Zian and told her to go swipe her card. Li Zian bit her lip and picked up the cash register next to her. Swipe. Dai Weiwei wanted to laugh now, knowing that the payment failure prompt was sure to come next. She wanted to see what kind of expression Lin Fan would have when she heard that the card swipe failed. Let's get you loaded. Card swiped successfully. You spent 88,800 yuan this time. A successful swipe beep sounded. Li Zian immediately opened her mouth wide, with an unbelievable face, looking at the cash register in her hand, which showed a successful payment. She also thought that Lin Fan couldn't possibly have so much money in his card, and just wanted to turn off the beep so that Lin Fan wouldn't lose face. But who knew that she had actually swiped the card successfully? It was too much for her to believe. After all, just now she thought Lin Fan was still too expensive for a 10,000 plus laptop. Now it's changing hands, but for one of the most expensive laptops in the store. Her head was a little dizzy at the moment. Such a big order this deal went through. Happiness came so suddenly that it made her feel a little unreal. She could see that Davy had to waste half a day's effort every time she sold a laptop. And she sold the laptop without saying a few words in total or even introducing the laptop. Dai Weiwei was directly dumbfounded when she saw Lin Fan's successful payment. Her mouth was wide open in shock, and her eyes rolled up in a hellish look. How is that possible? Obviously a poor student. How do you have the money to buy such an expensive laptop? Must be something wrong with my own ears. But then she saw the printout of the small ticket and a wave of remorse came over her. She couldn't wait to slap herself twice now. It's all because of his own dog's eyes that he missed out on such a big client for nothing. She was very remorseful at this point. But there are no pills of regret to take. Li Zian carefully handed the small ticket and bank card to Lin Fan. Sir, your small ticket and card. I'll get your laptop right away. Li Zian quickly took a new laptop from the storehouse and handed it to Lin Fan. And also gave Lin Fan some small freebies. Gaming mouse and keyboard and so on. Lin Fan directly left with his laptop as he prepared to go back to his dormitory. He had just received another $4 million in arrivals, and now he had really stepped into the ranks of the multi-millionaires. In his heart, he had to marvel at the power of the tycoon growth system. Just a short half a day or less, let him turn from a poor person into a multi-millionaire. It was so cool. He was now very much looking forward to the system quest. I wonder what great rewards you can get for doing the quests. Lin Fan walked into the dormitory and saw that the three roommates were still playing games. Lin Fan took the laptop out of the case, ready to try how fast the computer was. Lin Fan turned on the computer, and a gorgeous startup screen suddenly appeared. This boot screen is just beautiful. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Si, what kind of computer is this? This screen when you turn on the computer is also too powerful. I don't know when the oldest three, Wang Ziyong, came behind Lin Fan. Hearing Wang Ziyong's voice, Zhang Ziqian and Li Muyang also came over, and at once the gorgeous opening screen made the two of them look dumbfounded as well. This is not the opening screen. It is simply a sci-fi blockbuster. Could this be Jedi gaming? Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked uncertainly. Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Ziqiang, then nodded. The name of this laptop was indeed Jade Shadow Gaming. Chapter 7, The highly cold schoolgirl asks me out to dinner. I'll be damned. This one is really Jedi gaming. That awesome computer. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, was beyond sighing and gently stroked the computer keyboard with his hand. Textured. Boss, is this laptop powerful? The second one, Li Moyo, asked suspiciously. Of course it's awesome. The price alone is not something the average person can afford. Officially priced at a whopping 88,800. Zhang Ziqiang glanced at Li Muyang and opened his mouth. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Muyang and Wang Ziyang exclaimed out in wide-eyed shock. They thought their 20,000 laptop was impressive, but they didn't realize that Lin Fan's laptop was going to be over $80,000. The three of them were incomparably sighing in their hearts. It was still old Four who was deeply hidden. The three of them are all local people in Luchang. The family is still some small money, but to buy a computer is to buy a 20,000 or so. It would still be a bit of a luxury to buy an 80,000 almost 90,000 computer. After all, 20,000 computers are already awesome and run all games very smoothly. The three of them were speculating about what kind of family Lin Fan came from, out of which came the $80,000 computer. 4. Let me talk to you about something. Can you let me play with your computer? Zhang Ziqiang asked, rubbing his hands together. He hadn't played with such an awesome computer before and was very eager to try out what it felt like. Lin Fan stood up and said directly, just in time for you to help me test my speed. He was not a petty person. letting Zhang Ziqiang run the game in order to test the performance of this computer. He is not very obsessed with games, usually just play a landlord or something, and can't test the computer at all. When Zhang Ziqiang heard Lin Fan's words, he couldn't wait to sit down and start downloading the game. Nowadays, the speed of the internet are fiber optic. That is quite fast. A few G file, a few minutes to download. Lin Fan felt like a dream as he lay on his bed and thought back on this half-day's experience. Who would have thought that he had gone from a poor man to a multi-millionaire in half a day? I am afraid that even if he said it, no one would believe it. He was very thankful in his heart for the monopoly growth system. He must make good use of the system to strive to become a real tycoon soon. The time flew by and it was almost 5:30. Senior, your computer is amazing. Very fast. Runs big games very silky smooth. It's awesome. Zhang Ziqiang stood up and said excitedly. Just be fast. Lin Fan nodded and said, Senior, what game do you play? I'll download it for you then? Zhang Ziqiang looked at Lin Fan and asked. After all, he had occupied Lin Fan's computer for the whole afternoon, and he was a bit upset if he didn't do something for Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand and said, I usually just play a landlord. I'll just download it myself when the time comes. The three people in the dormitory were all dumbfounded when they heard Lin Fan's words. A shocked face looked at Lin Fan, filled with incredulity. Buying a computer this awesome just for playing dojo. $1,000 computer to play the landlord will not be stuck. Also very smooth. A godly man is a godly man. That's awesome. This thinking is really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. The three of them thought they were better than average enough. However, when they were compared to Lin Fan, they were found to be no different from ordinary people. Old 4, awesome. Pity my low culture. I can only send A to you. Senior, I'm convinced. The three of them were really convinced of Lin Fan. What kind of divine roommate was this? Let's go out for kebabs today. My treat. Boss Zhang Ziqiang said with bravado. The second, Li Muyang, said happily, let the boss break the bank. Sorry, I won't go to the gathering tonight. You three go. The oldest three, Wang Jian, suddenly said. All three of them looked at the oldest, Wang Jian, waiting for the following. Hey, just now my high school classmate messaged me back and promised to come out for dinner with me tonight. The oldest three, Wang Jian, said with incomparable triumph. After he learned that Lin Fan had picked up Tang Ruobing, he had already begun to plan in his mind how to get off the hook. Of course, after knowing that Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing didn't have anything, it suddenly occurred to him that if he was the first to get off the hook, would it make his three roommates envious and jealous? He mustered up enough courage to send a message to his class crush to ask out for dinner. He hadn't held out much hope. After all, the two had only been nodding acquaintances in high school. But what he never expected was that the class flower agreed. How could this not make him happy? He felt like he'd taken a big step forward in getting off. And as for accompanying his three roommates to dinner, sorry about that, dude, getting off was the most important thing. The oldest Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyan looked at the oldest Wang Jian with incomparable envy. How did they not expect Wang Jian to take the first step on the road to getting off without saying a word? The poor two of them did not even have a target. Alas, it looks like the three of us will have to eat at the barbecue tonight. Boss Zhang Ziqiang sighed with just a little sour taste. Surprisingly, he felt like eating dog food. Oldest, you don't have a date tonight, do you? Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was just about to say that he didn't have a date when his phone rang. Lin Fan took a look at the phone number and was puzzled for a moment, not understanding what Tang Ruobing was calling him for at this hour. Without much hesitation, though, he slid the answer button. Senior sister Tang. Hello. Lin Fan greeted politely. Tang Ruobing's nice voice immediately came from the other end of the phone. Senior Lin. I don't know if I have time tonight. I would like to treat you to dinner and thank you for your help today. Lin Fan was ready to reject Tang Ruobing. After all, sending Tang Ruobing back was just a side trip. It was nothing. Not to mention that I do have to go to a potluck with two roommates tonight, so that should count as something. At this time, the mechanical voice of the system rang out. Posting tasks. Promised to go on a dinner date with Tang Ruobing. Rewarded with a set of Haitian no. 1 villa. Refusing to go on a dinner date with Tang Ruobing is rewarded with $1 million. Lin Fan directly froze when he heard the system voice. He was just wondering when the system mission would come, but he didn't expect it to be released so soon. He froze slightly and quickly came back to his senses, saying without hesitation, "There's time." Is there any hesitation at all? Of course not. Between the villa and $1 million, it's definitely going to be the villa. Ordinary house prices on this side of Luchang are above 10,000 not to mention villas. He didn't expect to have his first villa so soon, and it was exciting to think about. As for having dinner with 2 roommates, does it matter if it's a villa? When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's reply, a smile instantly appeared on her face and she hurriedly said, "We'll meet you at the East School gate later." Okay. After the two made an appointment, Lin Fan hung up the phone. The 3 roommates' eyes were round and unblinking as they stared at Lin Fan. Chapter 8. You don't have a date too, do you? Lin Fan looked at the 3. Uncertain. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, asked with difficulty. Oldest 4. You don't have a date too, do you? Lin Fan nodded. Just made an appointment. It would be rude to refuse. Lin Fan said without blushing. Of course he wouldn't say it was for that Haitian no. 1 villa. It wouldn't be schoolgirl Tang, would it? Wang Jian, the 3rd oldest beside him, stuttered and asked. Well, it's Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan directly admitted that there was nothing bad to admit about this. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 4, you still say you don't have anything with schoolgirl Tang, and you've even started dating. Lao Si, you are so ungrateful. All good buddies you still hide it. Senior, you are really good. The oldest 3 Wang Jiang heard a burst of bitterness. Just now also in the triumph of their own will be the first dormitory off the single. He hadn't even begun to take steps on his own road to getting off the hook. And look at the fact that other people, Lin Fan, had already begun to start dating schoolgirl Tang. He shamelessly invited the class flower to dinner. And then look at other people's Lin Fan. Tang school flower took the initiative to ask Lin Fan to dinner. How can people be so different from each other? At once he felt that his class flower did not smell good. Lin Fan organized his clothes and prepared to go out. Just put on his shoes and froze. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Obtaining a set of Haitian no. 1 villa. System points +5. The relevant documents of the villa. Have arranged for someone to send them to the host. I go. This system is really efficient. This just promised to go out to eat with Tang Ruobing. The mission reward was issued. Awesome. At this time, Lin Fan's cell phone rang. Lin Fan took a look at the unfamiliar number, but slid the answer button anyway. May I ask if you are Lin Fan? Mr. Lin, I am. Hello Mr. Lin, I'm Lei Fingning, the Haitian property manager. I've sent you the documents for your Haitian no. 1 villa. I'm now at the east entrance of Luqiang University. I don't know if it's convenient for you to pick them up now? Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Fan hung up the phone and quickly walked out of the dormitory. He couldn't wait to get his hands on the villa papers now. The 3 people in the dormitory were filled with envy when they saw Lin Fan leave the dormitory. The 2nd oldest, Li Muyang, turned to the oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, and asked, Boss, are we still going to the barbecue? What's the point of eating dog food when you're already almost full? Let's both just eat instant noodles in the dorm. Zhang Ziqiang finished glancing at the oldest, Wang Jiang. The heart size secretly now the dormitory is left with him and Li Muyang without a target. It seems that he also need to work harder. He does not want to be the last dormitory off the single. Wang Jiang heard Zhang Ziqiang's words, immediately just frustrated face, stretching open. He is not better than Lin Fan, but he is better than the boss Zhang Ziqiang and the 2nd Li Muyang. He regained his confidence and concentrated on dressing himself, getting a tie hairstyle and spraying some perfume on his body. Nice. Perfect. Putting on his shoes, he walked out of the dorm with his head held high. The oldest in the dormitory, Zhang Ziqiang, and the 2nd, Li Muyang, looked at each other and squatted down to take out a bucket of noodles from under the table, preparing to make noodles. There's no room for them to pick up girls, so they'll have to pick up noodles. Haitian property manager Lei Fingning stood at the entrance of Luqiang University, looking at the outgoing and incoming college students, sighing that youth is really good. The matter of delivering documents to clients originally did not require him to deliver them personally, and usually sent a person directly on the line. But Lin Fan was a bit special. He had purchased the Villa King of the Haitian no. 1 villa, which had to attract his attention. More importantly, he wanted to get acquainted with Lin Fan, and he was very shocked when he realized that Lin Fan's address was at Luqiang University. He thought that he could take the Haitian no. 1 villa how to be a successful person, but did not expect that it was a college student. Lin Fan came to the entrance of the school and immediately saw a middle-aged man in a black suit standing not far away, holding a plastic file bag. Lin Fan walked up to the middle-aged man and asked out loud, Are you manager Lei Fingning Lei? Lei Fingning nodded and said, I am Lei Fingning. You are Mr. Lin Fan Lin, right? Lei Fingning looked at Lin Fan in front of him and sighed in his heart that he was still really young, looking less than 20 years old. Lin Fan hummed. Lei Fingning handed Lin Fan the document bag in his hand. Mr. Lin, the information on Villa Haitian 1 is all here. Lin Fan glanced at the document bag in his hand and said politely, Trouble Manager Lei. No trouble, no trouble. Lei Fingning hurriedly waved his hand and said, he didn't dare to be arrogant. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to be so polite and courteous, which made him take Lin Fan more seriously. Through the speech he guessed that Lin Fan's tutelage must be very strict. Otherwise, like Lin Fan's age, the general rich second generation would have long tailed up to the sky. He made up his mind that he must get on well with Lin Fan. Such a person would definitely have a great future in the future. If there's nothing else, I'll be off. Lin Fan saw a silhouette walking not far away. It was Tang Ruobing who had come. At your service, Mr. Lin. Lin Fan nodded at Lei Fingning, bid farewell to him, and walked towards Tang Ruobing. Sister Tang, you're here. Lin Fan smiled faintly at Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing changed a set of clothes, no longer the jeans in the morning, replaced with a set of floral dresses, looking clear and very beautiful. Senior Lin, you're in a hurry to wait, Tang Ruobing said with some embarrassment. When she called Lin Fan, she had already changed her clothes and was ready to come down, but she temporarily changed her mind and changed into another set of clothes. Originally, she had planned to arrive at the school entrance earlier to wait for Lin Fan, but once she changed her clothes, she was late. It's not late. I just got here too, Lin Fan said with a smile. I wonder what Sister Tang treats me to. He digressed, curious as to what Tang Ruobing had invited him for dinner tonight. A big meal? It was possible. After all, from what Tang Ruobing was wearing, Tang Ruobing didn't lack money. Come with me. Tang Ruobing revealed a mysterious smile. After saying that, he lifted his leg and walked towards the distance. Lin Fan smiled helplessly. How could this invitation to dinner still be so mysterious? But if Tang Ruobing didn't say anything, he stopped asking. It didn't matter what he ate. He had a good appetite and wasn't picky. The crowd at the school entrance was abuzz when they saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan leaving with a smile on their faces. That kid couldn't be the one who entered the school with schoolgirl Tang in the morning, right? Not so what? The clothes are exactly the same. See Tang's schoolgirl smiling so happily, won't the two really have something, right? Holy, this is big news. Where the hell did this kid come from? He's too good. Doesn't look very old. He can't be a freshman, right? This is too unbelievable. A freshman taking down the high-flying school beauty Tang as soon as she arrived. This is too terrifying. A boy in the crowd with black glasses looked at the photo in his hand, quickly logged into his forum account, and posted the photo he had just taken with a caption. Shocked. The high-flying Tang schoolgirl is on a dinner date with a mysterious man. Chapter 9, I've bought a house. Tang Ruobing suddenly asked, Senior Lin, can you eat spicy food? Lin Fan nodded. I'm not a picky eater. I can eat anything. When he heard Tang Ruobing's question, he secretly wondered in his heart, could it be that Sister Tang was going to treat him to Sichuan cuisine? Lin Fan followed Tang Ruobing to the pedestrian street, and soon the two of them stopped in front of a store called Next Door Old Lee's Spicy Hot Pot. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing, his eyes filled with doubt. Tang Ruobing said to Lin Fan, here it is. This is it. The flavor of this spicy hot pot is particularly authentic. You're in for a treat today. She finished and took the lead. Lin Fan shook his head, very helpless. He didn't understand how a big lady like Tang Ruobing liked to eat spicy hot pot. Student Lin, take the basin here and get your favorite dish. Tang Ruobing took a basin on the side and said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked over and grabbed a basin as well, picked up the clip next to him, and began to clip vegetables into the basin. Soon the two of them chose and handed the basin to the owner. The 2 tubs cost a total of $68. Tang Ruobing paid the money, and since Tang Ruobing said it was her treat, Lin Fan naturally wouldn't fight with Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing found a seat and sat down. The spicy hot pots were made quickly, and in a short while 2 large pots of spicy hot pots were brought up. Tang Ruobing picked up her chopsticks and couldn't wait to pick up a slice of the dish, dipped it into the bowl of dipping sauce, blew twice and sent it directly into her mouth, spitting hot air out of her mouth and said, it's so delicious, that's what it tastes like. Senior Lin, hurry up and try it too. Lin Fan picked up his chopsticks and put a ball into the bowl, rolled it inside the dipping sauce twice, chucked it out, and gently blew on it a few times before bringing it into his mouth. How's school, brother Lin? Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan with wide eyes and asked. It's really good, colorful and tasty. Lin Fan gulped down the pills and said in admiration. I was right, wasn't I? Tang Ruobing said happily. The two men talked as they ate. Tang Ruobing? A young man's voice rang out beside Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing looked at the visitor. Cold wind swarm. Tang Ruobing, it's really you. What a coincidence. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. Lung Fingchuan looked like he was familiar with himself and sat directly in the middle of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Lung Fingchuan looked at Tang Ruobing. The more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He didn't just happen to meet Tang Ruobing, he looked for her all the way. He saw the picture of Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan in the campus forum and instantly exploded with anger. He liked Tang Ruobing for a long time, and the few times he asked Tang Ruobing out to dinner alone, Tang Ruobing refused him. Now that he saw that Lin Fan was actually eating alone with Tang Ruobing, how could he not be angry in his heart? He took out the already done real estate license from the dormitory and searched all the way in the pedestrian street, which finally let him find Tang Ruobing in the next door oldly spicy hot pot. He glanced at Lin Fan next to him and asked suspiciously, "And this is? Looks unfamiliar." "He's Lin Shuebi, a freshman this year," Tang Ruobing said with a simple introduction. She and Lin Fingchuan were not very familiar with each other. They were from the same department and often took classes together. They just knew each other. "So it's a schoolmate. How are you?" "Schoolmate Lin. I'm Long Fingchuan." Long Fingchuan heard Tang Ruobing's introduction, and immediately put down his heart. It turned out to be a freshman. It seems that it is not Tang Ruobing's boyfriend, or else just now when Tang Ruobing introduced it, he was not addressing Lin Fan as a schoolmate. "Lin Fan," Lin Fan said indifferently, lowering his head afterward and continuing to eat spicy hot pot. Long Fingchuan saw Lin Fan's attitude. Very angry. Which schoolmate see him? Not warmly called a Lang brother. Lin Fan is good, just a simple introduction of a name without the following. He saw Tang Ruobing ignoring himself as well, concentrating on eating spicy hot pot there. His heart felt a pang of suffocation when he had just come in, but he had seen Tang Ruobing chatting with Lin Fan. Now that he was sitting here, Tang Ruobing didn't say a word to him, practically treating him like air. That gap is too big as well. It gave him a pang. It's hard to bear. But as long as he showed his strength, he believed that Tang Ruobing would change and would know how to choose. Ouch! Why did it fall on the floor? Lung Fingchuan deliberately dropped the bag of real estate license in his hand to the ground. When he looked up, he saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan both looking at him. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said, "The real estate office is so efficient these days. It's only been an hour and all the papers are done," he said and held out the real estate license in the bag. He realized that Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan just glanced at him and started eating the spicy hot pot again. He wanted to go up and give Lin Fan a slap. Tang Ruobing itself is high cold. What are you pretending to be high cold? But he held back. If he hit Lin Fan, he probably wouldn't think of getting close to Tang Ruobing in the future. Hold back. Hold back. Must hold back. Oh schoolmate, listen to your schoolmate. Ask your family for some money and buy a house. Can't afford a big 300 square foot house like brothers, but put a down payment on a small 100 square foot house. The house will definitely appreciate in value in the future. Long Fingchuan looked at Lin Fan with an "I'm doing you a favor" look. After Long Fingchuan finished speaking, he really saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan both looking at him. The heart was suddenly very proud to know that the area he bought, the price of the house is 20,000 square feet. His 300 square feet of house spent more than 6 million. What's this? That strength? In the future, this will be the wedding room for graduation. How can a freshman compare himself? Even if you graduate from college and get money from your family, you'll only be able to put a down payment on 100 square feet. To want to buy a 300 square foot house like his, as far as he was concerned, Lin Fan would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. Such was the gap. Who to choose? He believed that Tang Ruobing would definitely make the right choice. He didn't believe that Tang Ruobing would choose a poor student to follow and struggle for the rest of his life and live a hard life. He was now very pleased in his heart, fantasizing about Tang Ruobing taking the initiative to ask him out for dinner. Lung Fingchuan saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and thought that Lin Fan was ashamed in his heart by what was said, and became even more complacent. He shook his head and sighed as he continued. Schoolmate, you must buy a house before graduation, even if it's 50 or 60 square feet. He was going to step on Lin Fan so hard that he wouldn't have the face to stay here any longer. In his mind, he fantasized about the scene where Lin Fan left in shame, and he himself accompanied Tang Ruobing on a shopping spree now. Well, Hawk is right, but I've already bought a house. Lin Fan pointed to the plastic bag next to him and said. Lung Fingchuan was shocked when he heard that Lin Fan had bought a house, but soon only a face full of disdain remained. Buying a home, and what kind of home you can buy? In his opinion, Lin Fan was only worthy of a small house of 50 or 60 square feet. A big house of 300 square feet like his. Killing him? He didn't believe Lin Fan could afford it. Then, let Shueji see if this house of yours has any room for appreciation. Long Fingchuan said and opened the file bag. He wanted to humiliate Lin Fan in front of Tang Ruobing, completely trampling him under his feet and rubbing him hard. But when he opened the document bag and saw the real estate license inside, he was instantly confused. Chapter 10 Lemon and Grapefruit Tea. Villa 1 Haitian? How is that possible? Lung Fingchuan's shocked mouth was wide open, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a look of having seen a ghost. Isn't Lin Fan a poor student? How can you afford a villa? How could he not have thought that the house Lin Fan bought would be a villa? And even more so, he didn't think of the Haitian No. 1 villa, the king of Haitian villas. To know that a set of ordinary villas inside the Haitian villa are 2 to 3 million. This Haitian No. 1 villa is said to be as high as 60 million. In the whole Lucheng can rank. The price was a full 10 times what he paid for this house. He told himself he was looking at it wrong. He widened his eyes even more and looked at them 10 times in a row. Make sure it wasn't his eyes. It was Lin Fan who really bought a villa. A sense of frustration rose from his heart. The heart was full of bitterness. Just now, he was proudly pretending to Lin Fan. Who knows that the real thing is himself? Now that's a real bigot. He carefully put the real estate license into the bag he had just put it in. He stood up and turned to Lin Fan, bowing and apologizing. I'm sorry, Lin, Mr. Lin, for interrupting your meal. I'll leave now. He finished and left without looking back. Just now glad he hadn't said anything out of line. Otherwise, if Lin Fan retaliated against him, he'd be in deep. Tang Ruobing glanced at the departing Ling Feng-kun and then at Lin Fan. She always felt that schoolmate Lin here was very mysterious and had endless secrets to dig up. The two quickly finished their meal and returned to school. At this time, Lin Fan took out his cell phone and saw a message from the class group. Class meeting tonight. Lin Fan looked at the time. The time for the class meeting was almost up. Said goodbye to Tang Ruobing, and walked directly towards the classroom where the class meeting would take place. Classroom 312. When Lin Fan arrived, the classroom was already full. When everyone saw Lin Fan come in, they all looked at Lin Fan at once. It was really because Lin Fan's big and tall 1 meter 8.5, and that handsome face. It was hard for people not to pay attention to him. Old 4, this way. Boss Zhang Ziqiang waved his hand at Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked towards Zhang Ziqiang's position and realized that the other 3 people from the dormitory had all come. So he walked straight over. Meng Xiqing looked at Lin Fan with a face full of hostility. In the entire Finance 2 class, only Lin Fan's face value was higher than his. The original face value that he had been so proud of had gone straight down a notch when compared to Lin Fan. How could he not be angry? Why does this kid look familiar? He picked up his phone and swiped through the campus forum posts. Shocked, the high-flying Tang schoolgirl is on a dinner date with a mysterious man. Curious to click on the post. He saw the image inside where Lin Fan was following Tang Ruobing away with a smile on his face. Seeing this picture made him even more jealous of Lin Fan. He had just thought about pursuing the class flower in their class. But then he looked at other people. Lin Fan, who had already picked up the school flower. He took a deep breath and decided to take the position of class president tonight and use his job to get close enough to take down the class flower. Although the class flower was inferior to the school flower, it was still a flower no matter what. He was still very confident about taking the position of class president. A clatter of heels sounded outside the door and with a creak, the door was pushed open. In walked a woman of about 27 or 18 years of age. The woman's face was painted with light makeup, her face was delicate, and her hair was tied up simply. Front and back, tall, light green short sleeves on top and white 9-minute pants underneath. Hello everyone, I'm your counselor, Morong Shui. Morong Shui had just finished speaking when the stage burst into loud applause. Morong Shui got the school flower list that is the proper school flower. When see their counselor is a big beautiful girl. Not only boys are excited, girls also like. Morong Shui began to talk about the next arrangements, mainly about the military training starting tomorrow. Morong Shui had pretty much explained things. Okay, now it's time for everyone to introduce themselves. Start over here and start introducing them one by one. Morong Shui finished and began to lead the applause. The first person on stage was no other than Meng Xiqing. Hello everyone, my name is Monsieur. From, one by one, they began to introduce themselves. And Lin Fan briefly went up to introduce himself. He was bored, and he knew that there were campaigning for various class officer sessions to follow. The Finance 2 class has a total of 32 students, with a fairly balanced mix of males and females. Soon all 32 were introduced. The next step was to run for class officer. The first to run was, of course, class president. Those running for class president, please come to the podium in order. Morong Shue said to the crowd on the stage. The first to go on stage is the class flower Su Ruiwen. Su Ruiwen is not tall. Her skin is very white. A lovely doll face. Hello everyone. I'm Su Ruiwen. And if I'm of course class president, Lin Fan is going to fall asleep down there. It is really not interesting. He is a person who wants to become a great tycoon. He is not interested in being a class president, class cadre or something like that at all. When is the system going to give another mission? He just checked the price of the Haitian No. 1 villa. And without checking, he was shocked. The price of the Haitian No. 1 villa is surprisingly high at $60 million. His value instantly skyrocketed sixfold to a terrifying $70 million. One day was all it took for him to accomplish more than half of a small goal. That's so cool. True to form. The Monopoly growth system is awesome. Posting tasks. Being a great tycoon, you should know how to care for your subordinates, care for your classmates, and buy your classmates and teachers each a cup of lemon grapefruit tea. Accept the mission and reward a Richard Mille RM027 Tourbillon Rafael Nadal watch. Limited to 50 pieces worldwide. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan froze directly after hearing the system voice. This time, the surprising reward was a wristwatch, and the key was still limited to 50 pieces worldwide. Although Lin Fan didn't know the price of this wristwatch, it was certainly not cheap. More importantly, there are system points to be gained from doing quests, which are necessary for system upgrades. Now that the items obtained from the primary system are so awesome, wouldn't the secondary system obtain even better and more awesome? Of course he wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. And the system quest was taken. Teacher, I have a stomachache and need to go to the bathroom. Lin Fan directly stood up and said with a random excuse. To complete the task, naturally, I had to leave the classroom. And not far from the entrance of the school there was a store that made cold drinks, where it happened to make lemon and grapefruit teas. Hurry up. Morong Shue didn't have the slightest doubt. Lin Fan hurriedly got up and left. Meng Xiqing looked at the departing Lin Fan, his face full of disdain. He had just been afraid that Lin Fan would compete with him for class president, treating Lin Fan as a competitor. But now he saw that he had been overly concerned. He now placed his opponent on the class flower Su Ruiwen. If he let Su Ruiwen become the class president, then he would be too passive, which he would not allow. Chapter 11, I really don't want to be class president. The campaign for class president entered the final stage of the statement. Meng Xiqing intentionally last on the stage to speak, so as to be able to give the deepest impression to the classmates. All of this was planned by him. The corner of his mouth curled up as he confidently walked up to the podium, as if he saw a beautiful picture of him already in the position of class president, together with the class flower Su Ruiwen. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and looked down at his classmates for the last thing he had to say. I will definitely lead the Finance 2 class when I become class president. The words were just in mid-sentence, when a knock sounded outside the classroom. Please come in. Morong Shue glanced at the door and spoke. Who could be pushed open and come in if not Lin Fan? Lin Fan was followed by a man in his 30s, and if he often went outside to buy drinks, he would definitely recognize this man as an employee of the drink store. Put it here, please, Lin Fan said to the man. You're welcome. The man placed the 2 large plastic bags in his hand on the floor. He put it away and turned to leave. He still had to get back to the store and get busy. The students all looked at Lin Fan curiously. Morong Shue too, not understanding how Lin Fan came back with something when he went to the toilet. Lin Fan saw everyone looking at him. Cough cough. He cleared his throat and said slowly, I see that everyone is a little thirsty from all the talk, so I bought some lemon and grapefruit tea to quench your thirst. Front students pass back a bit. Lin Fan finished lowering his body, took 2 cups of lemon and grapefruit tea, got up, and handed a cup to Morong Shue. Teacher, hard work. Thank you. Morong Shue's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan. She felt that Lin Fan was really special. Everyone else was busy campaigning for class president, but he was good enough to run straight outside the school gates to buy lemon and grapefruit tea. She now also understands that Lin Fan must not have had a stomachache just now. It was to go out to buy lemon and grapefruit tea. And she will not blame Lin Fan even if she knows it this time. After all, this is a piece of good intention of Lin Fan. Soon the lemon grapefruit tea was posted. Lin Fan returned to his seat. Old 4, dirt. Old 4, awesome. Senior, I'm convinced. I just wonder what's going on in that head of yours. Lao Si, to get frequent side-eye from the class president and counselor with a cup of tiny dew lemon pomelo tea. That's awesome. Old 4, pass on more experience in the future. How can we say that we are also brothers in the same trench? Yes, old 4, go back and pass it on. Don't ever hide it. Lin Fan had just sat down when the words of his 3 roommates came shooting out like a small steel cannon had been fired. Lin Fan was instantly somewhat speechless in his heart. He's just doing it for the system mission. Okay? For that Richard Mill watch and system points. As for pleasing teachers and classmates, that didn't exist. Get a Richard Mill watch for a couple $100. Cootie. Only then would you give it up. He had just checked the price of the watch at the beverage store and it was a whopping $5 million. The key is still limited to 50 pieces worldwide. And this one has a lot of room for appreciation in the future. He had just finished posting lemon grapefruit tea, had already received a system reward. The watch was now lying in his system backpack, ready to be removed at any time. He received 5 more system points this time. Another small step closer to upgrading. Lin Fan was now very happy in his heart. Going out for a few minutes and getting a $5 million watch. Anyone would be happy. Meng Xiqing was directly dumbfounded. All the lines he had prepared were forgotten by Lin Fan. Morong Shui saw that Meng Xiqing didn't say anything and thought that Meng Xiqing had finished his speech. Okay, Meng students go down first. We have a final voting session for class president. One for regular class president and one for vice president. Now, everyone can write down the class president of your choice. Before Morong Shui had finished, the following had already begun to write. Soon after everyone finished writing, Morong Shui asked Su Ruiwen to help. Morong Shui read the votes and Su Ruiwen counted them. The results of the vote for the regular class president came in quickly. Lin Fan, 30 votes. Ruiwen Su, 1 vote. Monsignor, 1 vote. Seeing the results of this poll, Meng Xiqing was directly confused. It's a vote that he still casts for himself. That means no one voted for him but him. It gave him an instant myocardial infarction. It hurts. It feels like a heartache. After all this preparation, not a single person voted for him. He felt his heart bleed. What was even more unacceptable to him was that Lin Fan hadn't even run for class president and had voted so much. He felt his mind go blank. What the hell is this for? Lost. Heartache. He began to wonder about life. When Lin Fan's 3 roommates saw the result, they all gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Old 4, awesome. Senior, you are too good to take the position of class president without a word. Please accept my knee. Old 4, I'm really convinced. Your wave of operation is really slick. A direct reversal against the heavens. No one would have thought that you would have voted the most. The 3 roommates spoke to each other, just as everyone envied Lin Fan for becoming class president. Lin Fan stood up. Teacher, can this vote be revoted? I really don't want to be class president. Lin Fan said with some difficulty. He wasn't even remotely interested in being class president. He just wanted to experience college life while becoming a tycoon. When Meng Xiqing heard Lin Fan's words, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. It felt like the body had been bludgeoned for 10,000 points. Bastard. He went through all the trouble of wanting to be class president, but Lin Fan was so good that he directly said that he didn't want to be class president, which made his young mind suffer a great blow. At this time, Su Ruiwen walked up and said, Class leader Lin, I will assist you. Ruiwen Su is the vice president of the class. She looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes, as if she was saying again that everything is with me. Don't worry. Meng Xiqing's heart, which had just calmed down a little, almost didn't faint when he heard Su Ruiwen's words. The purpose of him being class president is to pick up Su Ruiwen. Now it's good. Look at Su Ruiwen's posture. This is to fall on Lin Fan rhythm. He instantly felt the sky spinning and felt a dimming of the sky. It was like seeing a sky full of snowflakes dancing. Since Su said to assist you, you should be the first to try it out. After all, it's everyone's will. Morong Shui opened her mouth. She was getting more and more confused about Lin Fan's thoughts now. Just now she thought that Lin Fan bought lemon and grapefruit tea in order to buy people's hearts, in order to successfully run for the class president. But now it seemed that she had thought wrongly, and from Lin Fan's behavior, he really didn't want to be this class president. She was now very curious about what Lin Fan really thought. Squad leader, squad leader, squad leader. The students on the stage cheered when they heard Lin Fan become the class president, and the girls cheered the most vigorously. Lin Fan, look at this situation. This class president, he is determined. His heart is also a burst of helplessness, just to complete a task. How to inexplicably become the class president. It. Chapter 12, Let's friend each other too. Lin Fan could only take over the position of class president for the time being, and wait for a chance in the future before Morong Shui reassigned it. The other class officers were quickly chosen. Monsignor became a health committee member. Well, it's an official anyhow. This class meeting is quickly coming to a close. Classmate Lin Fan, let's add a friend for future contact. Morong Shui took out her cell phone and said to Lin Fan. Lin Fan took out his cell phone, tapped the QR code, and asked Morong Shui to scan the code to add friends. The male students all looked at Lin Fan with envy. Buddy up with a beautiful teacher. They want to. They were all wondering how Lin Fan was so outstanding when they were both freshmen as well. Meng Xiqing felt his heart ache again when he saw Lin Fan add Morong Shui as a friend. This should have been his treatment. But now it was Lin Fan's. Inside he wanted to growl out loud. Why? Why? At this time, Su Ruiwen walked over, looked at Lin Fan, squinted her eyes, and said, Class President Lin, let's add a friend as well, so that if there's anything you want to do in the future, you can just order me to do it. Lin Fan looked at the lovely Su Ruiwen in front of him. How could he bear to refuse? And put the QR code in his hand in front of Su Ruiwen. Okay, Su Ruiwen said with a smile after friending Lin Fan. The boys in the class looked at Lin Fan enviously. Not only did he add the beautiful teacher as a friend, but the class flower also took the initiative to add her friend. That was awesome. They were now practically admiring Lin Fan. Monsignor's myocardial infarction got worse. What's it like to see your favorite girl pleasing another man? Meng Xiqing felt like it was a little hard to breathe. His heart was dripping blood. He didn't even know how he got back to his dorm. Lin Fan walked out of the classroom and quickly walked towards the outside of the school. He had just taken his leave from Morong Shui. He's going to check out his Haitian One villa tonight. It was his first house, and crucially a top-of-the-line villa, so how could he not be excited? He couldn't wait to see the villa now. He went to the parking lot outside the school, started the car, and headed for the Haitian community. He opened the navigation and followed it all the way, and after 30 minutes, he finally arrived at the entrance of the villa. Lin Fan approached the security booth and took out the relevant documents and handed them to the security guard, who checked that they were correct before the three Lin Fans went in. Lin Fan saw the serious and responsible security guards and sighed in his heart, worthy of being a villa area. It is strict. Lin Fan drove all the way to the door of a huge villa. The villa was considerably larger than any of the villas next to it, standing out like an emperor. Grandiose, atmospheric. The bronze-colored double-opening doors give it a heavy feel. Lin Fan used the key to open it and did a fingerprint and face authentication by the way, so that in the future, even if he forgot the key, he could just swipe his face to come in. High tech, just awesome. Lin Fan walked into the villa and took a brief look through the moonlight. The most prominent thing outside was the blue rippling open-air swimming pool. There is also a small golf course next to it, so you can play golf during the week if you have nothing else to do. Lin Fan couldn't wait to head toward the house. Walking into the living room, the black leather sofa attracted him. Big enough. Lin Fan sat on it. Very comfortable. Stroked the surface with his hand. Textured. It's really worthy of a sofa produced by a major international brand. Lin Fan glanced around the house. This villa is a 3-story villa. Home theater, private wine cellar, Chinese and Western kitchens, game room and more. All in all it's very complete. Lin Fan opened the refrigerator and took a drink, finding a comfortable position on the couch. Comfortable. After finishing his drink, Lin Fan got up and walked towards the second floor. When you come to the study, the shelves are filled with books. Lin Fan sat in the leather swivel chair and turned it gently. Not bad. It's a great feeling. He opened the system's virtual panel, opened his backpack, and tapped on the Richard Mille RM027 watch he had acquired. The Richard Mille RM027 watch has been removed and placed on the host's desk. Lin Fan immediately saw a beautiful box on the table, and next to it was a small bag containing various certificates for the wristwatch. He picked up the box, flicked the switch, and with a click, the box opened, instantly revealing the true nature of the wristwatch inside. Nice. It's so beautiful. It's light enough for a sporty watch. No less. And the skeletonization is just beautiful. Supposedly you can wear it to play golf. Lin Fan stroked the body of the watch and muttered. He couldn't wait to put it on his wrist. Pretty. Nice. He played with his wristwatch for a moment, putting it down as he found a sunny bedroom, showered, and changed into a set of pajamas. Not bad for a top villa. This arrangement is so thoughtful. Lin Fan came in a hurry, did not go back to the dormitory to get clothes, did not expect the check room, but prepared a lot of pajamas. Lin Fan finished his shower, swiped his phone for a while, and got ready for bed. After all, military training started tomorrow, and he still had to be on time. Lin Fan slept until dawn, and would have continued to sleep if the alarm hadn't woken him up. Lin Fan turned off the alarm and got up and headed for the restroom. Brush your teeth and wash your face, and wash up quickly. Lin Fan walked out of the restroom and clicked on the system's virtual panel. He hadn't forgotten about the daily $1 spike. Sure enough, the dollar seconds are back. Seeing the items, Lin Fan almost jumped up. $1 for a top-of-the-line Lamborghini Bat limited edition. Holy, this time it turned out to be a supercar. The Lamborghini Bat, a car he knew a lot about. Especially the super cool scissor doors. With 670 horsepower, it accelerates to 100 kilometers in 3.2 seconds and can reach a top speed of 342 kilometers per hour. The price is even higher at $7 million. No man can resist the temptation of a supercar. Buy, without hesitation. Purchase. The system's mechanical electronic synthesized voice rang out in time. Lin Fan is now more and more think of this system sound good. Every day a few more times to be good. Congratulations host. Purchase successful. The Lamborghini Bat has been parked in the villa's garage and the keys have been placed in the host's study. Lin Fan hurriedly walked out of the bedroom and came to the study next to him. And sure enough, he saw that on the high-grade mahogany table, there was a car key. The system is forever a god. Now he's one step closer to a small goal in terms of value. Lin Fan couldn't wait to take the car keys and head downstairs. When I arrived at the garage, I saw a black sports car parked next to the Big G. The big bull on the front end was a particularly prominent feature. Lin Fan couldn't wait to press the car key, and suddenly the beautiful scissor doors slowly opened. He hurriedly sat down. Luxury interior. Leather seats. Comfortable. Initiation. There was a loud, deafening rumble of engines. A sense of pride was born. It was the first sports car of his life, and it would be a lie to say he wasn't excited. He calmed down a bit and slammed his foot on the gas, and the car scurried right off. Chapter 13 Emptying the Watermelon Boss's Watermelons. In front of Willow City University, classes have officially started today, except for freshmen, of course, who are going to have military training. The parents had all left, and now that the school entrance was no longer crowded, Lin Fan drove his car directly to the school's east parking lot. After all, parking such a nice car outside, Lin Fan was still a bit uneasy. Lin Fan first went to the cafeteria to eat a breakfast, then returned to the dormitory and found that his 3 roommates were still sleeping. Wake up, military training is coming up in a few minutes, Lin Fan said to the 3. Old 4, say, what did you do last night? Boss Zhang Zichang poked his head out and looked at Lin Fan and asked. Going home. Lin Fan took out his military training clothes. Going home? Your family isn't from Lucheng. What are you going home for? The second oldest, Li Muyang, got down from the bed and looked at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously. I bought a house in Lucheng. This will be my home from now on. Lin Fan explained briefly. In the future, he would often not return to the dormitory, and it was still necessary to briefly mention it, so as to save the 3 of them from imagining things and asking every time. I go. Lao Si, you're great. You bought a house in Lucheng so soon. Say, where did you buy it? Go to your place to play someday. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, jumped directly from the bed, and it was a good thing that the bed was not high. Haitian neighborhood. Lin Fan began to change his clothes. Lin Fan didn't directly say that he was in Villa Haitian no. 1. Saying so seemed like he was pretending to show off, and he didn't feel the need to show off in front of his roommate. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 4, awesome. I heard that district is good. The price of the house is more than 20,000 per square meter. It can be. Lao Si, there is room for appreciation in the future. Boss Zhang Zichang came down and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said. Lin Fan got dressed and didn't go to the playground right away, but instead sat down at the computer and played Fight the Landlord. When all 3 roommates were ready, the 4 of them headed for the playground. The 4 of them came to the playground and found that quite a few people had come, and the counselor Morong Shui was already waiting there. Today Morong Shui wore white long sleeves on top, jeans on the bottom, and a pair of flats on her feet. Morong Shui saw Lin Fan coming and shouted at him. Lin Fan, here. Lin Fan came to Morong Shui. Good morning, Mr. Morong. Lin Fan still had a lot of respect for his teacher. Lin Fan, in a moment you and the sports committee member will work together to maintain order. The instructor will be here soon. Don't leave a bad impression on the instructor right off the bat. Morong Shui glanced at the entrance to the playground and turned her head to say to Lin Fan in an explanatory manner. Lin Fan nodded. Since I have agreed to be the leader of this class naturally cannot be negative. When it is time to manage, it is still necessary to manage. Lin Fan walked next to the sports commissioner, Pang Haoran, and said, people have almost arrived. Start standing in line. The instructor is coming in a while. Give the instructor a good impression. A good relationship with the instructor will be beneficial during military training. When he was in high school, he just didn't get along with the instructors and ended up exhausted from military training. Pang Haoren naturally understood Lin Fan's meaning and hurriedly said to the crowd that was standing and joking, "Gather." Pang Haoren was about as tall as Lin Fan, and his voice was even louder. And when he went down with this cry, everyone looked over. Lin Fan stepped forward, looked at the crowd and said, "1 row each for men and women, from shortest to tallest. Start the lineup." When the crowd heard Lin Fan's words, they all acted quickly, so it was evident that Lin Fan, the class president, was still very influential. Pang Haoren looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "Class president, or you speak well." Lin Fan just smiled faintly at Pang Haoren. Although the first day of military training, but all experienced high school military training, standing even if not standard, but not too bad. Soon a couple of pickup trucks drove up from the schoolyard. The truck stopped at the edge of the playground and a group of uniformed soldiers jumped out of it. Mulberry walked toward the truck. Not long after, Morong Shui returned, followed by a young soldier in his 20s. "This is your instructor Yen Qiqiang. Instructor Yen will be in charge of all future military training." Morong Shui pointed at Yen Qiqiang next to her and said, "Instructor Yen, this is class president Lin Fan and physical education committee member Pang Haoren." Lin Fan and Pang Haoren said loudly, "Good day, instructor." Yen Qiqiang looked at the two men and said, "Return to the line." Lin Fan and Pang Haoren quickly ran into the class line. Military training has officially begun. The sun was deliberately working against the crowds today and just wouldn't hide in the dark clouds. After an hour, the instructor finally let everyone rest. The crowd sat right down on the floor. "OMG. I'm exhausted. I'm all legs. My throat is dry. I can't believe I forgot to bring water." "Old Wang, you didn't bring any water?" "Old Li, did you bring water?" "I remember you didn't bring any either." "Who says I don't have it? Look what's here. Isn't this a stereo?" "Take a closer look. It's a stereo any way you look at it." "Hey, it looks like a stereo, but it's actually a thermos." "That's ice water I just put in there this morning," said the one called Old Li, unscrewed the lid and gulped a mouthful. "Cool. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old Li, you're not being generous. Hurry up and let me have a sip." "Not if you don't." Lin Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead, and in his heart, he also sighed a miscalculation. "In hell, didn't bring any water. This is going to be a tough one." Mission release. Host being a great tycoon. How can the host be less of a philanthropist? Empty the watermelons of the melon seller boss at the entrance and care for the widows and orphans. Accepting the quest and rewarding the consummate level guitar skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice. The system has released another quest. He was still wondering what today's system mission was, but he didn't expect the mission to come so quickly. Surprisingly, I was buying all the watermelons from the boss at the door. Even if the system didn't release the quest, he still had to find a way to get something to drink. He was really thirsty, and there were still more than 2 hours until lunch. This is a great way to not only get a thirst-quenching watermelon, but also to get the job done. But how do I get leave from the instructor to go out? He took out his cell phone and suddenly saw a message from Tang Ruobing. A twinkle in the eye there. "Senior Lin, are you tired of military training? It's all exhausting. Sister Tang, do you have time now? Why do you want to skip school?" Followed by a knock on the head emoji. "No, when I came here, I saw a watermelon seller at the entrance. Quite poor. It just so happens that we are thirsty now. We want to buy all the watermelons of the old man and share them to quench everyone's thirst." When Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan's reply, she realized that she had misunderstood Lin Fan, and at the same time, she felt that Lin Fan was even more special. Not only was he low-key, but he was also so caring. "Sister Tang, is it still there?" "Got it. I'll be right there." "Then thank you. Sister Tang, just have the boss cart it over. Our military training is located in." Lin Fan put down his phone. This time the thirst problem was solved. There were skills to gain. And yes, there were system points. Chapter 14, Sister Tang delivers watermelons. 2 minutes later, at the entrance of the playground, a silhouette appeared, followed by an old man pushing a three-wheeler. The person who came was none other than Tang Ruobing. "I'll be damned. Who is this schoolmate? She's really pretty." "Foolish, you don't even recognize the high and cold school flower Tang. Who is the number 1 school flower on the school flower list? Of course she's pretty. Just what is schoolgirl Tang doing in the playground? And who's the oldest man with her behind her?" The boys looked at the walking Tang Ruobing and secretly swallowed a mouthful of water. Tang Ruobing was just too beautiful. Today, Tang Ruobing wore a beige long dress, which was simply beautiful, just like a fairy descending to earth. Not only did the boys gulp, but the girls were also filled with envy. Schoolgirl Tang is coming toward me. So it turns out that schoolgirl Tang is looking for me. Get lost. Can't you see that schoolgirl Tang is looking at me? Hurry up and get out of the way. I wonder what kind of person could be worthy of schoolgirl Tang. She's simply beautiful. If I could have dinner with schoolgirl Tang, I'd wake up smiling in my dreams. You'd better wake up. Find a mirror to take a look at yourself first. Just like this you've just approached schoolmarm Tang, and you won't scare schoolmarm Tang away. Seeing Tang Ruobing arrive, Lin Fan hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Senior sister Tang. Hard work. Lin Fan smiled faintly at Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing blinked her eyes, revealing a charming smile as she opened her mouth and asked, I've done you such a great favor. How are you going to thank me? The people were all dumbfounded when they saw Lin Fan actually chatting with Tang Ruobing with a smile on his face. One by one, their mouths opened wide in shock, their eyes rolling round and round, full of unbelief. This is the high-flying schoolgirl Tang. Envy, or envy. I'll go. Who is that kid? So powerful that he knows schoolgirl Tang. Look at schoolgirl Tang's expression. It's not as simple as knowing each other at all. It's really impressive. Asterisk. I remember. This kid is the mysterious man who had a scandal with schoolgirl Tang yesterday. I didn't think that he was a freshman. Awesome. It's really awesome. The same freshman. Why this kid can make Tang schoolgirl favorite it. The gap between people and people is also too big. Finance too. Asterisk. The class president is awesome. He even knows schoolgirl Tang. It feels like the two have an extraordinary relationship. The class president is really strong. This has just started the school year and has picked up the high and cold school beauty Tang. Look at the way the two are talking. To say that there is no relationship, beat me to death. I don't believe it. The class president is mighty, really giving our finance 2 class a long face, directly taking the first place in the school flower list. Awesome. Asterisk. Lao see this is really taking down schoolgirl Tang. So arrogant that he's going to make the relationship public? Old 4, you're really too ruthless. I'm already thirsty enough now, and you're feeding me dog food. See if I don't clean you up when I get back to the dormitory. No, we must let old 4 pass on his experience. We have to get off the hook quickly, otherwise we'll eat dog food every day and sooner or later we'll vomit. Lin Fan looked at the dumbfounded crowd and said in a good-natured manner, Boys, move your hands and cut the watermelon. The crowd awoke with a start, and only then did they notice the watermelon in the boss's car. Hooray! Squad leader! Squad leader! Mighty! Squad leader! Awesome! Squad leader! I want to give you a monkey. The boys got up and shouted loudly. I don't know which boy shouted that he wanted to give Lin Fan a monkey, and immediately the whole Lin Fan was full of black lines. Next to her, Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, I didn't realize that schoolmate Lin's prestige was quite high. General! Lin Fan said hurriedly. Lin Fan picked up a piece of cut watermelon and handed it to Tang Ruobing. It's really thanks to senior sister Tang today. Tang Ruobing took the watermelon, her small mouth gently biting into it as she looked at Lin Fan and said, Don't think you can just show your gratitude with a piece of watermelon. That. Lin Fan held the watermelon in one hand and rubbed his head with the other. Sister Tang, then what do you think you want? He really didn't know how to thank Tang Ruobing. Why don't you buy me dinner? Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said, Eating spicy hot pot? Lin Fan asked directly. Senior Lin, you're too stingy. Tang Ruobing skimmed her lips. Lin Fan was instantly confused. How am I being petty? Aren't you the one who loves hot and spicy food? Yesterday you treated me to spicy hot pot as a thank you. How is it that I'm being cheap when I buy you hot and spicy food? He could only think about these words in his mind, but he didn't dare to say so directly. Lin Fan was really a little confused about Tang Ruobing. He had to marvel at the fact that a woman's heart is a needle in the bottom of the sea. That Tang Senpai wants to eat something. Feel free to say. Lin Fan directly kicked the ball to Tang Ruobing. Now he is not bad money. So what if he wants to eat anything and let Tang Ruobing just pick it? Let me think about that and let you know when I do. Alright, Senior Lin. I'll leave first. Bye. Tang Ruobing waved her hand at Lin Fan and turned to leave. Lin Fan threw the watermelon rind into the bag, picked up another piece and ate it. Not to mention it was really sweet. After Tang Ruobing left, the oldest man also pushed his cart and left happily. The system voice also sounded at this time. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The consummate level guitar skill has been placed into the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction as he heard the system's voice. When the classes next to them saw that Finance Class 2 actually had a watermelon to eat, their eyes were wide open and they were unconsciously gulping. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why does the second class of finance have watermelon to eat and we can only gulp spit? This is too unfair. That's because people have a good class president in finance too. So why wasn't I assigned to finance too? Not only is casting a skillful job, but it seems that class placement is also a skillful job. Oldly, why do you think this watermelon is so sweet? It's really delicious and so thirst-quenching. Oldly looked at Old Wong, who had a smug look on his face, and then glanced at the ice water in his hand, and instantly felt that the ice water in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Although the two were in the same dormitory, the two were not in the same class. Oldly could only watch Old Wang eat the watermelon. Continue military training after eating watermelon. The crowd of the second finance class was full of fighting spirit, a stark contrast to the rest of the class. Finally made it to noon. Lin Fan dragged his tired body to the cafeteria with his 3 roommates. All 4 of them were tired enough to ask for some random food and wolfed it down. After dinner the 4 of them returned to the dormitory, climbed straight into bed and lay down. The bed now feels incredibly comfortable. Lin Fan lay on his bed, tapped on the system virtual panel, opened his backpack, and instantly saw the shining golden guitar skills inside. Use. As Lin Fan's words fell and the skills disappeared from his backpack, he instantly felt his head swell, almost causing him to scream. But soon the swelling subsided, and his body underwent some changes. His fingers became more nimble, and even the fatigue in his body was eliminated. He found a remarkable level of understanding of the guitar and felt like a veteran who had practiced it for decades. He wanted to pick up a guitar and feel it at this point, but unfortunately none of them played guitar in the dormitory, so he would have to wait until he had the chance to try it again later. Chapter 15, Night Training begins. After the lunch break, military training continued. The afternoon sun was even more poisonous than the mornings, and the September sun is still hot. With the lesson from last time, this time Lin Fan directly had someone pull a few pieces of mineral water. Otherwise it would be embarrassing if it was still the same as it was in the morning. The afternoon military training went pretty well, except that the first day of military training felt very physically tiring. Lin Fan felt better, though, and wondered if it was because he had absorbed the guitar skill. Looks like playing the guitar takes physical strength too. Lin Fan understood after a little thought that this guitar playing was also a physical job. During dinner, he didn't receive a call from Tang Ruobing, which made him sigh in relief. He wasn't willing to wander around right now even if he wasn't particularly tired. Followed my 3 roommates to dinner and rested for a while before the evening's nightly training in education. The evenings are relatively nice though. No big sun. And the key is that you can bring small stools to sit on. The evening is mainly ideological education. A college student can not only have a strong body, but also have the correct values and outlook on life. Finally, the talent show. Freshmen are still very active. In high school are suffocated, and now come to the university, to let loose and show themselves. Hey, old 4, have you heard? Vice Class President Su Ruiwen is planning to dance tonight. The boss, Zhang Ziqian, was wearing clothes and scowled at Lin Fan next to him. I don't know, Lin Fan said casually. He really didn't know. Didn't care at all whether Su Ruiwen danced or not. He had been waiting for the system mission all afternoon, and as a result, he had waited for a silent night, which inevitably caused some disappointment in his heart. Old 4, how could he have the heart to care about the vice class president? Old 4 must be hiding in the corner with schoolgirl Tang. The oldest too, Le Moyo, came over and said with a smile. Lin Fan blankly glanced at the second oldest, Li Muyang, and said without any good humor, I really have nothing to do with senior sister Tang. We're just ordinary friends. He's only known Tang Ruobing for less than 2 days now. What can he have? Is there really love at first sight? It wasn't even love at first sight. It was just love at first sight. Tell me yourself, old 4, do you believe yourself when you say this? First a dinner date, and today a thoughtful watermelon delivery. You tell me, what normal friend would do that? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, looked at Lin Fan with disbelief on his face, and spoke in a sour tone, more sour than if he had eaten a lemon. Lin Fan is also too lazy to explain. As for the 3 roommates do not believe. It is none of his business. He only cares about when the system is in the process of giving him a task. All 4 of them packed up, grabbed their ponies, and headed for the playground. As the class president, Lin Fan still had to take the lead, and if he went late, it would be a bit unreasonable. Lin Fan followed his 3 roommates to the playground and found that quite a few people had already come. Asterisk 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 the dude is awesome. Flipping over so many times and not getting hurt at all. That's awesome. Only to see a tall boy from an unknown class in the distance was doing somersaults. More than 10 somersaults in a row, causing the surrounding students to shout. Holy, that dude is even better. Is that Ironhead Kung Fu? Awesome. In a class next to him, a boy was head over heels, legs up, looking awesome, which instantly drew screams from the girls next to him. Every class basically has one or two of these capable people. Asterisk 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 that's too curly. Senior, do you have any talents? Boss Zhang Zicheng saw the people performing around him and sighed, feeling a sense of loss. It's a competition to actively get priority in choosing a spouse by showing your talent in such a positive way. He, who had no talent and could only play games, lost the first track. Boss, you're asking the wrong person. Lao Si doesn't need talent at all. Lao Si already has Tang schoolgirl. Would he still look at other girls? The oldest too, Li Muyang, said with a sigh of relief. He also had no talent, and he hadn't expected college to be so rolled up. This finding a girlfriend was so hard. The oldest too, Li Muyang, looked at the oldest three, Wang Jian, and opened his mouth to ask, Oldest three, how are you doing with that class flower of yours? His purpose of asking the oldest, Wang Jian, was not to care about Wang Jiang at all. He was just afraid that if Wang Jiang got good with his classmate, then wouldn't he and the oldest, Zhang Zicheng, be left in their dormitory without girlfriends? The oldest three, Wang Jian, burst into a bitter smile when he heard the oldest two, Li Muyang's question. Where's the progress? It's just one meeting. Okay. The second Li Muyang breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, feeling that there was something wrong with his words. He hurriedly added, Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Lin Fan found a seat and sat down as one after another people arrived. The vice class president, Su Ruiwen, walked over to sit next to Lin Fan, and the three roommates hurriedly moved their positions away when they saw Su Ruiwen sitting next to Lin Fan. Today, Su Ruiwen wore a flowing ancient dress, looking a bit clean and uncluttered. Class president, do you think I look pretty today? Su Ruiwen asked with a smile. Well, it's quite pretty. Lin Fan glanced at Su Ruiwen and said matter-of-factly, Class president, what's your relationship with Tang Ruobing? Su Ruiwen asked with wide eyes, looking at Lin Fan curiously. That was the purpose of her visit, to confirm whether Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing were related or not. Although she was confident in her appearance, she was also self-aware that compared to Tang Ruobing, there was still quite a gap. If Lin Fan was really in a man-woman relationship with Tang Ruobing, then she wouldn't get too close to Lin Fan in the future. If Lin Fan is not related to Tang Ruobing, then she is still very hopeful. After all, close to the water is the first to get the moon. School sister Tang and I are just ordinary friends. Lin Fan didn't know that Su Ruiwen had another purpose for asking this and answered honestly. Really? Su Ruiwen asked excitedly. Obviously at this time she was very excited. Rumors are really not to be trusted, and the only way to find out the truth is to ask the person concerned. Lin Fan didn't understand why Su Ruiwen was so happy, but still nodded as a reply. Thank you, squad leader. I'll go first. Su Ruiwen finished standing up and left, not dragging her feet at all, looking at Lin Fan inexplicably. Old 4, awesome. I just don't understand. Lao Si didn't show any talent. How come this class flower likes Lao Si? If you had Lao Si's face, I guess Su Banhua would like you too. Su Banhua doesn't look like such a shallow person either. I really can't figure it out. It's right to wonder. Some people are born to be protagonists. There's no way around it. But seriously, Su Banhua is really pretty tonight. She feels like a big star. Su Banhua, you'd better stop thinking about it and look at the other flowers in the class, or else you'll be left with only cauliflowers by then, and that'll be a disaster. Also, what did you say about the girl named Zoe? Holy, I can't tell. You're good at this. What's wrong with that? It's needy. It's comfortable to cuddle with. It's better than a ribsmith. Chapter 16. Are you still competing or not? Just as a few people were chatting in whispers, Instructor Yan Qiqiang and Counselor Morong Shui came. Morong Shui arrived and had Lin Fan count the number of people, confirming that everyone had arrived, and today's night training officially began. The instructor, Yan Qiqiang, began to speak from above, and the crowd sat up straight like a schoolboy. They tried to sneak in their cell phones too, but Morong Shui slipped back and forth. See, Morong Shui already has 3 cell phones in her hand. They felt that it was better not to bother Morong Shui with the cell phone for safekeeping, and they all listened attentively. As for how much was heard, that's unknown. After half an hour, Finally, instructor Yen Qishun finally finished speaking. There was a loud applause from below, and Murong Shui was very satisfied to see the performance of the crowd. It's time for free time down there, aka the talent show. The first one to come out to perform was naturally the vice class president, Su Ruiwen. Only Su Ruiwen walked to the front, nodding to the female classmate next to the one she was just sitting next to. The woman pulled out her cell phone and started playing music. Instantly an ancient song came out of the phone speakers. The music started and Su Ruiwen began to dance to the music, like a butterfly in a flower. Time passes quietly. The music stops and so does Su Raven. There was a loud applause from below. Su Ruiwen's dancing was indeed very good, and it looked like she had practiced. Su Ruiwen returned to her seat and purposely glanced in Lin Fan's direction. A boy came on stage next, wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses and clutching a guitar. The boys stood in front and sang to themselves. The end of the song was rewarded with a round of applause from the crowd. There are still a lot of talented people, singing, dancing, fast-talking, and stand-up comedy. It was looking like the night training was coming to an end. At that moment, a boy from a neighboring class came over, coming directly in front of Lin Fan. He opened his mouth and said, "I'm Chiu Zai, the class president of Finance Class 1. Lin Fan stood up politely even though he didn't know the purpose of Chiu Zi's visit. Lin Fan, I wonder if class president Lin dares to compare talents? Chiu Zi, he said in a bad tone. Since Lin Fan had invited Finance Class 2 to eat watermelon in the morning, his classmates felt that he was useless as the class president, and he felt that his face was completely lost. He was very angry in his heart. He hated Lin Fan very much. He had been pondering how to get his face back, and tonight he finally found his chance. He just wanted to properly humiliate Lin Fan in front of everyone, so that Lin Fan could also taste what it was like to lose face. He is not worried about Lin Fan's refusal. Lin Fan refused. Do not need him to appear. Lin Fan naturally lose face. No talent. Then the class will inevitably think of him as the class president is 100 times better than Lin Fan. Face naturally find back. If Lin Fan agreed, he wasn't afraid. His guitar was already considered a quasi-professional level. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could beat him, and when Lin Fan lost in talent, he would naturally lose face. He was winning at this point. It was as if he could now see Lin Fan's disheveled appearance as he lost face. Smug. Smug. He was very smug in his mind. Buying people's hearts and minds by watermelons. That's nothing. Having talent is really something. Before Lin Fan could say anything, the students next to him yelled, "Benji, compare yourself to him. Squad leader. I'm with you. Squad leader. Chip him." When the crowd heard Chiu Zai's words, they knew that Chiu Zai had come to provoke him, so naturally they couldn't spoil him. At this time, a system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's head. Release the mission. How can the host, being a great tycoon, be looked down upon? The host shows his talent and crushes the other side. Accept the mission and get 100% of the equity of Skydweller. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice. He had planned to teach this Chiu Zi a good lesson. Now there were also system rewards, which could only mean that the system mission had come at too timely a time. Tianjuk, he had heard his roommate say, was a particularly hot Netflix restaurant recently. They say you have to make reservations in advance for all the meals or you won't have any land when you go. The per capita spending even starts at 300, so you can say that it's a day's work. How could he not have imagined that such an awesome restaurant would soon be his? Although he didn't know how much the restaurant was worth, he was sure it was very much. He was very excited in his heart. With this restaurant, he had a great possibility to reach a small goal in his value directly. He's also officially in the billionaire category. In less than 2 days, it made him a billionaire. It really deserves to be called the monopoly growth system. It's just awesome. Okay, I promise. Lin Fan looked at Chiu Zi and said indifferently, "You first, or me first? I invited you, so naturally I came first." Chiu Zi, he said confidently. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could come up with any talent at all, but he had been observing over there for half a day, and Lin Fan hadn't come up to perform at all. Knowing that universities needed to show off in order to be recognized, if Lin Fan really had talent, he wouldn't believe that Lin Fan would hold back from showing it. Good, Lin Fan said indifferently. It didn't matter to him who performed first, the end result was the same. Although he felt somewhat bullied by Chiu Zai, but who let Chiu Zai bump into him? Then he could only say that Chiu Zai was unlucky. Chiu Zi, he couldn't pick on anyone but Lin Fan, who had a system. Chiu Zi, he went back to his class to get a guitar. The crowd in the finance class yelled and screamed, "Squad leader, go for it. Class president, you're the best." It was evident that Qiu Zai was still very influential in the first class of finance, but Qiu Zi he didn't care at all about other people's shouting. What he cared most about was what their class flower, Lu Ziyan, thought. He was captivated when he saw LV Ziyan's first glance. He originally had a higher prestige in the class than he does now, but after Lin Fan used a watermelon to buy people's hearts and minds, his prestige dropped, and even Lu Ziyan was visibly estranged from him. It made him blame Lin Fan for all of this, and he felt that it was Lin Fan who had ruined his relationship with Lu Ziyan. He provoked Lin Fan just to prove that he was better than Lin Fan. Let LV Ziyan see his true strength. He was fantasizing about Lu Ziyan seeing her victory over Lin Fan and taking the initiative to ask for her contact information. When he thought of this, he couldn't help but look up to the sky. He was a bit grateful to Lin Fan. Otherwise he wouldn't have had the chance to ask for Lu Ziyan's contact information so soon. He unconsciously had a smug smile on his face. Lin Fan looked at Qiu Ziyi, who was standing there giggling, and said without any good humor, "Are you still competing or not?" He was a bit skeptical if this Qiu Ziyi was a psychopath, giggling all by himself there, but he endured it for the sake of the system mission. Even if Qiu Ziyi had a psychosis, he would stay away from it at most. Well, it's about keeping a safe distance, lest Qiu Ziyi have a psychotic episode and hurt him. Chapter 17, The Dumb Qiu Ziyi. Qiu Ziyi instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's words. He started by straightening his clothes. Then take the guitar strap and put it around your neck. Adjusted his posture. Pluck the strings and start singing. Seriously though, Qiu Ziyi's skill is still good. At the very least, everyone thinks it's good, and it's not a newbie once you hear it. Soon a song was played. A loud applause erupted from the side of the finance class. Squad leader. Awesome. Bandmaster. That was great playing. Squad leader. Mighty. Qiu Ziyi got a little light as he listened to the cheers of his classmates, and he looked at Lin Fan triumphantly. He felt like he had completely won. He sneaked a glance at the class flower, Lu Ziyan, and sure enough, Lu Ziyan was looking at him, which instantly made him even more complacent. Hey, kid, let's see how you can compete with me. Wait for the disgrace. Qiu Ziyi thought triumphantly in his heart. Lin class president, it's your turn. Qiu Ziyi said confidently with a smile on his face. Lin Fan came to the student who had just played the guitar. Use your guitar. The boy stood up, handed his guitar over to Lin Fan and whispered, Class president, admit defeat if you can't. This guy plays like a pro. He also played the guitar. Naturally he knew that Qiu Ziyi was at a very high level, and now he directly admitted defeat. Although it was a bit humiliating, it was better than losing. Lin Fan gently patted the boy's shoulder and just smiled slightly without saying anything. Lin Fan came to the middle of the two classes, picked up the strap, put it around his neck, and gently plucked the strings to test the tone. It feels okay, not as good as Qiu Ziyi's guitar, but barely adequate. Qiu Ziyi almost didn't burst out laughing when he saw that Lin Fan was actually performing with a guitar as well. This is really playing a big sword in front of the god of Guan. He's pretty confident in his guitar skills then. He thought that Lin Fan was looking for death, to compete with him on his best guitar. Lin Fan thought about it and looked for a song that would be perfect for singing while playing on the guitar. Lin Fan gently strummed the strings, and a cheerful guitar sound rang out. As soon as Lin Fan opened his mouth, the crowd that was still talking stopped talking and quietly listened to Lin Fan sing. As Lin Fan's voice rang out, not only did Finance Class 1 and Finance Class 2 look at Lin Fan, even the several nearby classes looked here. The playground was instantly silent, with only Lin Fan's guitar and song floating around. Time flew by. As Lin Fan finished singing, both the boys and the girls at the scene stood up. There was a round of applause. Squad leader. Awesome. Squad leader. Mighty. Squad leader. I love you. Squad leader. One more. Squad leader. I want to give you a monkey. Squad leader. Squad leader. Good. It's so good. Very enthusiastic. That hustle and bustle do not know that one would think that a big star in a concert. Qiu Ziyi was completely dumbfounded when he saw how his classmates behaved. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to play the guitar so well. Simply more than professional. What's going on? He couldn't accept this. Guitar was his strong suit, and he had lost to Lin Fan in his strong suit. Although he was unconvinced in his heart, but looking at the performance of his classmates on the scene, he knew that he had lost. Lost completely and utterly. He was very bitter in his heart. Originally, there was still some prestige in the first class of finance, but by him, the prestige would definitely drop again by a large margin, or even be completely gone. He couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps in the face. Why did he ask Lin Fan to compete in a talent contest? Now he's a disgrace to his grandmother's house. Lin Fan looked at his enthusiastic classmates and was also very surprised, not understanding how the reaction was so enthusiastic. The only way to explain it is that the guitar skills given by the system are so awesome. Mission accomplished. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity stake in Skydweller. The relevant documents have been placed in the study of Villahation No. 1. Gained 5 system points. The system voice sounded in Lin Fan's head. Awesome. The system is still giving out this reward so fast. Lin Fan was very excited at this time. Getting this reward, that would officially put him in the billionaire category. He was about to give the guitar back to the boy he had just been with. Class President Lin, can I add your contact information? A nice voice rang out from next to Lin Fan. The girl was tall and very pretty with her face painted with delicate makeup. This girl was no other than the class flower of finance class 1. LV Zian. Xiaozi he almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood when he saw LV Zian take the initiative to ask Lin Fan for his contact information. He went through all the trouble just to get LV Zian's attention so that he could have a chance to ask for LV Zian's contact information. But now what? LV Zian actually took the initiative to ask Lin Fan for contact information. How can he stand it? He was so angry he almost fainted. Why do you want Lin Fan around me? Why? If it wasn't for Lin Fan, there was still a good chance that he could get LV Zian's contact information with his talent. Now I'm afraid there's no longer a hint of possibility. He instantly felt heavenly. He felt it was a hole he had dug for himself. If he didn't ask Lin Fan to test his talent, Lin Fan wouldn't show his talent at all. And if Lin Fan didn't show his talent, then LV Zian wouldn't take the initiative to ask Lin Fan for his contact information. He felt that he was a man who had pushed Lu Zian to Lin Fan. With a snap, he slapped himself hard across the face, giving himself a big slap, very loud. Everyone looked at Qiu Zai, not understanding why Qiu Zai slapped himself. Lin Fan glanced at Qiu Zihe and sighed in his heart. It's true that mentally ill people are very emotionally unstable. He looked at LV Zian in front of him. Although LV Zian was beautiful, she was still inferior to Tang Ruobing, even if LV Zian had drawn exquisite makeup. But it's kind of a pretty girl. The beautiful woman took the initiative to ask for his contact information in front of so many people. If he didn't give it, then it would be too much to say. Lin Fan took his cell phone out and the QR code opened. LV Zian hurriedly swept the code to add friends. Thanks. Lu Zian finished speaking and ran towards the location of the first finance class with a red face. Lin Fan returned the guitar to the boy, and was rewarded with the boy's adoring gaze at Lin Fan. It's almost time. This night training is officially over. Lin Fan wasn't going to go back to the villa. One was that it was too late, and the other was that he was a bit tired. Back to the dorms. Senior, you were amazing. You didn't see the girls next to me screaming at the top of their lungs, dying to get up there and jump into your arms. Old 4, I just want to know what else you don't know how to do. You're also too good. No wonder you were able to pick up the high and mighty schoolgirl tang. Senior, I'm kind of convinced that you're the teenage girl killer. The 3 roommates in the dormitory talked endlessly as soon as they returned to the dormitory. Lin Fan was too lazy to listen to their nagging, took a change of clothes and walked toward the bathroom. Chapter 18, I don't know you that well. Lin Fan finished his shower and took out his cell phone to check up on Skydweller. Skydweller was exposed by a food blogger because of its delicious dishes and became an instant hit. Those who have eaten it have praised it as delicious, making it more and more famous. The current valuation of Skyjuicer is around $80 million. Lin Fan was also shocked when he saw that Tianjuki was actually valued at 80 million. He knew that the Skydweller was worth a lot of money, but he still underestimated the value of the Skydweller. The system is awesome. This was something that had directly doubled his value to around $160 million, and now he was actually on the verge of 2 small goals. True to form, the Monopoly growth system is awesome. Lin Fan played with his cell phone for a while and felt his eyelids fighting. Today's day of military training was just too tiring. Put the phone down and go straight to bed. The night was silent. The next morning, Lin Fan woke up to the alarm, got up, and got out of bed. Wash your face and brush your teeth. The first thing I did after washing up was of course to look at today's dollar per second items. Seeing the $1 second items, Lin Fan directly froze. $1 a second for a top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Rolls-Royce Cullinan is a luxury SUV, the dream luxury car of a man's heart. Lin Fan didn't hesitate and said directly, "Purchase. Congratulations host. Purchase successful. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan has been parked in the Villahation No. 1 garage, and the car keys and related documents have been placed on the desk in the study of Villahation No. 1. The system voice rang out in time. Currently Lin Fan already had 3 luxury cars, before he would wake up laughing if he dreamed of owning one. Now he had 3 luxury cars in 3 days. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan is even higher at over $8 million. Grows his value just a little bit more. Happy, so happy today. Lin Fan happily walked towards the cafeteria as a beautiful day began. Lin Fan came to the cafeteria and purposely asked for a halogen egg for breakfast to reward himself for owning another luxury car. Senior Lin? Lin Fan didn't need to turn around to hear this nice voice to know who it was. Who else could it be if not Tang Ruobing? At this time, Tang Ruobing carried a dinner plate and sat directly next to Lin Fan. Good morning, Sister Tang. You're here for breakfast too. Lin Fan smiled and greeted Tang Ruobing. Today, Tang Ruobing wore a pink short sleeve on top and beige 9-minute pants on the bottom, her snow-white thighs showing a section, and her feet were wearing a pair of short-heeled pink small leather shoes, making her originally tall figure appear even taller. The people eating next to them were dumbfounded when they saw that Tang Ruobing actually took the initiative to sit next to Lin Fan. A man's mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit an egg in it, with an incredulous expression. You have to know that every time Tang Ruobing came to the cafeteria, she wouldn't even sit with any boys to eat except for sitting with her bestie roommate, not to mention being so talkative and laughing at dinner together. Who is this kid? So powerful that he made schoolgirl Tang take the initiative to sit next to him. Seeing that they are wearing military uniforms, they should be freshmen. Is this freshman class so powerful, taking down the high-strung schoolgirl Tang as soon as they arrive? This kid looks side-face is a little familiar. I remember. Isn't this the mysterious man who had a scandal with schoolgirl Tang? Holy, schoolgirl Tang wouldn't really have anything to do with this kid. This is too powerful. Really a model for my generation. If it wasn't for the large number of people here, I'd want to go up and recognize my big brother. Hurry up and take the picture and send it to Li Xiao, who had to settle the score with this kid yesterday. It's already been sent, and I'm guessing that young Li is already on his way here. Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, I didn't expect school brother Lin to be so diligent and get up so early. It is important to realize that very few freshmen get up this early during military training, especially the boys. How could she not have thought that Lin Fan was not only rich but also so self-disciplined? Really too different from other boys. A biological clock has developed, and I can't sleep without getting up, Lin Fan said without blushing. Naturally he wouldn't say that he was woken up by the alarm clock. Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan chatted as they ate with you and me. At that moment, a boy walked in the door of the cafeteria. The 2 men who had just been eating saw the boys and stood straight up to meet them. The 2 men came to the boys and pointed in the direction of Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing and said a few words. This boy was the young Li Guangwei, that the 2 had just spoken of. Li Guangwei's family has tens of millions of assets, is considered a small rich second generation. Li Guangwei collected the anger on his face, took a deep breath and walked towards Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Ruobing, what a coincidence, you're having breakfast too. Li Guangwei looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile on his face, unceremoniously sitting between Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing raised her head to look at Li Guangwei, and her face, which had just been wearing a smile, instantly turned cold and expressionless. Li Guangwei, please call me by my full name. I don't know you that well. Li Guangwei's face instantly froze. Just now he clearly saw Tang Ruobing talking and laughing with Lin Fan. To him this directly the tone of voice changed to be colder than ice. He felt very hurt. The little heart is so depressed it's dripping blood. He glanced at Lin Fan with an unkind look in his eyes, and he attributed it all to Lin Fan. He just couldn't understand what Tang Ruobing really saw in Lin Fan. Didn't see anything special about it except that it was a white boy, and it looked like a poor student. Humph. A poor student dares to compete with me for Tang Ruobing. He simply doesn't know the sky and the earth. He gritted his teeth and thought with hatred in his heart. A poor student only. He is a rich second generation. This society is not rely on the face of the society to eat, but also to look to the money. He instantly regained his confidence. A confident smile on his face. He pulled his sleeve upwards, and all of a sudden the fine wristwatch he just paid for was revealed. He didn't go through a lot of trouble for this watch. He looked at the Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini wristwatch on his wrist and was very proud of his heart, knowing that this watch cost him more than $1 million. And this small place in Lucheng is not sold at all. Young Li, this watch of yours is really beautiful. What brand is this? A boy behind Li Guangwei said loudly in surprise. It immediately drew the attention of the surrounding students. Li Guangwei glanced at the boy and gave the boy an appreciative look. In his heart, he thought, this little brother is quite up to it, so he can bring more in the future. Cough cough. Li Guangwei cleared his throat and glanced at Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan. Sure enough, when he saw Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan looking at him, he was even more pleased in his heart. He deliberately made a disinterested expression and said slowly, "A Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini wristwatch is just a piece." Li Guangwei's words immediately drew gasps from the surrounding students. Chapter 19, Little Fanboy Li Guangwei. Everyone looked at Li Guangwei's Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini watch. There was envy in his eyes. Asterisk. This is Richard Mille watch. Ah, really beautiful. This watch is not cheap at first sight. That's for sure. Richard Mille is a top-of-the-line luxury item. How could it be cheaper? Li Xiao is really great. Look at his look of indifference. It feels like such a watch is not rare for him at all. If I had such a watch, I could wake up laughing in my sleep. Che, if I had a watch like that, I'd stay up all night looking at it. As expected of Richard Miller, it's just beautifully atmospheric to do. Li Guangwei was very pleased to hear the crowd's comments. Kids, see that? That's the gap. He glanced at Lin Fan and thought smugly in his heart. Another boy next to Li Guangwei looked around at the crowd and asked aloud, "Young Li, this wristwatch must not be cheap, right?" Li Guangwei waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's not much, just a little over $1 million. The people were all dumbfounded when they heard that Li Guangwei's wristwatch actually cost more than $1 million. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock and their eyes were rolling round and round. All want to see why this watch is worth over $1 million. Asterisk. It's really poverty that limits my imagination. Such a small wristwatch. It costs more than $1 million. This is too extravagant. More than $1 million. But it's enough to buy an ordinary house in Willow City, right? Awesome. Really awesome. No wonder they say that poor people play with cars and rich people play with watches. Such a tiny thing actually costs more than $1 million. It's really unbelievable. I thought it was tens of thousands of dollars. But I didn't realize it would take more than $1 million. It's unimaginable." A faint smile appeared on Li Guangwei's face as he heard the crowd's comments. Delighted, pleased, or pleased. He looked at Lin Fan, wanting to see a look of shame on Lin Fan's face. He was now showing his strength, and he believed that Lin Fan would know what to do. He was very pleased in his heart. A poor student still wanted to compete with him for tangruobbing. It was simply a fool's dream. He wanted to see a change in Lin Fan's face, but he was destined to be disappointed. Lin Fan was there eating calmly since the beginning. There was no extra expression on his face at all. What's going on? It's not like the script he was thinking of. Shouldn't this kid have turned away in shame? Why are you still eating so calmly? Forced composure. Yes, it must be forced composure. But in fact, the mind panicked a bunch. Humph. I'd like to see how long you kids pretend. Li Guangwei thought darkly in his mind. Lin Fan finished eating the food on his plate and saw that Tang Ruobing had finished eating as well. School sister Tang, have you had enough? Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Aha. Tang Ruobing nodded and hemmed. Well then, let's go. Lin Fan got up and was ready to clean up his plate. His sleeves were a bit long. He pulled up his sleeves upwards, and all of a sudden his Richard Mille RM027 wristwatch was revealed. When Li Guangwei saw that Lin Fan even ignored him, he was very angry in his heart and was about to stand up and teach Lin Fan a lesson. But when he saw Lin Fan's Richard Mille RM027 watch, he directly froze. He quickly became agitated and stood up, going forward and directly about to grab Lin Fan's hand. Lin Fan's eyes were quick. He directly pulled his hand away, looked at Li Guangwei, and said with a black face, "That whoever. I'm not good with men. Please respect yourself." Hearing Lin Fan's words, Li Guangwei hurriedly said, "Big brother, I'm not good with men either." He then asked excitedly, "Big brother, this watch of yours is the Richard Mille RM027? Lin Fan glanced at his wristwatch and nodded. "It really is a Richard Mille RM027. It's a beautiful watch," Li Guangwei said in surprise. His eyes were fixed straight on the Richard Mille RM027. This is the legendary Richard Mille RM027, which is not something that anyone can just buy. This Richard Mille RM027 is a whopping $5 million, 4 or 5 times as much as his Richard Mille RM11-01 Mancini. More critical is not you can buy it with money. This watch is a limited edition. Only 50 pieces in the world. It can be seen very precious. It was a watch favored by a real big shot, and he hadn't expected to see it here today. The key was also worn on the hand of a man he considered a poor student. Inside he was a bitter man. "Biggie, you're so awesome. Why are you still so low-key?" He suddenly had a twinkle in his eye and thought this was a great opportunity to meet the big man. He hurriedly said to Lin Fan, "Boss, from today onwards you're my boss. So thick thighs do not embrace. Is still waiting for the next time? The opportunity to come to be brave to seize, or the opportunity to run away regret." He was glad he hadn't said anything out of line. or else he'd have upset the big man. And that would have been the end of it. Lin Fan looked at Li Guangwei in front of him and always felt that this Li Guangwei was not normal. Is it another psychopath? I don't understand how Willowtown University has so many psychopaths, he thought helplessly in his mind. Lin Fan was ready to put the plate into the tableware recycling area, but Li Guangwei snatched it directly from Lin Fan's hand. Boss, I'll just do such a small thing, Li Guangwei said with a smile at Lin Fan. He packed up Lin Fan's tableware, and when he saw Tang Ruobing's tableware, he also went straight to work to help pack it up. As he cleaned up, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, you and the boss can just leave directly. I'll clean up here for you." When Tang Ruobing heard Li Guangwei call her sister-in-law, her ears suddenly turned red, but she didn't explain anything, and had a different feeling in her heart. The crowd was all confused when they saw Li Guangwei's behavior. The crowd's shocked mouths were wide open, as if they were able to fit an egg in, full of incredulity. Is this the same spirited young Li who was just here? Why does it feel like Lin Fan's little brother? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is young Li crazy? Surprisingly, he's being so respectful to a freshman. I think it must have something to do with the wristwatch on that kid's hand. It was Li Xiao who saw that wristwatch that changed his attitude. That makes some sense. But how can a wristwatch be so magical? Asterisk 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 asterisk. That wristwatch worn by that kid just now is as high as $5 million. This is too much. I go. It's still true. This is too powerful. This is just a proper big brother. $5 million for a wristwatch. It's unimaginable. It didn't occur to me that our Willow City University still has such a hidden big brother. It's just that this big brother is also too low-key. Chapter 20, I parked that sports car yesterday. Senior sister Tang. Let's go. Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. Since Li Guangwei is willing to help them clean up, then let Li Guangwei clean up. For the mentally ill patients must meet their requirements. Otherwise when their condition worsens, it will be troublesome. What a nice guy himself. All this concern for the mentally ill. Lin Fan marveled in his heart. If Li Guangwei knew what was going on in Lin Fan's mind, he would surely spray out his old blood from more than 20 years ago. Tang Ruobing nodded and stood up. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing walked towards the outside of the cafeteria, in front of the dormitory. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing returned to the dormitory after separating. Found the other three roommates still asleep. Lin Fan turned on his computer, found a song, and turned the stereo up to maximum. Instantly the whole house drifted in song. Asterisk 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 me. 4. What are you doing turning it up so loud? The first one who couldn't stand it was the second one. Li Muyang. Hurry up. You're going to be late. Don't blame me for not warning you when you get penalized for running by the instructor. Lin Fan fought the landlord and said without lifting his head. When the three heard this, they hurriedly sat up. Military training was already tiring and torturous enough. They didn't want to go back to being punished for running. The three quickly finished packing. Lin Fan turned off his computer and went out of the dormitory, and the four of them walked towards the playground. The four of them arrived at the playground to find that quite a few people had already come. At this point, a few people gathered to say something. Old Zhang, do you know what I saw last night? One of the boys said excitedly. Old Wang, could it be that you saw a ghost? Old Zhang looked at Old Wang and asked suspiciously. Asterisk 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 off. You're the one seeing ghosts. Last night I was hungry and went out to get food, and I walked by the parking lot and saw a sports car. Old King said triumphantly. Che, isn't a sports car normal? It's not like we don't have rich second generation in Lu University. Old Zhang skimmed his mouth and said in disbelief. What do you know? That's no ordinary sports car. TSK TSK TSK. That shape is really beautiful. Old Wang immediately retorted. He took out his cell phone and pointed to a picture on it and continued excitedly. I took a picture with my cell phone and came to show you if it's beautiful. I go. It's really pretty. Which big young man is this coming to our Lu University, driving such an awesome sports car? Looking at the photo, Old Zhang, who had just retorted, suddenly exclaimed in shock. Old Wang instantly had a smug smile on his face. Now you guys believe me. Hey, I'm not lying to you. It really didn't occur to me that our Lu University has such a powerful person. It's really an eye-opening experience. At this time, Monsignor walked over. He was very proud of himself at the moment. He had borrowed the Porsche Cayenne from his cousin yesterday and was going to pretend. This Porsche Cayenne was the top of the line, and the car cost his cousin nearly $1 million at the time. No, with the car keys in his hand, he kept turning them, just as if he was afraid that people wouldn't see him. He looked at Lin Fan with contempt in his eyes. What's the use of being handsome? What's the use of being class president? Nowadays this society still depends on strength. What is strength? Driving a sports car is power. He couldn't believe that the class flower, Su Ruiwan, wouldn't be moved by the sight of the sports car he was driving. He had just heard the crowd talking, and vaguely heard old Wang and old Zhang as they discussed the sports cars in the parking lot. He was very pleased in his heart, not living up to his dead weight of borrowing a car from his cousin. It was worth it. At this moment, he seemed to see the scene where the class flower, Su Ruiwan, sat inside his sports car and took the initiative to ask for his contact information. What are you doing? Monsignor asked in a fake manner. Old Meng, we were just talking about the sports car that showed up on the parking lot. That sports car is so beautiful, and I don't know which big guy's sports car it is. Old Wan looked at Meng Xiqing inside. Oh, this? I thought it was something big. A big fuss. Meng Xiqing said with an indifferent expression. Old Meng, you've drifted. This is a sports car. This is not a big deal. Then what do you call a big deal? Old Wang was not happy when he heard Meng Xiqing's words. If you're talking about the sports car on the school parking lot, then I can tell you for sure that I parked that sports car yesterday. Monsignor looked like he was on cloud 9. It's like talking about a bike instead of a sports car. When the crowd heard Meng Xiqing's words, they gasped out in shock. I'll go. Old Meng. Deep hiding. I didn't realize that the big brother we've always envied was you. Old Meng. Awesome. Please accept my little brother's knee. Old Meng. That sports car of yours is so beautiful. No, you can't call Old Meng anymore. You have to call Meng Xiao. Meng Xiao. I want to hug my thigh. Meng Xiqing felt light and airy when he heard everyone's boasting. It's such a great feeling to be patted on the back. He unconsciously glanced at Lin Fan, who was not far away next to him. What's the point of making you class president? Brother has the ability of money. It is not a poor man like you. He was very pleased with himself at this point and wanted to laugh with glee. At this time, old Wang rubbed his hands together and smiled at Meng Xiqing. Young Meng, when are you going to start up that Lamborghini bat of yours so we can all hear the sound? The Lamborghini bat sports car is said to sound particularly good, and all of us are quite curious. What Lamborghini bat? Mine is clearly a Porsche Cayenne. Okay. These dirtbags can even get the name of the car wrong. He thought these people hadn't seen the world and had misidentified the car. Cough cough. Monsignor cleared his throat and spoke. Class is over. Any time. And just for the record, my sports car is called a Porsche Cayenne, not some Lamborghini bat. When old Wang heard Meng Xiqing's words, he asked suspiciously. That's not right, young Meng. That car is the Lamborghini bat. If you don't believe me, take a look. The picture is here, he said, handing his cell phone to Monsieur. Meng Xiqing saw the sports car in his cell phone and directly froze. Surprisingly, it really is a Lamborghini Batmobile. Instead of his Porsche Cayenne, which was half loaded with air. The sports car wasn't his, which was a little embarrassing. But even if this sports car Lamborghini bat is not his Porsche Cayenne is. He was sure none of these people had ever been in a Porsche Cayenne. He instantly regained his confidence. A confident grin suddenly appeared on his face again. This Lamborghini bat is indeed not the sports car I have. Like this sports car only a real big young man can afford to drive. Monsignor shook his head and sighed. He also wants to have a Lamborghini bat sports car. But the strength does not allow. This sports car is more than $7 million. Is his cousin cannot afford to buy. Envy. I don't know which big brother parked in the parking lot. If I can make a good relationship with this big brother, it will help me a lot in the future when I go into the society. He wondered if he wanted to get out of class and go squat in the parking lot. He gritted his teeth. Go, make sure you know the big guy. Senior, what's this in your pocket? Looks pretty upscale? Boss Zhang Zicheng took out something like a car key from Lin Fan's pocket. Chapter 21, I really don't have anything with Sister Tang. Senior, what's this in your pocket? Looks pretty upscale? Lin Fan sat down on the ground and the car keys fell out of his pocket. Boss Zhang Zicheng took the car keys out of Lin Fan's pocket. Old Wang heard Zhang Zicheng's call and looked over just in time to see Zhang Zicheng take the car keys out of Lin Fan's pocket. Old Wang's eyes were wide open at this time. With a look of disbelief, he walked quickly to Zhang Zicheng's side and said excitedly, Can I have a look? Zhang Zicheng didn't understand why this old Wang was so excited, but he still handed the car keys to the old Wang. Beautiful. The texture. The weight. Yes, it's true. Surprisingly true. Old Wang said to himself, getting more and more excited. Ben, Chief, are these your car keys? Old Wang looked at Lin Fan and asked with a bit of a stutter in excitement. Lin Fan glanced at old Wang and nodded. So the Lamborghini Batmobile in the parking lot belongs to you, squad leader? Old Wang looked at Lin Fan and asked excitedly. He couldn't be wrong this time. This car key was for the Lamborghini Batmobile. Why does he know? I have to say he was a sports car fanatic, and although he couldn't afford a sports car, he bought a lot of various sports car keys. From what? Somewhere. Of course. Lin Fan said indifferently. If you're talking about the black Lamborghini Bat in the east parking lot, it is indeed mine. The crowd looked at Lin Fan with shocked faces when they heard his words. Each one's mouth was wide open and their eyes were rolling. How could they not expect this awesome sports car to be Lin Fan's? It was really because Lin Fan looked simply too far away from those great young men they had imagined. Which of those great young men were not arrogant and looked down on ordinary people like them? In looking at Lin Fan, there was no shelf at all. It was simply down to earth. Holy, I didn't realize the real big man was the class president. That's amazing. The class president looks so nice and doesn't have any attitude at all. It's surprising that he's a hidden bigot. The class president is too low-key. Right. If not for the accidental discovery of the class president's car keys today, I don't know how long it would have been hidden. Class president is not only multi-talented, but also young and golden. What a perfect person. And only Schoolmarm Tang is worthy of class president. Squad leader, are you still missing the pendant on your leg? Class president, please take my knee. You are amazing. Squad leader, I love you. Meng Xiqing was instantly confused when he learned that the Lamborghini Batmobile was actually Lin Fan's. He had just thought about how to curry favor with that big brother, but he didn't realize how ironic it was that that big brother was Lin Fan. He felt a pang of darkness now. He was not selected for class president and lost to Lin Fan. Then the sports car was a losing battle again. He felt that ever since he met Lin Fan, things hadn't gone well. He now felt that Lin Fan was his nemesis. He would have passed out if he hadn't been leaning against the tree next to him. He now had a pang of sadness in his heart. How was he so unlucky to be assigned to a class with Lin Fan? He felt a pang of dimness for the rest of his days, and felt that he would never get out again. He looked at Lin Fan, who was surrounded by the crowd, and his heart was more bitter than if he had eaten Huanglian. Soon the instructor Yan Qiqiang came, and this morning's military training officially began. While resting, Lin Fan received a message from Tang Ruobing. Senior Lin, do you remember owing me a meal? Remember, when Sister Tang wants to eat something, let me know. I've thought about what to eat. I wonder if schoolmate Lin has time to treat me at noon today? Lin Fan mused for a moment. Today was even more tiring than the first day of military training. He thought about refusing Tang Ruobing, hoping to treat her to dinner after the military training was over. At this time, the system voice suddenly sounded in Lin Fan's mind. Posting tasks. How can you be a great tycoon and go back on your word? Promise to treat Tang Ruobing to dinner and rewarded with consummate level fighting skills. No reward for refusing to invite Tang Ruobing to dinner. Lin Fan suddenly froze when he heard the system voice. This time, the system reward was actually a fighting skill. He realized after a day of military training yesterday that his physical fitness really needs to be improved. And he was thinking of getting a gym card when he finished his military training and going to the gym every day. After all, he was going to be the one who was going to become a tycoon. And he didn't want to just become a tycoon and get sick and take medicine all day. It didn't occur to him that the system was so thoughtful as to send him fighting skills. Fighting was a great test of physical fitness, and he was sure that once he absorbed the fighting skills, his physical fitness would reach a high level. He didn't hesitate and directly chose to agree to treat Tang Ruobing to dinner. Yes, I'll be in touch when class is over. Okay, then I'll wait for news from Senior Lin. Lin Fan put away his cell phone. At this time, the system voice rang out. The reward has been issued to the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan inwardly had to sigh a sigh of relief. The system is really powerful in doing things. He looked up to find his 3 roommates in the dorm looking at him. Lin Fan asked suspiciously, "There are flowers on my face? Old 4, honestly tell me if you're making love to schoolgirl Tang again?" Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked with a gossipy face. "Yesterday, school sister Tang did me a favor. So today I'm just treating school sister Tang to dinner." Lin Fan looked at the gossipy Zhang Ziqiang and said without a trace of anger, "I don't know why all these people were so gossipy." It really made Lin Fan speechless for a while. "Still just? Lao Si, can you think about how we single dogs feel? Eating dog food from you and schoolgirl Tang every day is making us sick." The second oldest, Li Muyang, said with a helpless face. "Right, old 4, in the future, can you and schoolgirl Tang make love to each other and avoid us? That dog food really doesn't taste good." The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said with a bitter smile. "I really don't have anything with Sister Tang," Lin Fan explained helplessly. But look at the expressions of the three. A look of disbelief. It seems to be saying, going out to eat with schoolgirl Tang 2 times in 3 days and still saying there is nothing. Who believes it? Lin Fan was too lazy to explain. Just in time for the break to arrive. And then continued the military training. It was soon noon. Lin Fan made a call to Tang Ruobing and told her that he was going back to the dormitory to change his set of clothes. He returned to the dormitory to take off his military training clothes, rushed into the bathroom, and couldn't wait to take out the fighting skills in the system backpack. Use. All of a sudden, he felt various fighting techniques appear in his mind, while his body was changing dramatically. It made him feel like his body was expanding, and it was a good thing that the feeling didn't last long. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked down at his body, realizing that he had prominent 2 packs and 8 abdominal muscles. Instantly filled with surprise, he now felt that his entire body was filled with power. He was sure that training as intense as the military training was now would not tire him at all anymore. The system is awesome. The system is always God. Lin Fan didn't forget that he still had to go out to dinner with Tang Ruobing, and he took a quick cool shower. Lin Fan quickly put on a piece of clothing and headed out of the dormitory. Chapter 22, I'll show you where to go. After Tang Ruobing answered Lin Fan's call, she simply cleaned up and went downstairs. She came to the entrance of the east gate of Lu University and stood outside near the parking lot waiting for Lin Fan. The last time she came to school, she arrived in Lin Fan's car, and she thought Lin Fan had put it here. At this time, a red sports car stopped next to them, and a head poked out of the car, looking at Tang Ruobing and asking loudly, "Where are you going, sister-in-law? I'll give you a ride." The person who came was no other than Li Guangwei. Now Li Guangwei, and not having a single thought about Tang Ruobing, calling your sister-in-law is so smooth and respectful. Tang Ruobing heard Li Guangwei call her sister-in-law again, causing her ears to add some more pink color. "No need. Lin Fan will drive up later," Tang Ruobing said calmly, her tone slightly less icy. "Wow." A moment later, Big Brother to come. "Ah, that's fine. I'll wait here for a moment, Big Brother. The least we can do is say hello." Li Guangwei's eyes lit up when he heard Tang Ruobing's words. He decided to see what kind of car Lin Fan drove. If it was not a sports car, he could lend this sports car to Lin Fan. Then the relationship between the two of them would not be another step forward. To know that he drove this sports car is a Lamborghini Gallardo Maverick, although it is the cheapest configuration, but it also cost him more than $3 million. He usually love and cherish it, never willing to lend it to others. He was really treating Lin Fan as a big brother, going so far as to lend Lin Fan his beloved car. Not long afterward, a loud engine sound came from the Lu University campus. Li Guangwei knew it was a supercar as soon as he heard the sound. He poked his head out and looked to the front of the school, wanting to see what kind of sports car it was and how it sounded more powerful than the sound of his sports car. Let his heart is very unconvincing. He intends to see who dares to be so arrogant. He is ready to teach the other party a good lesson there. A black sports car scurried out from the entrance of the school and finally stopped in front of Li Guangwei. Li Guangwei looked at the sports car that stopped in front of him and blurted out in shock, "Lamborghini Bat SV." His mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit an egg inside. He was a sports car fan, and this sports car was a Batmobile, but not just any Batmobile, but the awesome Lamborghini Bat SV. Ordinary sports car Bat price is about the same as his calf, but this Bat SV is up to more than $7 million. The key is still a limited edition. Not you have the money to buy it. Just as he was shocked, the scissor doors slowly opened and a young man stepped down. Who is this person if not Lin Fan? Li Guangwei was instantly dumbfounded when he saw Lin Fan walk down from the car. How did he not expect Lin Fan to be driving a Lamborghini Bat SV, which was a limited edition supercar? Soon he was excited. Having the ability to buy such an awesome Lamborghini Bat SV proved that Lin Fan was indeed very strong. Even more so, he was determined to hold on to Lin Fan as his thigh. "Sister Tang, sorry for being late." Lin Fan gave Tang Ruobing an apologetic smile. "Not late. I just got here too," Tang Ruobing said with a faint smile. Next to him, Li Guangwei, who had just gotten off the car, instantly froze again when he saw Tang Ruobing smile. He should know that when he used to chase after Tang Ruobing had a cold face every time, making him think that Tang Ruobing could not smile and was an ice-cold beauty. Now it seems that it is still his own charm that is not enough. Look at Tang Ruobing in front of the boss, well-behaved like a neighborhood sister. The boss is so awesome that he's brought all the high-flying goddesses down to earth. Li Guangwei admired Lin Fan even more in his heart, his eyes full of envy. Lin Fan was dumbfounded when he saw Li Guangwei get out of the car. With a slight frown, he looked at Li Guangwei and opened his mouth to ask, "You have something?" He sighed. He was such a nice guy, and so concerned about a mentally ill person. When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's words, he instantly woke up and hurriedly walked up and said with a smile, "It's not that I heard my sister-in-law say that the boss is coming and waited to say hello to the boss." Lin Fan glanced at Li Guangwei and nodded. "Okay, hello, you can go now." "Okay, it's my fault for not being long-sighted. I'll leave now. I won't disturb boss's date with his sister-in-law," Li Guangwei said as he backed away and kept giving Lin Fan a squeeze. It made Lin Fan look speechless for a while. Tang Ruobing heard Li Guangwei call her sister-in-law in front of Lin Fan, causing her ears, which had just returned to normal, to flush again. Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and opened his mouth to ask, "Sister Tang, let's get in the car first." Because some people had started to gather in front of the school, Lin Fan didn't want to be treated like a monkey. Tang Ruobing naturally understood and nodded, lifting her leg and walking to the passenger seat to sit in. "Sister Tang, where are we going to eat?" Lin Fan entered the car and turned to look at Tang Ruobing. Just now on the phone Tang Ruobing hadn't been able to tell him where to eat either, and by now he didn't even know Tang Ruobing's destination. Tang Ruobing looked at the luxury car decoration inside the sports car and was also surprised in her heart. She thought that Lin Fan only had a Mercedes-Benz Big G, but she didn't think that Lin Fan had such a luxury sports car. She was getting more and more curious about Lin Fan, and was eager to figure out what kind of person Lin Fan really was. Obviously a rich second generation, but without the arrogance of those rich second generation. Empty-eyed, Lin Fan gave her the feeling of being very grounded, making her very comfortable to be around. She narrowed her eyes when she heard Lin Fan's question and said, "I'll show you the location. Just drive." Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't think that it was this time. Tang Ruobing was still selling out, but it didn't matter. As long as he knew as much as he did when he arrived at his destination, he just knew it a little later. He started the car and with a kick of the gas pedal, the sports car instantly sprinted away and quickly disappeared in front of the Willow Gate. Lin Fan didn't realize that the brief moment he'd just spent at the entrance to the Lu Gate had been transmitted to the campus forum. The forums instantly exploded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of sports car is this? It looks so beautiful. Upstairs I suspect you have an eye problem. Is it now that you care if the sports car is pretty or not? It's the high and cold Tang school beauty who actually got into this sports car. Holy, it's really schoolgirl Tang. I didn't expect the high and mighty schoolgirl Tang to bow down to the ability to pay money. But schoolgirl Tang should just be going out to eat with her friends. After all, it's lunchtime at this hour. I'm still curious about what kind of sports car this sports car is. I'll buy one in the future. Upstairs brother, you'd better wake up. This is a limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV. More than $7 million. Your family has a mind to consider buying one. I go. So expensive. Where is this great young man from? This is too powerful. I don't think this is the youngest member of our Lu University, but I've never seen this sports car before. I'm pretty sure this sports car belongs to our Willow University. I saw it parked there yesterday when I was parking in East. Which one of the big boys has changed his car? Why does this kid's back look somewhat familiar? Asterisk 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 asterisk. It wouldn't be the mysterious man who had a scandal with schoolgirl Tang, would it? When you say it like that, it's really like that. It seems like schoolgirl Tang this is really a famous woman. I'm really sad. Che, say it like you have a chance if schoolgirl Tang doesn't have an owner. Chapter 23. As long as you're not afraid of getting fat, you can eat whatever you want. This look is the class president. The class president is really low-key, but it feels like schoolmarm Tang and the class president are quite a match. In one of the dormitories, old Wang took a bite of instant noodles and mumbled as he looked at the photos in his cell phone. Lin Fan's 3 roommates returned to the dormitory. Boss Zhang Zicheng suddenly shrieked out in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's awesome that senior is on the campus hot seat again. Boss, hurry up and let me see. What is old 4 on the hot seat for this time? The second oldest, Li Muyang, asked eagerly. I'll go. This is old 4 dating schoolgirl Tang being photographed. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, also came over and exclaimed, "It's a good thing the 3 of us finished eating, or else we'd probably be instantly stuffed when we saw this dog food feeding image." Boss Zhang Zicheng spat. But seriously, Lao Si is really something. He's on the campus hotspot for 3 days, and he's become a campus celebrity just after the start of this school year. It's really enviable. The second oldest, Li Muyang, said with a face full of envy. Zhang Zicheng and Wang Jiang nodded coincidentally, both agreeing with Li Muyang's statement. Who didn't want to become an enviable and powerful person? Lin Fan drove the car, and after Tang Ruobing's command all the way, he finally arrived at his destination. Lin Fan parked the car and the 2 of them stepped out of the car.
Tang Ruobing led Lin Fan to the front of the restaurant.
Lin Fan froze directly when he looked at the name of the restaurant. The 3 gilt letters Sky Dweller instantly caught his eye. Lin Fan sighed in his heart, what a coincidence. He also exclaimed yesterday that he was waiting for the end of military training to come to Tianjuki to take a look. How to say that Tianjuki is also considered his first physical industry. The most important thing is to come and taste the food here, and if it is as good as the internet says it is. Tang Ruobing looked at the frothing Lin Fan, lifted her head, and said with a smile, Senior Lin, I'm going to ruthlessly slaughter you today. Lin Fan smiled and said, as long as you're not afraid of getting fat, eat whatever you want. Senior Lin, you're so annoying. Tang Ruobing beamed. Don't you know that women are most afraid of gaining weight? How can you let people eat properly when you say that? Tang Ruobing complained about Lin Fan in her heart. Lin Fan was a bit puzzled when he saw Tang Ruobing's appearance. He was just being honest. After all, this is his territory. As long as Tang Ruobing is not afraid to grow fat and not afraid to eat, casually eat. Lin Fan shook his head. A girl's mind was really hard to guess. Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan's confused eyes and sighed, schoolmate Lin is really a log. Sister Tang, I heard that it seems like you need to make reservations in advance here. I have no problem inviting you, but I didn't make a reservation in advance. Lin Fan said with some distress. He didn't intend to reveal his identity as the owner of Skydweller. He didn't feel the need to. If he did, it would feel like he was pretending to show off in front of Tang Ruobing. He didn't think it was necessary. It was better for him to get along with Tang Ruobing naturally, and he wouldn't go out of his way to deliberately please Tang Ruobing. Tang Ruobing did help him yesterday, and it was only right for him to treat Tang Ruobing to dinner. Don't worry, Senior Lin. Since I brought you here, I'm prepared. I've already reserved a place in the hall. Come on, let's go in. I'm having the landlord today. After Tang Ruobing finished speaking, she took the lead and headed inside. Lin Fan hurriedly followed. When he walked into the hall, he immediately saw that there were already many people sitting in the hall, filled with laughter and discussion everywhere. The food here is really good, and the key is that it's not too expensive. It's just that you need to make a reservation every time, and you can't come anytime. This does taste good and feels better than some of the big hotels make. I didn't realize that old Yang Your Tongue is quite powerful. The chef of this Tianjuki is said to be the one that the owner of this place poached from a 5-star hotel at great expense. No wonder. I was still wondering in my mind, how come the meals here are so delicious? It turns out that they are made by the chef of a 5-star hotel. That's not surprising. I really didn't expect to spend such a small amount of money, but to be able to taste the dishes that can only be eaten in a 5-star hotel, it's really worth it. Yeah, if the food here wasn't good it wouldn't be so hot. The owner of this place is so awesome and visionary. Would really like to meet this boss and see what kind of a person it is? You don't have to think about that. There are many bosses who want to meet Boss Tianjuk, but they've all been rejected, so no one knows what kind of person Boss Tianjuk is. This Skydweller boss is really mysterious. Who says it isn't? When the food is served, hurry up and eat the food. It won't be good if it gets cold. Tang Ruobing was also curious about this Skydweller owner after hearing the surrounding chatter. Lin Fan unconsciously touched his nose and sighed in his heart. How did I not know I was so mysterious? Tang Ruobing came to the front desk and reported the reservation information. The front desk arranged for a waiter to bring Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan to an empty table. Sir, ma'am, may I take your order now? The servicewoman asked politely. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his hand and said with a smile, I'm treating you today, so feel free to order whatever you want. There's no need to save money for me. When Tang Ruobing heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately smiled and said, then I'll be polite and ruthlessly slaughter you today. Lin Fan just smiled and didn't say anything. Tang Ruobing picked up the menu and was about to order. Tang Ruobing? A young man's voice came. Tang Ruobing raised her head and looked at the visitor. Her eyes filled with doubt. The young man saw Tang Ruobing's appearance and knew that Tang Ruobing didn't recognize him. I'm Choi Hee-wang. Ah, high school classmate. Come to think of it, Choi Shi-wang's eyes were fixed on Tang Ruobing as he reminded. Seems to ring a bell, Tang Ruobing said with some uncertainty. When she was in high school, she could only recognize all of her female classmates. And as for her male classmates, she didn't even know what their names were. As for Choi Shi-wang, also only vaguely some impression. As for the name, naturally do not know. Choi Shi-wang heard Tang Ruobing's words and was overjoyed. He was still really afraid that if Tang Ruobing didn't remember a word, then he would have to vomit blood in depression. And this is? Choi Shi-wang glanced at Lin Fan next to Tang Ruobing and asked suspiciously. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of hostility. He didn't understand how the high and cold Tang Ruobing could be eating with Lin Fan. This is schoolmate Lin.
Tang Ruobing said faintly.
When Cui Shiwang heard Tang Ruobing's words and learned that Lin Fan was a student, the hostility in his eyes dissipated quite a bit, but there was more than a touch of contempt in his eyes. He stopped looking at Lin Fan and said with a smile, I didn't think you'd come here to eat too.
Should we join you? I'll ask for a private room. Doesn't the box need to be booked in advance? Tang Ruobing looked at Cui Shiwang and asked suspiciously.
When she made her reservation, the private rooms were already booked out and she had no choice but to book a lobby spot. That's for other people. For me there's no need to book at all. Cui Shiwang's face was disdainful and said proudly.
Chapter 24, Don't interrupt my dinner with Sister Tang.
The surrounding people looked over when they heard Cui Shiwang's words. This made Cui Shiwang feel even more pleased in his heart.
Who is this kid that he can go to the box without a reservation? It can't be bragging. I don't think it's likely either. How can there be empty private rooms when the Skydweller is full every day? I know about this kid. He is said to be the nephew of Cui Wanliang, the head of the purchasing department of Tianjikai. I said it. So there's someone on the inside. Someone on the inside is good for business. Cui Shiwang's face became even more smug as he heard the murmurs around him. He is relying on his uncle's relationship as the head of procurement here, and often brings some friends here to eat and pretend. He felt particularly honored and satisfied every time. He looked at Tang Ruobing. In the past when he went to school, he heard that Tang Ruobing's family was good, but now it seems to be just average. If it was really good, it wouldn't be only able to eat in the hall. The idea that he didn't dare to think about when he was in school suddenly sprouted now, and he felt that he was worthy of Tang Ruobing. Ruobing, come on, let's go to the box and eat. Cui Shiwang stared at Tang Ruobing and said confidently. He felt that he had demonstrated his strength. His uncle, Cui Wanliang, was the head of the purchasing department and had friendships with many bosses. He believed that as long as Tang Ruobing wasn't stupid, she wouldn't reject herself. He glanced at Lin Fan next to him, full of disdain. Such a poor walk into society can only be a beggar. There is no way to compare with him. He was now followed by the Sons of Millionaires, which was a network of people, shaking off Lin Fan by 100,000 miles, so he naturally wouldn't put Lin Fan in his eyes. When Tang Ruobing heard Cui Shiwang's words, she immediately furrowed her willow brows and said with the icy coldness of her tone, It's fine for us to eat in this hall, and please call me by my full name. We don't know each other that well. When Cui Shiwang heard Tang Ruobing's words, he was immediately embarrassed. That's not what he thought it was. Just as Cui Shiwang was about to continue pestering Tang Ruobing, a system voice rang in Lin Fan's head. Release the mission. Cleaning up assholes. How can a great tycoon allow assholes to exist in his business? Accepting the mission. Rewarded with consummate level basketball skills. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was happy to hear the system mission. He had originally hated this kind of behavior of using relationships in his heart, and the key was still so blatantly showing off in front of him, his boss. Even if the system does not release the task, Lin Fan does not intend to let go of Cui Wanliang uncle and nephew. As the head of the procurement department can even arbitrarily reserve the box, which seriously affects the hotel efficiency. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at Cui Shiwang, faintly saying asked, Your uncle didn't give you fewer boxes, did he? When Cui Shiwang heard Lin Fan's question, a smug smile appeared on his face, and with a disinterested look, he calmly said, I have the strength to do this, so why don't I use it? I wonder how this is paid for each time. Lin Fan asked indifferently. He had to figure out if this Cui Wanliang was just reserving the box or if there was something else. Ha ha ha, I've never spent money eating here, Cui Shiwang said triumphantly. His uncle is the head of the purchasing department here. Every time to his uncle's account. Of course. Every time he controls the price of consumption cannot be too outrageous, which is also his uncle explained. The few people who followed Cui Shiwang instantly burst out laughing as well. When we, Cui Xiao, come here to eat, it's just like being in our own home. We don't have to spend any money at all. That's right, this is Cui Xiao's territory. Ask the waiter if he dares to ask Cui Xiao for money. This kid is too ignorant of Cui Xiao's strength. It's the manager here who has to give Cui Xiao some face. This kid looks like a student who just started college and knows too little about people who are truly powerful. These people are all following Cui Shiwang along to mix food and drink. Naturally, they want to hold Cui Shiwang in high esteem. When Cui Shiwang heard the words of the crowd behind him, he felt light and airy. The smile on his face became even more triumphant. Aren't you afraid the owner of this place will fire your uncle if you do that? Lin Fan asked the question in his heart. Theoretically speaking, Cui Shiwang doing this would affect the restaurant's income very much. But why didn't the previous owner stop it? Which made him feel a bit strange. Ha ha ha, the owner here and my uncle are good buddies. Not to mention that I don't have any problem coming in for an occasional meal, or even every day. Chui Shiwang glanced at Lin Fan and said smugly. Lin Fan now realized that the original boss probably didn't care about this place at all, trusting Chui Wanliang to the point that he probably didn't even know what was going on here. But now that this sky dweller was his, then such a thing would definitely not be allowed to exist in the future. Alright, you guys can go now. Don't disturb me from eating with senior sister Tang. Lin Fan waved his hand and said like he was chasing away flies. Kid, you really don't know the sky and the earth. Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you kick me out? Chui Shiwan looked at Lin Fan and said with a gloomy face, now it's you who's being evicted. And I'm sure soon your uncle will be evicted to keep you company. Lin Fan said with a calm face. He was going to deal with Chui Wanliang's problem after he finished eating with Tang Ruobing, and this problem had to be solved today. So a little while later he let Chui Wanliang roll away after dinner. Ha ha ha, boy you're killing me with laughter. You have the audacity to drive my uncle away. Who do you think you are? When Chui Shiwang heard Lin Fan's words, he instantly burst out laughing and said with a face full of disdain. The people eating in the hall shook their heads and sighed when they heard Lin Fan's words. This brat even wants to drive away Chui Wanliang. He really thinks of himself as a person. Don't you know that Chui Wanliang is the brother of the boss here? It's really whimsical. This young man is probably trying to pretend to be a bully in front of that beautiful woman, without even understanding the situation. He's talking big. Now he's going to lose face in front of the beautiful woman. That person is Chui Wanliang, right? I didn't expect Chui Wanliang to come out at this time. This kid is probably going to be kicked out. Chui Wanliang happened to pass by the hall and heard it being very noisy. He was already in a bad mood, and now someone dared to cause trouble in the hall. He got a call from his original boss this morning telling him that Skyjacket had been sold. It put him in a bad mood instantly. What kind of temperament this new boss had? He didn't know. He didn't know if he would pull out what he had done before. It put him in a very bad mood all morning. He came to the hall and saw that the troublemaker was actually his nephew Chui Shiwang. His face became even more gloomy. Wasn't this adding to his problems? He walked too quickly up to the table. Chapter 25, What if I don't go? What's going on? Chui Wanliang swept a glance at Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing, then looked at Chui Shiwang. Uncle, what brings you here? You know his uncle, Chui Wanliang, rarely comes to the hall. Here's the thing, Chui Shiwang added to Lin Fan's words. Kid, you are not welcome here. Please leave now. Chui Wanliang instantly became furious in his heart when he heard that Lin Fan had actually told him to leave the Sky Dweller. The last thing he wanted to hear in his heart was being kicked out of Sky Dweller. How could he not be angry when he heard Lin Fan's words? Lin Fan glanced at Chui Wanliang, fat-headed. He raised his eyelid slightly and said faintly, what if I don't go? That's up to you. Security, hurry over here. Chui Wanliang waved his hand at the security guard at the door and called out. The two security guards hurriedly trotted over. After all, Chui Wanliang was the head of the procurement department, not something they dared to offend. Get this kid out of here, Chui Wanliang said in a deep voice to the two security guards. The two security guards were about to step forward, when a roar came from upstairs. Stop. Everyone looked at the person who had spoken. Bull White Mountain? When Chui Wanliang saw the visitor, he frowned slightly and said softly. The person who came was none other than Niu Baishan, the manager of the Sky Dwellers. The two security guards saw Niu Baishan coming and hurriedly backed up, since Niu Baishan shouted to stop. If they were unknowingly stepping forward, then they would be waiting to get lost. Niu Baishan was just checking the surveillance as usual to see how the guests were eating, when he overheard Lin Fan and Chui Shiwang clashing. He took a closer look at the person who had clashed and realized that it was Lin Fan, and he secretly screamed out in a bad way. If Lin Fan feels that he is incompetent as a manager, then he will be the manager at the end of the day, waiting to roll up and leave. How he did not expect Lin Fan suddenly came to the restaurant to eat, even without a greeting. He was very glad in his heart to see Lin Fan. Otherwise something really happened. Then it would be too late for anything. He walked quickly towards Lin Fan. Chui Wanliang looked at Niu Baishan and asked in a deep voice. Manager Niu, what do you mean? He didn't understand why Niu Baishan was against him today. Knowing that in the past, Niu Baishan didn't dare to go against him. Even though he was a purchasing department head, he and the original boss were good brothers. He wondered if Niu Baishan had taken the wrong medicine today. Did Niu Baishan think that with a new boss, he was no longer afraid of him? He was going to wait for the end of his shift, go find the original boss and ask for the address of the new boss. He was going to go meet the new boss and make a good impression on him. And then maybe he would still be in charge here. As if he didn't see Chui Wanliang, Niu Baishan came to Lin Fan's side, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully, Boss, you're here. The restaurant crowd was dumbfounded when they heard Niu Baishan's words. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. How could they not have expected Lin Fan to be the owner of Skydweller? I'll go. This young man is actually the boss behind Skydweller. This is too unbelievable. No wonder this young man looks so emboldened. So this is someone else's territory. This time Cui Shiwang is considered to have kicked the iron plate. He even wants to drive away the boss of Tianjuki. Now his uncle Cui Wanliang is also dragged down by him. This time it's miserable. Cui Shiwang was instantly confused when he heard Niu Baishan call Lin Fan his boss. How could he have never imagined that the Lin Fan in front of him, who he had always thought of as a poor man, would be the boss of Tianzhou Guest? What's going on? Why is that? He couldn't believe it was all true. When he looked at his uncle Cui Wanliang, he instantly realized that it was all true. He was very regretful in his heart at this moment. Why he had come to provoke Lin Fan. Now he also knows that he is afraid that it will also involve his uncle's Cui Wanliang. He couldn't wait to smack himself a few times now. It was all the trouble of pretending. Cui Wanliang looked at Lin Fan with dull eyes. How could he not have imagined that this Lin Fan, who was going to be kicked out by him, was actually the new boss that he was thinking of sucking up to? What's going on? He sighed a dark sigh of being done for. The first time I met with my new boss, I offended him. I'm afraid there are no good days ahead for him. He hated Cui Shiwang to death in his heart. If it wasn't for Cui Shiwang, how would he have offended his new boss? He'd make sure to give Cui Shiwang a good beating when this was over. Other people pit their fathers. Damn it. But you pit your uncle. Cui Wanyan thought hatefully in his heart. Lin Fan said calmly to Niu Baishan, have someone from the legal affairs department come and take Cui Wanliang away, and properly investigate how much he has embezzled over the years. Okay, I'll get the legal department over here. Niu Baishan took out his cell phone and made a call. When Cui Wanliang heard Lin Fan's words, he instantly went limp on the ground. His greatest fear had still happened. He knew that he had embezzled a lot over the years. And if he was really held accountable, he would probably spend the rest of his life in jail. How could he be willing to spend the rest of his life in jail? He looked towards Lin Fan, crawled to him, and kowtowed to him, saying as he kowtowed, Boss, I was wrong, please let me go. Boss, I was wrong, please. Lin Fan kicks Cui Wanliang off. Niu Baishan turned to Lin Fan and asked carefully, Boss, why don't you go upstairs to the exclusive box? Lin Fan nodded. Feeling that it was indeed inappropriate to stay in the hall right now. He didn't like the idea of being surrounded by a crowd at his dinner. Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing, Senior Sister Tang, let's go upstairs to the private room. Tang Ruobing nodded, a bright light in her eyes. How could she not expect Lin Fan to be the owner of this hot mess of a restaurant? She was even more curious about Lin Fan. I don't know what other secrets schoolboy Lin has. Tang Ruobing thought darkly in her heart. Niu Baishan led Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing towards the upper floors. When Cui Wanliang saw Lin Fan go upstairs, he was completely desperate. Cui Shiwang came up to help Cui Wanliang. Uncle, hurry up and get up. Cui Wanliang was furious when he saw Cui Shiwang. Damn, it's all because of you, son of a. Otherwise how would I have offended the new boss? Cui Wanliang cursed as he picked up a nearby chair and struck at Cui Shiwang. Cui Shiwang never expected that Cui Wanliang would suddenly hit him with a chair, and was immediately hit squarely. Blood instantly flowed from Cui Shiwang's head. When Cui Shiwang saw the blood, he also became angry in his heart, and picked up the chair next to him, and hit at Cui Wanliang, directly knocking Cui Wanliang to the ground. Cui Shiwang threw away the chair and went forward to Cui Wanliang as a meal output. Cui Wanliang also do not admit defeat. The two people wrestling together. The two were eventually carried into an ambulance. Chapter 26, What's the problem? Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing came to the private room and finished ordering. The system voice rang out at this time. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward has been issued to the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan opened the system's virtual panel and instantly saw that the points had reached 30. Not far from upgrading. Lin Fan was very much looking forward to what kind of items he would be able to obtain after upgrading. Tapping the system backpack instantly saw that the basketball skill was in there. He closed the system backpack and resisted the urge to absorb the basketball skill now. After all, Tang Ruobing was still by his side now. Lin Fan raised his head and realized that Tang Ruobing had been looking at him, and asked suspiciously, Senior Sister Tang, you've been looking at me like this. Are there flowers on my face? I'm just curious as to what kind of a person Senior Lin is. Tang Ruobing held her chin, her beautiful eyes turning to look at Lin Fan. When Lin Fan heard Tang Ruobing's words, he smiled and said, What can I be? Just an ordinary person. Lin Fan was indeed an ordinary person now, but someone who was destined to be a great tycoon in the future. However, if he were to say to Tang Ruobing right now that he was a future tycoon, he would definitely provoke a blank stare from Tang Ruobing, thinking that he was bragging. The food came up quickly. The two people had a word or two while chatting and eating. Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing didn't drink alcohol because they both had classes in the afternoon, and one person asked for a cup of fruit juice. A meal was quickly finished, and Lin Fan drove Tang Ruobing to the dormitory floor in his car. It drew a crowd of spectators. Holy, this car is too pretty. What kind of car is this? Look, schoolgirl Tang is coming down. I'm going. Is schoolgirl Tang on a date? Hurry up and film it. It's big news. The boy driving the car is so handsome. I wonder what department he's in. Forget about that boy. Didn't you see schoolgirl Tang get out of his car? Tang Ruobing walked towards the inside of the dormitory building under the gaze of the crowd. She had long ago gotten used to being surrounded by people and instantly transformed into a high-cool schoolgirl. Tang Ruobing returned to the dormitory before she had a chance to sit down. Ice. Say, are you in love? At this time, a beautiful woman whose looks were not inferior to Tang Ruobing's looked at Tang Ruobing with a gossipy face and asked. This person was Tang Ruobing's roommate, Zhao Sinan. Tang Ruobing glanced at Zhao Sinan, who had spoken, and shook her head. No, schoolmate Lin and I are just ordinary friends. Really? Zhao Sinan asked as she stared at Tang Ruobing. Of course it's true, Tang Ruobing said without a trace of anger. She and Lin Fan had only known each other for less than 3 days, so even if they became boyfriend and girlfriend, it wouldn't be so fast. However, she was indeed curious about Lin Fan in her heart. When Zhao Sinan heard Tang Ruobing say this, she was relieved. She was really afraid that Tang Ruobing would be tricked, especially those rich kids, with their flowery words and money power. Not all girls can resist. It's good that there aren't any. Xiao Bing, you mustn't be fooled by the flowery words of your schoolmate Lin. Zhao Sinan decided it would be better to remind Tang Ruobing. I know, schoolmate Lin isn't like that. Tang Ruobing put her bag on the table and said impatiently. From the beginning of her contact with Lin Fan, she realized that Lin Fan's eyes were always clear water, without the desire in the eyes of other boys who pursued her. This was the reason why she didn't resist eating with Lin Fan. Tang Ruobing looked around and asked suspiciously, where are Xiao Min and Xiao Yan? Xiao Min's full name is Sun Qimin and Xiao Yan's full name is Wu Xiaoyan. Both of them are Tang Ruobing's roommates. Zhao Sinan sighed and said, just like you, the two guys went on a date, leaving me here as a single dog eating instant noodles. I've already said that I have nothing to do with schoolboy Lin. Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Zhao Sinan. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, and his 3 roommates were all looking straight at him. Lin Fan was a bit furious at the look and asked suspiciously, what's wrong? He felt a little puzzled. He didn't seem to have done anything, did he? Senior, do you realize you're on the campus hit list again? Boss Zhang Ziqiang said with a sigh. His eyes are full of envy. Can be on the campus hot search once is amazing. Lin Fan is good. After coming to school, has not stopped. Every day dominated the campus hot search list first. Boring. Lin Fan shook his head and said, I'll go. Old 4, did you just send schoolgirl Tang downstairs to their dormitory? The second Li Muyang's eyes were wide with shock as he asked. Lin Fan nodded. It just so happened that he sent Tang Ruobing back directly on the way. It's nothing, right? Yeah, just walked Sister Tang upstairs. What's the problem? Lin Fan asked, looking at Li Muyang with some confusion. What else is wrong? Do you realize you're on the hot seat again? Li Muyang said hatefully. The other 2 roommates also came over next to Li Muyang, and sure enough, they saw that Lin Fan had just sent Tang Ruobing's post directly into the top 10 of the hot search list. The 3 looked at Lin Fan with envious eyes. Lin Fan shook his head, sighing that these people were really boring. He changed out of his clothes and headed for the bathroom. Close the bathroom door. Open the system virtual panel and tap on the backpack. Use basketball skills. As Lin Fan's words fell, all sorts of techniques of basketball suddenly appeared in his mind, and his body underwent a slight adjustment. Time passed quickly and Lin Fan opened his eyes. He was now as familiar with basketball as a decades-old player. He feels like if he was given a basketball right now, he'd be able to shoot it in the basket from his dorm room. He felt the changes in his body and exclaimed, this feels really good. The system is so awesome. Not only did it give him material money, but it also turned his body upside down. Let's just say that the system is always God. Lin Fan simply rinsed off a cool shower. He walked out of the bathroom, ready to get into bed and rest. Although the intensity of military training had no effect on him now, proper rest was still necessary. Senior. When did you build those muscles? Boss Zhang Zicheng saw Lin Fan coming out of the bathroom and immediately exclaimed in shock. Just now when Lin Fan entered the bathroom, the three of them didn't pay attention to Lin Fan. At this moment, Zhang Zicheng was quite shocked when he looked at Lin Fan's muscular body. He insisted on working out every day in high school to have what he considered to be a good muscle, and now compared to Lin Fan's muscles, he was simply weak. Holy, awesome, hurry up and let me touch it. The oldest two, Li Muyang, came over and went forward to touch Lin Fan's pecs. Lin Fan directly opened Li Muyang's hand and said without a good mood, "Brother is not good with men. Old 4, your muscles are so stylish and manly. No wonder you were able to take down schoolgirl Tang." The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said with a sigh, "What man doesn't want to have an enviable sinewy body? But exercise is a very testing thing, and very few people can stick to it." Lin Fan lazily ignored the three and went straight to bed to fight the landlord. Chapter 27, Have you found a girlfriend? Lin Fan looked at the time and saw that it was almost time, got up and dressed, and walked towards the playground with his 3 roommates. At this time, Pang Haoran, the physical education member, came running and said to everyone, "The instructor has something temporary to do, so we'll be free for half an hour." Everyone cheered when they heard it, and rushed toward the shade. Able to suffer half an hour less, can they not be happy? The group all found a shady spot to sit. Lin Fan was naturally no exception. He wasn't stupid enough to go sunbathing without training. Lin Fan just sat down. "Senior, you don't have a date with schoolgirl Tang tonight, do you?" Boss Zhang Zicheng looked at Lin Fan and asked. Lin Fan shook his head. He was too lazy to explain. He didn't believe him every time he explained, so he didn't bother with words. "Well then, the 4 of us in the dormitory will go to the snack street for a barbecue tonight. My treat." Zhang Zicheng patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Boss, you found a girlfriend?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Zicheng and asked curiously. He didn't understand why Zhang Zicheng suddenly wanted to invite guests. Could it be that he was happy to celebrate being off the hook? "Lao Si, are you doing this on purpose? To rub salt into my wounds?" Zhang Zicheng stared at Lin Fan, both eyes round. "Then there's something else going on. Tell me, what makes you so kind to invite me to a barbecue?" Lin Fan looked at Zhang Zicheng with an I-see-through-you look. At this time, the second oldest next to him, Li Muyang, came over and said with a smile, "Oldest 4, it would be even better if you could ask a few of the sisters in schoolgirl Tang's dormitory out for dinner. I heard that schoolgirl Tang's roommate is also a rare beauty. Old 4, you can't take yourself off the hook and not care about your brothers." Lin Fan glanced at the oldest, Zhang Zicheng, then at the second, Li Muyang, and finally at the oldest, Wang Jian, who had been eavesdropping next to him. He sort of realized that the real purpose was to think about asking Tang Ruobing's dormitory roommate. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and spoke. "I'm just an ordinary friend with senior sister Tang, but I'm trying to ask. As for whether or not it's successful, I can't guarantee it." Lin Fan didn't mind building bridges, but as far as being able to make a date, that wasn't something he could decide. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and sent a message to Tang Ruobing. A message from Tang Ruobing was soon received. "I'm going home for the night. The other 2 roommates are off on dates with their boyfriends, and there's another one with your roommate who I'm afraid isn't a good fit." Lin Fan's 3 roommates were disheveled when they saw the news. "It seems like getting off is a long shot." Li Muyan looked up at the sky with emotion. Lin Fan looked at Zhang Zicheng and shrugged. This matter wasn't really up to him. The other 2 roommates already had boyfriends. There's another one who's supposed to be number 2 on the school flower list. Zhao Sinan. Zhao Sinan is not. Their 3 roommates can be subdued. Chasing Zhao Sinan too many people. There is no lack of some of the second generation of rich, but Zhao Sinan one cannot see. Can be seen. Zhao Sinan's requirements are very high. It's okay, Lao Si. You've done your best with this one. Let's get together in our dorm for a barbecue in the evening. Isn't it just that you don't have a girlfriend? Dude's just as alive and happy. Zhang Zicheng patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. Just as a few people were chatting, Qiu Zai, the class president of finance class 1, walked over. Qiu Zai stood in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan looked at Qiu Zai and asked suspiciously, "Squad leader Qiu, what's the matter with you?" He didn't know why Qiu Zai suddenly looked for him, and he didn't have any friendship with Qiu Zai. At this time, he was very puzzled in his mind by Qiu Zi's arrival. Class President Lin, I wonder if you dare to come with me for a 2-man basketball confrontation now? Qiu Zi. He stared at Lin Fan, his tone carrying a provocative flavor. He went back last night and thought about it all night, and finally it occurred to him that he had another strength, and that was basketball. When he used to go to high school, he was on the school's basketball team and could be said to be very good at playing basketball. He also played against a professional basketball team, and although he lost, he proved that he was very strong. He was very confident that he would definitely win over Lin Fan in basketball. He was confident at this point. In his heart, he was a little worried that Lin Fan would refuse, so that he wouldn't be able to ravage Lin Fan and make him lose face in front of everyone. He had thought about asking Lin Fan out at night. He had planned to have someone videotape it from the side and then upload the video to the campus forum so that the whole campus would know that Lin Fan had been defeated by himself. Now this opportunity is also very good. He was afraid to pass the video. The class flower LV cannot see, now directly in front of LV face. So that Lin Fan face lost face. His heart is even more excited and excited. Lin Fan looked at Qiu Zihe with a pang of pity in his eyes. Why did he have to seek abuse? Knowing that Qiu Zihe's basketball skills were nothing in his eyes. The fact that he was playing basketball with Qiu Zihe gave him the feeling of bullying a small child. He was ready to reject Qiu Zihe because he thought playing basketball with Qiu Zihe was too boring. It's not like there's any reward for being a hot little cutie. We're just going to play basketball. Doesn't it smell good to sit in the shade and cool off? Before Lin Fan's mouth could open, the system voice rang out. Release the mission. Being a tycoon. It's time to show real skill. And in the face of provocation, one must fight back. Accept the mission and reward a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan froze when he heard the system voice. The system was not letting him be idle. Seriously though, more quests like this from the system in the future. It's a Porsche 918 Spider, with a price tag of $15 million. This is a true $10 million sports car. That's double the price of his Lamborghini Bat SV. This Porsche 918 Spider is still a limited edition worldwide with only 918 units available. So don't think 918 is a lot. In fact, it is not. The 918 units to the world that is still too few. Many people want to buy cannot buy. How could Lin Fan not have thought that the reward for this mission would be a $10 million level sports car? How could he miss such a multi-million-dollar sports car? Let alone a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. With this Porsche 918 Spider he's infinitely closer to two small goals. Without hesitation, he stood up directly and said with a smile, "Okay, I accept." He was now looking at Qiu Zihe as if he was looking at a wealth-giving boy. The more he looked at him, the more he really liked him. He hoped that Qiu Zihe would challenge him more in the future. Then he would be very happy. When Qiu Zihe heard Lin Fan's promise, he let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. He was really afraid that if Lin Fan refused, then all this he had planned would be in vain. However, he noticed that there was something special about the way Lin Fan was looking at him, giving him the feeling that, well, he, the little Red Riding Hood, had met the big bad wolf. Chapter 28, Are you going to start or not? Just now, when Qiu Zihe spoke, he intentionally spoke very loudly, just to draw the attention of the two classes, especially the finance class 1. As long as he won against Lin Fan in basketball, he believed that his prestige in the first class of finance would return to its previous peak, and it was even possible to surpass it. The girls in finance too were the first to shout, "Squad leader, go for it. Class president, you're the best. Squad leader, mighty. Squad leader, invincible." Qiu Zihe heard the girls in finance class 2 cheering for Lin Fan and fantasized if the girls in finance class 1 should be cheering for him as well. At this time, the class flower of finance class 1, LV Zian, took the lead and stood up. Qiu Zihe saw the class flower Lu Ziyan stood up, instantly in an excited mood. The basketball were in his hands constantly trembling. Sure enough, Lu Ziyan still looked favorably on herself. Qiu Zihe thought excitedly in his heart. LV Ziyan made her hands into a small trumpet and shouted, "Go for it, Class President Lin." All the other girls in the first finance class also stood up and shouted, "Class President Lin, you're the best." The smile on Qiu Zihe's face instantly froze, one hand covering his chest as he felt a heart attack. Why? What the hell for? I'm the president of the finance class. Instead of cheering for me, you guys are cheering for your opponents. My heart hurts. My heart really hurts. Qiu Zihe growled inwardly. He looked at Lin Fan with a face full of hostility. He must teach Lin Fan a hard lesson and make him lose face in front of everyone so that he could eliminate the hatred in his heart. Lin Fan lifted his leg and walked towards the basketball court next to him. The sun was so strong at this time of the day that there was no one playing basketball on the basketball court at all. Lin Fan wouldn't be acting like a cutie if it wasn't for the mission. Like Qiu Zihe to have a two-man basketball confrontation. The students of Finance Class 1 and Finance Class 2 all got up and came outside the basketball court.
Lin Fan came to a stop at the basketball court and looked at Xiao Zihe.
When Xiao Zihe saw Lin Fan's couldn't care less look, he became angry in his heart. Let you be complacent now. There will be a time for you to cry in a while. And when you are humiliated in front of the two classes, let's see if you can still maintain the calmness you have now.
Xiao Zihe thought darkly in his mind. Lin Fan was instantly speechless when he saw Xiao Zihe glowering there and not saying anything. Is this Xiao Zihe a psychopath? He suspected Xiao Zihe was mentally ill last time. This must be it. Otherwise why would Xiao Zihe want to have a two-man basketball confrontation with him on such a hot day? Ugh. What a poor kid. I'm such a nice guy. Love to care for the mentally ill. Lin Fan looked at Xiao Zihe and secretly sighed in his heart. Cough cough. Lin Fan coughed. Xiao Zihe likes to bask in the sun. He doesn't want to accompany Xiao Zihe to stand here foolishly. What class president? Are you going to start or not? Lin Fan spoke as gently as possible. After all, you can't lose your temper with a psychopath. Xiao Zihe almost didn't take a breath when he heard Lin Fan's words. Let me ask you, are you hurt when you fight your opponent for half a day and it turns out that your opponent has no idea who you are? Xiao Zihe took a deep breath to calm himself down. He wanted to stay in peak condition and teach Lin Fan a good lesson. We'll each attack 10 times and defend 10 times, and we'll only remember the goals, not the points. Xiao Zihe briefly explained the rules. Lin Fan nodded, instantly understanding. The rules are simple. 1 offense and 1 defense. 10 times each to see who scores more goals. Do you attack first, or do I attack first? Lin Fan asked directly. He didn't want to keep spending his time like this. He thought about finishing the race as soon as possible and hurrying back to the shade to rest. I'll attack first. You play defense, Xiao Zihe said as he looked at Lin Fan. He wanted to show off his superior ball skills right away and rub Lin Fan directly on the ground. He couldn't wait a minute longer. All he could think of now was to make Lin Fan lose face as soon as possible. Lin Fan nodded. It didn't matter who started first because the outcome was already predetermined. Just now he was wondering how to save face for Xiao Zihe. If he attacked first it was hard to save face for Xiao Zihe. Now that Xiao Zihe was attacking, he could have not defended on the first goal and let Xiao Zihe score a goal so that Xiao Zihe's loss wouldn't be too ugly. Alas, one is still too kind. Lin Fan inwardly sighed. Xiao Zihe came to the center line position and instantly made an offensive stance, ready to dribble and attack. Lin Fan stood there looking at Xiao Zihe, not moving a muscle. Xiao Zihe saw Lin Fan standing there dumbfounded, thinking that Lin Fan had already looked dumbfounded, and was secretly pleased in his heart. He thought beautifully dodged and went right past Lin Fan and toward the basket. Clunk! The basketball went in. Xiao Zihe glanced provocatively at Lin Fan. He picked up the basketball and waited for the cheers around him. Thinking to himself that he had just scored a very handsome goal, he began to fantasize about the playground ringing with pounding cheers. It was as if he had watched the image of class flower Luzian happily bringing him water. He smiled involuntarily. Aha! How come there's no cheering yet? That's not true. Just then, it was suddenly heard. Class president, don't be discouraged. It's only the first ball. Class president, failure is the mother of success. You will be able to defend the next ball. Class president Lin, you'll be able to do it. I believe in you. Class president Lin, you're the best. Go for it. Squad leader, go for it. Go for it. Class president Lin. Xiao Zihe was instantly confused when he heard the voices around him. Shouldn't we be celebrating the cheers for my goal? Shouldn't class flower LVZN be happy to bring me water? Why are they all going to care about Lin Fan? Why? What the hell is this for? He growled madly inside. He looked at Lin Fan next to him, and he put it all on Lin Fan's head, believing that it was all Lin Fan's fault. He wanted to ruthlessly hold Lin Fan down and rub him hard on the ground so that everyone could see his strength. Xiao Zihe gets back to center. There was hatred in his eyes as he carried the ball faster and faster in his hands, when suddenly he realized his hands were light. He looked into his hands and realized the basketball was gone. He was still puzzled when he heard bam, the sound of a basketball going in. He looked up and was instantly dumbfounded. Just now his basketball was surprisingly intercepted by Lin Fan, and he even let Lin Fan score a goal. Seeing Lin Fan score a goal, the playground instantly erupted in loud cheers. Squad leader, coming in. Squad leader, that was awesome. Squad leader, mighty. Captain Lin, it's a goal. Class president Lin, you're the best. Class president Lin, invincible. Xiao Zihe clenched his fingers tightly when he heard the cheers from the playground. It was a slap in his face. He just scored a goal and not a single one of them cheered for him. It's all about comforting Lin Fan. Now that Lin Fan had scored, surprisingly both classes cheered for Lin Fan.
The key hasn't had a single person to comfort him. It made his heart pull out of his chest. Chapter 29, Why don't you two go rock paper scissors? At this time, two silhouettes suddenly ran inside the basketball court. One is LV Zian, the class flower of the first finance class. One is Su Ruiwen, the class flower of the second finance class. Lu Zian and Su Ruiwen each took a bottle of water and ran to Lin Fan. Squad leader, you must be thirsty. Here, have some water. Lin Ban Chang, here's your water. LV Zian and Su Ruiwen looked at each other, and Lin Fan clearly felt a murderous aura fill the air. I'm not thirsty, thanks. Lin Fan didn't bother to take any of the bottles of water. He was afraid that if he took the water from one of them, the two would get into a fight. For the sake of others' safety, Lin Fan is better off not having any of them. Squad leader, let me wipe your sweat. Captain Lin, I'll give my shoulders a squeeze. Lin Fan couldn't stand it some more. He hurriedly said, please leave here first. Our match isn't over yet. Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian heard Lin Fan's words and reluctantly left the basketball court. Xiao Zihe, who was next to him, looked directly dumbfounded. He had just fantasized about him defeating Lin Fan and Lu Zian happily coming to bring him water. Now LV Zian didn't send water to him, but instead sent water to Lin Fan. And what made him even more infuriating was that Lin Fan didn't even drink the water that LV Zian sent him. It made him very unbalanced in his heart. He had to try his hardest to get something that Lin Fan didn't bother to get. It made his fists clench even tighter. Xiao Zihe looked at Lin Fan with somewhat reddened eyes and said through gritted teeth, it was a momentary oversight on my part just now. Next, I'm going to be serious. Lin Fan shrugged indifferently. As for Xiao Zihe not using his full power, it was said as if he had used his full power. Lin Fan made a gesture of invitation. Xiao Zihe's face was suddenly serious. He was now ready to give his all and not give Lin Fan any more chances to score. He started dribbling the ball and prepared for a layup shot. A bad feeling flooded through him as to how his hand had gotten lighter again. Bam! The sound of a basketball going through the hoop. He looked up at the image of the basketball jumping across the floor after it went through the basket. The basketball jumped very cheerfully, as if mocking him. He looked at the image and was instantly confused. He could now say that he had brought out his full strength. But why was the basketball still running into Lin Fan's hands? What's this for? He was beginning to wonder if he hadn't slept well last night and had just neglected it again. That must be it. He felt in his mind that the only reason he could convince himself of this was that he hadn't slept well. There was another loud cheer from the playground. Squad leader, mighty, squad leader, that was awesome. Class president, you're the best. Good for you. Lin Banchang, Captain Lin, I love you. Captain Lin, I want to give you a monkey. Lin Fan looked at the boy in finance class 1 who was shouting about having a monkey, only to see that the boy had a face full of black scruff that disgusted him and almost made him vomit out his lunch. Lin Fan looked at the dazed Xiao Zai and opened his mouth to ask, still going on? He actually wanted Xiao Zihe to give up. After all, this confrontation was too pedestrian for him, and it was obviously bullying Xiao Zihe. Continue. Xiao Zihe gritted his teeth. The word continue squeezed out from between his teeth. He didn't believe that Lin Fan was so powerful. He felt that he must have been negligent, and this time he was prepared to put up a fight. He picked up the basketball and came to the center line position. Looking at Lin Fan with a wary face, he started dribbling the ball, only to see Lin Fan strike the moment he had just tapped the ball, and his hand was empty again. This time he watched Lin Fan grab the ball with his own eyes. Lin Fan didn't dribble the ball either and casually threw it toward the basket. Clunk! The basketball went into the basket with precision. Xiao Zihe was instantly dumbfounded. Why? He began to wonder about life. He watched Lin Fan snatch the ball away, dashing all his illusions. It wasn't even an oversight on his part. Rather, Lin Fan was indeed awesome. He couldn't believe it. His most proud basketball was surprisingly powerless in front of Lin Fan. He sat down disheveled on the floor. He no longer had the courage to compete with Lin Fan anymore. He lost, very thoroughly. His face was slapped by Lin Fan. He suddenly felt the sky dim and lightless. He instantly felt like the world had lost its color. Lin Fan glanced at Xiao Zihe, who was sitting on the ground with a disheveled face, and shook his head. Why don't you just enjoy the cool air? Why are you looking for abuse? But if it wasn't for Xiao Zihe's provocation, the system wouldn't have released the quest. The system rewards had been handed out just as Xiao Zihe completely lost the courage to continue the match. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The Porsche 918 Spider has been parked in the Villa 1 Haitian garage. The key and related documents have been placed on the desk in the host's villa. Gained 5 system points.
Lin Fan now couldn't wait to get back to the villa and see his Porsche 918 Spider, which was his first $10 million sports car. He was very excited just thinking about it. In the past to see others driving a million-level sports car envy. Now he not only has a million-level sports car, but also has a million-level sports car. Lin Fan took a deep breath and walked towards the shady ground. Lin Fan had just sat down when the two beauties, Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian, ran over. Aha! Then deliver the water. This again put Lin Fan in a difficult position. He was really scared of two people. Lin Fan looked at Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian, who were a headache. Both of them were kind enough to send water. He couldn't refuse directly. He said with a consultative tone, "How about, you two scissors and rock? Whoever wins, I'll drink whoever's water. How about it?" Lin Fan thought that he was the genius of everything, that he could think of such a method. Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian nodded their heads, considered to agree with Lin Fan's suggestion. The male students of Finance Class 1 and Finance Class 2 were filled with envy as they looked at Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian, who were selling rock paper scissors. If one of these beauties brought them water, they'd all be happy for 3 days and nights. But now the two big beauties had to decide between rock paper scissors in order to get Lin Fan to drink their own water. Where's the justice in that? How come people are so different from each other? Both freshmen. Both just started college. Why is Lin Fan so good? Envy. Jealousy doesn't exist. Didn't you see Chiu Zi? He was jealous of Lin Fan and is still sitting on the basketball court doubting his life? Some people are born to be protagonists and can't be provoked just because you want to. Rock, paper, scissors. The results are in. In the end, Su Ruiwen was the best. Lin Fan took the water in Su Ruiwen's hand and drank it in a big gulp. He was really thirsty even after just spending half a day in the sun. LV turned behind Lin Fan and stretched out her small snow-white hands and began to massage Lin Fan's shoulders, not forgetting to give Su Ruiwen a provocative glance. Chapter 30. I wonder if personal charm counts? Lin Fan looked at Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian's eyes as they looked at each other. It was really a big headache. Well, at that moment, the instructor returned. Only then did Su Ruiwen and Lu Zian reluctantly leave. Lin Fan was finally relieved in his heart. Old 4, awesome. Boss Zhang Zichang came over and squeezed his eyebrows. Old 4, you're trying to have it all in one size. You're not satisfied with having the Tang School flower. Now you're even picking the 2 class flowers. The second one, Limoyo, also came over. Old 4, you're going a bit overboard, and giving us single dogs a way to live. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, also came to Lin Fan's side at some point. You think I want to? Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. His heart was now full of pain. Old 4, you're getting a bargain. If 2 class flowers surrounded me, I could wake up laughing in my sleep. Boss Zhang Zichang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a sigh. Lin Fan lazily ignored the 3 and hurriedly stood in line. He didn't want to be penalized by the instructor for running. The next afternoon of military training went well. After the military training was over, Lin Fan and his 3 roommates returned to the dormitory, changed their clothes, went out of the dormitory, and headed towards the pedestrian street. The 4 of them arrived at a Little Lee's barbecue. The 4 of them found a seat outside and sat down. Eating barbecue should be eaten outside in order to have a good time. Start ordering. The peanut burrata started with the waiter serving 2 plates. I asked for some lamb kebabs, beef kebabs, chicken wings, chicken hearts and beef tendons. Ordered 4 more root beers. What's a barbecue without a root beer? Old 4, hurry up and tell us your secrets of picking up girls. Don't ever hide them. Boss Zhang Zichang peeled a hairy bean and put it in his mouth and looked at Lin Fan and said, Old 4, hurry up. You don't want to see the 3 of us suffer every day, do you? The second oldest, Li Muyang, concurred. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, did not say anything and nodded his head there vigorously. The meaning was obviously also waiting for Lin Fan to make a move. Lin Fan looked at his 3 roommates somewhat speechlessly. There's really no secret to this. I wonder if personal charm counts. Lin Fan was in the expectant eyes of the 3, as he uttered these words. Roll, roll, roll. Old 4, you mean to say we're ugly? The 3 roommates were a bit worse than Lin Fan, but they were still far from ugly. Lin Fan shook his head and raised it to a full 45-degree angle. This outside is one thing. It's still about the inside. The 3 men were suddenly in deep thought. Lin Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 3 had quieted down and stopped asking questions. Boss, I think Senior has a point. The second, Li Muyang, raised his head to look at the eldest, Zhang Zichang. Just how does this inner being get seen? It's not possible to rip out my heart and show it to the other person. Is it? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, asked suspiciously. Yu Pio,
Don't you know how to show your talent? The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, said without a trace of anger. But I don't have a talent either. The oldest three, Wang Jian, said in a low voice. The oldest, Zhang Ziqiang, and the second, Li Muyang, also stopped talking. Cough cough.
Lin Fan sees that his three roommates are depressed and feels that he should give them some hope.
That, in addition to the inner and outer, there is an ability to pick up girls. When the three of them heard Lin Fan's words, they were instantly energized, all of them looking at Lin Fan, waiting for the following. That, and its money power.
Lin Fan peeled a peanut and put it in his mouth,
saying without haste.
He knew that all three of his roommates were supposed to be from good families, and he could tell by the way they dressed.
Of course we know this, but can we find true love? The oldest three, Wang Jian, asked suspiciously. Lao San, can you guarantee that if you find true love, you will get married, and once you are married, you will not get divorced?
Boss Zhang Ziqiang said with disdain.
The boss is right. The second one, Li Magumyo, suddenly figured it out as well. Boss, 3, look, beautiful women.
Li Muyang pulled Zhang Ziqiang and Wang Jiang's arms and said excitedly,
why didn't you pull Lin Fan?
In Li Muyang's mind, Lin Fan has Tang school flower and 2-class flowers. Lin Fan is not at all short of beautiful women.
I go, it's really beautiful.
This beautiful girl in yellow clothes is the school flower level.
Right.
And the beautiful girl in white clothes next to her has also reached the class flower level.
Right.
The oldest third Wang Jiang's eyes were round and excited.
Strange, why haven't I seen this beauty in the school flower list? Boss Zhang Ziqiang looked at the two beauties walking towards him and asked suspiciously.
He studied the school flower list so much that he can recite it backwards.
This schoolgirl was unfamiliar, and most likely not a student at Ryu University.
Lin Fan did not look up at all,
self-consciously eating Mao Do peanuts. Looking at a beautiful woman is not as fragrant as eating Mao Do peanuts? Holy, a beautiful woman is coming at me. What am I going to do? The oldest three, Wang Jian, said excitedly. Asterisk 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 off. Clearly coming at me. Boss Zhang Ziqiang said excitedly. Don't you guys argue. The beauty is coming to me. The oldest two, Li Muyang, looked at the walking yellow-clothed beauty with undisguised excitement in his eyes. Lin Fan? A nice, pleasant voice rang out. All three were confused. The three of them all looked at Lin Fan in shock, each with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with incredulity. How could they not expect that the yellow-clothed beauty was here to find Lin Fan? The trio began to growl madly inside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lao Si, how come it's you again? Do you still let us single dogs live? I'll go. I haven't even eaten my meal yet. I'll eat a dog food first. Lao Si, I'll never come out to eat with you again. Old 4, can you not be so powerful and give the brothers something to look forward to?
Lin Fan naturally didn't know what was going on in the minds of his three roommates,
and even if he did, he wouldn't take it seriously. He raised his head to look at the yellow-clothed beauty and asked with less certainty, Sister Wanqing? It's really you, Brother Sailor. The yellow-clothed beauty quickly stepped forward and said excitedly, I thought it was a case of mistaken identity. Really? Why didn't you contact me when you came to Willow City?
Lin Fan touched his nose and hurriedly said,
that, Sister Wanqing,
I'm going to wait for the end of military training before contacting you. This yellow-clothed beauty was called Zhou Wanqing. It is Lin Fan's neighbor.
Lin Fan's big sister next door, so to speak.
It was just that he hadn't seen him for a while, and he didn't expect to change so much now. And if Zhou Wanqing hadn't taken the initiative to speak, he wouldn't have dared to recognize him when he walked on the street. The previous Zhou Wanqing had a look of a tomboy, but now with her long hair draped over her shoulders and light makeup on her face, she was simply a different person from before. That's more like it. Zhou Wanqing glared at Lin Fan. You're getting ready for a barbecue. I haven't eaten yet either. Let's join you. With that, he sat down next to Lin Fan. Wanqing, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhou Wanqing was about to introduce the beautiful woman in white next to her to Lin Fan when a young man's voice suddenly came from the side.
Mu Jiannan?
Zhou Wanqing's willow brows slightly knitted as she softly muttered to herself.
Chapter 31, What Gossip Boyfriend? Mu Jiannan, why are you here? Zhou Wanqing glanced at Mu Jiannan and said in an icy tone. Compared to just talking and laughing with Lin Fan, they were practically two different people. This Mu Jiannan was following her like a dog's skin, making her very upset.
I came to Willow City University today to find my best friend
and to take a break. She didn't expect this Mu Jiannan to follow her anyway, making her very angry. Mu Jiannan wasn't angry at Zhou Wanqing's words, he just liked Zhou Wanqing's character.
I came to Lu University to look for my big brother.
I really didn't expect to meet you, Wanqing, or else I wouldn't say that we are destined to be together. Mu Jiannan looked at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile.
Zhou Wanqing rolled her eyes. These words lie to hell.
She wasn't going to believe Mu Jiannan's bull ******.
She decided to stop ignoring Mu Jiannan and have a good chat with Lin Fan. Being able to meet Lin Fan here put her in a much better mood.
Brother Xiaofan.
This is my good friend and best friend He Yunmei.
Also from your Lu University. This is my little neighborhood brother Lin Fan. Zhou Wanqing introduces Lin Fan and He Yunmei to each other. Hello, Sister Yunmei.
Lin Fan said politely.
Hello.
He Yunmei looked at Lin Fan and always felt that there was something familiar about him, but she couldn't recall it for a while. When Lin Fan saw that He Yunmei had been staring at him, he touched his nose in some embarrassment.
At this time, Zhang Ziqiang, the boss next to Lin Fan, touched Lin Fan under the table.
Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Zhang Ziqiang suspiciously,
not understanding what Zhang Ziqiang was up to.
Only Zhang Ziqiang kept squeezing his eyebrows there, and there were a few anxious moments on his face. Lin Fan was speechless, just so desperate to find a girlfriend?
Sister Wanqing, Sister Yunmei, these three are my roommates. This is the boss, Zhang Ziqiang. This one is the second one, Li Magumyo. This is the oldest, Wang Jiang.
Lin Fan introduced the three roommates to Zhou Wanqing and He Yunmei.
Hello Sister Wanqing. Hello Sister Yunmei. Hello Sister Wanqing. Hello Sister Yunmei. Hello Sister Wanqing. Hello Sister Yunmei.
The three roommates hurriedly smiled and greeted Zhou Wanqing and He Yunmei. They naturally wouldn't have the luxury of having any kind of relationship with Zhou Wanqing.
That was Lin Fan's and they naturally wouldn't fight for it. But He Yunmei is different.
Although not as beautiful as Zhou Wanqing, but how to say is also a class flower.
More importantly, He Yunmei is Lu Di. As the saying goes, it is better to be close to the water than to the moon. And they think they still have a chance. Even if there is no opportunity, when the time comes, when the relationship is good.
Ask He Yunmei to introduce a few beautiful young ladies.
It is still good. Zhou Wanqing smiled and greeted Lin Fan's three roommates. Hello there. He Yunmei was a bit less talkative than Zhou Wanqing,
but she still said politely.
Hello, you guys. Mu Jiannan, who was next to him, felt a pang of heartache when he saw Zhou Wanqing's few people who were talking and laughing. Every time he was with Zhou Wanqing had a cold face, but now he felt that he was not even as good as the stranger he had just met in Zhou Wanqing's heart. Makes him wonder a little about his own personality. He was feeling a little hard to breathe at this point, and this time it was really a serious heart attack. As the saying goes, no comparison hurts. It's hard. It's hard. It's still hard. Why? Why? He looked towards Lin Fan beside Zhou Wanqing. It's you. It's got to be you. He directly hated Lin Fan. He treated Lin Fan as a rival, thinking that if he defeated Lin Fan he would be able to obtain Zhou Wanqing's heart. He took a closer look at Lin Fan, covered from top to bottom in a popular brand. He had just learned from Zhou Wanqing's conversation with Lin Fan and the others that Lin Fan was Zhou Wanqing's neighborhood little brother. Zhou Wanqing, her family, Mu Jiannan understand, is an ordinary family, which is also the reason why Mu Jiannan dare stalking. If Zhou Wanqing is really a golden lady, he is expected to have as far as possible to avoid as far as possible. Since Lin Fan was Zhou Wanqing's neighbor, naturally his family background was similar to Zhou Wanqing's. An idea immediately arose in his mind, and that was to make Lin Fan develop a sense of inferiority and actively alienate Zhou Wanqing, making Lin Fan think that he was not worthy of Zhou Wanqing. He unconsciously felt toward his pocket at the thought. It was a car key, Porsche 718, which is his favorite car. The car cost him almost $800,000 to buy. Being able to drive a sports car while in college gave him a sense of accomplishment. Even some college students who graduate and work for years may not be able to afford a sports car. He just wanted to show the ability of the banknotes in front of Lin Fan, so that Lin Fan could see his strength. When Lin Fan compared himself to him, naturally a discrepancy arose in his heart. By then, Lin Fan would naturally take the initiative to alienate Zhou Wanqing once he knew he was chasing her. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more pleased he became. That was the effect he wanted. It was as if he could see Lin Fan leaving in defeat, making him even more pleased in his heart and almost bursting out laughing. He took the car keys out and put them on the table, slapped the table. The few people who had caught their attention immediately looked at Mu Jiannan. Mu Jiannan was satisfied to see the crowd's reaction. Wanqing, when are you going back? Tell me, I'll drive you back. You haven't been in that sports car of mine, have you? Just in time to take you for a ride today. Mu Jiannan looked at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile.
There was smugness and confidence in his eyes. He looked at Lin Fan from time to time, wanting to see how Lin Fan's expression had changed. But he realized that Lin Fan's face hadn't changed at all since the beginning.
How come? Shouldn't it be full of envy? Shouldn't we be ashamed? It must be loaded. Kid, just pretend. Humph.
I'll see how long you pretend. He grunted coldly in his mind. The Lin Fan he felt was dying together.
Release the mission. Addressing the troubles of your neighbor's sister. Being a great tycoon.
How can you ignore your neighbor's sister when you see her in trouble? Accept the quest and gain the consummate level singing skill.
Mission denied. No reward.
Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice.
This time the reward was actually a skill. Not bad, not bad.
Although he is not a singer star. But as long as the skills he is not too much. The skills do not pressure the body.
He looked to Mu Jiannan. It seemed like Zhou Wanqing's troubles came from Mu Jiannan.
Lin Fan thought darkly in his heart. Zhou Wanqing was just about to speak and refuse when she heard He Yunmei beside her suddenly cry out in shock.
I remember. Zhou Wanqing was startled by He Yunmei and said without a good breath, "Can you stop making such a fuss?"
She didn't understand what the fuss was about today with this best friend. He Yunmei ignored Zhou Wanqing but pointed at Lin Fan and asked in shock,
"You're Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend?" At that moment, everyone looked at Lin Fan in unison.
Lin Fan said helplessly, "What scandalous boyfriend?
School sister Tang and I are just ordinary friends." Chapter 32 Boss, I finally found you. This can't be. The internet has captured the image of you sending Tang Ruobing Tang schoolgirl back to the dormitory.
He Yunmei shook her head with a disbelieving face. She finally knew why she looked familiar with Lin Fan. She didn't expect Lin Fan to be Tang Ruobing's boyfriend. Suddenly her gossipy heart burned.
But, seriously, you and schoolmarm Tang Ruobing Tang are quite a match. That's a beautiful car. Is it yours?
He Yunmei stared at Lin Fan with wide eyes and asked. Lin Fan nodded breathlessly.
I don't know what's wrong with these people. They love to gossip so much. How did he become a scandalous boyfriend when he was just dropping off Sister Tang on his way?
Lin Fan spat helplessly in his mind.
This car isn't cheap, is it?
He Yunmei turned her head to look at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile.
I really didn't expect that you, the little brother next door, is still a rich second generation. Zhou Wanqing was flabbergasted by He Yunmei's words. Shu Fan's brother is a rich kid. How come I didn't know? And what the hell is Tang Ruobing Tang's rumored boyfriend?
Her mind was now a foggy mess.
Cloud May. What do you mean? Why am I a little confused? Zhou Wanqing looked at He Yunmei in confusion. Wanqing, come, show you the picture and you'll understand.
He Yunmei said as she tapped the photo on her phone and handed it to Zhou Wanqing. The photo was exactly the image of Lin Fan sending Tang Ruobing back to the dormitory. Zhou Wanqing looked at the photo in her cell phone.
Her shocked little mouth slowly opened wide as if she could put in an egg. It was very cute.
This is really Shu Fan's brother.
How is this possible?
You know that little Fan's brother just started college.
Like not even for a few days yet. This took down the high and cold schoolgirl, Tang Ruobing, which was too unbelievable. This is the high and cold school flower Tang Ruobing Tang Ruobing's name she has heard of, but never with which boy rumors. Whether this is true or not, it shows that little Fan's brother is awesome. True to form. My own little sale brother. Zhou Wanqing thought darkly in her heart. Mu Jiannan, who was next to him, didn't care at all when he heard He Yunmei's words. He skimmed. And this car isn't cheap? A $100. 000 plus car isn't cheap. It's unseen. He thought that Lin Fan would just be able to drive a car that was over $100,000 and it would be good enough. However, he heard He Yunmei say that Lin Fan was Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend, which raised his interest. High cold school flower Tang Ruobing even he has heard of. That is really iceberg goddess-like existence. But also some people rumor. Tang Ruobing family background is extraordinary. Once upon a time, Tang Ruobing had never had any rumors. But he didn't think that this time he had rumors with Lin Fan. And he couldn't believe it in his heart. He quietly came behind Zhou Wanqing and looked at the picture in his cell phone. He was instantly confused when he saw the black Lamborghini Batmobile in his cell phone. His mouth was wide open in shock. And his eyes were rolling in disbelief. How could he not expect Lin Fan to be driving a Lamborghini Bat? This car could buy his sports car several times over. How is that possible? Isn't Lin Fan a poor boy? How can you afford to drive such a nice sports car? Why? Why? He kept asking himself in his mind. He was beginning to doubt life. And he was pretending to be in front of Lin Fan. I didn't realize that the last was myself. It was very hard on his heart. He wanted to find a crack in the ground right now. It was so embarrassing. Although Zhou Wanqing was puzzled as to why Lin Fan had such a beautiful sports car, she didn't ask.
she planned to ask when she was alone with Lin Fan. "Brother Xiaofan, I'll trouble you to take me back to school when the time comes." Zhou Wanqing looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Lin Fan patted his chest and said, "No problem." There was certainly no problem sending Zhou Wanqing back. By this time, the kebabs were partially cooked and started to make their way to the table. Mu Jiannan watched as Lin Fan and Zhou Wanqing talked and laughed while eating, causing him to lose his head for a moment. He had no appetite at all now. Nope. There's no way Lin Fan can afford a multi-million-dollar sports car. Most likely Lin Fan rented it to pretend. Yes, it's a rental. Where else would a college student from an ordinary family get so much money to buy such an expensive sports car? Almost fooled by Lin Fan. Luckily, I'm smart. Good for you, Lin Fan. I didn't expect you to pretend at such a high level. But today you've met your match. He was secretly pleased with himself and regained his confidence. In his mind, he began to think about how to expose Lin Fan and make Lin Fan lose face in front of Zhou Wanqing. At that moment, he unintentionally saw the person coming this way, and his eyes lit up. Just because he didn't know the provenance of the sports car himself didn't mean his big brother didn't. He hurriedly stood up and headed for his big brother. He hadn't really lied just now. He had really come to Willow City University to look for his big brother. "Big brother, you're here." Mu Jiannan came in front of a young man, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully, "What's it to me?" The young man asked impatiently. He was fretting right now, so naturally he didn't want to nag Mu Jiannan. "Brother, could you please help me look at a sports car out of the way? I suspect that kid rented it." Seeing that his big brother was a bit impatient, Mu Jiannan hurriedly said. He had approached his big brother ready to bond, but looking at his big brother now, it seemed like something was bothering him. He could only let his big brother expose Lin Fan for now, and then contact his big brother emotionally when he had the chance later. "Just this?" the young man asked with a grimace. "Trouble you, big brother," Mu Jiannan said hurriedly. "Never mind. Since I'm here, I'll take a look for you. Did that boy offend you?" The young man sighed as he glanced at Mu Jiannan and said, "This Mu Jiannan is also his own little brother anyways. Since he is here, it doesn't matter if he helps to take a look." "That's not true. It's just that I can't stand to see that kid acting up in front of my girlfriend." Mu Jiannan shook his head and gritted his teeth. "Well, hurry up and take me there. I've got things to do," the young man said impatiently. "Big brother, follow me." Mu Jiannan hurriedly led the young man towards the place where Lin Fan's few people were eating. Soon the two arrived not far from Lin Fan's few people. "Big brother, that's the kid." Mu Jiannan pointed at Lin Fan and said. A flash of surprise appeared on the young man's face when he saw Lin Fan, and he quickly walked towards him. When Mu Jiannan saw his big brother walking towards Lin Fan, he was very pleased in his heart. "Kid, you're done. Let's see how you can still pretend this time. By then Zhou Wanqing will definitely despise you and will alienate you. Still want to pretend to chase women? You're still a bit young." His heart at this time was very all pleased and very comfortable, as if he saw Lin Fan's disheveled appearance. But the next scene he saw was completely dumbfounded. "Boss, I finally found you." The young man turned to Lin Fan, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully. Chapter 33, What do you want with me? "Boss, I finally found you." The young man turned to Lin Fan, his body slightly bowed, and said respectfully. This young man was no other than Lin Fan's little fanboy, Li Guangwei. Mu Jiannan was instantly confused when he saw the way Li Guangwei was treating Lin Fan. His mouth was wide open in shock and his eyes were rolling. How could he not have expected such a situation? Is this still his big brother? This pose? This stance? Why does it look so familiar? Isn't that what he just did to his big brother? Isn't Lin Fan a poor boy? Why was his own big brother so respectful to him? What the hell is going on here? Mu Jiannan's mind was now completely confused. The big brother who was so powerful in his heart was so respectful to Lin Fan, making him unable to accept it. He felt faint and a wave of dizziness hit him, and if he hadn't been holding onto the table next to him he would have fallen to the floor. Lin Fan lifted his head and looked at Li Guangwei, his brows slightly furrowed as he asked suspiciously, "What are you looking for me for?" Just now, listening to Li Guangwei's tone, it should mean that he had been looking for him for a long time. He didn't remember having any interactions with this Li Guangwei, so Li Guangwei looking for him made him very puzzled. "Boss, here's the thing. I told our sports car club about you and everyone wants to meet you. I wonder if you have time tomorrow night." "Boss?" Li Guangwei's eyes were firmly fixed on Lin Fan, afraid that Lin Fan would say something to refuse. Lin Fan didn't say anything and looked at Mu Jiannan behind Li Guangwei and opened his mouth to ask, "Is this person also from your sports car club?" Li Guangwei looked at the dumbfounded Mu Jiannan and was furious.
wanting to go up and beat Mu Jiannan violently. You are still someone else pretending to be a pussy. I think it is you who is pretending to be a pussy. It's now, isn't it?
He cursed Mu Jiannan severely in his heart.
However, when Lin Fan asked, he didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly said, "Yes, it's my little brother. Why don't you come over here? What are you doing there?" Li Guangwei said angrily to Mu Jiannan.
Mu Jiannan instantly woke up when he heard Li Guangwei's angry voice and hurriedly walked carefully to Lin Fan. He now felt that if he could make Li Guangwei treat Lin Fan like this, then Lin Fan's origin was definitely not simple. After all, Li Guangwei in his heart that is a heaven and earth fearless master. But such a person is now in front of Lin Fan like a little brother.
That fully explains that Lin Fan is not ordinary. He was scared for a moment in his heart. Just now there was a pretense, but it was good that he did not go overboard with his words, or else he would be miserable today. Li Guangwei looked at the dumbfounded Mu Jiannan, stretched out his hand, ruthlessly slapped the back of Mu Jiannan's head, and said with hatred, "Hurry up and call the boss." He felt as if it was a mistake to accept Mu Jiannan as a junior brother. Feeling that Mu Jiannan was like a piece of wood, Mu Jiannan rubbed the back of his aching head and hurriedly said, "Good day, boss." Lin Fan waved his hand and said, "I'm not a boss. Just call me Lin Fan." He didn't want to be any boss. He was the one who wanted to be a tycoon. All these jungle bosses could only be younger brothers. That's not good. Look at it this way. How about I call you Brother Fan? Li Guangwei shook his head directly and said thoughtfully, "Let him not call Lin Fan boss. Then how else could the two get closer? Since Lin Fan didn't like to be called boss, then call him brother." It was also a way to get closer. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, "As you wish." Lin Fan raised his head to look at Mu Jiannan and said indifferently, "Don't pester Zhou Wanqing in the future." When Mu Jiannan heard Lin Fan's words, he hurriedly and respectfully said, "In the future, I promise to absolutely stop harassing sister-in-law." When Zhou Wanqing heard Mu Jiannan's address, her ears suddenly warmed up, and she was tempted to retort, but she swallowed her words as they came out of her mouth. Lin Fan naturally didn't care what Mu Jiannan called him, and he didn't bother to explain. He's explained his affair with Tang Ruobing many times. Does it work? So others can say what they like. The matter has been settled. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward obtained has been released to the system backpack. Gained 5 system points. Lin Fan was in a very good mood when he heard the system voice. Not only had he gained skills, but also points. This was getting closer to upgrading. Lin Fan raised his head to look at Li Guangwei and said after a moment of contemplation, "Let's add each other's contact information, and when the time comes, you tell me the address of the party and I'll go there myself." Li Guangwei had helped him after all. Without Li Guangwei's appearance, he would have needed to go through a lot of trouble to solve Zhou Wanqing's troubles. Lin Fan also wanted to see what the sports car club party Li Guangwei was talking about was like. Gain insights and expand your horizons. That's how you become a qualified tycoon. Li Guangwei happily exchanged ways with Lin Fan. After saying goodbye to Lin Fan, he left with Mu Jiannan. Mu Jiannan walked out of the pedestrian street with Li Guangwei and finally asked the question in his heart. "Big brother, what is this Brother Fan's origin? Make you treat him like this? Doesn't he just have a Lamborghini bat, which should be about the same price as your Lamborghini Ghidorah?" "Big brother?" Li Guangwei stopped and said with a sigh. "That car is not an ordinary bat, but a Lamborghini Bat SV limited edition sports car that costs close to $8 million. Mu Jiannan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Li Guangwei's words. His mouth was unconsciously wide open and his eyes were round. $8 million. That's not 800. He already feels bullish with an $800,000 sports car. Now that Lin Fan, whom he had always despised, was driving a sports car worth $8 million. No wonder Big Brother was so respectful to Lin Fan. "I didn't realize that Lin Fan was the real hidden big shot. It's just that this big guy is so low-key too." At the same time, the heart was once again glad that it hadn't said anything excessive just now. What really made me decide to hold on to Fan as my thigh is still that $5 million Richard Mille RM027 limited edition watch. That's not something you can buy just because you have money, Li Guangwei said with an exclamation. A sports car worth $8 million. He can find someone to borrow, but this watch he has no way to borrow. Such a watch will not be lent out casually. When Mu Jiannan heard Li Guangwei's words, his mouth, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened again, as if he could put an egg in it. What did he hear? A $5 million watch? Holy, how rich does one have to be to spend $5 million on a wristwatch? Doesn't $5 million for a sports car smell good? That's a real big shot. A real rich guy. He felt that compared to Lin Fan, he was a beggar. He laughed bitterly inwardly as he swore that he would absolutely have to walk around Zhou Wanqing in the future, and definitely not let Lin Fan misunderstand him. If such a big man got angry, it wasn't something he could withstand. Chapter 34, Just Missing You. Lin Fan and Zhou Wanqing had a pleasant barbecue. After eating, the few people headed towards Willow City University. Entering the school, Lin Fan asked his 3 roommates to send He Yunmei back to her dormitory. All 3 roommates gave Lin Fan a thumbs up at the same time. The 3 of them exclaimed in their hearts, "It's a brother." "It's enough." Lin Fan blankly glanced at the trio and led Zhou Wanqing to the parking lot. Push the sports car switch to turn on the sports car. "Wow, it's beautiful." Zhou Wanqing looked at the gorgeous headlights and the slowly opening doors and marveled. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Get in the car." Zhou Wanqing carefully sat on the co-pilot and looked around curiously. Lin Fan started the car and a loud engine sound instantly rang out. Zhou Wanqing looked at Lin Fan in the driver's seat and asked curiously, "Brother Xiao Fan, this car of yours isn't cheap." Even if she didn't know anything about cars, she knew that such a beautiful sports car must not be cheap. She had seen Mu Jiannan's sports car. It didn't look as beautiful and atmospheric as this one of Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Zhou Wanqing and said with a smile, "Not expensive." It really wasn't expensive for him now. He had another $10 million sports car in his garage, and this one, which was only $7 million or so, really wasn't expensive. Zhou Wanqing looked at Lin Fan, her face full of curiosity, and opened her mouth to ask, "Brother Xiao Fan, did you win the lottery?" Lin Fan's family's situation, as a neighbor Hao will not understand, is an ordinary family. If Lin Fan buy an ordinary family car, she can still accept. But what Lin Fan had bought was a sports car. And that sports car must be much more expensive than an ordinary sedan, not something that an ordinary family could afford. The lottery is not that easy to win. Lin Fan started the car and said indifferently. Zhou Wanqing stared at Lin Fan with unblinking eyes. "You know, I like finance. It's what I've earned back from my investment," Lin Fan said without haste. This was a pretext he had thought of long ago. He couldn't tell that it was from the system, and he didn't intend to tell anyone about the system's existence. Of course, even if Lin Fan said that it was given by the system, it was expected that no one would believe it. Thinking that Lin Fan didn't want to talk about it and was making excuses, sometimes telling the truth didn't make people believe it. Instead, it was easier for people to accept it by telling lies. Zhou Wanqing froze for a moment when she heard the first half of Lin Fan's sentence. "When did I know you liked finance?" A series of question marks popped up on her head. Lin Fan continued, "I made investments with a friend. He put up the money and I put up the brains. And that's how I made some money." He knew that if he didn't make it clear, Zhou Wanqing would definitely ask endless questions. Time passed quickly and Lin Fan parked his car in front of Zhou Wanqing's school. "Brother Xiao Fan, thank you." Zhou Wanqing stepped out of the car and said to Lin Fan in the car. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. "By Sister Wanqing. Call." Zhou Wanqing waved the cell phone in her hand and said with a smile, "Bye." Lin Fan nodded and started the car, heading off into the distance. Lin Fan had no intention of going back to school. He was going to go back to Heishan One Villa. Half an hour later, Lin Fan returned to the villa. He pulled into the garage and instantly saw the 2 new cars parked in the garage. One is an atmospheric Rolls-Royce Cullinan. One is a super cool sports car Porsche 918 Spider. Lin Fan walked up and gently stroked the silver body of the Porsche 918 Spider with his hand. "Beautiful. Just beautiful," Lin Fan said to himself in admiration. When he finished, he headed for the living room. He didn't stop at the living room and went directly to the study on the 2nd floor, and immediately saw a number of items laid out on the table. It's the Porsche 918 Spider key that shines the brightest. Lin Fan picked up the car keys and couldn't wait to head downstairs. Walking into the garage and pressing the car key, the Porsche 918 Spider lights flashed on. The car door slowly opened and Lin Fan couldn't wait to sit in. "It's so beautiful and luxurious." Lin Fan looked at the interior decoration of the car and said in admiration. He started the car. A huge engine rumbled to life, and with a kick of the gas, the car scurried out of the garage. 10 minutes or so later, Lin Fan returned to the villa, sat on the comfortable sofa and opened a bottle of drink. "That's nice." Lin Fan remembered the sensation he had just felt and was just bursting with joy. He took a sip of his drink as if he had forgotten one thing. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and called his counselor Morong Shui to take a leave of absence. As a class president naturally cannot not go back to the dormitory without a word. How to talk to the guide. Lin Fan looked at the time and decided to call his mother. After telling Zhou Wanqing about his situation today, he believed that it wouldn't be long before Zhou Wanqing's mother would know about his situation. And with Zhou Wanqing's mother's loudspeaker personality, she would definitely look for his mother to inquire about the situation. It would be a little embarrassing when his mother didn't know his side of the story, but from a neighbor. Lin Fan found his mother's phone number and dialed it. A short while later, the call was answered. "Sailor, is that you? Calling this late? Is something wrong?" His mother's anxious voice came at once when the call was answered. Mothers worry when their children travel 1,000 miles. Lin Fan suddenly felt some wetness in his eyes. He hadn't heard his mother's voice in a long time. Mom, I'm fine. I just miss you," Lin Fan said with a smile. Just a little shaky voice. He often didn't come home in his last life, and he didn't want to honor his mother until she died. But it was too late. God had given him another chance to honor his parents, and he decided that he must cherish it. Silly boy. Didn't you just go to school? If you miss mom, just come back when you're on vacation. Scared me to death. I thought something was wrong. Lin Fan's mother complained. Mom, I invested with a friend and made some money. I just put $100,000 in your bank card. You and my dad don't have to save. Buy more good food. Lin Fan heard his mother's nagging voice and felt very affectionate. Smiling. Ah, little Fan. What kind of investment are you making? Making so much money, but don't do anything illegal. When Lin Fan's mother heard that Lin Fan had called for $100,000, what she got in return was not a surprise but a face full of worry. This is also the reason why Lin Fan did not give more. If he gave his mother $1 million, probably this night his mother will not be able to sleep. For ordinary people $1 million is a big number. Mom, don't worry. Serious business. Your son you don't understand. Lin Fan knew why his mother was worried and hurriedly explained. Lin Fan's mother listened to Lin Fan and believed that Lin Fan would not do anything illegal. Son, this money mom is saving for you for when you get a wife in the future. Hearing his mother's words, Lin Fan knew that persuasion was useless and he could only think of a way later. Lin Fan chatted with his mother for a while longer and hung up. Lin Fan was in a good mood as he got up and walked towards the second floor to change into a swimsuit. Come to the villa's outdoor pool. Swimming, not to mention worthy of the top villa. The water temperature of the swimming pool here is constant. Chapter 35, I'll take you there. An hour later, Lin Fan returned to the second floor bedroom. Wash up and lie down on the bed to get ready for bed. He was very much looking forward to the new day. The next morning, Lin Fan was woken up by the alarm. He sat up, opened his arms and stretched. It's still a king-sized bed. It's literally 100 times more comfortable than the hard beds at school. Lin Fan said in admiration. Looks like it's time to see a counselor for a walk-in. Why do you need to live in a group home and sleep on a cubicle bed when you have a big house to live in and a big comfortable bed to sleep on? Lin Fan is ready to go to the counselor Morong Shui for a walk-in when he has time today. Of course the dormitory he wouldn't check out. He thought it would be nice to sleep in it once in a while. He got up and headed for the restroom. After washing up, he sat on the bed and clicked on the system's virtual panel. He wanted to see what today's system's $1 spike item was. Lin Fan's eyes instantly widened when he saw the $1 spike item. $1 for a top-of-the-line Bentley Mulsanne. Holy, another limo. Is the system telling me to collect all the luxury cars? Hey, I like it. No man minds a lot of luxury cars. Even if you can't drive it. It's nice to look at it as a toy display. Purchase. Lin Fan said directly without hesitation. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. The Bentley Mulsanne has been parked in the Haitian No. 1 Villa garage, and the keys and related documents have been placed in the villa study. Lin Fan was in a very good mood after hearing the system voice. This Bentley Mulsanne costs at least $6 million or more, which adds a little bit more to his value. Nice, really nice. Lin Fan got dressed, picked up the keys to the Porsche 918 Spider on the table next to him, and headed downstairs. When I arrived at the garage, I saw a blue Bentley Mulsanne parked there. Lin Fan circled around the Bentley Mulsanne twice and exclaimed, Beautiful, I like it. Gently patted the body of the Bentley Mulsanne. He looked at the clock. It was about time. Start the Porsche 918 Spider key. Sit in. Nice. Real nice. Despite experiencing the Porsche 918 Spider for a while last night, he was still thrilled inside to sit in it again. Can you not be excited? It's a multi-million-dollar sports car. Lin Fan started the car, and a loud rumbling engine sound instantly rang out. With a kick of the gas, the car scurried out of the garage and headed out of the villa. Lin Fan left a little late today, and the road already looked a little congested with a lot of people going to work. But these are not problems. Congestion that is for others. For Lin Fan that does not exist. All the cars avoided Lin Fan's sports car when they saw it, fearing that they might accidentally run into it. A strange scene appeared on the streets that were just crowded.
As long as Lin Fan's car passed by, instantly all gave way and stopped, waiting for Lin Fan's sports car to leave these cars before starting. Such maneuvering instantly aroused the displeasure of some people on the passenger side. "Honey, why did you stop? Don't you know I'm in a hurry?" A woman in the passenger side, wearing makeup, gave the man driving a disgruntled look. "Baby, don't you see that sports car out front?" the man said as he looked at the sports car in the distance. "Honey, isn't it just a sports car? What's the fuss? It's not like our family doesn't have one." The woman bristled, looking unconcerned. "Baby, so to tell you, just that sports car can buy our family that sports car more than 10 it. You say if you touch it, that shall not hundreds of thousands of millions of compensation to others," the man said bitterly. The woman in the car heard the man's words and instantly froze. Her mouth opened wide in shock, her eyes rolled up in surprise, and her face turned pale. You know that the sports car in their house is only about $1 million, and now the one they just had to pay hundreds of thousands or even millions for a little rubbing. How did that not shock her? At the same time, her heart breathed a long sigh of relief. Thankfully her husband had just stopped. What kind of big shot is this coming out to blow up the streets? This is too scary. This is too awesome. Even if a family like theirs had some money, it would be heartbreaking to lose hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. She gently patted her breasts, which were constantly beating from the shock, and hurriedly said to the man next to her, stuttering a little, "Slow, drive slowly." The man looked at the woman in the passenger side suspiciously. "You're not in a hurry?" The woman blankly glanced at the man and said without a good mood, "If you don't care about the hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars, speed up and drive." The man instantly wimped out at the woman's words. It really doesn't hurt the hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, he just wouldn't have parked. Lin Fan naturally didn't know the impact he was having on others. He had now driven to the entrance of Luchine University. He was about to head to the east parking lot, which was closer to their dorm, when he overheard a familiar face in front of him. There is no way really, the other side is too dazzling. Grass-green dresses swinging in the breeze, long hair was simply tied up, full of youthfulness. This person was no other than the schoolgirl, Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan drove the car in front of Tang Ruobing and dropped the window. "Good morning, Sister Tang." If Lin Fan hadn't seen it, there would be no need to greet him, but if he saw it, he always had to go up and say hello, and besides, it wouldn't take much time. Tang Ruobing was still wondering why this car suddenly stopped in front of her. It was only when he saw that handsome face that he realized it was Lin Fan. "Good morning, Senior Lin." Tang Ruobing smiled in greeting. "Is this where Senior Sister Tang is going to class?" Lin Fan opened his mouth and asked. Tang Ruobing shook her head. "I don't have any classes in the morning. I'm going to go back to my dorm first. College classes are still easy. Some days one class a morning, some days no class at all. Senior Sister Tang, get in the car. It happens to be on the way. I'll send you there." Lin Fan opened the passenger door and said to Tang Ruobing. It was still a distance from the dormitory area, so it was just on the way, and there was no harm in bringing Tang Ruobing along. "Then thank you, Senior Lin." Tang Ruobing did not refuse. She saw from Lin Fan's eyes are full of sincerity. If other people's car Tang Ruobing will not get on. Tang Ruobing sat in the car and realized how luxurious this car was. Tang Ruobing asked curiously, "Senior Lin, are you changing cars again?" Lin Fan nodded. He didn't want to explain too much, saying that it was given by the system. Tang Ruobing definitely didn't believe it, so it was better not to go and explain. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't want to say more, Tang Ruobing didn't ask much. She was just curious. After all, Lin Fan couldn't be seen as a rich man at all in his dress. It's really because Lin Fan is too low-key. Yet every day he drives a sports car worth a lot of money. This made Tang Ruobing very curious as to what kind of person Lin Fan really was. "Senior Lin, what kind of person are you really?" Tang Ruobing looked at the driving Lin Fan's side face and thought darkly in her heart. Chapter 36. It's mine. What's the problem? After Lin Fan sent Tang Ruobing to the dormitory, he drove the car to the parking lot, parked it and walked towards the dormitory. Coming under Tang Ruobing's dormitory today didn't cause too much of a shock. After all, with yesterday's experience, everyone knew that Tang Ruobing had a rumored boyfriend who drove a sports car. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, and sure enough, he saw that his 3 roommates hadn't gotten up yet. "Get up." Lin Fan put the xiaolongbao and soy milk he had just brought along from the cafeteria on the table. Washing his hands, he picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth. Grabbing the soy milk next to him, he took a sip. The 3 roommates sat up instantly at the smell of xiaolongbao. Old 4. You're back.
Boss Zhang Zichang was surprised to see Lin Fan, who was eating xiaolongbao. How's it feel? 4. The oldest 2. Li Muyang looked at Lin Fan and hemmed and hawed. Old 4. You're great. Getting up so early after retiring night. The oldest 3. Wang Jian said with a face full of admiration. Lin Fan blankly glanced at his 3 roommates. What a bunch of old colorful bastards. I'm just sending Sister Wanqing back to school. I'm going home for the night. Lin Fan finished lazily ignoring the trio and quickly eliminated the xiaolongbao. He finished his soy milk and threw the cup in the trash. I'm going to see the counselor today to get the walk-in done. Do you have any to do together? Lin Fan asked as he looked at the 3 people who had gotten off the bed. Holy 4. You're ditching your buddy. Boss Zhang Zichun pretended to look sad. Off. Brother is not good with men. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. I'm not going to do a walk-in. It's so freeing here. And I'm not going to be annoyed by my mom when I get home. The second one, Li Moyo, said with a shake of his head. I don't do it either. My second is right. I can have as much fun as I want here. And when I get home, my mom is in charge of this and that. It's too unfree. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, chimed in. Lin Fan didn't force it either. The 3 of them washed up and quickly eliminated the xiaolongbao that Lin Fan had brought. The 4 headed for the playground. The weather has been beautiful for the past few days. Aha! All 3 had gotten a bit of a tan. Lao Si, how did you grow this skin? It's the same military training. We are getting darker and darker in the sun, but you are getting whiter and whiter. This is too strange. Boss Zhang Zichun looked at the side of Lin Fan's face next to him and said, Can't help it, born with it. Lin Fan said casually. He couldn't say that it was a system improvement. The 3 of them looked at Lin Fan as full of envy, cursing, really a little white boy. But why not me? Soon the 4 came to the playground. At this time, the playground had already come to a lot of people, and the 4 of them found a seat and waited for the instructor to arrive. Did you guys see that video this morning? Old Wang asked to Old Zhang and the others next to him. What video? Old Zhang asked suspiciously. They just woke up and came to the playground without even eating breakfast, so how could they have time to watch any videos? Old Wang hemmed and hawed, took out his cell phone, and quickly opened a video on it. The video shows a black sports car driving down the street and all the cars stop and salute as if the soldiers have seen a general. Awesome. Which big man is this? This is too much. It's so grand. What kind of car is this? This is too pretty. I didn't realize we had such beautiful sports cars in Willow City. If I had a beautiful sports car like that, I'd wake up smiling in my sleep. Old Zhang looked at the car in the video and sighed. Old Zhang, it's not that I look down on you. You can't necessarily afford it even if you earn a lifetime of money. The old king said with a skittish grin. Who are you looking down on? And all your life? Old Zhang instantly quit. Hey, Old Chang, do you know what kind of car this is? Old Wang looked at the unconvinced Old Zhang and asked with a smile. What car? Isn't it just a sports car? Old Zhang said with an air of disbelief. He felt that this sports car was only $1 or $2 million. He didn't believe that he couldn't earn $1 or $2 million in his life. This old Wan was obviously looking down on him. Hey, it really is a sports car, but a Porsche 918 Spider. The old king hemmed and hawed. Old Zhang looked at the smug-looking old Wang and asked suspiciously, This car is expensive? It's true that he didn't study sports cars or he wouldn't have been unaware of the Porsche 918 Spider. Expensive? Hey, the Porsche 918 Spider is a limited edition sports car. The price of this car is estimated to be over $15 million. Do you think it's expensive? Old Wang said with an envious face. He wanted to have a sports car like this, but his strength didn't allow it. Old Zhan was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Old Wang's words. His shocked mouth was wide open, and his eyes were rolling round and round in disbelief. How could he not expect a sports car to cost $15 million? This is too much. No wonder Old Wang said he would never be able to afford it in his lifetime. $1 million or $2 million. He could still afford it if he struggled. $15 million. He wasn't really confident that he could save enough in his lifetime. It was just too much. He had a bitter smile on his face. That's a big gap between people. When the other few people heard Old Wang's words, their reactions were no worse than Old Zhang's, and they were all filled with shock. That's a $15 million sports car. The average college student is already envied for being able to drive a $100,000 plus minivan. It's a $1,500 sports car they can't even think about. At this time, a student suddenly stammered, Class President. Old Wang directly interrupted the man. The squad leader's Lamborghini bat is nice, but it's still not even close to this sports car. This old king now thought Lin Fan was driving a normal version of the Batmobile. The regular version of the Batmobile is only $4 or $5 million, which really doesn't compare to a $15 million Porsche 918 Spider. No, the male student said excitedly. What isn't? Old Wang looked at the male student in confusion. That male classmate directly handed his cell phone to Lao Wang and told him to look at it himself. Old Wang didn't care at first, but when he saw the photos in his cell phone, he was completely confused. His mouth opened wide in shock, as if he could fit an egg in it. What did he see? Just in time to see Tang Ruobing waving goodbye to a man. Even though the man was a backstory, the backstory was all too familiar, and the man was driving the very same Porsche 918 Spider. With eyes full of shock, he looked at Lin Fan, who was chatting next to him, swallowed hard, and asked with a dry voice, "Squad leader, is that black Porsche 918 Spider yours?" Lin Fan looked at Old Wang, very confused about what Old Wang meant. Old Wang hurriedly showed Lin Fan the cell phone photo. "Good, it's mine. What's the problem?" Lin Fan asked suspiciously. Chapter 37, Something's happened to your little boyfriend. Old Wang's head felt buzzing when he heard Lin Fan's words. He guessed that this person was Lin Fan, but when he heard Lin Fan admit it was another matter. "No, it's fine," Old Wang said hurriedly. He didn't even notice that he had all started stuttering. The conversation between Old Wang and Lin Fan was overheard by Old Zhang and the crowd. Their mouths were all wide open at this moment, their eyes round and full of incredulity. The owner of the sports car they envied turned out to be Lin Fan. How could this not shock them? Envy, or envy. No jealousy. When someone reaches a height that you can't catch up with in your lifetime, then you won't be jealous. That's when the instructor came. A new day of military training has begun. The military training went well, and soon it was time for a break, and the instructor had to leave for something, leaving everyone free to do their own thing. Everyone just sat down and didn't want to move. Lin Fan wasn't tired, but he wasn't going to stand there foolishly during his break. At that moment, a sudden roar came from the distance. Who is Lin Fan? Everyone looked at Lin Fan in unison. Lin Fan looked at the visitor and didn't recognize him. The person who came was 1.85 meters tall, all tendon meat, looked stout and powerful. Although Lin Fan didn't know what the other party was looking for him for, he stood up. "I am." Lin Fan shouted at the stupid big man. The stupid big man started shouting from the edge of the playground. And if he let the stupid big man keep shouting, I guess the whole playground knew him. Silly big guy saw Lin Fan stand up and quickly walked towards him. The pace was steady and tiger-like. The stupid big man walked up to Lin Fan and asked loudly, "You're Lin Fan? Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend?" Lin Fan rubbed his nose, wondering when he had become Tang Ruobing's rumored boyfriend. I'm just an ordinary friend with Sister Tang," Lin Fan still explained. He could see that the silly big man was probably one of Tang Ruobing's suitors. As for whether or not the stupid big guy believes it, that's up to the stupid big guy. Lin Fan didn't want to cause trouble, but he wasn't afraid of it either. How about a man with a system? A future tycoon? The stupid big man looked at Lin Fan. His eyes narrowed, and he spoke. "If you want to become Tang Ruobing's boyfriend, you'll have to go through me first. Come and compete with me. Let me see how much weight you have." Lin Fan looked at the stupid big man in front of him with strange eyes. This man can't be sick, can he? You still need your permission to be Tang Ruobing's boyfriend? Who do you think you are? Is it another psychopath? What a poor baby, Lin Fan muttered in his mind. The stupid big man saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything and thought that Lin Fan was afraid. He hurriedly said, "I'll let you have one hand, and you'll be considered to have passed if you last 10 moves in my hand." The surrounding crowd boiled over when they heard the foolish man's words. Asterisk. Who is this? So powerful, but also let a hand, but also really think they are martial arts masters. That's right, about the same height as the squad leader, just slightly stronger than the squad leader. This is to look down on who, but also let a hand. Squad leader on, beat him. I go. I said, look how this person looks familiar. Isn't this sophomore Zhang Haoqiang? The runner-up of the Willow City campus fighting competition that just finished. A ruthless man. Asterisk. So powerful. This is not the class president, has no chance of winning at all. The class president must not agree. Zhang Haoqiang is said to be the escort of schoolmistress Tang. And sure enough, the rumors are true. This is knowing about class president and schoolmistress Tang's affair, and has come to find class president's trouble. Now class president is in danger. Lin Fan was ready to sit down and stop paying attention to this stupid big guy. He wasn't bored enough to fight a cutie. The point of a fight. Lin Fan, who was just about to sit down, suddenly froze. Release the mission. As a great tycoon, How can you back down in the face of provocation? Show strength, and completely bow down to the other side. Accept the quest and reward the consummate level calligraphy skill. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the rewards in the system's voice. And this time it was even a skill again. Ah, calligraphy skills. He writes well though. Well, it looks good. But it's only good. It's 100,000 miles away from calligraphy kodo. Let alone consummate calligraphy. The system is so awesome. He only needed to absorb the calligraphy skill instantly to become a master calligrapher. Knowing that many people could not become a master calligrapher even after practicing hard for a lifetime. Accept the mission. Lin Fan said silently in his heart. He looked over at the stupid big man. This silly big guy is such a nice guy. When you do it next, control the intensity yourself as much as possible. Lin Fan thought darkly in his heart. Good. I agree. Lin Fan smiled at Zheng Haoqiang and said. Zheng Haoqiang directly froze when he heard Lin Fan's words. He had just watched Lin Fan not speak for a long time. Thinking that Lin Fan was afraid that he still didn't dare to answer the battle and was ready to lower his conditions again. I didn't expect Lin Fan to agree. The smile on Lin Fan's face made him feel like that smile was like the way he was happy when he saw delicious food. It puzzled him greatly. When the crowd heard that Lin Fan had actually agreed to compete with Zheng Haoqiang, they all stood up anxiously. Class president, don't agree to him. He's Zheng Haoqiang, the runner-up of the Lu Cheng campus fighting competition. You're no match for him. Squad leader, you can't show off. This is no joke. Squad leader, hurry up and hide behind us. There's no need for so many of us to be afraid of him. Squad leader, I'll protect you. At this time, Su Ruiwen, the class flower, blocked in front of Lin Fan, the old mother hen protecting the chicks like protecting Lin Fan. Lin Fan was touched to see the concern of the crowd. He smiled and said, when have you ever seen me fight a battle I wasn't sure of? But, the crowd wanted to say something else, but they were directly interrupted by Lin Fan. He looked at Zheng Haoqiang and said with a smiling face, begin. You make the first move. Otherwise, you won't even have a chance to make a move. When Zheng Haoqiang heard Lin Fan's words, he was so angry that his hands were trembling. These were the words that he was going to say to Lin Fan, but at this moment, Lin Fan snatched them first. How could he not be angry? Kid, how dare you steal my words? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Let you know that pretending without strength is. He thought viciously in his mind. Willowtown University Library. Da 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 da. A rush of footsteps sounded in the library. The crowd looked up at the visitor and froze. The person who came was none other than Tang Ruobing's roommate, Zhao Sinan, the school flower on the school flower list. What's schoolgirl Zhou doing in the library? Seeing as how she left in such a hurry. This is an accident. Seriously though, schoolgirl Zhou is so pretty. Zhao Sinan stopped in front of Tang Ruobing and said eagerly to her, something happened to your little boyfriend. When everyone heard Zhao Sinan's words, they all looked at Tang Ruobing in unison. Chapter 38, I still have to chat with my classmates. This was a library that was already quiet, plus Zhao Sinan's voice wasn't small, and all of them immediately looked at Tang Ruobing in unison. Even if Tang Ruobing was a high-cool school flower, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face when she was shouted at by Zhao Sinan. Nan, what are you babbling about? What little boyfriend? Tang Ruobing glared at Zhao Sinan and said without a trace of anger, that Zheng Haoqiang came back and is now going to the playground to look for your little boy. Lin Fan then. Zhao Sinan hurriedly changed her words when she saw Tang Ruobing's murderous gaze. With Zheng Haoqiang's temper, I'm afraid that Lin Fan won't be able to avoid a flesh wound. Zhao Sinan sighed and held a minute's silence for Lin Fan. Tang Ruobing's face changed when she heard Zhao Sinan's words. Not bothering to nag Zhao Xinan, he didn't even bother to pack up the books on the desk, lifted his leg and ran towards the outside of the library. She was afraid that if she went late, Lin Fan would be beaten to a pig's head by Zheng Haoqiang. And that wasn't something she wanted to see. Zhao Sinan hurriedly followed Tang Ruobing. She also wanted to see what kind of god this Lin Fan was that made Tang Ruobing so nervous. The library crowd was abuzz when they saw Tang Ruobing and Zhao Sinan leave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Tang schoolgirl, this is really have a boyfriend. Not a gossip boyfriend at all. This is a real hammer. I seem to have just heard that schoolmarm Zhao mentioned Zheng Haoqiang. Could it be that Zheng Haoqiang is back? It must be Zheng Haoqiang who went to find trouble with schoolgirl Tang's boyfriend. Otherwise schoolgirl Tang wouldn't have left in such a hurry. I'm so sad that my schoolgirl Tang has a famous girl. Che, it's like saying that you have a chance because Dawn schoolgirl doesn't have a master. Playground. Zheng Haoqiang looked at Lin Fan with anger in his eyes. Kid, are you sure you want me to make the first move? Zheng Haoqiang had anger in his voice. Lin Fan hooked his hand impatiently. Hurry up and get started. I have to talk to my classmates.
Zhang Haoqiang became even more angry when he heard Lin Fan's words.
Surprisingly, he didn't take the match with him so seriously.
He wanted Lin Fan to know the consequences of completely provoking him. He had it all figured out that he would make sure to keep Lin Fan in bed for a few days. He posed with his feet in an offensive stance. Even if Lin Fan was a rookie in his mind, he respected every opponent. With a push of his feet, his body scurried out, heading towards Lin Fan. The crowd cried out in shock when they saw Zhang Haoqiang attacking towards Lin Fan.
I go.
Why is this Zhang Haoqiang's stance so scary?
Can the class president dodge it?
If I were to take on this punch from Zhang Haoqiang, I would have been scared to death.
Or is the class president great? Standing there without moving. Do you think there's a possibility that the squad leader was so stunned that he didn't know to duck or return fire? Not good. Squad leader, get out of the way. Squad leader, watch out.
Zhang Haoqiang was filled with disdain when he saw Lin Fan standing there motionless.
Thinking that Lin Fan was dumbfounded by his aura. Let you pretend. Now you know you are. Kid will give you a good lesson today. Don't pretend to be a bully without strength.
He was very pleased in his heart, as if he could see Lin Fan lying on the ground and rolling around.
How is that possible without hitting it? It hurt. It hurt. It hurt like hell. With a thud,
Zhang Haoqiang lay on the ground and started rolling around in pain. The crowd was all confused when they saw Zhang Haoqiang's appearance.
What is this a case of? One by one,
their mouths were open and their eyes were wide open,
full of incredulity.
This Zhang Haoqiang won't be here to touch the porcelain.
Right. Why is he lying on the ground by himself and screaming so miserably?
This Zhang Haoqiang wouldn't be colluding with the class president.
Would he? Deliberately acting for us to see. This acting skill is catching up with the movie star. It's really awesome. Class president is really bad. So it was an act, causing me to worry for half a day for nothing.
Zhang Haoqiang growled inwardly as he heard the murmurs of the people around him.
I am in real pain. Okay? Who's acting? Can't you see my tears are coming out? OMG. That hurts. This kid hits hard. It's over this time. Completely planted. Meet the master.
Zhang Haoqiang's heart burst with sadness. It seems that this time he will have to stay in bed for a while.
Oh, my God. What bad luck.
Lin Fan looked at Zhang Haoqiang, who was rolling on the ground,
and asked with a smile, still coming?
When Zhang Haoqiang heard Lin Fan's words, his face turned even more ugly. Forcing himself to endure the pain and hurriedly said,
Not coming, not coming. He wimped out. He won't come even if he's dead. Can't you see he's still rolling around in pain?
He hadn't even seen how Lin Fan had struck just now.
How could he fight? If I get punched in the face, I'm really going to be accountable today.
When the crowd heard Lin Fan and Zhang Haoqiang's words, they were suddenly startled.
Are the two not acting? How is that possible?
Zhang Haoqiang is the runner-up in the Lucheng campus fighting competition.
Then wouldn't the squad leader be better than the fighting runner-up? This is too unbelievable. Old 4, you weren't just acting with Zhang Haoqiang? Boss Zhang Ziqiang walked up to Lin Fan and asked about the doubts in his heart. Acting? I don't even know this stupid big guy. What's the act?
Lin Fan felt puzzled when he heard Zhang Ziqiang's words.
He wouldn't bother with Zhang Haoqiang. This stupid big guy, if it wasn't for the system rewards. Seriously though, this system is pretty quick to hand out rewards. Just after Zhang Haoqiang conceded, the system voice immediately sounded. Not only were the rewards placed in the backpack, but there were also 5 system points in the key, which brought him closer and closer to the system upgrade. He had just glanced at his points and they were already 45, just 5 points short of the 50 needed for the upgrade. He's in a very good mood right now. This Zhang Haoqiang may look a bit silly, but he is really a good person.
Lin Fan unceremoniously sent Zhang Haoqiang a good guy card. The crowd gasped when they heard Lin Fan's words.
Squad leader, that was awesome. I really didn't expect the class president to be both civil and military. That's too much security. No wonder schoolgirl Tang chose to be with the class president.
I wish I had a boyfriend like the class president.
Don't dream. The class president belongs to schoolmarm Tang. Since Lin Fan had gotten his reward, he naturally wouldn't bother with Zhang Haoqiang. Just now,
when he threw his punches, he controlled the strength of his punches. It would just make Zhang Haoqiang particularly hurt, but it wouldn't cause any damage to his body. He had to sigh.
The system was really powerful. It instantly turned him, someone who hadn't practiced fighting, into a master fighter. He could tell that Zhang Haoqiang often trained in fighting, or else he wouldn't have won the second place in the Lucheng campus fighting competition. Such a formidable figure among the youths could not walk a single move in his hands. The system is truly and forever God. Chapter 39, Who told you to come to trouble schoolboy Lin?
Lin Fan was about to sit down when a petulant voice came from the distance. Stop! All of them raised their heads and looked at the visitor in the distance. The person who came was no other than Tang Ruobing, who hurriedly arrived,
followed by Zhao Sinan.
The playground crowd gasped when they saw Tang Ruobing arrive.
I'll go. I didn't expect schoolgirl Tang to come. This is big news. Could it be true that rumor has it that schoolgirl Tang has a boyfriend? It's not that kid over there, is it? What, that kid? That's class president Lin.
One of our freshmen who is very powerful.
I've found that only class president Lin is also capable of being worthy of schoolmistress Tang.
Although schoolmistress Tang is pretty, I still like schoolmistress Xiao next to her.
Schoolmistress Tang looks really high and cold, giving people a feeling of being unattainable. I really don't know if schoolgirl Tang can smile and what she looks like when she smiles. Tang Ruobing was very anxious inwardly and quickly walked to Lin Fan's class. That's not right. Where's Young Ho Kung? Hasn't Young Ho Kung come yet?
She patted her chest, which was heaving from the rush of walking, and let out a long sigh of relief.
It's better if it doesn't come.
She was really afraid that Zhang Haochang hadn't been gentle enough to break Lin Fan.
Tang Ruobing saw Lin Fan standing not far away and hurriedly walked over. Senior Lin, it's great to see that you're okay. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan, who hadn't suffered any injuries in front of her,
and revealed a charming smile.
When the crowd saw Tang Ruobing smile, they were all dumbfounded. One by one,
their shocked mouths were wide open,
as if they could put in an egg, their faces full of incredulity. Is this still the same high-flying schoolgirl? It's just like the big sister next door. So gentle, so charming. I'll go. This smile of schoolgirl Tang is so charming.
Whoever says that schoolflower Tang is a high-strung schoolflower in the future,
I'll be in a hurry with him. Which grandson just said that schoolgirl Tang can't smile? Step forward and I promise I won't beat him to death.
My heart is melting.
Schoolmarm Tang's smile is so healing. If I could see Schoolmarm Tang smile every day, I would wake up from my sleep with a smile.
Zhang Haochang saw Tang Ruobing coming. It had been prepared to accept Tang Ruobing's concern. Who knew that Tang Ruobing didn't care about him,
the injured man,
and instead went to care if Lin Fan was alright. He was instantly heartbroken.
Cousin, I'm hurt.
Zhang Haochang shouted at Tang Ruobing with a sobbing voice.
Tang Ruobing looked around suspiciously and muttered, why is this voice so familiar?
Zhang Haochang saw that Tang Ruobing hadn't seen him yet, and he endured making to crawl through the crowd.
Cousin, I'm here.
He endured the pain and waved his hand at Tang Ruobing. When Tang Ruobing saw Zhang Haochang, the smile on her face retracted and she turned back into her high-cool schoolgirl look.
Zhang Haochang, who told you to come and trouble Senior Lin?
When Zhang Haochang saw Tang Ruobing's appearance,
his myocardial infarction became even worse.
It felt like more pain in my heart.
Cousin, I'm your own cousin. I'm the one who's hurt right now.
His heart was full of aggravation.
What's all this about? Is this really my own cousin who cares about me? It can't be a fake, can it?
When the crowd heard Zhang Haochang's words, they all looked at Zhang Haochang with pity.
In his heart, he could not help but sigh. Class President Lin's status in the hearts of schoolflowers was really high. I'm going.
I didn't think that Zhang Haochang was even Tang Schoolflower's cousin. No wonder Zhang Haochang was only acting as Tang Schoolflower's escort and never rumored anything with Tang Schoolflower. It's just that this Zhang Haochang is so miserable. He was beaten by Class President Lin and rolled around on the ground.
And this cousin, Schoolmarm Tang, blamed him.
I guess he's already starting to doubt his life now.
Miserable, miserable, miserable.
Serves him right. Who let him come to trouble Class President Lin?
Humph. Let's see if he dares to trouble Class President Lin in the future.
But it's strange to see schoolgirl Tang turn into a high-strung schoolgirl again.
Why do I feel like this is my favorite schoolflower Tang? It seems like Schoolmarm Tang is still the same high-cooled schoolmarm. That smile can only be enjoyed by Class President Lin. I'm so envious of Class President Lin. What a role model for men. Class President Lin is really great. Melting the high-cooled schoolmarm Tang. Class President Lin is my idol from today onwards.
When Tang Ruobing heard Zhang Haochang's words, she then looked closely at him and realized that Zhang Haochang's face was very ugly.
Concerned, she asked, Cousin, are you okay?
Zhang Haochang heard Tang Ruobing's words of concern and tears came to his eyes.
Cousin, you finally know you care about me. That's my real cousin.
He was very moved in his heart.
But then,
Tang Ruobing said with a reproachful look in her eyes, don't come looking for trouble with Senior Lin in the future. Tang Ruobing's words made the touching feeling he had just felt disappear instantly.
Cousin, I'm hurt. I'm all beat up. Shouldn't you be concerned about me?
Zhang Haochang thought sadly in his heart.
Cousin, my heart hurts. Zhang Haoqiang covered his chest and said to Tang Ruobing, "Cousin, what's wrong with you?" Tang Ruobing asked with concern.
She saw that Zhang Haoqiang seemed to be having a hard time and tensed up. Lin Fan was also speechless as he looked at Zhang Haoqiang on the ground covering his chest. It would be a shame to not be an actor with that kind of skill.
True is a talent. Come on, don't pretend. I still count when I lay my hands.
Lin Fan looked at Zhang Haoqiang and said indifferently.
Zhang Haoqiang said to Tang Ruobing, "Cousin, I'm in real pain." He didn't forget to glance at Lin Fan. "Boy, how dare you hit me. I won't let you get away with it either. You still want to be with my cousin." "Ha!" Thinking.
Zhang Haoqiang thought triumphantly in his heart. Lin Fan squatted down, looked at Zhang Haoqiang with a smile, and said teasingly, "Why don't you let me give you a good examination?" Zhang Haoqiang was startled when he heard Lin Fan's words. With the sound of miso, he stood straight up. When Lin Fan had just struck out, he hadn't even seen how Lin Fan had struck out. If Lin Fan pulled a dirty trick while examining him, wouldn't he be in deep trouble? The pain he had just felt was too much for him to want to go through again.
"Cousin-in-law. No, I'm done."
Zhang Haoqiang hurriedly waved his hand at Lin Fan and said awkwardly.
The look on that face was as awkward as it could be.
When Tang Ruobing saw that Zhang Haoqiang was now alive and well, how could she not understand that it was Zhang Haoqiang who had just pretended? However, when she heard Zhang Haoqiang call Lin Fan her cousin's husband, a blush unconsciously appeared on her face.
"Hurry up and follow me." Tang Ruobing glared at Zhang Haoqiang and said angrily, "This cousin is a disgrace." "Cousin's husband? Is that something you can just call him?" Tang Ruobing stole a glance at Lin Fan. Realizing that Lin Fan's face hadn't changed in any way, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart.
It was very strange to feel a sense of loss in my heart at the same time.
Chapter 40. Do you really want to learn? Senior Lin. I'm sorry. Tang Ruobing apologized to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan waved his hand.
It's okay. It wasn't like he had suffered a loss.
If Zhang Haoqiang hadn't come to him,
he wouldn't have had a mission to do.
Aha! He still has to thank Zhang Haoqiang. Some other day I'll invite Senior Lin to dinner to make amends. Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile, "This matter is indeed blamed on her cousin Zhang Haoqiang."
Too reckless. Good thing Lin Fan was not injured. She invited Lin Fan to dinner to make amends as also should be.
Sister Tang won't still treat me to spicy hot pot,
right? Lin Bufan was in a better mood and flirted. "Senior Lin, you're so annoying.
I'll go first." Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Lin Fan and said with petulant anger.
After saying that,
without waiting for Lin Fan to reply, he pulled Zhang Haoqiang next to him and was about to leave. When the crowd heard Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing's words, they were all dumbfounded.
Is this sure it's the high and mighty MS? Tang? I didn't realize that schoolgirl Tang could also be pampered. Class President Lin is really great. Schoolmistress Tang in front of him, this is completely descending to earth and turning into a little woman. Class President Lin is really great. I didn't expect Schoolmistress Tang still has this cute side. Only Class President Lin can make Schoolmistress Tang like this. Class President Lin deserves to be the idol I worship. Class President Lin is really giving face to our new student. It's only a few days into the school year and he's already taken down the high-cooled school beauty Tang. It's really strong. It's so awesome. Cousin-in-law, I'm leaving.
As Zhang Haoqiang was leaving, he didn't forget to wave his hand at Lin Fan and shouted.
He changed his strategy now.
He didn't want to ruin Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing's relationship now. He was ready to fight with Lin Fan and learn that superior fighting skills from him. After all, he was very envious of Lin Fan's out-of-this-world fighting skills, and if he could learn them, he was sure that the champion of the next Lucheng campus fighting competition would be him. When Tang Ruobing heard Zhang Haoqiang call Lin Fan cousin husband again, she hurriedly tugged Zhang Haoqiang to leave quickly. It was too shy. Zhao Sinan looked Lin Fan up and down and said with a smile, "No wonder he was able to charm Xiao Bing.
He really is quite handsome."
Lin Fan was a little embarrassed by Zhao Sinan's look and rubbed his nose.
"Good day, senior sister Zhao." This Zhao Sinan's picture he had seen on his roommate's cell phone. After all,
Zhao Sinan was the school flower on the school flower list, so it wasn't surprising to see her picture.
"Goodbye, Senior Lin."
Seeing that Tang Ruobing had already walked away, Zhao Sinan smiled at Lin Fan. She had come here to meet Lin Fan, and since she had, there was no need to stay here.
"See you later, senior sister Zhao,"
Lin Fan said politely. He always felt that this Zhao Sinan had a strange look in her eyes. Lin Fan was finally relieved when he saw that several people had left. He had had enough of that envious and jealous gaze around him mostly. He found a place to sit.
"Old 4, great.
You and schoolgirl Tang are progressing quite fast.
Now you've started seeing your brother-in-law.
Boss Zhang Ziqiang came over and gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan blankly glanced at Zhang Ziqiang and lazily ignored the bastard. Old 4, how did you just knock that Zhang Haoqiang down? I feel like young Hokung fell down by himself? The second oldest, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan and asked suspiciously. Just be fast enough. Lin Fan said indifferently. His punches were just too fast for the crowd to see. Nothing magical. Senior, can you teach me fighting skills? Lao San looked at Lin Bufan and asked excitedly. Senior, and me. The eldest Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyang also said eagerly. Lin Fan frowned slightly and asked in some confusion. What are you guys learning fighting for? He knew that fighting was hard work, and since the 3 roommates had been spoiled since they were young, he didn't think they'd be able to learn it well. To protect myself, of course, the oldest 3 said directly. Aha. The eldest Zhang Ziqiang and the second Li Muyang were also nodding their heads continuously beside them, meaning to protect themselves as well. Lin Fan was also speechless. Couldn't find another reason? 3 grown men protecting themselves? What a time to be alive. You 3 please put your hearts into your pelvic bones. No one is going to rob you blind. Lin Fan said with a refusal. It's not that Lin Fan doesn't teach, it's just that fighting requires strong physical abilities, or else it can't be practiced at all. Old 4, you are so inadequate. 4, don't you want your buddies to be nice when you're nice yourself? Senior, you're letting us down too much. Lin Fan was directly speechless. How does this feel like he's done something terrible? Okay. Scared of you guys. You guys really want to learn? Lin Fan asked with a serious expression this time. The 3 nodded in unison, like chickens eating rice. Okay, since you guys are so determined, starting tomorrow you'll wake up at 5 a.m. 45,000 meter training. Lin Fan thought about it and said, he had originally planned to train for 10,000 meters, but after thinking about the fact that he still had military training to do, he just cut it in half. The 3 of them stopped at that. Old 4, you don't want to teach, just say so. Why are you looking for such a reason? Exactly. Lin Fan looked at the 3 and was speechless for a while. 3 lazy bastards. With a look of hatred, he said in an unkind manner, if fighting was really that easy to practice, wouldn't the streets be filled with fighting masters? The 3 of them lowered their heads when they saw that Lin Fan's expression was serious, and they figured it out as soon as they thought about it. It's really not an easy thing to become a grunt. This matter can only be forgotten. Even if they are killed, they can't bear this crime. Not long after, the instructor returned and the military training continued. The morning's military training ended quickly. After lunch, back in the dormitory, Lin Fan first used the calligraphy skill in the system backpack. He instantly felt like he had become a master of calligraphy, with all kinds of calligraphy under the sun at his fingertips. Grabbing a paper and pen from the table, he wrote a few random words on it. It's good. It's really good. Lin Fan looked at the words in his hand with admiration. The dragonflies and the phoenix dances. It's almost like being in the woodwork. Lin Fan was very satisfied in his heart. I didn't realize it was so easy to become a master calligrapher. The system is truly and forever God. Lin Fan hummed a little song and walked out of the dormitory. He was going to go find the counselor Morong Shui and get the walk-in procedures done. He found Morong Shui to quickly get the walk-in paperwork done and everything went smoothly. That way he could sleep at school if he wanted to and go back to the villa if he wanted to in the future. Lin Fan returned to his dormitory and lay on his bed. Looking at the points inside the system panel, there were still 5 points left to be upgraded. He was now in a very excited mood, not knowing what kind of benefits the system upgrade could bring him. Chapter 41, MS. Tang's car broke down. Lin Fan was lying on the bed and was about to take a nap. At that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Fan picked up his cell phone and looked at it with a slight frown. Unfamiliar number. Still, he slid the answer button. Hello, who is it? Lin Fan asked politely. Cousin-in-law. It's me, Zhang Haoqiang. Zhang Haoqiang's voice rang out on the other end of the phone at once. Zhang Haoqiang's stupidly large figure immediately appeared in Lin Fan's mind. He frowned slightly, not understanding what this stupid big guy was doing calling him. As for Zhang Haoqiang knowing his phone number, there was nothing strange about it. The names in their class groups were all names plus cell phone numbers. Zhang Haoqiang would know his cell phone if he just asked a random Finance 2 classmate. Anything? Lin Fan said indifferently. Cousin-in-law, the time has come for you to make your move. Zhang Haoqiang said with a smile. Lin Fan was full of question marks. What's the time for me to make a move? Get to the point, or I'll hang up. He didn't have time to be here with Zhang Haoqiang guessing dumb riddles and wasting time.
Having this time to sleep would not smell good? Cousin-in-law.
My cousin just called me and said her car broke down on the road and asked me to pick her up. Zhang Haoqiang heard that Lin Fan was getting a little impatient and hurriedly said. Lin Fan said without any good humor.
Your cousin's car broke down and asked you to pick it up. Why are you calling me if you don't hurry to pick it up?
Lin Fan felt that this stupid big man was not in his right mind, and instead of hurrying to pick up Tang Ruobing, he called him with some inexplicable words.
Had. This chance to save a hero is of course reserved for you, cousin-in-law.
Zhang Haoqiang smiled lewdly and whispered. Lin Fan was also speechless.
What kind of era is this now? Still saving beauty with a hero? Lin Fan was about to say no, when the system voice in his head rang out. Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, one should be full of love.
Heroically rescuing the beauty and helping Tang Ruobing to solve the difficulties to retrieve the information. Accept the quest and reward the consummate level learning skill.
Mission denied. No reward.
Lin Fan froze when he heard the system voice.
A hero to save the day?
I didn't realize the system you've learned the hard way,
but I like it.
Now as long as he finished this quest he would have enough 50 system points for a system upgrade. The rewards this time are also very tempting.
Learning skills
Although he was barely admitted to Lucheng University, but his studies were not the best.
If he was good enough to directly test the Imperial Capital University,
he was still fretting about whether he should enroll in a cram school to supplement his knowledge in various aspects.
After all, to become a top tycoon also needed a good mind and extensive knowledge. Now with the learning skill, he believed that although he couldn't do it without forgetting, but it was certainly no problem to get twice the result with half the effort, and that would save him a lot of time. The system is pretty powerful. The system is so awesome.
For the sake of system upgrades,
Lin Fan would also accept quests,
not to mention learning skills. He didn't know if there would be any next time if he missed out on learning the skill this time, and if there would be no more in the future, then he wouldn't regret it to death.
Add me as a friend and send me Sister Tang's location.
Since Lin Fan had taken the mission, he didn't nag at Zhang Haoqiang.
It's been added. Cousin-in-law, you pass. Hey, cousin-in-law, I helped you this time. You owe me a favor.
Zhang Haoqiang hemmed and hawed,
then said, got it. This time,
it was indeed because Zhang Haoqiang told him about Tang Ruobing that he was able to have the opportunity to do this mission.
It wouldn't be too much to count him as owing Zhang Haoqiang a favor.
Lin Fan passed through Zhang Haoqiang's friend, and immediately a friend with the nickname, Beautiful Man in the Wind, sent a message.
Cousin-in-law, this is my cousin's locus. There's a positioning in the back.
Lin Fan was speechless as he looked at Zhang Haoqiang's nickname. The big dumb guy is pretty self-absorbed.
Got it. I'll be right there.
After sending the message, Lin Fan hurriedly got up,
jumped out of bed, and began to get dressed. Senior, are you going out on a date with schoolgirl Tang? Zhang Ziqiang,
the boss who was playing the game, raised his head to look at Lin Fan and opened his mouth to ask.
Sister Tang's car broke down.
I'll go pick her up, Lin Fan said as he dressed.
Old four, you're being a hero.
Hey, will Tang's schoolgirl be moved to directly take her body and meet each other after dusk?
Next, you know.
The second Li Muyang heatedly smiled with a lewd expression and chuckled.
Off. You've been watching too many TV shows. Lin Fan blankly glanced at Li Muyang and said without a trace of anger.
Lin Fan quickly put on his clothes and shoes,
pocketed his car keys, and headed outside, on a viaduct in Willow City.
At this moment a beautiful woman in a floral dress stood there, her long hair swinging in the wind.
A red Mini was parked right next to her. This beauty was none other than Tang Ruobing. That's when a BMW 750 Li pulled up in front of her. A red-faced,
middle-aged man stepped out of the car. There was a big gold chain hanging around his neck, as if he was afraid that people wouldn't know he was rich.
Beauty, your car broke down?
The middle-aged man flashed a confident smile at Tang Ruobing.
He looked Tang Ruobing up and down, a silver light in his eyes. What a beauty, he marveled in his mind. Tang Ruobing glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded. Where to, pretty girl? I'll give you a ride.
The middle-aged man patted his brand new 750 Li. There was a smug smile on his face. The car cost him over $1,600,000.
He didn't believe any woman could resist the lure of a luxury car, even a beautiful woman. The car was bought with a loan,
but it didn't stop him from playing hard to get and picking up girls.
Having just caught a college student 2 days ago, which gave him a taste of his own medicine, he was ready to go around the college neighborhood again to see if there was any prey that caught his eye. This just came to the viaduct and saw Tang Ruobing on the side of the road, and was instantly stunned. It was really because Tang Ruobing was so beautiful, and with the breeze blowing through, she was simply a fairy descending to earth. Feeling his good fortune,
He didn't hesitate to go up and strike up a conversation.
Confident. Very confident. That's what the limo gave him for his bottom line.
He fantasized about spending dinner with Tang Ruobing and enjoying that wonderful night view at night together.
At that moment, a loud rumble of rumbling engines came from far away. A black sports car parked next to Tang Ruobing. Porsche 918 Spider.
The middle-aged man blurted out in shock when he saw the sports car parked in front of him. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were rolling.
That's a multi-million-dollar sports car. What a ride for a real big shot.
How could he not expect to see such an awesome sports car here? He seemed to have thought of something, and a large amount of cold sweat involuntarily appeared on his forehead. The eyes were horrified to the core, and his body involuntarily trembled.
Lin Fan walked down from the car and said to Tang Ruobing, "Senior Sister Tang, are you alright?"
Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan and shook her head.
"I'm fine." Chapter 42, Is there a low profile for schoolmate Lin?
Lin Fan glanced at the dazed middle-aged man next to him,
frowned slightly, and asked indifferently, "Is there something you want?"
The middle-aged man instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's words, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and hurriedly shivered.
It's okay, I'm leaving." After saying that, he hurriedly got into the car, started it, and headed off into the distance.
He was afraid of being a second late and upsetting Lin Fan.
That's a real biggie. He can't afford to be offended. He was just glad he hadn't said anything out of line,
or he wouldn't have been able to leave today. He decided that he would never pretend to be a big shot again, because he didn't know when he would offend a big shot,
and that would be the end of it.
Soon the tow truck came and towed away Tang Ruobing's car. Tang Ruobing sat in the co-pilot and looked at Lin Fan and asked,
"Senior Lin, why are you the one who came?"
It was very strange in her mind. She clearly hadn't called Lin Fan.
"It was your cousin who called me. He said your car broke down. Unfortunately, your cousin's car was having problems too,
and he called me for help.
So I just happened to be okay and came over,"
Lin Fan said as he started the car.
Hearing Lin Fan's explanation, Tang Ruobing nodded, not doubting it. "This time, I'm really troubling senior brother Lin,"
she said with a smile.
"Remember to buy me a big dinner next time."
Lin Fan tilted his head a bit and smiled at Tang Ruobing.
"Got it," Tang Ruobing said with a smile. "Sister Tang, where are we going now?"
Lin Fan knew that Tang Ruobing wasn't going back to school. After all, the mission was for him to help Tang Ruobing retrieve the information.
"Give me a ride home. I have a file I need to go home and get," Tang Ruobing said to Lin Fan.
"Then I'll trouble senior sister Tang to show me the way." Lin Fan finished with a kick of the gas and the car scurried out, under Tang Ruobing's directions.
After half an hour, the two of them arrived at Willow City's Jinghu Villa area.
Lin Fan parked his car in front of Villa 9. Lin Fan looked at the huge villa in front of him and said with a smile,
"I didn't think that school sister Tang was still a rich woman. You're really low-key, Senior Tang."
He had just seen Tang Ruobing driving a red Mayan that was around $300,000. You should know that this Jinghu Villa and the Haitian villa he lived in were both high-end villas in Luchang. The villas here basically cost more than $30 million, and those who can live here are all billionaires. Tang Ruobing blankly glanced at Lin Fan and said without a trace of anger,
"I'm low-key? Am I as low-key as senior brother Lin?"
Lin Fan rubbed his nose and asked with a smile,
"Does senior sister Tang think I'm low-key?" He doesn't feel low-key anymore. He drives a $10 million sports car every day, and he still calls it low-key? Tang Ruobing's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan. To say that Lin Fan is low-key, but he drives a luxury car every day. To say that Lin Fan is not low-profile. Right, all the clothes are popular brands, and the whole body is only a few $100s. Tang Ruobing was a little confused about Lin Fan.
Tang Ruobing decided to take the information first and was about to get out of the car when the window was knocked on. Tang Ruobing saw a beautiful woman with a well-maintained face standing outside through the car window glass. Tang Ruobing hurriedly opened the car door and walked down,
asking in surprise, "Mom, why are you here?" Tang Ruobing was startled to see her mother suddenly appear.
She couldn't understand how her mother was standing outside the car. This beautiful woman was none other than Tang Ruobing's mother,
Li Simei.
Tang mother Li Simei glanced at Lin Fan in the car and spoke. "I was just out for a walk and I happened to see this car parked out front.
So I came over to ask. I didn't realize you were in the car. Bing bing. Who is this handsome little man in the car?" Tang motherly Simei looked at Tang Ruobing.
When Lin Fan heard Tang motherly Simei's question, he hurriedly walked down from the car and said to Tang motherly Simei,
"Hello auntie, I'm sister Tang's schoolmate. My name is Lin Fan." Tang motherly Simei looked at Lin Fan and began to look him up and down. "This young man seems nice. I just don't know about the character. My daughter has grown up and it is indeed time for her to find a boyfriend. Have a good talk with the lad later. Don's mother, Lee Si-mei, was calculating in her mind. Mom, my car broke down on the road, so I asked schoolboy Lin to give me a ride back to get some information. Seeing her mother, Lee Si-mei's eyes,
how could Tang Ruobing not understand what was in her mother's mind, and hurriedly explained.
Come inside,
Tang mother Lee Si-mei said with a smile.
Speaking of looks and height alone,
Lin Fan was out of this world. There was nothing to pick on.
Don's mother, Lee Si-mei, looked at it and liked it. Then I'll bother auntie.
Since Tang mother Lee Si-mei invited Lin Fan in,
he naturally wouldn't refuse. That would seem too impolite.
Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing followed Tang mother Lee Si-mei to the living room.
Tang Ruobing was going to get the information and headed upstairs.
Only Lin Fan and Tang's mother,
Lee Si-mei, were left in the living room. Little Fan, is it okay for me to call you that? Tang mother Lee Si-mei looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smile.
Of course, Lin Fan said hurriedly.
Xiao Fan, how did you and Bing Bing meet? Tang mother Lee Si-mei asked with a smile.
School sister Tang and I met on the high-speed train a few days ago, Lin Fan answered truthfully. Oh, so you haven't known Bing Bing for long, Tang mother Lee Si-mei said as she looked at Lin Fan.
Well, it's not long,
Lin Fan said with a
but looking at Bing Bing, it seems like she trusts you?
Tang mother Lee Si-mei asked as she looked at Lin Fan if she had deep meaning.
Lin Fan thought for a moment and said, Sister Tang is a person who is very easy to get along with. Tang mother Lee Si-mei looked at Lin Fan, wanting to see what was so special about him.
She hadn't thought that her daughter wouldn't reject being with Lin Fan. You know, your own daughter has never gotten along so well with any boy over the years. Otherwise, she wouldn't be known as the high-flying schoolgirl. It seemed that his own daughter had really fallen for this Lin Fan.
Even if it's not a favorite, it's still a good feeling,
she thought darkly in her mind. She used to worry that her daughter would be too high-strung and wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend at all when the time came. But now it seemed that she had been overly concerned.
Tang mother Lee Si-mei asked a few more questions, and Lin Fan answered them all truthfully.
Lin Fan's speech and conversation are not vulgar, and he is also very polite. The more Tang's mother,
Lee Si-mei, looked at Lin Fan,
the more she liked him. Lin Fan looked at Tang mother Lee Si-mei's eyes and felt strange.
It always feels like this look is like
the way a mother-in-law looks at her son-in-law. Good thing Tang Ruobing came down from upstairs at this time.
Otherwise,
Lin Fan was ready to run away. It was really Tang mother Lee Si-mei's eyes that made him uncomfortable.
Mom, we're leaving, Tang Ruobing said to Tang mother Lee Si-mei.
Lin Fan hurriedly stood up and said to Tang mother Lee Si-mei,
Auntie, goodbye.
He wasn't going to stay here for a moment.
Little Fan, come to the house often when you have time,
Tang mother Lee Si-mei said with a smile.
Okay, Auntie.
Lin Fan nodded in agreement. After he finished speaking, he followed Tang Ruobing towards the outside of the villa. Lin Fan sat down in the car and exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air.
Fasten your seatbelt, start the car, and head toward the school. The trip back took 20 minutes, mostly because the roads were unfamiliar on the way there.
Lin Fan sent Tang Ruobing down to the dormitory building and he drove the car to the parking lot.
At this time,
the system voice sounded in Lin Fan's head.
Chapter 43, System upgraded to secondary system.
Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The reward obtained has been released to the system backpack.
Gained 5 system points.
Lin Fan brightened up when he heard the system voice.
Enough system points. He was ready to ask the system how to upgrade,
as his points now met the upgrade conditions.
Before he could say anything, the system voice sounded again.
The host's points have reached the upgrade requirements.
May I ask if the host is upgrading? That's pretty sweet of the system. System, how long does it take to upgrade?
Lin Fan asked eagerly. If the system upgrade would take more than 10 hours, he was prepared to wait until he went to bed at night to let the system upgrade.
After all, he might trigger some quests during the day. If he missed some quests because of upgrading, he felt that it was a bit worthless. After all, doing quests had a certain probability of being able to obtain skills, and skills were not something that could be bought with money. The system upgrade will take about an hour or so, the system replied mechanically. Lin Fan fell into deep thought when he heard that the system upgrade would take more than an hour. An hour or so is not too long and not too short. Next up is an afternoon military training session, which shouldn't trigger any quests for an hour or so. Lin Fan thought darkly in his heart. He gritted his teeth and finally decided to upgrade. After all, he had been looking forward to the system upgrade for a long time. System upgrade. System upgrade in progress. Current progress 1%. Lin Fan saw that the system had already begun to upgrade and began to expect the system to hurry up and complete the upgrade. Lin Fan walked towards the dormitory. The start time of military training was about to begin in the afternoon. He had to go back to the dormitory to change his clothes. Going into the dorm and seeing 3 roommates getting dressed. "Senior, I thought you weren't coming back? Was wondering if I should give you a vacation." The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, came forward and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Old 4, why did you come back so soon? Didn't go to the hotel with schoolgirl Tang?" The oldest 2, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan and asked with a lewd smile, "This is a great opportunity, and it's a shame that Lao Si missed it." He secretly felt sorry for Lin Fan in his heart. Lin Fan lazily ignored the 3 and quickly put on his clothes. "Hurry up and get going. Military training will start soon. Being late is a penalty for running." When the 3 heard Lin Fan's words, they hurriedly and quickly organized their clothes. Military training was already hard enough. They didn't want to be punished for running. The 4 men walked briskly toward the playground. Arriving at the playground, a few people were relieved to see that the instructor hadn't arrived yet. Not long after, the instructor came to start the afternoon military training. Military training intermission. The instructor saw that everyone was tired enough these days and told them to rest a little longer. At this time, Cui Mingjie, the class president of the economic management class next to him, stood up. "Let's have a song with the finance 2 class, okay?" He looked at the class and asked aloud. The students were instantly energized by the rakugo and said in unison, "Yes." Cui Mingjie turned around and shouted at the finance 2 class, "Finance 2, come 1." The crowd in the economic management class shouted in unison, "Wintermelon rind, watermelon rind. If you don't sing, you're just being a jerk. 1 or 2, quick, quick, 1, 2, 3, quick, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We waited so hard. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We waited so anxiously. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Did you guys? Or did you not? Or did you not?" Pang Haoren, the sports committee member of the second finance class, heard that the opposite economic management class was going to play the song and directly stood up. He shouted at the econ management class, "The east wind blows, the war drums beat, to pull the song. Who's afraid?" He turned and shouted to the finance 2 class, "Class, sing or not?" "Sing," the students said in unison. Pang Haoren started, and at once everyone sang in unison. After the second class of finance sang, Pang Haoren naturally wouldn't let the first class of economic management off the hook like that. We sang in a sweat. "Don't sit back and watch the economic management class. Who should sing if we do?" In unison, the crowd said, "Economic management class 1, economics management class 1 come 1. Pang Haoren shouted, "Punch, punch, punch. Don't be an old man. Quick, quick, quick. Don't act like an old lady." Naturally, the first class of economic management was no wimp and proceeded to sing a song. You sang back and forth. At this time, it was the turn of the economics management class to pull the song again, and the class president, Cui Mingjie, said to the group, "How about we let class president Lin sing this time?" "Good." At once everyone screamed. Especially the girls screamed the most. The name of Lin class president was now a bull inside the freshmen. It could be said that no one knew about it. If someone mentioned Lin Fan inside the freshmen, maybe not many people knew about it, but if they said class president Lin, then everyone knew about it. When Cui Mingjie saw that everyone agreed, he suddenly had an excited smile on his face. The real purpose of his song pulling with the second finance class was to get Lin Fan to sing. Lin Fan seriously threatened his position in the first class of economic management. In the past, when he didn't know Lin's class president, which girl in the class wasn't enthusiastic about him. However, since the girls in the class have seen the Lin class president, began to discuss the topic of all the Lin class president, discussing him is left with 2 or 3 kittens, it made him very upset in his mind. He wasn't convinced. He wanted to trample Lin Fan under his feet, get the girls in the class to refocus on him. This rakugo was the opportunity. He had learned to sing professionally. He was quite confident in his singing skills then. He knew that Lin Fan played the guitar well, but now it was a rakugo, relying on singing, and without an instrument to add to it. He thought that Lin Fan would never be able to win against him. He first asked Lin Fan to sing, who had no distinctive voice and no professional skills, and was bound to let everyone down. When he got into the ring, he would just rub Lin Fan on the floor as soon as he opened his mouth, and everyone would still be cheering for him then. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and as if he heard everyone cheering, he unconsciously hemmed and hawed. The students looked at Cui Mingjie suspiciously. Aren't we going to ask Mr. Lin to sing? What are you giggling about? Is the squad leader sick? At that moment, a student reminded class president, hurry up. Cui Mingjie hurried back to his senses when he heard his classmate's reminder. He confidently turned his head towards the second finance class and shouted, Captain Lin, come one, want you to come. Just come on, you can't get off the stage by squirming. Want you to sing. You don't sing. Twisting and turning is not decent. It's not like that. Lin Fan, who is in the second class of finance, is waiting for the news of the system upgrade, and just now Lage has been playing soy sauce, so he didn't put it on his mind at all. I think he heard his name. Sure enough, everyone looked at him in unison. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. Can't you just let me make a little soy sauce in peace? He spat helplessly in his mind. At this time, suddenly the system voice rang out. System upgrade complete. Current system level 2. $1 spike items will be refreshed early this morning. Lin Fan instantly brightened up when he heard the system voice. Instantly coming to life. He didn't expect the system to finish upgrading so quickly, and he was somewhat looking forward to the system's new mission next. Release the mission. Chapter 44, A Small Measure. A small measure. Release the mission. Detected that the host's prestige has been provoked. Being a great tycoon, he is bound to be in existence in the limelight, and his prestige cannot be provoked. Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City with a 100% stake in the Golden Tripod building. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan froze for a moment when he heard the system release the quest. It's a case of think what you want. You know me better than the system. Lin Fan thought happily in his heart. When he heard the system's reward, he was instantly stunned. Ah, the GTA building in Willow City. That's one of the top few office buildings in Willow City. It wasn't that the Golden Tripod building was particularly valuable, but it was the location. In the center of Luchang. A lot of market capitalization, billions and billions of enterprises, and even tens of billions of enterprises in the inside to move in. With the Golden Tripod building, this instantly enriched his network. What he needed to become a top tycoon was not only money, but also strong connections. What made Lin Fan even more excited was that the total value of the Golden Tripod mansion was around $800 million. Holy, that's 8 little goals. The system is so powerful. I didn't expect that the system had just been upgraded and the first task was the Golden Tripod mansion worth $800 million. Lin Fan was very excited at this time. Accomplished that and he's worth infinitely closer to $1 billion. That's 10 small goals. He couldn't even think about it before. He was unusually excited at the thought that he would soon be among the billionaires. He looked up at Cui Mingjie, the class president of the first class of economic management, and the more he looked at him, the more he liked him. What a money-giving boy. If it wasn't for Cui Mingjie's provocation, how would he have gotten a new quest to take on so quickly? And how would he have gotten such rich rewards? He was in a very good mood right now, and he wanted to sing a song. Aha! Take this opportunity to properly thank Cui Mingjie, the money-giving boy. Lin Fan stood up and pressed his hands down, and instantly the playground that had just been noisy instantly quieted down. When Cui Mingjie saw that Lin Fan had stood up, his heart instantly became excited. When Lin Fan finished singing, that was the time for him to make his own move, and that was exactly when Lin Fan made a fool of himself, and when he greeted the cheers of the crowd. He saw that Lin Fan just pressed his hand and the scene quieted down, making him very jealous. Now let's let you have your fun for a while. When I come out, that's when you'll make a fool of yourself, and then all your prestige will be mine. Cui Mingjie thought smugly in his mind, as if he saw himself like Lin Fan. The scene instantly quieting down when he pressed his hand. He unconsciously hammed and hawed again. Luckily this time everyone went to focus on Lin Fan and no one paid attention to him. Otherwise the nonce think of him as a psychopath. Lin Fan saw that the scene was quiet. No more babbling, just start singing. As soon as he opened his mouth, the imposing song rang out across the playground. Even as distant classes looked over. The song is atmospheric, the voice is mellow, and it gives people an immersive feeling, as if the crowd has returned to the war era, and seen the forefathers, bathing in blood to kill the enemy. Shocked, still shocked. Lin Fan puts her singing skills to good use. After Cui Mingjie heard Lin Fan's song, his face, which had just been complacent, instantly froze and he looked at Lin Fan with a confused expression. His mouth was wide open at this moment, and his eyes were rolling round and round with a look of having seen a ghost. How is that possible? How can Lin Fan sing so well? That's not possible? This must be a fake. Yes, it must be a fake. Lin Fan's vocals at this point were simply comparable to those of a heavenly king, better than his professional teacher. His vocals are nothing compared to Lin Fan's. They're just the trash of the trash. Worthless. He was beginning to wonder if this was all a dream, that it was all a fake. He couldn't believe Lin Fan was so powerful. He couldn't accept the reality that his strongest skill was not even as good as garbage in front of Lin Fan. He snapped and gave himself a big slap. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. Are you awake? He looked at Lin Fan, who was still singing, and knew that this was not a dream at all, but was real. He looked at the girls in his class, and the 2 or 3 kittens who had just discussed him were all looking at Lin Fan with a look of adoration at this moment. There was a pang of bitterness within him. It was like lifting a stone and smashing it into his own foot. He covered his chest as he felt a wave of pain hit him. Lin Fan quickly finished his song. Even though Lin Fan was already sitting on the ground, everyone was still in a daze. It was just too shocking for the crowd to wake up for a moment. The first person to wake up was instantly cheered and applauded. And as more and more people woke up, the applause became more and more intense. The boys all looked at Lin Fan with a face of adoration, practically treating him as an idol. The girls all looked at Lin Fan with watery eyes, hoping to have a beautiful encounter with him. Old 4, you're really great. Brother, I feel like I'm a waste and useless when I'm with you. Boss Zhang Zichun looked at Lin Fan and said with a sigh, Old 4, what the hell else can you not do? Right. How can you be so good when you come from the same compulsory schooling? The second oldest, Li Moyo, said with a sigh. Senior, now I'm just so impressed with you. You're so awesome. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said as he gave Lin Fan a thumbs up. Lin Fan was in a good mood and said with a smile, it's a small token. A small token. The 3 of them sighed when they saw Lin Fan's beaten face. It can't be helped. Who let people have that power? You can have it too if you have the strength. Didn't see the look that all the girls had when they looked at Lin Fan. They couldn't wait to swallow him up. The 3 roommates all looked at Lin Fan with envy on their faces. The 3 of them are still worried about getting off. Then look at others. Lin Fan has not only the school flower, the class flower, and all kinds of colorful flowers around him. And look at them. Not even a single cauliflower except for computer game graphics. This gap is too big. Military training continues. Finish military training in the afternoon. Lin Fan asked his 3 roommates to go to dinner with him, and the 3 said in unison, no go. The 3 of them were irritated and decided to have a good time playing the game to let off some steam, not wanting to go out to eat with Lin Fan. If they met another girl who hit on Lin Fan, wouldn't they have to eat a bellyful of dog food again? They've had enough dog food. And the 3 are adamant about resisting eating it. Lin Fan saw that the 3 of them weren't going, changed his own clothes, and drove towards Tianjikai. He wasn't going to eat in the cafeteria tonight. It was just too bad compared to the food in the Skydweller. That's what happens when you're used to eating good food, and then you eat what used to be ordinary food, and it feels especially bad. Tianjuki is all Lin Fan's, so there's no need to be hard on your stomach if you want to eat. Lin Fan soon arrived at Tianzhou Guest, and the manager, Niu Baishan, learned that Lin Fan was coming and personally greeted him at the door. Niu Baishan brought Lin Fan to the exclusive box, which was specially prepared for Lin Fan so that Lin Fan could have a place whenever he came to eat. Chapter 45, excuse me, please. Lin Fan is very satisfied with Niu Baishan's arrangement. He is now a billionaire anyhow. He doesn't care about this little money. The box is idle. The system rewards were handed out in the afternoon after his song. The system never owed rewards. This point made Lin Fan very satisfied. The system was thoughtful enough to put all the information about the Jinding Grand Mansion in the study of Villa Haitian 1. Also earned 10 system points. The system upgrade gives more system points, but the points needed to upgrade have likewise increased. It used to take 50 system points to upgrade a level 1 system to a level 2 system. Nowadays it takes 100 points to upgrade a secondary system to a tertiary system. Lin Fan did some math and figured out that 10 quests would be needed to upgrade whether it was level 1 or level 2. It seems that the system upgrade is still dependent on completing the appropriate tasks. Lin Fan casually ordered 4 signature dishes, another seafood soup, and a bottle of fruit juice without asking for alcohol. He had to go to Li Guangwei's party place to check it out later. While eating, he received a message from Li Guangwei, and sent him the location of the party. He didn't rush to get there, but continued to eat. And where does a party smell as good as a meal? An unpretentious meal was soon over. After finishing his meal, Lin Fan picked up the napkin next to him and wiped his mouth. Getting up and preparing to leave, Niu Baishan wanted to send Lin Fan away, but Lin Fan made a move to stop him. After all, Niu Baishan had his own business to attend to. It wasn't like Lin Fan didn't know the way. He could just go out himself. There was no need for Niu Baishan to send him. Lin Fan headed downstairs. Quickly arriving at the parking lot,
He found a female internet celebrity holding a selfie stick and saying something to his Porsche 918 Spider. Lin Fan walked over.
At that moment, the female netizen stepped forward and stopped him. Can't you see I'm on the air? Why don't you have any manners at all?
She glared hard at Lin Fan and said.
The female netizen turned her head to the live streamers. Boys, how come people are so unqualified nowadays? Don't you know what comes first?
She looked at Lin Fan and said again. When I'm done live streaming and you're taking pictures. You wait by the side for now and I'll call you when I'm done live streaming. Lin Fan was speechless for a while as he looked at the female netizen in front of him. It's treating him like he's here to rub the car and take pictures.
Please move over. This is my car. Lin Fan looked at the female netizen and said with some impatience.
Ha ha ha. Kid, you're not afraid of flashing your tongue when you talk big.
Do you know what kind of car this is? Give back your car. And act like you know what you're doing.
This car is a Porsche 918 Spider supercar that costs upwards of $15 million.
Okay? The female netizen said disdainfully to Lin Fan.
She had just looked up and down at what Lin Fan was wearing. And the whole thing was not worth as much as this one of hers.
Such a poor in a few $100s can afford to drive a Porsche 918 Spider?
Of course it was impossible. Beat her to death. She thought in her heart of hearts that Lin Fan could not be the owner of this sports car.
Can open up such a sports car is bound to be really rich, big brother?
That a line of how not hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars to be worthy of driving such a super sports car. Although Lin Fan was handsome in appearance. What was the use of being handsome these days?
It couldn't be used as food.
The netizens in the live broadcast room also saw Lin Fan.
And immediately talked. This kid can't be delusional. Can he?
With all these groundlings he dares to pretend to be the owner of a sports car.
Who gave him the courage? I have some admiration for this kid.
He doesn't blush or gasp. If it were an ordinary person he'd really let him succeed in his pretense.
But unfortunately our sister Ma is not an ordinary person. This kid isn't leaving yet.
And this delusion is so bad that he really thinks he owns this sports car.
Will Sister Ma get mad next?
It's been a long time since I've seen Sister Ma get mad.
He. This time this kid is going to have a hard time. The small bench walks up, ready to eat melon.
Lin Fan was somewhat speechless as he looked at this female netizen.
He was trying to be nice and get the female webcam to leave, but now it didn't seem to be working. He hadn't wanted to get rough with the woman,
but there didn't seem to be a better way for him to leave now.
Lin Fan walked towards the female netizen.
The female netizen exclaimed when she saw Lin Fan walking towards her.
What do you want?
All the netizens are watching.
If you mess up, you'll be arrested in a minute.
Lin Fan went forward,
directly yanked the female netizen's arm, and pushed it outward.
Who knew that the female netizen's high heels were too high, and she was unsteady, and fell directly to the ground. The pain was so intense that she was zipping and screaming.
It hurts. Ouch. My ass is broken in half. Hit man. The female netizen exclaimed at once. Lin Fan didn't even look at the female netizen on the ground.
Directly took out the sports car keys, pressed the switch, and suddenly the headlights of the sports car lit up, and the car door slowly opened. Lin Fan directly sat in, started the car, and with a kick of the gas, the car instantly scurried out. The female netizen was instantly dumbfounded when she saw Lin Fan take out the car keys and open the car door, even forgetting the pain in her body. Her mouth opened wide in shock, as if she could fit an egg in it. How is that possible? Is it just my eyes? How did this sports car come to be owned by this poor guy? She couldn't accept that Lin Fan was actually the owner of the sports car. She sat dumbfounded as she watched Lin Fan get in his car and leave. She only slowed down when Lin Fan left and stood up to try to chase after him, but she couldn't even see the shadow of the sports car, and instead ate a mouthful of car exhaust. She was so remorseful in her heart that her intestines were green with remorse.
It's like missing 5 million.
She's here live nonstop just to meet the sports car owner and see if something can happen with him.
But the real owner of the sports car came and she didn't recognize him. She couldn't wait to give herself 2 big smacks. Remorse.
The netizens in the live broadcast room completely exploded when they saw Lin Fan drive away.
I'll be damned. This kid is really the owner of a sports car. I can't believe I looked away. Damn.
I can't believe I missed the chance to hug my thigh.
Regret. Asterisk. This big man is also too low-key. Right. All the ground goods.
Driving more than $10 million of sports cars. What combination is this? This time Sister Ma completely miscalculated. After waiting for half a day for Big Brother was right in front of her, but she was looked down upon. Now Sister Ma is probably regretting her intestines.
Whoever made her dog-eyed deserved it. But seriously, this big guy is so young.
Lin Fan left the parking lot,
opened the navigation, and drove towards the Moyun mansion.
The place where Li Guangwei and the others gathered was precisely at the Moyun mansion.
Chapter 46 Villa No. 9 of Moyun Mansion. Moyun Mansion is a villa area, built next to Mo Shan. The villas here are all a bit larger than the average residential villa. Moyun Mansion consists of a total of 36 villas divided into 1 to 36. Inside each villa is quite luxurious, with a spacious living room, bar counter, chess and card room, tea room, billiard room, home theater, KTV, and an open-air heated swimming pool on the top floor, perfect for parties. This is why the place attracts a group of second-generation and wealthy tycoons to party here. Villa 9 of the Moyun Mansion.
This was exactly where Li Guangwei and the others had gathered, and at this time, there were already quite a few people inside, almost 10 or so.
Brother Li, I've heard that a distinguished guest is coming today. Is that true? A junior brother next to Li Guangwei came over and asked curiously.
He was very curious in his mind as to what kind of an honored guest it was.
Could it be that the top young man of Willow City is coming? But it wasn't right. Just their segment couldn't even attract a top-tier great young man.
Li Guangwei looked towards the talking all little brother, a slightly smug smile on his face,
and spoke. Not bad. This honored guest that is coming today is a newly recognized boss of mine. I'll be damned. Rico, is it a top-tier big shot?
A little brother behind Li Guangwei said excitedly.
Everyone has everyone's circle. Like them, these second generation can only be said to be ordinary second generation.
And their family only has a few tens of millions of assets,
which is only the entry-level rich second generation. Those really top youngsters did not bother to play with them in a group, so they were very eager to enter the circle of top youngsters. But it's hard. It's hard. It's very hard. Now that they heard that the honored guest coming today might be a top-notch young man, how could they not be happy? If this is a good relationship, there may be a chance to see the circle of top big boys.
Li Guangwei shook his head, looked into the distance and said, I don't know if it's a top-tier youngster or not. It was true that he didn't know if Lin Fan was a top-tier youngster or not, but he knew that Lin Fan was definitely not on the same level as them. Driving a Lamborghini Bat SV sports car of about $8 million and wearing a Richard Mille RM027 worth $5 million on his hand was not something that the second generation of their class could afford to play.
I just don't know if it's an intermediate 2, or an advanced 2, or a top 2.
He felt that it was unlikely that Lin Fan was a top-tier second generation.
After all, top-tier second generations were too difficult to contact, and ordinary people wouldn't even get into their eyes. But even if Lin Fan was an intermediate second generation,
it was still worth befriending him. The assets of these second-generation families were at least in the hundreds of millions or even $1 billion or more, not something that could be compared to them, the junior second generation with tens of millions of assets. Li Guangwei saw the smiles fading from the faces of the crowd of juniors and knew their state of mind. He also wanted to be friends and get along with the real top 2, but it was unrealistic. The class of the second generation is not so easy to cross. After all, it is still to rely on strength to speak.
He thought about it but decided to tell everyone something about Lin Fan.
Cough cough. He cleared his throat. What I know now is that Fan drives a limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV sports car worth about $8 million.
As Li Guangwei's words fell, everyone took a deep breath of cold air. One by one,
they looked at Li Guangwei in shock,
their mouths wide open and their eyes round. Nearly $10 million of sports car, or limited edition, that is not ordinary second generation can have. You can tell from the seat that this Fan is probably an intermediate second generation, maybe even a senior second generation.
They had just heard Li Guangwei say that he didn't know what class of second generation he was,
and thought that he was just a little bit better than them. It's not a little bit stronger. It's 100,000 miles stronger, okay? Even some mid-level second generation may not be able to own an $8 million sports car, let alone a limited edition. Their little hearts beat indisputably fast. Could it be that this Fan is a senior second generation?
The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became. A junior brother with a somewhat dry mouth asked,
Brother Li, is this brother Fan a senior second generation?
Li Guangwei shook his head and sipped a drink. Everyone had driven here today and none of them had been drinking.
I don't know if Fan is a senior second generation or not, but I have a feeling it should be about the same.
Li Guangwei said something ambiguous.
The crowd of juniors looked at me and I looked at you. None of them understood what Li Guangwei meant by this. If you don't know, you don't know. How can you say almost? Li Guangwei could also see everyone's doubts.
Fan usually wears a $5 million Richard Mille RM027 limited edition watch on his hand. He finished taking another sip of juice. He was also involuntarily gulping every time he thought about that wristwatch of Lin Fan's. When the crowd of juniors heard Li Guangwei's words, their mouths that had just closed with difficulty slowly opened again, looking at Li Guangwei in shock. What did they hear? $5 million worth of Richard Mille RM02s. The key is still a limited edition. The average $5 million watch some mid-level secondaries do get, but a limited edition is not something you can buy just because you have money. It also requires strong connections. The point is that only the high-class second generation would part with so much money for a watch. After all, this watch costs $5 million. $5 million isn't $500. Doesn't $5 million for a sports car smell good? The second generation, buy a wristwatch that costs hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars and already feel like a cow. Now compared to this brother fan, he was simply a beggar. How does a regular watch with hundreds of thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars compare to a $5 million limited edition watch? There is no comparison between even ordinary $5 million watches. Now they understood the meaning of Li Guangwei's remark. This fan is most likely a senior second generation. Even if it's not a senior 2, it's the top intermediate 2. That was also an existence they had to look up to. Being able to get in touch with such a second generation is also of great benefit to them. If one day their family's assets entered the ranks of billionaires, having an acquaintance to cover them would also enable them to quickly integrate into the appropriate circles. Just as they were waiting with anticipation for Lin Fan to arrive, a sports car sound rang out from outside the door. Li Guangwei frowned slightly when he heard the voice. These sports cars didn't look like Lin Fan's cars, and since Lin Fan's arrival would only sound like one car, now it sounded like there were more than a dozen sports cars. He hurriedly got up, ready to go out and take a look. He couldn't let some irrelevant people ruin the party and leave a bad impression on Lin Fan. He came to the door to see a girl dressed as a little Teiyukai stepping out of a Lamborghini Aventador sports car. The girl was tall, with a small leather jacket on top, small leather pants on the bottom, and a pair of long leather shoes on her feet. Her face was painted with smoky makeup and her colorful hair was illuminated by the lights. Yunzi? When Li Guangwei saw the visitor, his face turned ugly and he muttered. Chapter 47, The Smug Yunzi. Li Guangwei walked up and came not far from Yunzi, his face ugly and nonchalant. Yunzi, what do you want here? You're not welcome here. Please leave. Yunzi was his rival, and the two were often at odds. He knew that there was absolutely no good thing about Yunzi coming here, and he didn't want Yunzi to ruin the party. Yunzi didn't get angry at Li Guangwei's words, shook her hair, patted the Lamborghini Aventador sports car beside her, and asked with a smile, let's see how this big bull of mine compares to your little cow. When Li Guangwei heard Yunzi's words, his face instantly turned even more ugly. He didn't expect Yunzi to buy a Lamborghini Aventador, commonly known as the Big Bull. He could tell right away that the car was just new. Sure enough, that rumor was true. This Yunzi was most likely an intermediate second generation or senior second generation, not a junior second generation like them at all. That's why he chose to back off whenever he clashed with Yunzi. After all, there are times when it's better to be careful. Now it seems that this Yunzi is very uncomplicated. Sometimes rumors may not be empty. Li Guangwei didn't say anything. He knew that this Yunzi couldn't just come over to show off her newly bought car. There must be another purpose. Yunzi saw that Li Guangwei didn't say anything. Her heart was very pleased. This time she finally pressed Li Guangwei again. Li Guangwei, what's the point of you racing better than me? Heck, sis, this sports car Big Bull completely crushes your little bull to make up for the technology gap. Yunzi thought triumphantly in her heart. She came here today of course not to show off her new car. She can hear that this Li Guangwei recognized a big brother. Li Guangwei heard you recognized a boss, didn't you? Yunzi came to Li Guangwei and asked with a disdainful tone. So what if it is? Li Guangwei said with slight anger. As expected, he had guessed right. This Yunzi had come over just for Lin Fan and had deliberately come to cause trouble. His face turned even uglier, carrying some anger in his heart. Now he was thinking in his mind about how to get rid of this Yunzi, so that he wouldn't ruin the party and affect Lin Fan's impression of them. I wonder what kind of car this boss you recognize drives. Yunzi looked at Li Guangwei with a piece of gum in her mouth and contempt in her eyes. Li Guangwei did not say anything. Lin Fan's Lamborghini Bat SV sports car price may not be as expensive as Yunzi's Lamborghini Aventador sports car, although it is a limited edition. But after all, the price difference, the two people will be a tie. He knew that Yunzi had come over to humiliate him and to find a sense of superiority. If his new boss wasn't as powerful as Yunzi's car, even if it was a tie, he would have lost. Although Lin Fan still had a wristwatch, he didn't know if Lin Fan would bring it. He expected Lin Fan to bring the wristwatch so that he could still press Yunzi. Otherwise he was bound to be crushed to death by Yunzi today. He was very unwilling and looked at Yunzi somewhat helplessly.
Do you think it makes sense for you, an intermediate second generation, to come to us junior second generation to find presents? He was powerless to spit in his mind. He really couldn't figure out what this Yunzi was thinking. Is it all about feeling superior? Li Guangwei didn't say anything.
But how could his little brother watch Yunzi be so arrogant?
Humph. Brother Fan drives a limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV sports car.
A little brother directly stood out and said angrily. He was very angry in his heart. He felt that this Yunzi was really too arrogant. Knowing that they were partying today, they still came over to pick a fight and cause trouble.
Oh,
so it's called Brother Fan. Ha ha ha. The limited edition Lamborghini Bat SV does barely compare to my big bull.
Yunzi laughed,
more or less disdain in her tone. After all, her big bull costs $1 million or $2 more than the Bat. Even if the other car is a limited edition,
the price difference can't be bridged. Li Guangwei, your newly recognized boss is not good. How about you recognize me as a big sister instead?
Yunzi looked at Li Guangwei with a smile on her face and said playfully. When they heard Yunzi's words, the little brothers behind her
burst out laughing. Li Guangwei, how good our big sister is to you.
Hurry up and recognize our big sister as your big sister. There will be no such store after this village. It's still our big sister who was merciful and took pity on you before taking you in as a little brother.
Hurry up and go up and call big sister. It's a rare opportunity. Our big sister is in a good mood today. That's it. Ha ha ha.
Li Guangwei looked at Yunzi with a hint of blood in his eyes, which was infuriated by Yunzi.
Yunzi, if you came to humiliate me today,
then congratulations.
You've achieved your goal and have succeeded. Now you're the one leaving. Li Guangwei took a deep breath, looked at the complacent Yunzi in front of him,
and slowly said through clenched teeth,
there's no rush. I haven't seen your so-called boss yet. How about a meeting with your boss?
I'll be on the same level as yours from now on.
You have no business being talking to me like that. Yunzi chewed her gum and leaned against the car door, saying casually. Li Guangwei clenched his fists tightly when he heard Yunzi's words. Humiliation. This is abject humiliation. It's a direct put-down.
It made him directly shorter than Yunzi.
The point is that he hasn't been able to refute it. After all, he really wasn't as strong as Yunzi.
He had no choice but to admit it. He somewhat regretted letting Lin Fan come over at this time. If he knew that Yunzi would come to cause trouble, he would have said nothing to let Lin Fan come. He calculated the time and estimated that Lin Fan should be arriving soon. But this Yunzi obviously refused to go. Now he really didn't know what to do. One could only pray that when the time came, Lin Fan would be able to use his wristwatch to overpower Yunzi, so that Yunzi wouldn't dare to be too unbridled.
At that moment,
there was suddenly a loud rumble of engines in the distance. Soon a black sports car suddenly stopped in front of Villa 9. The crowd gasped as they looked at the stopped sports car.
Could this be a Porsche 918 Spider?
It's really a Porsche 918 Spider sports car.
Which big shot has come to us? I'll be damned. Today is finally an eye-opening day to see a supercar that can only be seen on a cell phone. Not bad for a multi-million-dollar sports car. It's beautiful. Strange. How did such a big shot come to us?
The door of the beautiful sports car slowly opened and a handsome young man stepped out of it.
When Li Guangwei saw the young man,
he immediately brightened up and hurriedly jogged over, his face full of smiles, his body slightly bowed,
and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here."
When the crowd heard Li Guangwei's words, they were all dumbfounded.
Chapter 48, I'm not late, am I? Boss, you're here.
When the crowd heard Li Guangwei's words, they were all dumbfounded.
One by one,
their shocked mouths were wide open, and their eyes were rolling round and round in disbelief. Li Guangwei's crowd of minions were then filled with surprise.
Is this Li's new boss? Fan? Holy, this is too good. It's a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider supercar. It seems likely that this Fan is a senior second generation. Excited, still excited. Who do you work with when people ask? Hanging out with Brother Fan. How dignified and powerful that would be. And then some intermediate second generation would have to give face when they met him.
They also admired Li Guangwei in their hearts for finding such a powerful boss.
Yunzi's little brother, seeing Li Guangwei's appearance, his face turned very ugly. How is that possible? Didn't Li Guangwei's boss drive a Lamborghini Bat SV? But what about this Porsche 918 Spider? This was amount that only a true senior 2 or even a top 2 would have.
They were full of incredulity.
Just now, he was still taunting Li Guangwei for having no vision in finding a boss who was inferior to his big sister. Practical?
The boss of the family came in a limited edition,
multi-million-dollar sports car.
the Porsche 918 Spider. They immediately felt a hot sensation on their faces. Like they had been slapped twice hard. It hurts. It really hurts. Yunzi also looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of incredulity. It's a multi-million-dollar sports car. And crucially, a limited edition Porsche 918 Spider. Although she's a nice big bull, she's still a far cry from a Porsche 918 Spider. The price of this Porsche 918 Spider is conservatively estimated to be more than $15 million. Their own big bull is only $9 million. What's more, this Porsche 918 Spider is a limited edition sports car. Then there will be a lot of appreciation in the future. The future 20 million, 30 million are possible. Although she was very unconvinced in her heart, her strength was here. Not as good as others was not as good as others. However, she suddenly thought of a problem. And that was that although Lin Fan had such a good car, his driving skills might not be as good. She used to have nice sports cars, but they were crap. And she wouldn't be running around here looking for superiority with a bunch of junior twos if it weren't for her. Yeah, car skills. She felt that her current car skills might not be unable to win against Lin Fan. She's been practicing her car skills so hard lately that she may not lose even if she races with Li Guangwei now. You should know that Li Guangwei is the best racer in this group of junior second generation. She didn't believe that Lin Fan would be more powerful than Li Guangwei. More importantly, she had never heard of Lin Fan as a person in the second generation sports car circle. And she thought that Lin Fan bought a sports car just to pretend to pick up girls, and would not race at all. A confident smile spread across her face as she made up her mind. Li Guangwei looked at Lin Fan and was also filled with shock. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to drive a Porsche 918 Spider over. It is important to realize that the Porsche 918 Spider is not only a multi-million-dollar sports car, it is a limited edition sports car. Limited edition sports cars aren't something you can buy just because you have the money. It takes connections. Not bad for a boss. Just great. In his heart, he was very glad to recognize Lin Fan as his boss. Lin Fan smiled and said, "I'm not late, am I?" Li Guangwei hurriedly said, "Brother Fan, the party has just begun. You've come at the right time. Brother Fan, let me introduce you to these minions of mine." Naturally, Li Guangwei wouldn't forget about his little brothers and greeted Lin Fan one by one. After all, the opportunity to contact such a senior second generation is not much. It can be said that the strength is not enough to basically not. "Hello, Brother Fan. Brother Fan, you are so handsome. Brother Fan, do you have a girlfriend?" Brother Fan. The juniors who had sisters were even thinking of introducing Lin Fan to someone. What if it's going to work? You've got a leg up. Lin Fan looked at these enthusiastic minions of Li Guangwei, and did not hold back, responded enthusiastically. After all, stretching his hand does not hit the smiling face. What if we need these minions someday? Don't underestimate anyone. It's all about connections, isn't it? Networking isn't just about being better than you. When the crowd of juniors saw that Lin Fan was such a powerful big brother, without any stance at all, they had even more admiration for Lin Fan in their hearts. "Brother Fan, let's go in." Li Guangwei finished introducing the crowd of minions and smiled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded, also wanting to see what these second generation people played at every party. He was also very curious in his heart. Lin Fan was about to follow Li Guangwei in. At this time, a woman's voice sounded behind Lin Fan. "I want to race you." Lin Fan stopped and looked at Yunzi, turning his head to look at Li Guangwei suspiciously. Li Guangwei was furious when he saw that this Yunzi still refused to give up. He had just been glad that Yunzi should have left soon after seeing Lin Fan's sports car. How could he not have thought that this Yunzi would want to race against Lin Fan? "Brother Fan, this woman's name is Yunzi, one of my opponents," Li Guangwei hurriedly explained to Lin Fan. He turned his head to look at Yunzi. "Yunzi, are you finished or not?" Li Guangwei said with a bad face and with anger. This is a deliberate attempt to mess with him. Although he didn't know if Lin Fan would race, but seeing Lin Fan with such an elegant temperament, he felt that Lin Fan shouldn't like such a crazy project. After all, not everyone is into racing, and some people buy sports cars simply to play hard to get. Yunzi didn't take care of Li Guangwei, but instead looked at Lin Fan with her beautiful eyes and continued, "I want to race with you." Lin Fan looked at the girl in front of him with a face of smoky makeup and didn't understand why such a pretty girl had to make herself look so ugly. But he wouldn't race this girl even if she didn't have smoky makeup. After all, it's not a day for racing. Lin Fan was ready to turn around and leave. At this time, the system voice rang out. "Posting tasks. Being a great tycoon. How can you be looked down upon by a small woman? And use your car god skills to completely bow down to each other. Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City Linjian Hotel with 100% equity. Mission denied.
No reward.
Lin Fan instantly froze when he heard the system voice.
It's another mission. I'm going to go.
But it's the Luchang Linjiang Hotel.
The system, you are awesome.
You should know that the Luchang Linjiang Hotel is one of the few 5-star hotels in Luchang. The average normal standard room in a riverfront hotel is a couple hundred big ones.
The presidential suite is even higher at $990 a night.
The valuation is in the neighborhood of $300 million.
That's 3 small goals.
Not bad for a secondary system is awesome. The quest rewards are so great.
Looks like my value looks like it's going to go up again.
Lin Fan muttered excitedly in his heart.
Chapter 49, just wait here. Accept the mission.
Lin Fan said in his mind without hesitation.
There is no hesitation at all for such a task.
He hoped the more such missions the better.
Racing with this Yun Zi couldn't be easier. You know he's the one with the car skills. The more he looked at Yun Zi, the more he really liked it.
I didn't realize that this smoky girl was also a money-giving boy.
No,
I should say a money-giving girl. Lin Fan sighed happily in his heart.
Okay, I promise you.
Lin Fan turned to Yun Zi and said with a smile. Yun Zi always felt strange when she saw Lin Fan smile, but she couldn't tell.
However,
she was always relieved to hear Lin Fan agree.
She was really afraid that Lin Fan wouldn't agree.
And when the time came for her to leave in disgrace with her little brother,
it would be too humiliating. Brother Fan, how could you agree to her?
Li Guangwei said anxiously to Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, I also want to experience the feeling of racing. It was true to his word. He hadn't really played around with his car skills since he'd gotten them. After all, he usually drove at normal speeds and couldn't bring his car god skills to bear at all. This time it's just the right time to try out extreme speed. When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's words, he cried out in secret that it was bad.
Sure enough,
he had guessed that Lin Fan didn't know how to race at all, and had never raced before, or he wouldn't have said such a thing.
In his mind,
he began to calculate that Lin Fan should not race with Yun Zi, but looking at Lin Fan's current appearance, he was afraid that it would be difficult to change his mind. He just hoped that when Lin Fan raced, it would be good for him not to be competitive. Although the lanes over here were not comparable to professional racing tracks, they were still very dangerous for ordinary people,
and he didn't want anything to happen to Lin Fan.
He decided to sit in Lin Fan's car for a while, so he could remind Lin Fan when it was crucial. He hated Yun Zi so much in his heart that he glared fiercely at her. Yun Zi brightened up when she heard Lin Fan's words.
Sure enough, it's just as I thought it would be.
This one called Sales didn't race.
Now I'm not going to win, she thought happily in her mind.
She was now very confident in winning over Lin Fan, and as for Li Guangwei's angry eyes, she directly ignored them. She thought, well, she must give Lin Fan a little color in a while. Lin Fan had almost made her lose face in front of her crowd of minions.
She definitely wouldn't let Lin Fan off easily.
What's the deal with racing to win or lose? Lin Fan looked at Yun Zi and opened his mouth to ask, but he had heard that racing had to be some kind of a lottery. Otherwise, what was the point of just simply racing? He wondered what these second-generation guys used as bets every time they raced. When Yun Zi heard Lin Fan's words, she immediately brightened up. In the past, when they raced cars, they would just lose cash. But today she didn't want to use cash as a bet. He glanced at Li Guangwei, and hemmed and hawed in his heart. She thought this was more interesting as a bet. Cough cough. She cleared her throat, flashed her big eyes, looked at Lin Fan and said, whoever loses, how about being the little brother of the person who wins? When Li Guangwei heard Yun Zi's bet, he immediately quit. No, you're taking advantage of Brother Fan. Or cash. I'll pay for this one. He absolutely couldn't let Lin Fan agree to Yun Zi's bet. Otherwise, if Lin Fan lost, wouldn't Lin Fan become Yun Zi's little brother? Then wouldn't he, Li Guangwei, become Yun Zi's little brother? How could this work? Li Guangwei wanted to say something else, but was directly interrupted by Lin Fan. Well, that's it. Starting now? Lin Fan asked directly. Racing is just a blip on the radar for him. He still wanted to wait for the racing to finish and see what kind of party Li Guangwei and the others were having. Of course he wanted it to be as fast as possible. When Yun Zi heard Lin Fan's words, she was instantly very excited in her heart. She had just been thinking about how to convince Lin Fan to start racing as soon as possible. She didn't realize that Lin Fan couldn't wait to race. Wouldn't that be just what she wanted? Good. We'll go to the Murray Mountain Ghost Road now. Yun Zi agreed in one breath. Yun Zi started the sports car to take the lead and headed outside the Mo Yun mansion. Lin Fan followed. When Li Guangwei saw Lin Fan leave, he gritted his teeth and followed him in his car. The minions followed close behind. Yun Zi soon stopped in front of a rugged section of a circular mountain road. This section of the road was known to them as the Missouri Shan Ghost Road.
named after the word ghost, so it was evident that it was very treacherous. Precisely because this section of the road is rugged and prone to danger. There are basically no vehicles here at night. It was just right for these second generation to use for racing, which was also the reason why Li Guangwei and his party liked to choose the Moyan mansion. Lin Fan stopped the car and took a look at the mountain road in front of him. It was indeed quite rugged. It's a good thing this stretch isn't very long. Lin Fan was still satisfied with this section of the road. His first time racing, he didn't know if he could handle a difficult course, and this rugged mountain road was just right for him. It would allow him to test if the car god's skill was really that powerful, and although he believed that the system wouldn't lie to him, he always had to try it out before he could rest assured. Li Guangwei and the others also arrived soon. Start at this light in front of you and come back to that headlight over there. Whoever gets back to the start first wins. Yunzi spoke the rules over to Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded in understanding. If there are no questions, let's get started, Yunzi said as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nodded and got into the car. At this time, Li Guangwei walked over. Brother Fan, let me go with you? No, just wait here. Lin Fan directly refused. This point of the road was only a few minutes away. Lin Fan drove the car to the starting position. A girl with a hot body came to the middle of the two cars, took off the small leather jacket on her body, took it in her hands and waved it, which immediately attracted the crowd of minions next to her to scream. 3, 2, 1, begin. The little leather jacket was thrown straight up into the air. Lin Fan and Yunzi's car instantly scurried out. The two of them could be considered equal on this flat stretch of road, mainly because it was Lin Fan's first time driving such a fast car and he had to get used to the speed. Lin Fan quickly adapted to such a speed. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Lin Fan's sports car instantly overtook Yunzi like a runaway wild horse. Yunzi exclaimed in shock, "Don't you want to die?" Realizing that there was a curve ahead, even she needed to slow down and pass carefully. But then she saw an incredible sight. Lin Fan did a beautiful extreme drift as he went through the corner. Instantly going through the corner, Yunzi was directly dumbfounded when she saw Lin Fan instantly pass the corner. Her mouth was wide open in shock and her eyes were rolling with disbelief. It's over? That's a very treacherous turn. And it just went by? The key went by without the slightest deceleration. How is that possible? Is that the legendary extreme drift? It must be. How else could you take the corners so easily? She was so shocked in her heart at this time that even her breathing became rapid. She pulled over. She wasn't going to compete. She admitted defeat. She had been completely convinced by Lin Fan's car skills. Chapter 50, still a little long. Li Guangwei was directly frozen when he saw Lin Fan directly extreme drift through the corner. His eyes went wide as he looked like he'd seen a ghost. This? How is that possible? Is this really not racing? Is this it? Is this the legendary extreme drift? A large series of question marks drifted through his mind. It made his brain a little dizzy. Shocked. Shocked. Still shocked. The crowd of juniors looked directly dumbfounded. Where had they ever seen such an overcurve? One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock and their eyes were rolling round and round. Holy, sail is amazing. It's so easy to get around the bend like that. I reduced my speed to the slowest possible every time before I dared to go through this corner. I really didn't expect Fan to go through the corner so silky smooth. It's unbelievable. That's too fast. How did this go over? I see. What Brother Fan just used was actually the legendary extreme drift through the corner. This is too cool. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I said to see how so familiar. So is the limit drift. Brother Fan is really great. Limit drift, but even many professional racers are not necessarily able to do. Brother Fan, mighty. Lin Fan quickly returned, and when he passed by Yunzi, he saw that Yunzi had actually stopped on the side of the road to stare, but he didn't stop to keep moving at an even pace. Not bad. He was consistent all the way through except for the initial acceleration and then later, there was no further acceleration, and of course slowing down that was even more impossible. Lin Fan quickly returned to the starting position. Lin Fan turned to Li Guangwei and asked, "How long did it take?" When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's question, he stumbled and said, "It took 5 minutes. It wasn't that he hadn't experienced a big scene. It was really that the time Lin Fan had used was too short. The fastest he'd ever done it had taken him 20 minutes. And Lin Fan had only used 5 minutes. How could this not shock him?" Lin Fan frowned slightly and said to himself, "The time is still a bit long. If we hurry up, we should finish the run in 3 minutes. He had no intention of running it again though, just try it once. He realized that racing was just as good. When Li Guangwei heard Lin Fan's words, he stumbled and almost threw his cell phone out. "Is that too slow?" listening to Sail, there's also a speed boost. That's too good to be true. At this time, Yunzi's car also came back.
Li Guangwei saw Yunzi come back and wanted to see what else Yunzi had to say now. Yunzi walked up to Lin Fan and bit her lip.
Brother Fan. She lost, she has to admit it.
Lin Fan turned his head to look at Yunzi, waved his hand and said, "It was just a joke.
You don't have to be my little brother." He didn't want to be the boss of anything.
He didn't take racing seriously either. After all, he had car skills. Yunzi's racing skills were as childish as a child driving a toy car in Lin Fan's eyes. Lin Fan finished speaking and said to Li Guangwei, "Go back." Hearing Lin Fan's words,
Li Guangwei hurriedly nodded.
Lin Fan started the car and headed towards the Mo Yun mansion.
Back to Villa 9.
Lin Fan picked up a bottle of juice and sat on the sofa. The crowd gathered around.
Brother Fan, you just used extreme drifting to go around the corner, right?
Aha. Lin Fan nodded and hummed.
Brother Fan, you're amazing.
That extreme drift was awesome.
Brother Fan, I'll toast you with tea instead of wine.
Lin Fan chatted with the crowd for a while and realized that these second-generation gatherings were just that.
Looked at the time and saw that it was getting late and got up to leave. When the crowd heard that Lin Fan was leaving, they all stood up to see Lin Fan off. It wasn't until Lin Fan left that the crowd re-entered the villa.
Lin Fan drove straight back to Haitian No.
1 villa. Back in the villa, Lin Fan couldn't wait to come to the study. There were 2 profiles on the table. One copy is related to the Willowtown GTA building. The other is information about the Linjian Hotel in Willow City.
Lin Fan looked at the information in his hand with a satisfied smile on his face. Now he's worth $1.
3 billion straight up. 13 small goals, and it was as if he saw 20 beckoning to him.
He put the information away and headed for the bedroom.
Back to the bedroom.
Lin Fan washed up,
went to bed,
swiped his cell phone for a while, and turned off the light to sleep.
The next day, just after dawn, Lin Fan got up. Sleeping in that doesn't exist.
Lin Fan got up and walked towards the restroom.
After washing up,
he sat on his bed and tapped on the system's virtual panel. Lin Fan instantly froze when he saw today's $1 second items.
1 kilogram of true second-generation Dahonpo at $1 a second. 2 10x cashback cards at $1 a second.
Each with a limit of $50 million.
The system is awesome. True second-generation Dahongpo. This is really good stuff. Don't think that just because it's a second-generation big red robe that it's ordinary. You'd be wrong. Quite the contrary. Even money can't always buy it.
True to Dahongpo flavor is the closest to the mother tree.
Nowadays the mother tree, big red robe, doesn't even think about it.
The 3 mother trees have been strictly protected from harvesting.
Now the true second generation of the big red robe, as soon as it appears,
is bound to be those who have heavenly means of the big man to buy away.
It is simply very difficult to the hands of ordinary people.
Even some of the great tycoons simply can't get it without strong connections.
He didn't expect the system's $1 second item today to be the true second generation big red robe. The key is still a kilogram. A kilogram is a kilogram.
Some tycoons are excited to get 20 grams and 50 grams.
Instead,
the system gave him a direct kilogram.
Nice. Really nice.
Now the secondary market, a gram of real second generation big red robe has been speculated to 20,000. The point is that they are snapped up as soon as they appear.
The money wasn't much,
though. He had 20 million for the kilo, and the key was scarcity.
You can bring some to Dad when you get home,
Lin Fan muttered. Lin Fan looked towards the second $1 spike item. 2 tenfold cashback cards, each with a limit of $50 million. Don't think it's only 10 times too little. Quite a lot. It was important to realize that Lin Fan only needed to spend $10 million to get 100 million.
$100 million. That's another small goal.
Aha.
The value has gone up a little bit. Not bad. Real good. Buy them all,
Lin Fan said without hesitation. The system voice soon sounded. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase. The 10 times cashback card has been placed in the system backpack.
The true second generation big red robe has been placed in the villa study.
Lin Fan heard the system voice and put on his shoes and ran towards the study.
Sure enough, there was a small box on the floor of the den.
The box was opened and stored inside was a beautiful little tin can. Lin Fan counted exactly 20 tin cans. This means that each tin contains exactly 50 grams of true second generation Dahongpo.
Lin Fan looked at the tin can in his hand and said,
"Who would have thought such a small jar of tea would be worth $1 million?
When you open the jar, there is an immediate aroma. That smells good."
Lin Fan picked up a can and headed outside. He was going to make himself a cup,
put the tea and pour the water.
Lin Fan held the teacup, gently put it to the tip of his nose and sniffed it.
and gently took a small sip. Not bad, not bad. Even he, a person who did not know tea, felt that it was good. So it was evident that this tea was really good. Chapter 51, This tin of tea is for you. Lin Fan finished his tea and looked at the time. There was plenty of time. He was going to walk around the villa. Moving into the villa, what kind of surroundings he hadn't gotten to know yet. Lin Fan walked out of the villa, taking a look at the other villas not far away. First of all, the area was much smaller than his villa. Worthy of a villa king? It's just big enough. Lin Fan walked forward along the path. At this point in the road you will encounter some runners, both old and young. Lin Fan's pace was neither fast nor slow. Soon a short mountain came into view. This mountain is not high. The old man can climb up. Passing down the hill, you can hear the birds chirping in the mountains. Take a deep breath and you can feel a hint of sweetness in the air. Lin Fan walked around the short mountain for a while. The environment here is very green, so it's no wonder the villas here are so expensive. Lin Fan turned around for a while and was ready to go back. Fast forward to the villa, not far away, and see an old man sitting on the ground resting. Lin Fan curiously walked forward and opened his mouth to ask, "Old man, what's wrong with you?" The old man looked to be in his 70s, with somewhat gray hair. The old man covered his stomach with one hand and waved it with the other and said, "Young man, thank you. I'm fine." I gasped for breath. "I'll be fine after resting for a while." Lin Fan opened the door of his villa and thought about it but decided to let this old man go to his villa for a rest. After all, this old man was considered one of his neighbors. This is the villa area, but other people can't just come in. This old man was bound to live in a villa nearby. "Elderly man, I'll help you inside to rest for a while, and you'll get better faster with a cup of hot tea." Lin Fan walked up to the old man and said. The old man thought about it and felt that Lin Fan had a point. He smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you, lad." Lin Fan went forward to assist the old man to the villa's living room and sat on the sofa. He took the freshly opened two big red robe from the tea room. Take out the tea leaves, put them in a teacup and pour in the hot water. A scent of tea wafted up through the house. The old man smiled as he looked at Lin Fan, thinking that Lin Fan was a really nice young man. He still has vision as the helmsman of a $10 billion corporation. Polite and caring. Not quite as arrogant as those rich kids. It's very sedate. Aha! It's quite a match for his granddaughter. The more the old man looked at it, the more he liked it. Lin Fan handed the old man his teacup. "Thanks." The old man politely said thank you, but when he took the teacup and was about to drink it, he directly froze. His mouth slowly opened wide and his eyes rolled in disbelief. This color? This scent? Is this the second generation of Big Red Robe? There's no mistaking it. Absolutely no mistaking it. Second generation Big Red Robe, he asked an old friend for 20 grams a long time ago, but it's long gone. He couldn't get that flavor out of his mind. He tried to get some more through his connections, but it's not that easy to get. This tea was bought by a really big shot as soon as it appeared. He thought he would never drink this tea again in this life. He hadn't expected to drink this tea at Lin Fan's house today. How can you not be shocked? He raised his head shocked or asked, "Little brother, this is the second generation of Big Red Robe?" He didn't notice that he even changed his title from lad to little brother. Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile, "I didn't realize the old man was still a connoisseur." "Not bad. This is exactly the second generation Big Red Robe." The old man's hand trembled as he listened to Lin Fan's words and slowly brought the teacup into his mouth. He took a small, gentle sip. "It sure does smell like that," the old man said excitedly. It was a flavor he'd missed for a long time and dreamed of tasting again. Lin Fan was not surprised to hear the old man's words. People who could afford to live in a high-grade villa were bound to be worth a lot, and it was not surprising that he had drunk the second generation of the Great Red Robe. The old man carefully finished his cup of tea. "I don't know if it's the tea or if I'm just shocked by the second generation de Hongpo. His stomach doesn't hurt anymore." "Old man Tang Yujo, I don't know what little brother's name is?" Tang Yujo put down his teacup and asked with a smile. "So it's Elder Tang. My name is Lin Fan." Lin Fan said hurriedly, "I'll call you Sailor." Then, "Xiu Fan, old man, I have a word. I don't know if I should say it or not." Tang Yujo looked at Lin Fan and said with some embarrassment, "There is no way really he is too obsessed with this second generation of Big Red Robe." "Elder Tang, you said," Lin Fan said directly. He was also curious about what this Tang Yujo was going to tell him. "Fan, I wonder if you still have the second generation Big Red Robe. If there's more, old man, can I buy some?" "The old man, I don't want much. 20 grams, 10 will do." Tang Yujo was a little embarrassed, not expecting to beg to buy something from a junior one day. He thought in his heart that Lin Fan would not have too much. After all, This tea is too rare. Do not dare to expect too much. There are 10 grams, 20 grams will be satisfied. Lin Fan thought what was the matter. This tea he still has quite a lot. Elder Tang, please wait a moment. Lin Fan got up and walked toward the second floor, and soon walked down, holding an unopened can of second-generation Great Red Robe. Donald, here. Lin Fan handed the jar to Tang Yujo. Tang Yujo took the jar and held it carefully, afraid of dropping it on the ground and breaking it. This jar must be 50 grams anyhow. Sailor, thank you. You give me an account number and I'll transfer the money to you, Tang Yujo said hurriedly. Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, it's fate that I met Elder Tang, so this pot of tea is for you, Elder Tang. Although he didn't know what Tang Yujo did, his identity was certainly not simple. You can never lose by giving a tin of tea to befriend each other. Tang Yujo was startled when he heard Lin Fan's words, knowing that this pot of tea would cost at least $1 million. To simply give it to someone he had known for less than an hour, he asked himself. He couldn't do it. The more he looked at Lin Fan, the more he felt that Lin Fan was not simple. He mused for a moment and took a jade pendant off his waist, handing it to Lin Fan. Little Fan, I didn't bring any gifts with me when I came out in a hurry, so this jade pendant is for you. Lin Fan looked at the jade pendant in Tang Yujo's hand and was also shocked. This jade pendant looked like old jade. The color was especially good. A new jade of this color would not be less than $2 million now, let alone an old one from decades ago, and the price would at least double. Lin Fan waved his hand and refused. Elder Tang, there's no need for that. He could tell that this jade pendant Tang Yujo cherished it and played with it every day. Otherwise it wouldn't have such an even coating on it. He also sincerely wanted to befriend this Tang Yujo, so naturally he wouldn't accept this jade pendant from Tang Yujo. When Tang Yujo saw that Lin Fan insisted on not accepting it, the smile on his face withdrew and he said in a deep voice, Little Fan, are you looking down on old man me? If you don't take it, then I don't want this tea either. Chapter 52, Are you Yunzi? Lin Fan saw that Tang Yujo had said this much, so if he refused again, it would be a bit unreasonable. Thank you, Elder Tang. Then, Lin Fan didn't push back any further and took the jade pendant with a smile. That's right. A smile immediately bloomed on Tang Yujo's face. The old man won't bother you then. I'm staying at Villa 6. Come over and play sometime, Tang Yujo said with a smile, getting up to leave after that. Yes, I'll be sure to visit you sometime. Lin Fan got up and said with a smile. He sent Tang Yujo out of the villa. Lin Fan returned to the villa and looked at the time, picked up the car keys on the table and headed for the garage. After a loud rumble of the engine, the sports car scurried out of the villa. Lin Fan came to the school, parked his car in the school parking lot, and walked towards the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, sure enough, the 3 roommates were still sleeping. Get up, you're going to be late. Lin Fan took out a new set of military training clothes and changed while talking. Luckily, 2 military uniforms were requested, he said to himself. He realized that the uniforms all smelled like sweat. The 3 roommates rushed to get up. That one was really fast. If you run in the 100-meter race, you might get a prize. Lin Fan took the clothes he changed out of, took them to the laundry room, threw them into the washing machine, swiped the card, and started to wash the clothes. That way you can just come back at noon and dry it straight away. Lin Fan and his 3 roommates arrived at the playground, almost late. With the arrival of the instructors, a new day of military training officially began. It's finally time for a break. An ice cream would be beautiful at this point, one of the students said as he lay on the ground, looking at the sky, pursing his dry lips. Holy, you're asking too much. You want more ice cream? I'd be satisfied if I had a bottle of ice water to drink. One of the students sighed as he held the sunburned water in his hand. Ugh, this military training is so hard. I hope it ends soon. When military training is over, I'm going to go to the Westside ice cream parlor and get a strawberry-flavored First Love and treat myself. Don't talk about it. It makes me a little greedy. I heard that ice cream parlor on the west side is old and hot. The line is old every day, a male student exclaimed. Old for? Have you ever taken schoolgirl Tang to the west side ice cream parlor to eat ice cream? How did it taste? Was it as delicious as the internet said? Boss Zhang Zichun looked at Lin Fan and asked with an expectant face. He felt that since Lin Fan was in love with Tang Ruobing, eating ice cream was definitely indispensable. So that net red ice cream parlor in Xicheng was a must. Lin Fan was puzzled by Zhang Zichun's question. I don't have a sweet tooth. Lin Fan was too lazy to explain his relationship with Tang Ruobing. Since his 3 roommates didn't believe him even after he explained it, he didn't waste his breath. Old for? This is your fault. You don't like sweets, so you won't take schoolgirl Tang to eat? You're also too selfish. The oldest two, Li Muyang, said righteously. That's just it. 4. You're only making me despise you when you're like that. The oldest three, Wang Jian, looked at Lin Fan with a look of disgust. Lin Fan was completely speechless after hearing what the two said. Doesn't he just not have much of a sweet tooth? Why do you feel like you've committed a terrible crime and are leaving your family? Lin Fan was too lazy to bother with these three goods. Playground entrance. A pretty young lady appeared at the edge of the playground. She had a small leather jacket on top, a small leather skirt underneath, and a pair of long leather shoes on her feet. Short, burgundy shoulder-length hair swung as she walked, and her delicate face was painted with light makeup. Tall and well-built. The person who came was no other than Yunzi. I'm going to go. This young lady is so charged up. Mom, I'm going to fall in love. Where is this fairy lady from? It's so cool. Miss this face value. It's simply a proper school flower level. I feel that it's not even worse than Tang school flower. Look. Missy is coming to me. Hello classmate, may I ask which class Lin Fan is in? Yunzi asked with a smile at one of the male students. The male students were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Yunzi's smile. It was really Yunzi's smile that was too nice and charming. How come there's such a charming young lady? Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Yunzi hurriedly asked, Classmate? The male student came back to his senses, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, pointed in the direction of Lin Fan's class, and stumbled. Lin, Class President Lin. Over there in finance class too. Thank you classmate. Yunzi smiled and thanked her male classmates. After saying that, he turned around and headed in the direction of Lin Fan's class. Hey. She smiled at me again. It was so charming. The male student giggled. Come back to your senses. The man has gone far away. I didn't realize that such a good-looking young lady was here to see Class Leader Lin. Class Leader Lin is really great. Class President Lin is worthy of being my idol. Surrounded by beautiful women. I'm really envious. I don't know if you noticed, but it looks like Missy is holding a small refrigerator. Are you trying to say? The male student who had asked the question's eyes went wide. Nice. I think it's either ice water or ice cream in there. Asterisk. This Lin class president is really awesome. Before there was a watermelon delivery from Tang schoolgirl, and this time there's an extreme young lady delivering ice cream. This is going to blow up the tempo of the sky. Yunzi saw Lin Fan sitting on the ground and walked over quickly. Lin Fan looked at the young lady who suddenly appeared in front of him and was a little confused. But looking at the young lady's eyes, it seemed like she knew him. He took a closer look at Missy. Why is this dressing style so familiar? Are you Yunzi? Lin Fan asked. Not quite sure. Hello brother Fan. Yunzi said happily when she heard Lin Fan recognize her. When Lin Fan heard Yunzi's words, he finally confirmed that the young lady in front of him was Yunzi. Just the look can be described as a world away from yesterday. Gone is the smoky face from yesterday. Yesterday's colorful hair has also turned into short burgundy shoulder-length hair. It's really come a long way. You could say it's a different person. Why are you here? Lin Fan asked with some confusion. I've come to deliver ice cream to Fan. Brother Fan, you're already exhausted from military training. Hurry up and eat an ice cream to quench your thirst. I got this at the West Side Ice Cream Parlor. Everyone says it's good there. And I don't know what flavor you like. This is original. This is strawberry. This is chocolate. This is... Yunzi opened the small refrigerator and said as she took it. The surrounding crowd were all dumbfounded when they heard Yunzi's words. One by one, their mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. This is to deliver ice cream to Captain Lin? Is this still Netflix ice cream from the West Side Ice Cream Parlor? Original? Strawberry? Chocolate flavor? Is this one of all the flavors? Captain Lin is so awesome. Why is Class President Lin so good when he's also a freshman? Envy. Chapter 53, It's okay. It's sweet. Lin Fan looked at the ice cream Yunzi took out. Even if he was thick-skinned enough, he was a little embarrassed at this point. After all, so many eyes are watching? It made him uncomfortable all over. Put those away. Get the hell out of here. Lin Fan hurriedly stopped Yunzi from continuing to take the ice cream. He was afraid of committing a public offense and getting beaten up later. Brother Fan, just have one. People have been waiting in line for a long time to get one. Yunzi looked at Lin Fan and beamed. Lin Fan had a bit of a headache. Why was this young lady like this? Say, what's it to me? I'll promise you what I can do. Lin Fan said as he rubbed his temples. He didn't believe that this Yunzi was so kind as to send him ice cream exclusively. When Yunzi heard Lin Fan's words, her face burst into a smile. Brother Fan, you can definitely do it. Don't give me a high hat. Get to the point.
Lin Fan didn't have the heart to nag Yun Zi here.
Can't you see all these eyes on him? Though it's all envious glances now.
Who knows if it'll turn into jealousy and hatred in a while. I want Brother Fan to teach me extreme drifting.
Yun Zi said the real purpose of coming here.
She had thought all night last night about how to get Lin Fan to promise her to teach her extreme drifting. It finally made her think of this beauty ice cream scheme. In the morning she sent her little brother to stand in line for ice cream while she redid her hair.
Sure enough, it worked well. Not for nothing she's been working so hard. It's really because Lin Fan's extreme drifting is so cool.
If she could learn extreme drifting, she was sure her racing skills would be able to go to the next level. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless.
What's the point of learning an extreme drift? This girl is so desperate too.
Lin Fan directly took out his cell phone and opened the QR code.
Scan the code to add a friend and I'll contact you when I have time.
When Yun Zi heard Lin Fan's words, she hurriedly took out her cell phone and scanned the code to add friends. She smiled happily as she hugged her phone when she saw that she had finally friended Lin Fan successfully.
Stop giggling and hurry up and take these away,
Lin Fan said in an unkind manner to the giggling Yun Zi.
Yun Zi squatted down and started to clean up,
picking up a strawberry-flavored ice cream and handing it to Lin Fan.
Brother Fan, just have one.
I really stood in line for half a day to get one. Lin Fan knew that if he didn't accept this ice cream today,
Yun Zi would still be here for half a day.
Lin Fan took the ice cream and waved his hand and said,
well, you hurry up. Brother Fan, bye. Yun Zi stood up and smiled at Lin Fan. After saying that, he turned to leave.
She had accomplished what she came here for, so naturally she wouldn't stay here any longer. Lin Fan saw Yun Zi finally leave and let out a long sigh of relief. He put the ice cream in his mouth.
Aha! Not to mention, it's sweet. Senior, is the ice cream good? The boss, Zhang Ziqiang,
came to Lin Fan's side at an unknown time.
It's okay, quite sweet.
Lin Fan nodded and said seriously,
Old four, say, are you going behind schoolgirl Tang's back with another woman? The oldest two, Li Muyang, came over and asked with glaring eyes. Old four, you can't be double-minded. How good schoolgirl Tang is to you. If you're sorry for her, buddy, I'll really look down on you. The oldest three, Wang Jian, also came up.
Lin Fan looked at the trio and said in a good-natured manner,
first, Sister Tang and I are just ordinary friends. Second, so there's no question of being sorry.
Lin Fan lazily ignored these three goods and sat down to eat his ice cream. Soon the break was over and the military training continued.
The morning passed quickly.
Lin Fan returned to the dormitory after eating to hang his clothes up.
Was about to take a break. At this time,
the counselor Morong Shui sent a message to tell him to notify his classmates to gather in classroom 312 at 1 o'clock. Lin Fan could only sit up and start informing everyone in the group of the news to gather in classroom 312. Lin Fan got out of bed and put on his clothes and said to his three roommates,
let's go to classroom 312. Senior, what did the guide call us to? Reveal it? Boss Zhang Ziqiang asked curiously.
Lin Fan glanced at Zhang Ziqiang and shook his head,
saying, I don't know, boss. Let's go. Won't we know when we get there? The oldest two, Li Moyo, urged.
The four headed for classroom 312.
Classroom 312.
Lin Fan's four came to the classroom and found that the counselor,
Morong Shui,
had come long ago. The four of them greeted Morong Shui and the four of them found a place to sit down. Soon one after another people arrived. Morong Shui saw that everyone had arrived.
Cough cough.
She coughed softly, and at once there was silence down there.
Okay, I'm talking about things now.
I received a notice from the school in the morning that the school is going to have a calligraphy competition, and each class is required to produce a minimum of 2 entries, which are to be handed in today.
Students who are good at calligraphy can participate enthusiastically.
Morong Shui finished speaking and began to spread the rice paper she had brought on the podium,
took out the quill, ink and inkstone and set them up.
Meng Xiqing under the stage brightened up when he heard Morong Shui's words. He was forced by his family to learn calligraphy when he was a child, and at that time he was screaming every day and wanted to give up at one time. But now it seems all the suffering was worth it. It came in handy today. Now it was time for him to strike. He had been pressured by Lin Fan and had been unable to breathe, and now the time had finally come for him to make a big turnaround. As long as he won the prize in the calligraphy competition, he was sure that the class flower Su Ruiwen would look at him differently and become much more favorable. Find a chance to ask out for dinner and shopping and a movie. And then, won't everything fall into place? He was confident at this point. After all, calligraphy was his strong suit. He didn't believe Lin Fan's calligraphy would be better than his. The corners of his mouth unconsciously turned upwards, a confident smile on his face. Morong Shui was ready and realized that no students had come up either. She looked at her classmates on the stage and opened her mouth to ask,
"Everyone hurry up, don't be modest at this point." Seeing that no one was going up,
Meng Xiqing glanced at Lin Fan,
who was not far away. Just as I expected, Lin Fan doesn't know calligraphy at all.
He was so pleased with himself that he seemed to hear the enthusiastic cheers of his classmates.
He stood up confidently and said with a smile on his face, "Teacher, I've been practicing calligraphy since I was a child, so I can write a pair of characters for my entry."
When the students heard Meng Xiqing's words, they all looked at Meng Xiqing. I didn't realize that old Meng had practiced calligraphy since he was a child. It's really impressive. I really didn't see that old Meng still has this talent. It's really well hidden. If old Meng wins the prize, I'll make sure old Meng treats me.
Meng Xiqing even knows calligraphy. It's really good.
Now that I look closely at Meng Xiqing,
I realize that he's not bad looking. Looking at it like that, Monsignor does look a little handsome.
As Meng Xiqing listened to the murmurs below, the smile on his face grew even wider as he confidently walked towards the podium.
Chapter 54, Class President Lin, why don't you go up and write a piece of calligraphy?
Morong Shui hurriedly gave up her place. Meng Xiqing picked up the brush next to him,
thought for a moment, and began to write on the paper in one stroke.
If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll be sad when you're old.
Stop writing.
Morong Shui nodded when she saw the words written by Meng Xiqing. They looked really good and moderate. She hung this piece of writing by Monsignor on the blackboard so that her classmates could see it. When the students saw Monsignor's writing, they were talking. Asterisk 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 asterisk.
Old Meng, this character is beautiful. It's almost like a computer printout.
It's really much better than my ghostly drawings.
I'll go. I really didn't see it.
Old Meng really does have 2 brushes.
Awesome. Just now I thought old Meng was pretending.
I didn't expect it to really be this powerful.
It's my pattern that's small.
I didn't expect Meng Xiqing's writing to be so handsome, and I realized that his person has become handsome as well.
What do you mean handsome?
I told you that Meng Xiqing is still quite handsome, and now his calligraphy is so good.
He is simply a treasure boy.
A smug smile appeared on Meng Xiqing's face as he heard the students below talking.
He looked over to the class flower, Su Ruiwen, and sure enough, he saw Su Ruiwen paying attention to writing his words, making him even more excited that he was one big step closer to success. He looked over at Lin Fan and realized that Lin Fan wasn't paying attention to his words at all, instead looking down and playing with his phone. He instantly felt small in his pattern. What's the point of comparing yourself to someone who doesn't know anything about calligraphy? He no longer had Lin Fan in his sights at this point. He had completely drifted. It was as if he heard the cheers of the girls on stage and saw Su Ruiwen's eyes adoring him. Morong Shui said to Meng Xiqing, "Meng Xiqing, you go down first. We need 2 entries for each class, and we only have 1 right now, and we still need 1 more entry." Monsignor smiled and said, "Okay, teacher." Like a victorious general, he returned to his seat with a smile on his face. "Anyone else down here want to come up and write a picture?" Morong Shui looked at all the students below and asked. The students look at me and I look at you. At this time, the class flower Su Ruiwen suddenly spoke up. "Lin Banpai, why don't you go up and write a piece of calligraphy?" In her mind, she thought Lin Fan was perfect. Lin Fan not only played the guitar well and sang beautifully, the key was also able to fight, and she was sure that Lin Fan's calligraphy must be very good as well. Morong Shui's eyes lit up when she heard Su Ruiwen's proposal. Yesterday when Lin Fan approached her for a walk-in, she had seen Lin Fan's handwriting with her own eyes, and it was indeed well written. If it wasn't for Su Ruiwen's reminder, she would have forgotten about it. "Lin Fan, now you shouldn't hide your clumsiness. For the honor of the class, you should be the first to rush ahead as class president." Morong Shui looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Meng Xiqing almost didn't burst out laughing when he saw that Su Ruiwen had actually suggested that Lin Fan go up and write a character. He was still trying to figure out how to make Lin Fan go up there and make a fool of himself, highlighting his awesomeness. Su Ruiwen really did have a heart-to-heart with herself. He thought triumphantly in his mind. If Lin Fan refuses to go up to write in a while, Su Ruiwen will definitely be disappointed. And then Lin Fan's position in Su Ruiwen's heart will definitely be in tatters. If Lin Fan agreed, that's even better. Lin Fan went up to necessarily write not as good as him, then Su Ruiwen as long as a comparison. The shadow of Lin Fan in her heart is bound to fade, and his figure is bound to be elevated in Su Ruiwen's heart. He was now very proud in his heart. Watch the show and eat the melon. He believes it's not far from his success. Lin Fan could only stand up when he heard Morong Shui's words. Morong Shui had given him such a big hat. If he didn't go up, it would be too much to say. Lin Fan was going to go up and simply write 2 words to cope with it. He was already in the limelight enough now.
There was no need to be in the limelight.
Would the person who dominates the know? One campus head list every day care about the first place in a small calligraphy competition?
Aha! Lin Fan naturally wouldn't admit that it was for no good reason. Lin Fan lifted his leg and was just about to leave when he suddenly froze.
At this time, the system voice rang out. Release the mission. Being a future tycoon,
there is no need to hold back.
And when it is time to show your strength,
you will never back down and shock the crowd by performing stunning calligraphy.
Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company with 100% equity. Mission denied. No reward. System, are you the worm in my stomach? It's a rhythm to keep me out of the limelight. But I like it. In the future, I hope to have more and more missions like this.
Lin Fan sighed in his heart. The rewards are just too tempting this time.
Willow City Golden Man's Media Company is a top 10 Netflix incubator in Willow City.
It's now valued at about $1 billion.
10 little goals.
The system, this is too good. As long as Lin Fan completed this task, his worth would directly enter the ranks of the 2 billionaires. Although it cannot enter the list of rich people in Luchang, but it is also considered a small success. 20 small goals accomplished.
Are 100 small goals far behind?
More importantly, this Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company has great potential.
Netroots incubation.
If the company incubated a few big netroots in the future,
then live with goods. That is not earn a lot of money.
I don't see how often the internet says that some big internet celebrity is bringing in billions and billions of dollars a year. If he can incubate a few of these big netizens,
he will soon be in the tens of billions of billionaires, and the hundreds of billions of billionaires can be expected in the future.
Just thinking about it makes you so excited and thrilled.
Accept the mission,
Lin Fan said with excitement in his heart. Just a simple outing on his own to get a company with such great potential.
Cootie, it's only then that you'd turn it down.
Lin Fan continued to walk towards the podium. He just couldn't deal with it this time since he had a mission.
What to write? That's something to think about.
There it is. Lin Fan just walked to the podium, suddenly brightened up and thought of what to write.
He picked up a quill and laid the rice paper flat. The line is flowing. The pen is flowing. The mountain of books is a path of diligence, and the sea of learning is a boat of suffering. A pair of lines was quickly written. Su Ruiwen didn't know when she came to the podium,
and when she saw the words Lin Fan had written, she was directly dumbfounded. Her little mouth was wide open and her eyes were round with excitement.
The writing is so nice too. It feels like it's alive. How is that possible? That's amazing too. Class President Lin is really excellent. I was not wrong.
She couldn't wait to hang up the characters. She wanted everyone to see Lin Fan's characters.
It was better to be happy alone than to be happy together.
She hangs a piece of Lin Fan's writing in Meng Xiqing's,
and compares them. Why is Monsignor's handwriting so ugly? There really is no comparison.
This compares to what kind of Monsignor wrote. She looked at Meng Xiqing's words with a look of disgust. If it wasn't for the fact that she needed 2 entries for the competition, she would have been tempted to throw Meng Xiqing's words into the trash. The only thing she felt was a trash can was the best place for Monsignor's character.
Chapter 55. I'm just a little bit better than you guys.
Su Ruiwen hung up Lin Fan's characters and staggered her body.
And suddenly Lin Fan's characters entered the eyes of the crowd.
When the crowd saw Lin Fan's words, the crowd that had just been discussing Meng Xiqing's words were instantly dumbfounded.
One by one,
their mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling round and round with shock.
Is this the writing of Captain Lin? This is too pretty.
Asterisk. What kind of divine character is this?
Class President Lin. It's obviously a character. How come it gives me the feeling of a painting? I can't believe I saw a man climbing a high mountain day and night. Could it be that I didn't sleep well last night and hallucinated? Holy, I thought I was the only one who saw the painting. It's amazing. I actually saw a man in a small boat, traveling across an endless sea nonstop every day. How did class leader Lin do this? Writing surprisingly makes you feel like you're watching an animation. I finally understand. This is the meaning of calligraphy. I heard my grandfather say that a master calligrapher can write out the meaning of the words to give people the feeling of being there. I'll go. Wouldn't Class President Lin's calligraphy attainments have reached the level of a master? This is too terrifying. But I've heard that some old-timers who have been writing calligraphy for their entire lives have a hard time becoming masters of calligraphy. How old is class leader Lin? And he's already a master of calligraphy. That's really something. At the same age, compared to Class President Lin, I feel like a waste. Alas, why is Class President Lin so outstanding? Who wrote the words next to Class President Lin? It's so ugly. Hurry up and take it away. Don't affect my appreciation of Class President Lin's words.
Now it looks like Meng Xiqing's writing is really ugly. It's just like garbage compared to class president Lin's. Meng Xiqing looked at Lin Fan's words and was directly confused. His just smug smile instantly froze, and his shocked mouth slowly opened wide as if he could put in an egg. How is that possible? Why is that? Doesn't Lin Fan know no calligraphy? Why? His painstakingly practiced calligraphy felt the same as garbage to himself when compared to Lin Fan's. He was seriously frustrated inside. He felt a pang in his heart. He wanted to rant about why he was put in a class with Lin Fan. He sat helplessly in his chair, feeling the sky darken outside. Hard, very hard. Lin Fan finished writing and was about to leave. At this time, the counselor Morong Shui called out to him. Student Lin Fan, please wait. Morong Shui's beautiful eyes looked at Lin Fan. How could she not expect Lin Fan's calligraphy to be so good? She was influenced by her grandfather and has a knack for calligraphy. But compared to Lin Fan's calligraphy, it's like a child's writing. What shocked her even more was that Lin Fan was able to write the meaning inside the words. He knew that his grandfather had been writing all his life and practicing for decades, but he was only able to get started. But Lin Fan's calligraphy seemed to be even higher than that of her grandfather. She wanted Lin Fan to write a piece of calligraphy that she would take to her grandfather. Lin Fan stopped and looked curiously at Morong Shui. Both pieces have been written, so there shouldn't be anything left to do. It's like this. Lin Fan, can you write another character? My grandfather is especially fond of calligraphy, and I'd like to show your calligraphy to my grandfather. Morong Shui bit her lips slightly and said slowly. She said this with some embarrassment. After all, asking Lin Fan to write another character wasn't because of the school, but for her personal reasons. When Lin Fan heard Morong Shui's words, he instantly understood that he was going to let him write a piece of writing to give to the old man. Lin Fan naturally wouldn't refuse. It was just a piece of writing. It wouldn't take him more than a few minutes. Lin Fan picked up the brush again and after thinking about it, he began to write. The dragon still travels in the rain at sunset, and the old tree blossoms even more in the depth of spring. Lin Fan stopped writing. It was as if a twilight dragon was prancing through the sky and traveling in the rain. It was as if a small flower was slowly blooming next to an ancient tree in the sky. Morong Shui looked at Lin Fan's words and covered her surprised little mouth with her hand to prevent herself from making a sound. This one is even more atmospheric than just now. Lin Fan put the brush away, glanced at the words written, and nodded with satisfaction. Teacher, is this piece of writing okay? Lin Fan still needs to ask Morong Shui's opinion. After all, if he gives it away, he can't just think it's good. Too good. Morong Shui stuttered a little in excitement. Thank you, Mr. Lin Fan. My grandfather must have really liked this one too when he saw it. It's fine. Lin Fan nodded, as long as Morong Shui was satisfied. Nothing else? I'm going down. Muriel Hund. Lin Fan returned to his seat. Old 4, how did you practice this character? It's too impressive. Boss Zhang Zichang asked with a shocked expression. The word, practiced and practiced. Lin Fan thought about it perfunctorily. He couldn't tell the three that this was given by the system. Senior, you're a genius. The second Li Muyang was speechless, and could only attribute it to the fact that Lin Fan was a genius, different from ordinary people like them. Lao Si, I just want to know what else you won't do, right? You're so good. We feel so much pressure with you. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, looked at Lin Fan and shook his head inside. I'm just a little bit better than you guys. All 3 were silent. Is it a little bit? Or is it billion? Morong Shui announced that everyone could leave, and the 4 of them walked towards the playground. There was no point in going back to the dormitory when military training was about to start in the afternoon. Time passed quickly and the afternoon of military training was over. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to change his clothes, ready to go to the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City to see. Lin Fan parked his car in the parking lot. Look at the 3-story building in front of you. I never thought that one day this place would be his. This is exactly where the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City is located. As a top 10 netizen incubator company in Willow City, the popularity can be imagined. There was a long line outside the door of the Anchor application today. There are so many men and women with dreams of becoming internet celebrities and fantasizing about being famous one day. Lin Fan looked at the long line outside. He didn't expect that it was so late and there were still so many people applying for jobs. When he had just arrived, he had called the company's general manager, Shen Jianyun, and told him to be at the company in half an hour. He didn't realize that there was no traffic all the way. It was very smooth and took less than 15 minutes to get there. He wasn't going to go find Shen Jianyun right now. He was going to observe outside first. He walked toward the line. Hello, this beautiful woman. A fashionably dressed young man walked up to Yang Mengran, who was standing in line.
Hello. Yang Mengran looked at the visitor and gave a polite and salty greeting.
Yang Mengran graduated from the Luchang Conservatory of Music. But after a year of graduation she has not found a suitable job. She thought for days about trying to go the Netflix route in hopes of realizing her musical dreams.
Chapter 56. Does your uncle often do these things too? What kind of anchor are you applying for? Beautiful?
The young man's name was Xie Chenkai, the nephew of the operations director of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City.
With this connection,
they often come looking for pretty young girls who fantasize about being popular.
Yang Mengran glanced at Xie Chenkai, and although she very much didn't want to take care of the Xie Chenkai in her heart, she still politely replied, "Singing anchor." Xie Chenkai eyes lit up when he heard Yang Mengran's words. That's a talent anchor. The more he looked at Yang Mengran, the more he liked him.
He had exchanged with many anchors, but this was the first time he had encountered such a beautiful and talented anchor.
Knowing that in this era of beauty, plain-faced beauties were really too difficult to see, then you can definitely apply for the job, Xie Chenkai said with a smile. With Yang Mengran's appearance when an anchor is more than enough.
Can have the confidence to do talent anchor, how should also have 2 brushes.
Getting into the company that was no problem at all. Thanks,
Yang Mengran said calmly. She is still confident about the success of the application.
How to say is also a graduate of the Luchang Conservatory of Music.
For the professional she is still very confident.
At this time,
Xie Chenkai looked at Yang Mengran and suddenly shook his head and sighed.
Pity, pity.
Yang Mengran looked at Xie Chenkai curiously,
not understanding what Xie Chenkai meant by this.
When Xie Chenkai saw Yang Mengran looking at him curiously, he was secretly pleased in his heart.
Beauty,
with your qualifications, I'm sure it would make an excellent talent anchor.
But, he paused as he said this. But what? Yang Mengran looked at Xie Chenkai and asked curiously.
She also wanted to hear what it took to become a talent anchor, besides her own strength.
After all, it was her first time being an anchor, and she didn't know the industry particularly well, so there was always nothing wrong with listening to other people's opinions.
Xie Chenkai saw that he had managed to arouse Yang Mengran's curiosity, and he said after a moment of contemplation, "Beauty, although your own conditions are very good,
but without someone to recommend and discover,
wanting to become a big anchor purely by your own talent can only be said to be too difficult to say impossible."
Yang Mengran was silent when she heard Xie Chenksai's words.
Such a situation she knew, of course, which was why she had come to apply for an anchor job instead of just becoming an anchor herself. It was too difficult for a person to become famous and get out of the circle. She just wanted to use the company's resources to get herself out of the circle quickly.
After all, a professional Netflix incubation company not only has a professional team,
but also has a lot of financial support, so that she can take a lot less detours.
However, it seems that today, the Netflix incubation company is not something that you can be recognized by the company just because you have talent.
When Xie Chenkai saw that Yang Mengran was silent, he was very pleased in his heart and felt that Yang Mengran had taken the bait.
For some people who want to be famous,
he understands the urgency of those who desire to be famous.
If he gives a little hope, these people will find a way to catch on.
Beauty,
don't be depressed. You've just met me. When you're done applying for the job, let's find a hotel and talk over dinner.
Xie Chenkai looked at Yang Mengran and said with a smile. His face was brimming with confidence, and he believed that Yang Mengran would agree to have dinner with him as long as she wasn't stupid. At that time, as long as he told Yang Mengran about his strength, Yang Mengran would still not obediently throw herself into his arms.
The more he thought about it, the more complacent he became.
This was strength. As long as there was strength, any beautiful woman could not escape him. He has used this method to spend dinners with a number of anchors. The more he thought about it, the more the smile on his face flourished. This was the first time he had encountered such an extremely beautiful woman. If it wasn't for the large number of people here, his saliva would have flowed all over the place.
No, thanks, Yang Mengran said faintly.
She had encountered subterfuge when she had just gotten out of school and tried to go straight into an entertainment company. She touched the wall a few times,
which is ready to start from the anchor.
I did not expect to meet the subterfuge before applying for the job. As much as she longed for success and fame, she would never use such methods to make herself famous. She had thought about it. If the Netflix incubation company was also this dark, she was going to go back and buy her own live broadcasting equipment and become an anchor herself. Though she may never again be associated with her musical dreams, she has no regrets.
Beauty, I advise you to think about it. After all, without a background, wanting the company to give you tons of resources, that's unrealistic.
Xie Chenkai looked at Yang Mengran and continued. How could he willingly give up such an extremely beautiful woman?
Yang Mengran wanted to refuse again. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out.
Could you give him tons of resources?
That's for sure, Xia Chengkai said triumphantly. Then how do you guarantee you're not lying to her?
Lin Fan walked over from the side.
He was very angry in his heart.
He did not think that such a thing as subterfuge would happen in his own company.
And the key was so blatant.
What he hated most was subterfuge, and he would never allow such behavior to exist in his company. His words had just fallen, when at once the system voice rang out.
Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you allow black sheep to exist in your company and clean up the black sheep?
Accept the quest and reward the consummate level drawing skill.
Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was happy to hear the system voice. The system is so sweet. It's rushing to deliver rewards. This time it turned out to be a skill. Drawing skills. Happy. Very happy. That's more pleasing than just giving him a few $100 million. Don't assume that skills are inferior to money. The money will run out someday,
but the skills will stay with him for life. Even if the system left him one day, he wouldn't panic if he had the skills with him. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Chengkai,
not realizing that this Xia Chengkai was still a money-giving boy. Not bad. Real good.
He decided to thank the Xia Chengkai properly.
I am the best guarantee, Xia Chengkai said confidently. At this time,
a sudden cry of alarm came from the crowd.
I remember. This person is Xia Chengkai. What happened to Xia Chengkai?
Xia Chengkai is the real nephew of Xia Tongyin, the head of operations of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City.
I'll go. It's actually Xia Tongyin's nephew.
No wonder he dares to say such big words. It's no wonder that the head of operations is in control of the allocation of resources to the anchors. If this girl doesn't agree to Xia Chengkai, I guess it will be difficult to obtain resources in the company in the future. Xia Chengkai was even more complacent when he heard the murmurs around him. He wasn't afraid of people knowing his identity. It's not like he's forcing these anchors. They're all volunteering. He looked at Yang Mengran, wanting to see Yang Meng then repentant expression, but to his disappointment, there was no change at all on Yang Mengran's face. Oh, so you're the operations supervisor's nephew.
Does your uncle do this stuff all the time?
Lin Fan looked at Xia Chengkai and faintly asked.
Chapter 57, let's have someone check it out. Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. 3rd floor, conference room. At this moment, there was a group of people sitting inside, and these people could be said to be the top management of the entire company. Originally, everyone was ready to go home from work, but the general manager Shin Jianyun called for a meeting. At this time, everyone looked at Shin Jianyun curiously, not understanding what Shin Jianyun was in such a hurry to meet because of.
Shin Jianyun saw everyone looking at him.
Cough cough. He coughed lightly and spoke. Everyone must be curious as to why I called everyone here in such a hurry? The crowd below nodded. I just got a call from my new boss. Shin Jianyun looked at the crowd and said, deliberately pausing for a moment.
When the crowd heard that Shin Jianyun had received a call from his new boss, they were all nonplussed, knowing that their Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company could be said to be a company on the upswing. The fact that such a promising company was suddenly sold by its original owner left them with all sorts of speculations in their minds.
However, this new boss was slow to show up,
making them all wonder what kind of person this new boss was and what the purpose of purchasing the company was. And the hearts of the people were very unstable. Now that they learned that the new boss had actually contacted Shin Jianyun,
how could they sit still? Mr. Shin, what exactly are the new boss's instructions? Hurry up and say it. Don't sell out at this time. Yes, Mr. Shin. Don't play dumb with us. Mr. Shin, what kind of person is the new boss? Reveal it to us. Everyone can't wait to see what the new boss thinks. Okay, everyone be quiet. I don't know what the new boss is like. I haven't met the new owner like everyone else. But, the new boss is coming to the office later. Everyone will know what kind of person the new boss is. Shin Jianyun looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice.
When the crowd heard Shin Jianyun's words, they all quieted down.
Mysterious new boss coming to the office? This is the first time you meet your new boss and you must make a good impression. How old would you say the new boss is? 30 or 40 anyhow. After all,
our company is valued at about $1 billion. And the person who can come up with that much money at once is definitely not young. Also, I just don't know if the new owner is happy with the way we're operating now, and if he's going to readjust the operating plan.
That's not for us to say. It's up to the new boss.
The crowd made their thoughts known. Shin Jianyun looked at the time. There were still 10 minutes before the new boss would come.
Well, the new boss arrives at the office in 10 minutes. So let's go down and greet the new boss now. Everyone must make a good impression on the new boss. Shen Jianyun said seriously. Understood, Mr. Shen. I know, Mr. Shen. Mr. Shen. Don't worry.
Shen Jianyun was the first to get up and walk towards the outside, with the others following closely behind. Each one of them was on standby,
all of them thinking of making a good impression on their new boss.
Oh, so you're the operations supervisor's nephew.
Does your uncle do this stuff all the time?
Lin Fan looked at Xie Chengkai and faintly asked. Lin Fan does not believe that this matter does not have Xie Tongyin nodding his head. Xie Chengkai dares to do this.
After all, when the time comes, the resources cannot be implemented. Those anchors will certainly not just let it go.
When Xie Chengkai heard Lin Fan's words,
he immediately said angrily, "Kid, be careful what you say. Be careful of suing you for slander."
He looked at Lin Fan viciously.
He was not a brainless rich second generation pit father and uncle goods.
He knew what words could be said and what words could not be said.
There isn't. Let's have someone check and find out.
Lin Fan looked at Xie Chengkai and said calmly.
Ha ha ha, kid, you've come to the wrong place to pretend. Xie Chengkai laughed out in disdain.
No one dares to check his uncle at all in the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang.
But his uncle is on good terms with one of the founders of the company. Even Shen Jianyun, the company's general manager, turned a blind eye to his uncle. This kid is trying to check up on his uncle. It's a big joke. He was full of disdain. At this time, Shen Jianyun was leading the crowd to the downstairs, and when he heard the noise in the distance, he immediately looked over. Supervisor Xie, that man is your nephew, isn't he? So hurry up and take care of it.
Shen Jianyun glanced at Xie Tongyin and said with a displeased face. When Xie Tongyin heard Shen Jianyun's words, his face was also ironic. The heart scolded Xie Chengkai fiercely. He hurriedly jogged over towards Xie Chengkai.
What for? Yelling. Xie Tongyin looked at Xie Chengkai and asked angrily.
Xie Chengkai saw his uncle Xie Tongyin coming and hurriedly walked up.
Uncle, this kid was so bold as to try to check you out, Xie Chengkai said with a smile.
He didn't take Lin Fan's words seriously at all, his face full of disdain.
Kid, you're not welcome at Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company, so please hurry up and leave. Xie Tongyin looked at Lin Fan and said grimly.
He was angry in his heart, but he knew that now was not the time to get angry. The new boss was coming and he had to give a good impression to the new boss.
Kid, do you hear me? Get the hell out of there.
Xie Chengkai looked at Lin Fan and smiled smugly. The crowd looked at Lin Fan and all of them shook their heads and sighed. This brat is also too unaware of the sky
to want to check Xie Tongyin. What kind of person is Xie Tongyin?
That's the head of operations of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. It'll be hard for him to find a job in live broadcasting now.
Alas, this brat wanted to heroically save a beauty,
but he didn't expect to put his own future on the line.
It's really pathetic. So don't just pretend to be a bully. If you have the ability, that's called powerful. If you don't have the ability, that's what you are.
Yang Mengran looked at Lin Fan and also apologized. She felt that Lin Fan had gotten into this situation because of her, but she couldn't do anything about it now. She bit her lip lightly and decided to leave with Lin Fan in a while. After all, if she rejected Xie Chengkai, it would be difficult for her to ask for resources in Xie Tongyin's hands in the future. Lin Fan looked at Xie Tongyin and said with interest, "What if I don't leave?" Xie Tongyin was furious when he heard Lin Fan's words. How could anyone dare to talk to him like that?
The key was still a brat. Security! Security! Hurry up and get this kid out of here!
Xie Tongyin shouted at the security guard not far away.
Shen Jianyun saw that Xie Tongyin went and didn't make the crowd evacuate,
but instead made it more lively.
At once he grimaced and walked over. He wanted to see what kind of people were causing trouble here. At this time, two security guards walked right up to Lin Fan and were about to go up to him to drive him away.
"Stop!" Shen Jianyun hurriedly shouted.
Everyone looked at Shen Jianyun.
Shen Jianyun is the general manager of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Luchang. There was no one here who didn't recognize him.
Mr. Shen, this kid is causing trouble in the company, and I'm about to have the security guards kick him out,
Xie Tongyin hurriedly explained. Now times are different. His backer has sold all his shares. He no longer has a backer,
and he doesn't dare to treat Shen Jianyun as he did before. Shen Jianyun didn't pay any attention to Xie Tongyin at all.
He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and walked over to Lin Fan, his body bowing slightly as he respectfully said, "Boss, you're here." When the crowd heard Shen Jianyun's words, they were all dumbfounded.
Chapter 58, You'll be in charge from now on.
"Boss, you're here." When the crowd heard Shen Jianyun's words, they were all dumbfounded.
One by one,
their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. It was really because Lin Fan was too young.
Anyone who thought about it couldn't understand that the owner of the Netflix incubation company, which was one of the top 10 in Luchang, was actually a young man in his 20s. I'll go. This is the boss of Willow City Golden Mansion Media Company. This is too young. I was still playing games in my dorm when I was his age, I think, and this is awesome. To own $1 billion company at such a young age. Awesome. Just awesome. The company's top executives were also filled with incredulity when they saw that Lin Fan was the new boss. They had imagined a million possibilities. They just hadn't realized that the new boss was so young. One by one. You look at me and I look at you. This new boss is too young. This college hasn't even graduated yet. By the looks of it, he should be about 20. And he should still be in college. This new boss feels like he's the same age as my son. My son still only knows how to play games now. It's really impossible to compare people. The new boss can't be a rich son from somewhere to experience life. If that's the case, this is going to be a disaster for the company. Ugh. Looks like it's time to get ready to headhunt and re-look for a job. Xie Tongyin was directly confused when he heard Xin Jianyun's words. His legs began to tremble. How could he not have imagined that the first time he met his new boss, he would want to kick him out of the company? It's over. The new boss must have been particularly unimpressed with him. Just now it seems like the new bosses are talking about checking up on him. Done. It's all over. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and his body shook even more. He hated Xie Chengkai to death in his heart. True, a pitiful Uncle Goods. Xie Chengkai looked at Lin Fan and was directly dumbfounded. The kid he had always despised was actually the owner of the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City. How is that possible? But Xin Jianyun's appearance, and his own uncle's appearance, all indicated that it was all true. He couldn't wait to give himself 2 big smacks right now. Isn't it good to eat with Vivian? He had to come to the company. Now not only he is in trouble, will also involve his uncle Xie Tongyin. He'd love to escape now, but his legs didn't work at all. Lin Fan looked at Xin Jianyun and said indifferently, Xie Tongyin and his nephew, have the legal services give me a good check. Xin Jianyun hurriedly nodded his head in agreement. Show me the company. Lin Fan finished speaking and walked towards the hall. Xin Jianyun hurriedly asked the security guards to keep an eye on Xie Tongyin as he made a call to the legal department and quickly chased after Lin Fan. Xie Tongyin heard Lin Fan's words. With a flutter, he sat straight down on the floor. It's over. It's over. It's all over. His eyes were lightless as he muttered. The things he does don't stand up to scrutiny at all. He knew he was going to spend the rest of his life in a cell. Lin Fan turned around in the company. The supporting facilities were quite complete and very professional. He came into the conference room. Sitting in his chair, he looked at the standing crowd. I don't care how it was in the past. In the future company, I don't want to see the subterfuge thing happen again. Lin Fan said in a deep voice. The subterfuge will cause some really talented people to leave the company. So how else is his company going to incubate big internet stars? Keep in mind that these big netizens can be people who can create huge wealth for him. Got it, boss. The crowd rushed to say in unison. Lin Fan looked at Xin Jianyun and said directly, I won't ask about the company's affairs. You'll still be in charge in the future. After all, a professional is in the hands of a professional. Xin Jianyun was able to run the company in a well-organized manner, so it was evident that his leadership ability was still good. He didn't know anything about these specialized things, and meddling in the company's affairs would only lead it to a quick demise. Being a leader is about getting the right people to do the right things. He didn't want to do everything himself and wear himself out. He just needed to keep the big picture in check. When everyone heard Lin Fan's words, they were all at ease. As long as Lin Fan didn't meddle in the company's affairs, then the company would still be the same as it was, and develop in a good direction. Xin Jianyun wanted to have dinner with Lin Fan, but Lin Fan refused. He wasn't used to being blown off by a group of people for dinner. Lin Fan left the Golden Mansion Media Company in Willow City and drove towards Tianjikai. Lin Fan finished his dinner at the Skydweller and returned to the Haitian No.1 villa. Lin Fan came to the living room after washing up and walked towards the storehouse next to him. He remembered that there was an unopened set of clerical treasures inside the treasury. Sure enough, when he came to the storehouse he spotted the set, not cheaply valued. At a glance, this set of 4 treasures was previously put in the study. He was in the way, directly thrown into the warehouse to eat dust. He shook his head and laughed as he looked at the clerical box in his hand. He hadn't expected to use the scribe one day. He used to know nothing about brush lettering, much less painting, but now it was different. Not only was he proficient in calligraphy and became a master calligrapher, but now he had gained the skill of painting and became a master painter. The fact that he was now pulling out his stationery was that he just wanted to try out his drawing skills. He spread the rice paper flat on the coffee table.
It's a good thing the coffee table is big enough to put down a whole sheet of rice paper. Lin Fan picked up a brush and began to draw on the rice paper.
10 minutes later, a lifelike tiger, the king of all beasts, jumped onto the paper.
Lin Fan was looking at the tiger in front of him with a face full of incredulity. It was so much like it that he could not believe that he had drawn it. Lin Fan was very satisfied.
True to form, the system is awesome. If he didn't have the system, it would be a fool's errand for him to become a master painter in a short period of time.
Lin Fan casually threw the painting onto the sofa next to him, gathered up his clerical treasures and took out his teacup and made himself a cup of second-generation dahongpo. Putting the teacup to his lips, he blew gently. Take a sip.
Fragrant. Fragrant. Really good. It's so true that it's a second-generation big red robe.
Lin Fan smacked his lips and sighed.
Lin Fan finished his tea and got up, ready to go upstairs. At that moment, the doorbell of the villa rang. Lin Fan glanced outside the villa, his eyes filled with doubt. He lived here and didn't seem to have any friends nearby. Who's coming over so late at night? He didn't think much of it, though, and got up and headed outside.
Lin Fan came to the door and opened it.
At once, he saw two people standing outside. One was Tang Yuzhou, whom he had seen in the morning, and the other person was an old man in black. He didn't recognize or hadn't seen it before, but since he was a friend of Tang Yuzhou's, he must not be an ordinary person either, as he could tell from the aura on the old man's body. Elder Tang, please come in.
Lin Fan hurriedly invited Tang Yuzhou and the black-clothed old man into the room.
Chapter 59, I drew this in my spare time.
Lin Fan led the two to the living room and invited them to sit on the sofa, took 2 teacups and poured 2 cups of second-generation dahongpo for the 2 men. Lin Fan put the teacups in front of the 2 men. Tang Yuzhou and the old man in black picked up the teacup and gently sniffed it.
Second-generation big red robe? The black-clothed old man uttered in shock. This is the second generation of dahongpo, just casually used to greet guests. That's too extravagant.
You know that Tang Yuzhou didn't even bother to give him a drink after he got the second generation big red robe. You should know that he and Tang Yuzhou have been old friends for many years.
It wasn't because Tang Yuzhou was stingy. It was just that this second generation big red robe was too hard to get. Tang Yuzhou couldn't even afford to drink it himself.
So how could he afford to take it out to entertain his guests? But Lin Fan took it out to entertain his guests as if he were using ordinary tea leaves.
How could he not be shocked?
Lin Fan looked at the black-clothed old man and said with a smile,
"Good insight,
old sir." Lin Fan turned his head to look at Tang Yuzhou.
Elder Tang, is there something you want to do by coming over so late? After all, now that it was a sudden visit in the middle of the night,
Lin Fan didn't believe that Tang Yuzhou was just visiting the house. He was curious as to why exactly Tang Yuzhou had come to him.
Sailor, there is indeed something to find you when you come over so late, Tang Yuzhou said with some embarrassment.
This is my old friend Jiang Zhengyang. Then he raised his hand and pointed at the black-clothed old man next to him and introduced himself.
Hello, Elder Jiang. Hello, Mr. Lin.
Jiang Zhengyang greeted Lin Fan politely.
He knew Lin Fan's name from Tang Yuzhou. After Tang Yuzhou's introduction, he continued, this old friend of mine learned from me that the second generation Dahong robe was obtained from you, Little Fan, and insisted that I bring him here to visit you, Little Fan. He was a little embarrassed at the end of his words. If he hadn't flaunted the second generation of the Great Red Robe in front of Jiang Zhengyan, he wouldn't have come to disturb Lin Fan so late at night. Excuse me, Mr. Lin,
Jiang Zhengyang hurriedly said. After all, coming over to Lin Fan so late in the night did disturb Lin Fan's rest, and he was a little embarrassed. But the temptation of the second generation Big Red Robe was just too great for him to wait a minute.
I wonder, can Mr. Lin sell me some second generation Big Red Robe? I know that's a bit much to ask, and I don't want more than 10 grams.
Jiang Zhengyang looked at Lin Fan and said. At the end of his words he unconsciously glanced at the tin can of the second generation Great Red Robe that was open next to him. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head when he saw Jiang Zhengyan's movements. He hadn't expected these old people to be so fond of this second generation Big Red Robe. He himself didn't have any requirements for drinking tea. He just thought it was better than plain water. The second generation of Dahongpo was dispensable to him. Not to mention that he still had 18 cans, so there was no harm in giving one to Jiang Zhengyan. He could tell from Jiang Zhengyan's aura that Jiang Zhengyan was by no means an ordinary person, and making a good relationship with such a person would only be profitable for him. Jiang Zhengyang saw Lin Fan shaking his head and thought that Lin Fan had rejected his request. Also, anyone would not take the second generation of Dahong robe, which was so hard to get, and just sell it. Mr. Lin, it's the old man who was being abrupt. I've disturbed Mr. Lin's rest. We'll leave now. Jiang Zhengyang stood up and apologized to Lin Fan.
He didn't blame Lin Fan. He had thought that Lin Fan might refuse before he came. But he was still very sad in his heart when he was really rejected by Lin Fan. Elder Jiang misunderstood me, Lin Fan explained and then said. Just a moment. Lin Fan finished walking towards the upper floor. He also knew that the unintentional shake of his head just now might have caused Jiang Zhenyan to misunderstand. He did not want to explain too much. He liked to speak with facts. And he was ready to go upstairs and directly get Jiang Zhenyan a can of second-generation Big Red Robe. Jiang Zhenyang was a little confused when he saw Lin Fan suddenly go upstairs. It's congratulations to Tang Yuzhou, who was next to him, said with a smile. Old Don, what joy do I have? Jiang Zhenyang looked at Tang Yuzhou and asked suspiciously. Shu Fan went upstairs to get you some leaves. Isn't that a happy occasion? Tang Yuzhou asked with a smile. This is true? Jiang Zhengyang asked excitedly. Of course it's true, although I have not been in contact with Xiaofan for a long time. I can't be wrong about what kind of person Xiaofan is. Tang Yuzhou looked upstairs and smiled. This is great. Jiang Zhengyang happily slapped the sofa next to him. What's this? A piece of paper? He was going to pack up the paper next to him that Lin Fan had just drawn the tiger on. Turn over the paper. When he saw the tiger on the paper, he froze instantly. The tiger on the paper lunged at him as if it had come to life, frightening him so much that he took an involuntary step back. It is? Old Don. Come and take a look. Jiang Zhengyang shouted out in excitement. Tang Yuzhou came over. He felt the tiger's mighty breath coming from the paper, and it was as if a real tiger was watching him before his eyes, ready to pounce on him. His body stiffened. He was too frightened to move. Old Don. Old Don. Jiang Zhengyang hurriedly called out when he saw Tang Yuzhou standing still. Tang Yuzhou came back to his senses and unconsciously wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He was actually scared out of his wits. Chang, what's going on? Tang Yuzhou looked at Jiang Zhenyan and asked in shock. You're intimidated, too, Jiang Zhengyang said with an exclamation. Tang Yuzhou nodded. This is the work of a master painter, who has incorporated a mood within this one painting, giving the tiger in the painting an air of grandeur, as if it were real. Jiang Zhengyang looked at the tiger in the painting and said slowly. This is too amazing. I've always heard you talk about intent. I didn't expect intent to be so amazing. It's not right. Your calligraphy also has a meaning, but it gives me a feeling. Yet. Tang Yuzhou thought back to the words Jiang Zhenyan had shown him. At that time, Jiang Zhengyang told him that he incorporated the meaning of that character. My intent is only just getting started. While the intent of the painting master who drew this tiger is estimated to have reached its peak. And there's no way for that intent of mine to compare to this master's. Jiang Zhengyang said mockingly. He had always thought that his words could be written in a meaningful way and was complacent. But now it seemed that his meaning was still 100,000 miles short of the true master's meaning. Tang Yuzhou nodded. Although he didn't understand what intent was, the tiger in front of him seemed to be alive. That didn't mean that the intent was rather bullish. Jiang Zhengyang carefully rolled up the painting, fearing that if he exerted too much force and damaged the painting, then he would become a sinner. At this time, Lin Fan came down from upstairs, holding a can of second-generation Big Red Robe in his hand. Tang Yuzhou and Jiang Zhengyang saw Lin Fan come down and hurriedly walked forward. Mr. Lin, may I ask which painting master painted this one? Jiang Zhengyang couldn't wait to ask. Even the second-generation Great Red Robe in Lin Fan's hand was temporarily forgotten by him. You mean this picture of a tiger? Lin Fan looked at the rice paper in Jiang Zhenyan's hand and instantly understood what Jiang Zhenyan was talking about. Jiang Zhenyang nodded his head hastily. This one of the tiger is a random drawing I did in my spare time. Lin Fan said indifferently. This one painting was indeed a random painting that he had nothing better to do. Well, it also took him 10 minutes. Chapter 60, if you like it, just take it. This one of the tiger is a random drawing I did in my spare time. Lin Fan looked at the rice paper in Jiang Zhenyan's hand and said indifferently. Jiang Zhenyang was instantly confused when he heard Lin Fan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. This piece of masterpiece was actually painted by this young man. Lin Fan. That's incredible too. He didn't think Lin Fan would lie to him because there was no need for that. From the fact that this one painting was casually thrown on the sofa, it was clear that Lin Fan didn't care about this one painting at all. It's just incredible to see such a young master painter. He had been writing all his life, and now he was only barely able to get started in the realm of meaning. And how old is Lin Fan? Looks like he's only about 20. At the age of 20, he had already reached the peak of the realm of intent. There was absolutely not a single person who would believe this when it was said. It was only now that he truly believed in the existence of geniuses. Otherwise it simply couldn't be explained that Lin Fan had become a master painter at that age. He had another bitter laugh in his heart. He had worked hard for his entire life, but he was still not as high as someone else's achievements in just a few years. There's really no comparison between people. Ordinary people are even more incomparable to geniuses. Tang Yuzhou was also shocked when he heard Lin Fan's words. It was important to realize that his old friend Zhang Zhenyang had been writing for his entire life before he could even begin to understand the meaning. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to surpass his old friend's achievements at such a young age. He really hadn't been wrong about anyone. He felt that he had to introduce Lin Fan to his granddaughter no matter what. How can such a talented young man be given away? He made up his mind that he must arrange for his granddaughter and Lin Fan to meet and get to know each other as soon as possible. Lin Fan is such a young talent. There must be a lot of girls who like him, so he must hurry up. Aha! The granddaughter's mind has to be worked on as well. And I've heard that the granddaughter is a bit high-strung. It's not okay to be high and mighty. You need to be on fire. Tang Yuzhou was calculating in his mind. Elder Jiang. This is a jar of second-generation Dahongpo. Lin Fan handed Zhang Zhenyan the second-generation big red robe in his hand. Zhang Zhenyang instantly woke up when he heard Lin Fan's voice. He excitedly took the second generation of big red robe in Lin Fan's hand. He raised his head, gritted his teeth, and said with a dry mouth, Lin Xian, Master Lin, can you sell me this painting of yours as well? He wanted to call Lin Fan Mr. Lin, then thought that Lin Fan was a proper painting master and hurriedly changed his words. Lin Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, if Elder Jiang likes it, just take it away. This one painting he casually painted, ready to throw the trash can things. Since Jiang Zhenyan give him his. No, absolutely not. I will never take this painting if I don't pay Master Lin. Zhang Zhenyang shook his head and said seriously, Sailor, if you don't take his money, he really won't want it. Tang Yuzhou said from the side. He knew his old friend. If Lin Fan didn't take the money, Zhang Zhenyan wouldn't take the painting. Okay then. Lin Fan said helplessly. He felt a little awkward in his heart to ask Zhang Zhenyan for money for a painting he had casually painted, but he could tell that Zhang Zhenyan was genuinely trying to give money. Lin Fan told Zhang Zhenyan his bank card number. Ding! The sound of a text message rang out, and Lin Fan picked up his phone and glanced at it. Surprisingly, it was a bank transfer. He counted the zeros, the whole 10 million. He raised his head, looked at Zhang Zhenyan, and spoke, Elder Jiang, this money is too much to give. Master Lin, not much. This painting of yours can be said to be worth 1,000 pieces of gold. A painting plus a box of second-generation big red robe. The old man, I've simply made a fortune. Zhang Zhengyang said with a smile. When Lin Fan heard Zhang Zhenyan say this, he didn't say anything more. Elder Jiang, you can call me Lin Fan, or like Elder Tang, call me Xiao Fan. Zhang Zhenyang didn't make any pretense when he heard Lin Fan's words and said with a smile, then I'll lean on my old age and call you Little Fan. Lin Fan nodded. Xiao Fan, thank you for today, and if you need anything in the future, just say so. I, the president of the Willow City Calligraphy Association, don't have much power, but I still have some connections. Zhang Zhenyang patted his chest and said, not only did he get the coveted second-generation big red robe today, but he also got a painting of Lin Fan. Don't underestimate this one painting. It can be priceless for him. He was now a small success in calligraphy, and it could be said that it was 1,000 times harder to improve. But now with Lin Fan's painting it was different. As long as he delved into this painting of Lin Fan's, he was sure that he would be able to improve his calligraphic meaning soon, which was not something that money could buy. He was extremely grateful to Lin Fan in his heart. I didn't realize that you, Elder Jiang, are the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association? That's really something, Lin Fan said in admiration. This wasn't him complimenting Zhang Zhenyan, it was a genuine admiration. To become the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association is not simply good at writing, it is necessary to support a strong network of people. Without strong connections, there is no way to become the president, even if your calligraphy is well written. He felt that today's second-generation big red robe hadn't been in vain. Amount. Not only did I not give it away for nothing, but I received $10 million. Of course the most important thing is to get acquainted with Zhang Zhenyang, the president of Lucheng Calligraphy Association. That's a lot more important than money. My little achievement is nothing compared to Xiaofan. Zhang Zhenyang shook his head and smiled. And that's true. Such a young master painter is destined for a great future. Now, as long as he put out the word, he believed that it would surely attract countless visits from dignitaries to make friends. He, the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association, really didn't count for anything in front of Lin Fan. Okay. We should go. Sailor, go play at the old man sometime. Tang Yuzhou stood up and smiled at Lin Fan. It's getting late. We're going back.
Jiang Zhangyang also hurriedly said.
That's fine. I'll see the two old men out.
Lin Fan escorted Tang Yuzhou and Jiang Zhanyan out of the villa gate. Lin Fan returned to the living room and picked up the 4 treasures of literature,
ready to put them in the study.
He wondered if he had time to paint more paintings and take them out to sell.
He quickly shook his head.
The fact that I was able to sell this painting today is that Jiang Zhangyan really likes it. If he were to sell it himself, he certainly wouldn't be able to sell it for such a high price.
Besides, he wasn't short of money right now, so there was no need to earn money by selling paintings. But it's nice to potter around a bit. Lin Fan walked towards the upstairs study. He put down his scribe and went back to his bedroom and soaked in the bath. Comfortable. It's not a real hot spring, but it's quite comfortable. Lin Fan used the spa effect of the bathtub today and it was not bad. It had only been a half hour or so since I had soaked, and I was instantly refreshed. Lin Fan went back to bed and swiped his phone for a while. Looked like it was about time to go to bed. It's good to go to bed early and get up early. Lin Fan didn't want to boil his body down and rely on medicine to maintain his body when the time came. Chapter 61, I'm good for nothing. The next morning,
Lin Fan opened his eyes on time.
He sat up, opened his arms and stretched, got up and headed for the washroom. Wash up and sit on the bed. Tap on the system virtual panel. Seeing the $1 second items, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. $1 for a top-of-the-line Ferrari Rafa.
1 Vacheron Constantin Multi P30630/S22G9899 watch for $1.
The first spike item turned out to be a supercar. Not bad. Real good. This Ferrari Rafa is priced at over $22 million. So how can it all be done for about $30 million? The point is that this Ferrari Rafa is not something that anyone can just buy. It requires qualification. You have to have a couple of Ferrari sports cars before you can apply to buy it. Vacheron Constantin Multi P30630/S22G9899.
Vacheron Constantin watches are recognized as a premium luxury brand. Although Lin Fan didn't know the price of this watch, he could be sure that it wasn't cheap.
Purchase,
Lin Fan said with a smile.
There's no hesitation with this one. It's only $2. It's cheap, so what's the reason not to get it?
Lin Fan checked the price of the watch,
and as expected,
it was as high as $10 million. Congratulations to the host.
The Ferrari Rafa purchase was successful. The Ferrari Rafa has been placed in the garage of Villa Haitian No. 1, and the keys and related information have been placed in the villa's study.
Congratulations to the host. The Vacheron Constantin Multi P30630/S22G9899 has been successfully purchased. The Vacheron Constantin Multi P30630/S22G9899 and related materials have been placed in the villa study. Lin Fan heard the system voice and said with a smile,
not bad. The fortune has increased a little bit more.
Now that Lin Fan's fortune had reached over $2 billion, tens of millions of dollars would only be able to increase Lin Fan's fortune a little bit. Lin Fan got up and put on his clothes,
heading towards the study. Come to the study. There were 2 beautiful boxes on the desk, and 2 pieces of information.
Lin Fan came to the desk and opened one of the boxes.
A wristwatch. The tonneau-shaped dial, covered in diamonds, can simply be made to shine. Nice.
Lin Fan picked up the watch,
put it on, and it fit just right. Lin Fan opened another box. A car key. Lin Fan took the car keys and headed downstairs.
Come to the garage. A quick glance showed a blue sports car in the spot that had been empty yesterday.
Pretty.
Lin Fan circled around the Ferrari Rafa and marveled.
He gently pressed the key,
and at once the sports car's headlights came on and the doors slowly opened.
Lin Fan sat directly in, and immediately felt his body being wrapped around him. Nice. Comfortable.
Lin Fan marveled.
Starting the car,
there was a loud engine rumble.
With a kick of the gas, the sports car scurried away. Lin Fan left the villa and headed directly towards Luchon University. 30 minutes later,
Lin Fan parked his sports car in the parking lot and walked towards the cafeteria. I came to the cafeteria and asked for a drawer of small steamed buns and a bowl of congee. Soon Lin Fan finished the buns and porridge.
The flavor is nowhere near as good as the Skydweller. Lin Fan stood up, shook his head, and muttered. He wasn't a picky eater per se, but he was so used to eating delicious food that he always felt worse after eating some ordinary food. He was wondering if he should ask the Skydweller to prepare breakfast as well, and then he would go to the Skydweller every day to have breakfast. He asked for 3 more small steamed buns to be packed. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and found that his 3 roommates were really still sleeping. Hurry up and get up for breakfast.
You're going to be late for military training later. Lin Fan threw the small steamed buns onto the table and opened his mouth.
Senior, you're back. Did you go on a date with Ms. Tang yesterday? Boss Zhang Zicheng was the first to poke his head out. Hurry up and get up to eat,
Lin Fan said without any good humor.
He didn't bother to explain. Lao Si, what are we having today? The oldest, Li Muyang,
sat up and rubbed his eyes as he asked. Small steamed buns. Lin Fan took out his military uniform and prepared to change.
Senior, that's very kind of you. Small steamed buns are my favorite. The oldest three, Wang Jian, jumped down from the bed, patted Lin Fan's shoulder,
and said with a smile. Lin Fan changed into his military training clothes and took out his cell phone to play a game. Before long all three roommates were ready.
The four headed for the playground. Shortly after the four arrived at the playground,
the instructor arrived to begin this morning's military training.
Stopover. After these few days of military training everyone was darker.
Except for Lin Fan of course,
who not only didn't get darker, but also whiter. Senior, what kind of sunscreen do you use anyway? Boss Zhang Zicheng looked at Lin Fan's white face and asked suspiciously. I have no use for anything.
Lin Fan shook his head and said, he really doesn't like to use makeup and never has.
Old four, you're out of line.
You're protecting yourself for nothing, so you don't care if your buddies die.
Look at my black face. My mom didn't even recognize me yesterday when I video chatted with her. The second one, Li Magumyo, came over.
Lin Fan was too lazy to bother with the two men, and he couldn't do anything about it if he explained and didn't listen.
At this time, old Zhang, who was not far away, suddenly cried out in alarm. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is too pretty. Old Zhang, can you not be so shocked, looking at a beautiful woman as to be so excited?
The old king next to him spat.
Who's looking at a pretty girl? I'm talking about the car, okay?
Old Zhang retorted.
He went on to say excitedly, I joined a Willow University car-loving group yesterday.
It's full of car lovers, and they're the ones who found Lin's squad leader's sports car first last time.
I didn't realize that they just found another new sports car showing up at Willow University. Here's a picture that was just posted in the group. See if it's pretty?
Old Wang's group came together.
Sure enough, old Zhang's cell phone had a picture of a beautiful sports car, and the sports car was parked in the exact location of the Lu University parking lot. It does look pretty. This is a really cool car.
It feels prettier than the class president's sports car.
Cough cough.
A coughing fit sounded behind the crowd. Old Zhang looked up at the visitor, who was no other than Meng Xiqing.
Old Meng, are you sick? You're the one who's sick,
Meng Xiqing said without a trace of anger.
Why are you coughing blindly when you're not sick?
Old Zhang said with a blank look at Meng Xiqing.
What are you doing where you are? Monsignor asked curiously. We're looking at a new supercar that showed up at Willow University.
Old Wang glanced at Meng Xiqing and said with a sigh. Meng Xiqing's eyes lit up when he heard Old Wang's words.
Oh, look at the sports car. Do you guys know who owns this sports car? Monsignor looked at the crowd in triumph. Old Meng, you know?
Old Zhang looked at the pleased Meng Xiqing and asked in surprise.
Nice. This sports car belongs to my boss.
A smug smile spread across Monsignor's face.
He was very glad that he had recognized an awesome boss yesterday, which did not pretend to be successful. Chapter 62. What can't you afford?
When old Zhang heard Meng Xiqing's words,
he hurriedly asked, who is your boss?
Meng Xiqing said proudly,
Han Wenbin. Han Xiao is my boss.
The more he talked the bigger the smile grew on his face as if he was the awesome boss.
When the crowd heard Han Wenbin, they all looked at me and you. After all, everyone had just come to Liuzhou University, and they didn't know about some of the Liuzhou University stormtroopers yet. Could it be Duke Han of the four great dukes of Lu?
Old Zhang suddenly thought of something and looked at Meng Xiqing,
asking in shock. Not bad, guessed correctly. Too bad there's no reward, Monsignor said with a snap of his fingers. He was very proud in his heart. Being Han Wenbin's little brother wasn't something anyone had a chance at. He was very thankful to his cousin. If it wasn't for his cousin taking him to dinner, how would he have had the chance to meet Han Wenbin
and give him back as his little brother?
He glanced at Lin Fan next to him. What's so great about having a sports car? What's the use of just having money in this society? The key is to have connections. He didn't even put Lin Fan in his eyes now. Yesterday, he heard that Han Wenbin was going to teach Lin Fan a lesson. And at that time, Han Wenbin's expression didn't even put Lin Fan in his eyes. It's also true that Han Wenbin, as the successor of a $10 billion enterprise, has this backbone. Han Wenbin is different from other second generation.
The university has begun to contact the company's business,
which is in order to enter the company after graduation to prepare. What's Lin Fan? In Meng Xiqing's opinion,
Lin Fan was just the son of a thug from nowhere, with just a few bucks, not even close to those real top 2 generations.
Old Zhang. Is Mr. Han very powerful? Old Wang looked at the shocked old Zhang and asked curiously.
Old Zhang glanced at old Wang,
who was like a curious baby next to him, and sighed. In Lu University,
the 4 most powerful people are the 4 dukes of Lu University.
Do you think Duke Han is powerful?
The crowd was also shocked when they heard old Zhang's words. How can it not be awesome when Ryu's college students are in the tens of thousands?
And the 4 most recognized characters within such a large number of people?
They hadn't expected Meng Xiqing to be Han Wenbin's little brother. They looked at Meng Xiqing with envy. They didn't look down on Meng Xiqing because he had become Han Wenbin's little brother. Instead, they were very envious of him. To be able to get involved with a man of the wind,
even if it was to become a junior,
it was still very impressive. After all, those of them who had finished college would have to face finding a job.
And as an ordinary person without any background, if he had a backer, his career would take a lot fewer detours.
When Meng Xiqing saw the eyes of the crowd, his heart became even more pleased, and the smile on his face was like a blooming chrysanthemum. Suddenly there was a gasp from behind Monsignor.
Wow! Who is this guy? So handsome. This is all name brand, isn't it?
This must be $10,000.
10,000? 10,000 can buy a sleeve. These are big name brand clothing. At least 100,000.
I'll go. This is too luxurious.
$100,000 for one outfit.
Monsignor turned his head to look behind him when he heard the crowd exclaim.
Upon seeing the visitor,
Meng Xiqing hurriedly jogged over.
Young Han, you're here. Meng Xiqing whispered with a pandering expression on his face.
The person who came was no other than Han Wenbin. Han Wenbin glanced at Meng Xiqing and opened his mouth to ask,
which one is Lin Fan? Young Han, he's Lin Fan.
Meng Xiqing pointed at Lin Fan who was lying on the ground,
looking at the sky and said. Han Wenbin walked up to Lin Fan and looked at him condescendingly. You're Lin Fan?
Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin and said indifferently,
it's me. What's the matter?
He didn't even look squarely at Han Wenbin as he spoke and continued to look at the sky. He could hear from Han Wenbin's tone that this was here to find trouble, and for such a person,
Lin Fan wouldn't be polite to the other party.
Han Wenbin's face instantly grimaced when he saw Lin Fan's appearance.
No one had ever dared to talk to him like that in Lude.
Not even the other 3 who were also the 4 great dukes.
Lin Fan, Tangruabing is not something you can afford to climb. Stay far away from Tangruabing in the future. Han Wenbin looked at Lin Fan and said in a commanding tone.
In his opinion Lin Fan was just a small rich second generation. He didn't put it in his eyes at all.
Oh, what if I don't?
Lin Fan didn't even look at Han Wenbin and said indifferently. Lin Fan, you shouldn't think that having $2 makes you great.
See, no. Han Wenbin took a brand new car key out of his pocket.
He looked at Lin Fan and said smugly,
Ferrari Daytona SP3. 15 million. An existence you can't afford in your lifetime.
He had disdain on his face.
Boss. A junior behind Han Wenbin hastily tugged on his shirt. Let's talk about it later. Han Wenbin said unhappily. Can't you see he's teaching Lin Fan a lesson?
He must let Lin Fan know that only one like him is worthy of Tangruabing. For such a small rich kid, he had to use his strength to make the other party feel fear.
What is strength?
The most direct is money-crushing,
brutal and effective.
Han Wenbin shook the car keys in his hand as if he saw Lin Fan's frightened and panicked appearance. The heart was very pleased. He saw that Lin Fan was still lying on the ground, looking at the sky, treating what he said as if it were air. He exploded in anger. That's not taking him too seriously. He was about to step forward. At this time, Boss Zhang Ziqian looked at Han Wenbin and opened his mouth.
Your Ferrari Daytona SP3 is pretty much the same as Senior's Porsche 918 Spider. What can't the oldest 4 afford? Han Wenbin was instantly confused when he heard Zhang Ziqian's words. Not the Lamborghini Bat? How did it become a Porsche 918 Spider? How is that possible? Is the information wrong?
He turned his head to the little brother behind him with a questioning look in his eyes.
Boss, you didn't read the latest information on Lin Fan that I sent you yesterday?
The little brother said hurriedly. It was only then that Han Wenbin remembered that his little brother had indeed given him a copy of Lin Fan's latest information last night. However, he didn't put Lin Fan in his eyes at all, so that information was directly thrown to the back of his mind. He took out his cell phone and opened his profile, and sure enough, under Lin Fan's information, he re-added a new entry. Lin Fan's latest ride, the Porsche 918 Spider. He lifted his head and glared viciously at the minion. A sentence of things, directly say not finished, but also the whole what information. Now it's done. In hell. Now that's embarrassing. He scolded this little brother severely in his heart, and he was prepared to go back and make sure to teach this little brother a good lesson.
It's so embarrassing. I just said that Lin Fan couldn't afford a Ferrari Daytona SP3 for the rest of his life, but it turns out that he bought a Porsche 918 Spider a long time ago. He was slapped in this face. He felt a fiery pain in his face. If there is a crack in the ground now, he can't wait to drill into it. It's too embarrassing. Chapter 63, It's not you, is it? Seeing the change in Han Wenbin's face,
Meng Xicheng hurriedly came over. With a smile on his face, he bowed his head and fawned. Boss, Lin Fan having a sports car is no big deal.
He's nowhere near you, boss.
Boss, you're the future heir to a $10 billion corporation, and you're already in touch with company business now.
What does Lin Fan count as?
Han Wenbin's eyes lit up when he heard Meng Xicheng's words.
Indeed, he immediately entered the business.
And by the time he inherited a $10 billion business, how can Lin Fan compare with him?
Instantly confident again,
he looked at Monsignor with satisfaction.
Not bad. This kid's got a good head on his shoulders. Scorn once again appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Fan.
He was confident. He didn't believe that Lin Fan would also inherit a $10 billion business. He inherited the business that's the same as inheriting a strong network of people.
What's the most important thing about growing your company? Of course it's connections. With connections then comes status.
By then Lin Fan will be a cloud of difference compared to him.
Confident, very confident. At this time, old Zhang, who was next to him, suddenly thought of something. Ah! Shrieked out.
Asterisk. Old Zhang, you're sick.
What the hell are you screaming for? Old Wang, who was closest to old Zhang, said with dissatisfaction.
The ghostly screams just now startled him.
He looked at old Zhang and thought that old Zhang must be sick.
Otherwise why does he love to be so startled?
Old Zhang ignored old Wang, who had just thought of a problem. If this sports car isn't Han Wenbin's, then whose could it be? It's not Captain Lin, is it?
The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible before he called out in surprise, realizing that Lin Fan had two sports cars that he knew of. If this sports car was also Lin Fan's, then Lin Fan would own at least 3 sports cars. The point is that this sports car is a supercar worth about $30 million. How powerful does this Lin Fan have to be to buy this sports car?
He didn't dare think any further. He came next to Lin Fan,
pursed his dry lips, swallowed a mouthful of water, and shivered as he asked,
Lin, squad leader Lin, that Ferrari Lafa wouldn't be you, would it?
Lin Fan looked up at old Zhang and said calmly,
if you're talking about the blue Ferrari Lafa in the east parking lot, that's mine.
Lin Fan's voice was flat, but hearing old Zhang's ears was like thunder in his ears. Although he had guessed it, he was still shaken and dazed when he heard Lin Fan admit it himself. His mouth unconsciously opened so wide that it seemed as if he could fit an egg in it.
It's just so shocking. Lin Fan was the same age as them.
But now he owned 3 sports cars. They struggle all their lives to afford one of these. But Lin Fan owned 3 of them. And he felt that Lin Fan definitely owned more than these 3 sports cars. He had faith in his instincts.
He laughed bitterly inwardly. To be in a class with Lin Fan,
one really had to have a strong heart. Otherwise there was no way to withstand the shock that Lin Fan brought every day. The crowd was directly dumbfounded when they heard the conversation between Lin Fan and old Zhang.
One by one, their jaws dropped in shock and their eyes rolled up in surprise.
This beautiful sports car turned out to be Lin Fan's. They hadn't expected the sports car to be Lin Fan's in any case. After all, Lin Fan already had 2 sports cars. The point is that both of those sports cars are still extraordinarily expensive.
They laughed inwardly with a bitter smile. This casting is quite a skill. Envy. Han Wenbin stared at Lin Fan and asked uncertainly, is that blue Ferrari Lafa really yours? He also saw the blue Ferrari Lafayette on the parking lot, the sports car of his dreams. Not only him, but also the other 3 sons of Lu De wanted to own a Ferrari Lafa. But their families, they wouldn't even give them that much money to buy a sports car. The whole car deal would cost about $30 million. And that's $30 million, not $3,000. $30 million could buy a high-end villa in Luchang. Even if they had the money, they wouldn't necessarily be able to book it. That purchase qualification stopped a lot of people. Even if you are qualified to buy it, you need a strong network to make a successful booking, which is difficult in short. He's going to apply to try it after he inherits a $10 billion business. It's also just a matter of trying it out, and whether you can purchase it or not is another matter. If Lin Fan really is the owner of the blue Ferrari Lafa, this is horrible. He didn't dare to imagine how strong Lin Fan's background was anymore. Definitely not a bit more powerful than him. He thankfully didn't say anything out of line just now.
and there was room for reprieve. Lin Fan glanced at Han Wenbin, didn't say anything, and directly took out the brand new car key from his pocket and raised his hand. The implication is clear, this car is his. When Han Wenbin saw the car key in Lin Fan's hand, he instantly believed Lin Fan's words that this blue Ferrari Lafayette was Lin Fan's. That's a big thick leg. How could he pass up the opportunity to make friends? He'll need his own connections as well if he's going to inherit a $10 billion business. If he had strong connections, inheriting a $10 billion business would be smoother when the time came. As for Tang Ruobing, where is the fragrance of hugging a thick leg? Beautiful women like Tang Ruobing were few and far between, but it wasn't like there weren't any. He inherited a $10 billion business. What kind of woman can't he find when he wants to? Boss, I'm Han Wenbin. I was wrong just now, and I apologize. Han Wenbin said to do it, squatting directly in front of Lin Fan, with a smile on his face, bowing his head in pandering. Meng Xicheng, who was next to him, was directly confused. He looked at Han Wenbin in shock, his eyes wide. Such a posture, such a stance, felt incredibly familiar to him. Isn't that what he just did to Han Wenbin? What's this for? He couldn't figure out how Han Wenbin, who had just been so aggressive, had changed. The key Han Wenbin even called Lin Fan boss. If Lin Fan becomes Han Wenbin's boss, and Han Wenbin is his boss, then wouldn't he become Lin Fan's little brother? Bang! He sat down helplessly on the floor. Lin Fan looked at Han Wenbin in front of him, his eyes filled with doubt. This kid isn't out of his mind, is he? Aha! It must be, otherwise how could it change so quickly? I'm not your boss. Lin Fan sat up and said, Hey, you're my boss. Han Wenbin hemmed and hawed at Lin Fan, who had taken the spirit of shamelessness to the extreme. He'll cry in the toilet if he misses such a big thick leg. Stalker also wants to become Lin Fan's little brother. Lin Fan stood up. He had already seen the instructor coming this way. Get the hell out of here. We've got military training. Lin Fan frowned slightly and spoke. Boss, can you give me your contact info? I'll buy you dinner someday. Han Wenbin asked, rubbing his hands together. Dinner is even. However, Lin Fan still took out his cell phone and asked Han Wenbin to scan the code to add friends. Just now Meng Xicheng's words. He also heard. This Han Wenbin can become the Four Sons of Lu University identity is certainly not simple. Since Han Wenbin was dead set on becoming his little brother, there was no harm in accepting it. Maybe he could use it one day. Chapter 64, You're here to apply for the security guard job too, right? Han Wenbin was very happy to get Lin Fan's contact information. Boss, I'll go first. He looked at Lin Fan and said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand, allowing Han Wenbin to leave. Han Wenbin hurriedly left, not daring to disturb Lin Fan's military training. When Meng Xicheng saw the instructor coming, he stood up as well, only he looked at Lin Fan with very complicated eyes. How did you become Lin Fan's little brother in the blink of an eye? He couldn't figure it out now. He decided to stay away from Lin Fan in the future. The morning's military training ended quickly. Lin Fan drove away from the school and headed towards the Skydweller. He's used to eating at Skyjacket now, and he still likes to eat at Skyjacket for lunch and dinner. Lin Fan called the manager, Niu Baishan, in advance and asked him to prepare in advance so that he could eat directly when he arrived at Tianjuki. Lin Fan arrived at the Tianzhou guest and found Niu Baishan already waiting for him outside the restaurant. Lin Fan walked towards Ox White Mountain. Niu Baishan saw Lin Fan arrive and hurriedly greeted him. Boss, you're here. Niu Baishan said respectfully to Lin Fan. You don't have to come out and wait for me later. Lin Fan glanced at Niu Baishan and said. After saying that, he lifted his leg and headed inside. Yes. Niu Baishan hurriedly said. Since Lin Fan had said so, he naturally had to comply. Boss, the meal is ready as you requested. Lin Fan came to the box and the table was already set with 4 dishes and 1 soup. Nice. Keep it simple. It's good to be able to eat. Lin Fan does not have particularly high requirements, and it is not Lin Fan's character to spread wastefulness, which he hates the most. Lin Fan first went to the restroom of the box to wash his hands, sat down and started eating. Hiccup. It's still a delicious meal here. Lin Fan burped. After eating, Lin Fan left the Skydweller, driving towards the Willow City Jinding Mansion. This morning Zhu Yongquan, the general manager of the Golden Tripod Mansion in Luchang, said that there was something he wanted to report to him, and he thought about it and decided to go over at noon to take a look. Lin Fan drove to the Golden Tripod Mansion and parked. Getting out of the car and looking at the luxurious office building in front of me, a sense of pride came over me. Golden Tripod Building is located in the center of Luchang, and it is said that many enterprises with more than $1 billion are staying in it.
And even some $10 billion enterprises have offices here.
Lin Fan took out his cell phone and made a call to the general manager,
Zhu Yongkuan, ready to ask how many floors the office was on.
Who knew that Zhu Yongkuan would have to come down to pick him up? Lin Fan hung up the phone and began to look around.
He noticed some people gathering in the direction of the security booth.
He was very curious as to what these people were doing gathering here at high noon instead of going to dinner.
He walked over, only to realize that there was an easel placed outside the security booth with a job advertisement on it. Turns out it's recruiting security guards. Lin Fan was ready to turn around and leave. Lin Fan?
Lin Fan looked at the person walking towards him.
Qin Xiaochuan?
Lin Bufan said uncertainly.
I go. Lin Fan is really you. I thought I recognized the wrong person.
Qin Xiaochuan walked over and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile.
I didn't expect to meet you here either.
Lin Fan said indifferently. This Qin Xiaochuan is his junior high school classmate.
Since the junior high school graduation, he has never seen. The relationship between the two people is average.
He also did not expect to meet Qin Xiaochuan outside the Golden Tripod Mansion.
Qin Xiaochuan is not as tall as Lin Fan, just about 1.75 meters, a gray security uniform,
and a pair of black leather shoes,
polished, under his feet.
The face was still white and still, the body slightly chubby, and it did seem to be living quite well.
Lin Fan,
you're also here to apply for a security job, right?
I'm telling you,
even though we're old classmates,
I can't open the back door for you, Qin Xiaochuan said righteously, putting on a leadership pie.
Spoken as if he could get Lin Fan to apply for the job in minutes just by saying something.
Old school. You're right to come here as a security guard. See that black car over there? It's the one I saved up for after 3 years of working security.
He pointed to a 100,000 or so black private car on the edge of the parking lot next to him and said smugly.
What's the point of studying well? You don't still have to come and work as a security guard. Brother is now the head of the security team.
When Lin Fan applies for the job, let Lin Fan come to work under brother.
Hey,
what's the point of always being first in class when you're in school, if you're not still working under your brother's hand? He looked at Lin Fan with a burst of smugness in his heart.
He was a chandelier when he went to school,
and he was very jealous in his heart of a top student like Lin Fan. Now there was a chance to make Lin Fan jealous.
How could he not be excited? Do a good job, and by the time you save up for a few years, you'll be just like me.
He had a constant smile on his face and was very pleased with himself.
It's like he's just a successful person. No need.
Lin Fan smiled and shook his head. He's not applying for a security job.
He's just here for a casual look around. Inspection only. He didn't say who he was. That would look like he was pretending and bragging.
Although he knew that Qin Xiaochuan was pretending, his mindset had changed since he had the system.
Pretending he didn't need.
What he liked was to speak with strength.
Lin Fan, are you looking down on the security work here? I'm telling you,
a lot of people are squeezing their heads in to get in as a security guard.
Not only does it pay well here, but the benefits are okay. Do you know how much I make a month as a security squad leader now? You'll never guess. 8,000.
Plus a bonus at the end of the year. And I'm considered $100,000 a year successful.
Qin Xiaochuan said triumphantly.
He knows that some college students,
after graduation,
only get $3,000 or $4,000 a month.
How can he, who earns $100,000 a year,
be considered a small successful person? It was hard for him to meet Lin Fan. How could he let Lin Fan leave? He must make sure that Lin Fan succeeded in his job application, so that he could let Lin Fan work under his hand. Lin Fan shook his head with a slight smile.
Qin Xiaochuan wanted to say something else. At this time,
a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from inside the building. The middle-aged man probed around and looked up.
After seeing Lin Fan, a flash of surprise instantly appeared on his face. He walked quickly towards Lin Fan's side. Mr. Chu, Lin Fan, don't talk nonsense for a while. See that middle-aged man? That's our Mr. Zhu. Make sure you don't talk casually. Strange, what is Mr. Chu doing over here in our security department?
Qin Xiaochuan touched his head and muttered with a puzzled face. What he didn't expect was that Zhu Yongkuan was walking towards him, with a smile on his key face.
Could it be that Mr. Chu is here to see me? Want to praise me?
He had an involuntary smile of surprise on his face. He felt that it must be because he had performed well recently. Zhu Yongkuan was going to come and praise him,
and might even promote him to be the center captain.
The more he thought about it, the more excited his heart became, and he felt that happiness had come too suddenly. He hurriedly greeted towards Zhu Yongkuan, ready to greet him. Who knew that Zhu Yongkuan didn't pay any attention to him at all?
As if he didn't see him, he directly skipped over him. Zhu Yongquan came in front of Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." Qin Xiaochuan was instantly confused when he heard Zhu Yongquan's words. Chapter 65, The Old Principal's Invitation to Dinner. Zhu Yongquan came in front of Lin Fan. His body bowed slightly and said respectfully, "Boss, you're here." Qin Xiaochuan was instantly confused when he heard Zhu Yongquan's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling round and round with incredulity. How is that possible? How could Lin Fan be the owner of the Golden Tripod Mansion? Must be dreaming. With a snap, he slapped him hard. It hurts. It hurts. It very much all hurts. The dream should have woken up by now. He opened his eyes and realized that Lin Fan was still in front of him. At once he realized that none of this was a dream. Didn't Lin Fan just graduate from high school? How did he become his boss? He couldn't figure it out. He was very embarrassed at this moment. Just now he had told Lin Fan to let him work for a few years and then he would be just like him. And incredibly proud to brag that he makes $100,000 a year. No wonder the other Lin Fan kept smiling and shaking his head. So he thought of himself as a joke. He was now so embarrassed he could hardly find a crack in the ground. True, it's so embarrassing. It's no one's fault that pretending to be a bully has gone so far as to be in front of the boss. He stole a glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan turned his head to look at Qin Xiaochuan and said with a smile, "I'm going to get busy first. We'll talk again sometime." Qin Xiaochuan hurriedly nodded his head, and now he didn't even dare to talk nonsense. Zhu Yongquan led Lin Fan towards the inside of the Golden Tripod Mansion. "Boss, you know that little security guard?" Zhu Yongquan turned his head to look at Lin Fan and asked carefully. Lin Fan glanced at Zhu Yongquan and said indifferently, "An ordinary friend only." He did not go into detail, but he knew that Zhu Yongquan would understand what to do. Ordinary friends is not close to the relationship, but it is also considered a friend. Within reasonable limits can be appropriate to help. Zhu Yongquan nodded and did not ask again. He led Lin Fan to a luxurious office on the top floor. This office had been empty and was dedicated to Lin Fan. Even if Lin Fan didn't come every day, there were people here who cleaned every day. The whole office is big enough and spacious enough. He stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked half of Willow City. What a nice feeling. Lin Fan sighed in his heart. He sat down in the leather office chair. Not bad. Soft, comfortable. Zhu Yongquan brought over some of the documents of the Golden Tripod Mansion and began to introduce the operation of the Golden Tripod Mansion. Lin Fan nodded his head continuously as he listened. Soon Zhu Yongquan finished reporting the situation in the Jinding Mansion. Lin Fan stood up and prepared to leave. He had military training in the afternoon and couldn't stay here for long. At this moment, Zhu Yongquan's face looked like he wanted to say something. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Yongquan, who was about to speak, and asked suspiciously, "Anything else?" Zhu Yongquan gritted his teeth and spoke. "Boss, it's like this. Su Pengfei, the chairman of the Su Group, would like to invite you to dinner." "Oh, this Su Group." Lin Fan has heard of it. It is said to be a $10 billion enterprise. It is found in many industries in Willow City. Lin Fan pondered for a moment, thinking that this Su Pengfei should still be met, just for a meal. He also wanted to see what this Su Pengfei was up to. He didn't believe that Su Pengfei would invite him to dinner for no reason. "Okay, look, make an appointment with him and let me know when it's time." Lin Fan looked at Zhu Yongquan and said directly, "He has a lot of time on his hands now, and he just goes to school every day. The exact time of the meal will also depend on the other party's arrangement." "Okay, boss," Zhu Yongquan hurriedly said. He let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. Luckily Lin Fan had agreed. He did not dare to easily offend the chairman of a $10 billion enterprise like Su Pengfei. Lin Fan took the special elevator to the parking lot, saying goodbye to Zhu Yongquan. He drove his car in the direction of Luchang University, Willowtown University. Lin Fan parked the car and walked towards the dormitory. Back in the dorm, I found 3 roommates playing a game. Lin Fan was about to change his clothes. At this time, the boss, Zhang Ziqiang, turned his head to look at Lin Fan and opened his mouth to ask, "What is the guide looking for you for?" The guide asked for me?" Lin Fan asked suspiciously. "Well, the guide didn't call you, did he?" The second, Li Moyo, took off his headphones and asked. "No." Lin Fan shook his head as he quickly changed into his military training uniform. "I'll go first." Lin Fan decided to go find Morong Shui and ask what was looking for him. Lin Fan walked out of the dormitory towards the office building. Morong Shui didn't go home, so she must be staying in the office. Lin Fan arrived at Morong Shui's office and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." A nice voice was heard coming from the office. Lin Fan pushed the door in and saw Morong Shui writing something.
Morong Shui raised her head and saw that the person coming was Lin Fan,
and stood up immediately. Teacher, what did you want to see me about? Lin Fan asked curiously.
Morong Shui could have called him if she had something to look for him.
There was no need to have to go to the dormitory to find him. Aha! Morong Shui pondered for a moment and spoke. Student Lin Fan, it's like this.
My grandfather saw the words you wrote and liked them so much that he wanted to invite you to his home for dinner tonight.
I wonder if you have time.
Morong Shui's beautiful eyes turned to look at Lin Fan. Lin Fan thought something was up, but since Morong Shui personally invited him to dinner and didn't notify him by phone, he was obviously sincere. He really didn't have any plans for the evening, and there was no harm in meeting Morong Shui's grandfather. After all, in the future, he would have to hang out under Morong Shui, so it would be easy to get a good relationship and take a vacation in the future. When Morong Shui saw that Lin Fan didn't say anything, she thought that Lin Fan was going to refuse and hurriedly said, My grandfather used to be the principal of Lu University, and learning that Lu University has a talent like you, he is very eager to meet you. Teacher, your grandfather is Principal Muyang Devon? Lin Fan looked at Morong Shui and asked in surprise.
How could he not expect Morong Shui to be Morong Devon's granddaughter? Morong Devon has dedicated his life to Lucheng University, and can be described as a peach and plum, which is greatly admired. One of the reasons Lin Fan chose Lucheng University was because of Morong Devon, whom he greatly admired in his heart. Morong Shui nodded.
She had no choice but to bring up her grandfather Morong Devon. She was sure that no one who was a student at Ryu University would turn down the old principal's invitation.
Yes, I'll be there.
Lin Fan nodded seriously.
Morong Shui sent Lin Fan the address of her house. She was going to go back early in the afternoon to prepare dinner and couldn't go with Lin Fan.
Lin Fan left Morong Shui's office and looked up at the sky.
How could he not expect Morong Shui to be Morong Devon's granddaughter?
It is important to know that Morong Duan has been teaching all his life and his students all over the country,
some of whom have become 10 billionaires, and there are even rumors of students who are 100 billionaires.
It could be seen how horrible Morong Devon's connections were.
Lin Fan didn't go back to the dormitory and walked directly towards the playground.
Come to the playground, there were already a lot of people coming. Lin Fan found a shady place and lay down,
looking at the sky,
thinking about whether to buy something for Morong Devon.
After all, it's not appropriate to go empty-handed for the first time to someone's guest. Chapter 66, Did the old principal let you go? The afternoon military training went very well. After the military training, Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to change his clothes. Old 4, let's go. Have some barbecue. Boss Zhang Zichang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile. I'm not going. You guys go ahead.
Lin Fan buttoned his shirt and shook his head,
saying, Holy, Lao Si, you're not going to go on a date with schoolgirl Tang again, are you? The second oldest, Li Muyang, came over and looked at Lin Fan and asked. No.
Lin Fan put his clothes in order.
So what are you doing? What's more important than a potluck? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, asked in disbelief. I'm going to Mr. Morong's house for dinner.
The 3 of them were all dumbfounded when they heard Lin Fan's words.
One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. What did they hear? Going to dinner with Morong Shui. The key is still going to Morong Shui's house for dinner. Is this to meet the parents? While openness isn't against teacher-student relationships these days, it's just that this is too soon. Unbelievable. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old 4, when did you hook up with Morong Shui? Hurry up and confess truthfully. Old 4, you're too good for this.
You don't know enough when you have Tang school flower.
This is not letting go of the beautiful teacher as well. You're really an animal. Old 4, I despise you. Are you doing right by schoolgirl Tang?
Lin Fan was filled with black lines when he heard the words of the 3.
What is this with?
Roll. Lin Fan said without a trace of anger.
It was Mr. Morong's grandfather who invited me.
It has nothing to do with Mr.
Morong. Don't talk nonsense.
Lin Fan still had to explain.
It didn't matter to himself, but it would be bad to ruin Morong Shui's reputation. The old principal sent you? Boss Zhang Zichang asked in surprise. But he knew that the old principal, Morong Devon, never let people go to his house for dinner easily, unless they were Morong Devon's favorite students. But Lin Fan had just come to school. How could he let Morong Devon invite him to dinner at his home? Can't figure it out. Lin Fan looked at his boss Zhang Zichang in surprise. Boss, I didn't expect you to know that MS. Morong's grandfather was the old principal. Awesome awesome. He gave a thumbs up to his boss, Zhang Zichang. If it wasn't for Morong Shui telling him, he wouldn't have known that Morong Shui's grandfather was the old principal. but Zhang Ziqiang said it outright.
So it seemed that Zhang Ziqiang had already known that Morong Shue's grandfather was the old principal. He glanced at the other two roommates again and realized that they didn't have any surprise either. He had always felt that the three roommates were not simple, and now it seemed that they were indeed not simple. The three of them knew what the average person didn't know. Well, no more talking to you guys. I have to hurry. It would be rude to go late. Lin Fan finished speaking and walked towards the outside of the dormitory. Lin Fan came to the parking lot and drove towards Haitian
One villa. Half an hour later,
Lin Fan returned to the villa,
came to the study on the second floor, and took a can of second-generation Great Red Robe.
Lin Fan looked at the second-generation Big Red Robe in his hand.
This tea is good, but too little.
Such a small jar is worth $1 million. He was tempted to take 2 more cans,
then thought better of it. Take 1 can and the other person might take it. If you take more than 1, I guess they won't take it at all.
Lin Fan walked downstairs,
started the car, and headed out of the villa. 20 minutes later, Villa de Chine, Willow City, in front of Villa 9.
Lin Fan parked his car and stepped out of it,
took the 2 boxes of bird's nest out of the car.
This is Lin Fan on the road to find a shopping mall to buy. He only take a can of tea, always feel a little too thin, so he bought 2 boxes of bird's nest. Lin Fan looked at the villa in front of him. Although it wasn't high class, how could it be tens of millions of dollars?
It seems Morong Shue's parents aren't simple either.
He came to the door of the villa and rang the doorbell. Soon Morong Shue walked out from inside. Morong Shue was wearing an apron and was obviously cooking. Lin Fan hadn't thought that a woman as beautiful as Morong Shue would still cook. It really surprised him a lot. It is important to realize that the more beautiful a woman is, the less she wants to deal with fumes, which can age a woman quickly. And no woman wants to see herself aging before others.
Hello, Mr. Morong,
Lin Fan said politely to Morong Shue.
Lin Fan's student, hurry up and come in. Morong Shue smiled and opened the villa door, inviting Lin Fan in. Mr. Lin Fan, just come. Why do you bring gifts?
Morong Shue saw the bird's nest in Lin Fan's hand and said with some complaint. She didn't want Lin Fan to use up all of this month's living expenses just to come to her house for dinner. She knew the 2 boxes of bird's nests weren't cheap just by looking at the packaging.
She was very much over the moon in her mind. Although she didn't know how Lin Fan's family was,
but seeing as Lin Fan usually wore popular brands, she should have an average family.
These aren't worth a few bucks, and you can't come to see the old principal empty-handed. That would be unseemly.
Lin Fan said with a smile. These 2 boxes of bird's nests are really nothing to him.
Seeing that things have come to this,
Morong Shue can only think of a way to return this money to Lin Fan in the future. She led Lin Fan into the living room and immediately saw an old man with a head full of gray hair talking to a young man in the living room. This old man was Morong Shue's grandfather,
Morong Devon.
Morong Devon wore old-fashioned glasses. His face looked very good, and his body looked tough.
Grandpa, Mr. Lin Fan is here, Morong Shue said to Morong Devon who was talking.
Morong Devon raised his head to look at Lin Fan when he heard Morong Shue's words.
Hello old principal, I'm Lin Fan.
You can call me Lin Fan or Xiao Fan, Lin Fan said politely to Morong Devon. Morong Devon hurriedly stood up and said with a smile.
You're Lin Fan. Nice, nice, real nice. Sailor, come sit.
Morong Devon raised his hand at Lin Fan.
Lin Fan hurried over, put his things on the floor, and sat down on the sofa. Xiao Fan, this is your senior Hewan Chen, a few years above you, also a graduate of Lu University. Just came back from studying abroad, Morong Devon said, pointing to the young man next to him. The young man was about the same age as Morong Shue, 26 or 27.
Hello Hokage. Lin Fan looked at Hewan Chen and greeted him politely, but he saw a hint of jealousy in Hewan Chen's eyes.
Good day, schoolboy Lin,
Hewan Chen said with a smile.
What is this Lin Fan's virtue that he would let the old principal invite his family over for dinner? He didn't even have this kind of treatment when he was in school.
What was even more unbearable for him was that Morong Shue had personally cooked for Lin Fan.
He had never given up on pursuing Morong Shue. He wants to treat Morong Shue as his private property.
Jealousy, jealousy, he was very jealous in his heart. Lin Fan looked at Hewan Chen's smile and felt hypocritical no matter how he looked at it. Hewan Chen glanced at Lin Fan, the 2 boxes of bird's nests on the ground, and immediately the corners of his mouth curled up, disdain flashing across his face. He picked up a fine box from the floor. Opening the box inside turned out to be a tin of tea. I know that you like tea, old principal, and this is a jar of top quality Dahanpo that I got at a foreign auction. Chapter 67, can you please identify it for me? Hewan Chen put the tea in front of Morong Devon.
That's too expensive for me to take. Morong Devon hurriedly pushed the tea in front of He Wan Chen. The stuff at the auction certainly wasn't cheap. Old principal. This isn't expensive. It's only $100,000. It's only important that you like it, He Wan Chen said with a smile, putting the tea back in front of Morong Devon, and glancing at Lin Fan intentionally or unintentionally after he finished. Mulderman shrugged it off. He saw that it was indeed a piece of He Wan Chen's mind. Prepare to receive it and send an item of equal value to He Wan Chen when the meal is over. When He Wan Chen saw Morong Devon accepting the tea, the smile on his face grew even wider. He looked at Lin Fan and then at the 2 boxes of birds' nests on the floor and asked with a smile, "Senior Lin, you didn't just bring these 2 boxes of birds' nests with you when you came to see the old principal, did you?" He wanted to completely trample Lin Fan under his feet. These 2 boxes of birds' nests were worth a few $1,000s. He thought, how does a few $1,000s compare to his $100? 000 tea? There is no comparison at all. Completely crushed by his tea, he was trying to make Lin Fan realize the reality that not just anyone could pursue Morong Shui. He wanted Lin Fan to know what to do. Lin Fan hadn't intended to bother with this He Wan Chen. After all, this was in the old principal Morong Devon's house. It would inevitably make Morong Devon think that he was pretending to show off, thus leaving a bad impression on Morong Devon. Release the mission. Being a great tycoon, how can you not strike back when provoked? When it's time to strike. Accepting the mission and rewarding Willow City University walk with 100% equity. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan's eyes lit up when he heard the system voice. This time the reward turned out to be the Willow City University walk. Although the pedestrian street of Lucheng University is not large, but it is close to Lucheng University, the stores can be said to be very tight, and the rent is very expensive. Not to mention the rent. The current conservative valuation of Willowtown University walk itself is $1 billion. That's 10 small goals. How could Lin Fan not be shocked? As long as he accomplished the mission, his value would grow by a large amount again, and he would be worth $33 billion. One step closer to being a 10 billionaire. Accept the mission, Lin Fan said without hesitation in his heart. That's 10 small goals that no one would turn down. He looked to He Wan Chen. He hadn't thought that He Wan Chen was still a money-giving boy. This visit to the old principal's house was not in vain. Although it might give the old principal the impression of pretending to show off, what was it compared to 10 small goals? So the old principal likes to drink tea. It's just as well. I've also brought a tin of tea for the old principal to taste and recognize the authenticity, Lin Fan said as he took out the jar of second-generation Dahompo from the small box next to him. Morong Devon heard Lin Fan's words and immediately became interested. What kind of tea is this that even needs to be recognized as true or false? Fan, what kind of tea is this? Morong Devon watched as Lin Fan opened the tea canister, and a burst of aroma came out. He asked curiously. The seller said it is the 2nd generation of Dihong Pao. I don't know if it's real. Please give your old man a chance to identify it, Lin Fan said as he picked up the empty teacup next to him, put in the tea leaves and poured in the water. Poof! Next to him, He Wan Chen burst out laughing. Lin Fan and Morong Devon both looked at him, and all of a sudden he knew that he had lost some of his temper and hurriedly restrained his smile. Senior Lin, you must have been tricked. This 2nd generation Dahompo is 100% fake on the market, he said to Lin Fan, shaking his head and sighing, just how fake that look was. He also wanted to bring some 2nd generation Dahompo to Morong Devon, but he couldn't find any real 2nd generation Dahompo with all his connections. It was only when he retreated to the second best that he bought the top quality big red robe from the auction and gave it to Morong Devon. He didn't believe that Lin Fan would be able to buy a real 2nd generation Dahompo. If he couldn't buy it, how could Lin Fan? Lin Fan's outfit only added up to a few $100s, so he didn't look like a rich man at all. As far as he knows now, really 2nd generation Dahompo are speculated to the point of more than 20,000 grams, or even 30,000 grams. Look how this little jar is 50 grams. 50 grams, that's at least $1 million. A person who is covered in hundreds of dollars can come up with $1 million worth of tea to give away? Beat him to death. He thought of a better way to make a fool out of Lin Fan. He's going to open his tin of tea as well. Let Morong Devon taste and recognize the truth and directly hit Lin Fan in the face. By then Lin Fan would definitely have no face to stay any longer. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more pleased he became. He quickly opened the jar of top quality big red robe, grabbed a cup from the side, put in the tea and poured in the water. Handing the cup to Morong Devon, he smiled. You also recognize the authenticity for me. Morong Devon didn't think much about it and took He Wan Chen's cup, putting it to his nose and sniffing it before taking a small, gentle sip. The flavor is very mild. No different from regular dahongpo. Murray Devon said, shaking his head. The meaning was very obvious. That is, Hewan Chen's can of tea was ordinary dahongpo, not any top-grade dahongpo at all. How is this? How is this possible?
Hewan Chen could not believe that the top-quality dahongpo he spent $100,000 on was fake, but he knew that Morong Devon wouldn't lie to him. He felt a flash of fire on his face.
A wave of embarrassment struck. He glanced at Lin Fan next to him. Soon he figured it out. Lin Fan's tea is also fake.
Lin Fan and him were at most a draw.
Everyone is fake and he's not embarrassed. He instantly regained his confident look on his face once again.
Morong Devon picked up the cup of tea that Lin Fan had placed and put it in front of his nose to smell it, and a burst of aroma hit him,
making his eyes light up.
He couldn't wait to put the teacup to his lips and take a small sip.
Fragrance! Fragrance! It's so delicious. He couldn't help but marvel.
The mouth and mouth are fragrant.
Even after swallowing the tea, the aroma in his mouth still hasn't dissipated. How's it going, old Dean?
Lin Fan looked at the intoxicated Morong Devon and asked with a smile.
Good tea. It is indeed second-generation dahongpo, Morong Devon said with unquestionable certainty. He used to drink second-generation dahongpo at an old friend's place.
That flavor is still unforgettable.
That's what it is. Next to him,
Hewan Chen was instantly confused when he heard Morong Devon's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief.
How is that possible? How could Lin Fan, a poor student, buy a real second-generation dahongpo? He couldn't even buy a second-generation big red robe. How could Lin Fan? However,
he saw Morong Devon's appearance and knew that this second-generation big red robe was real.
He instantly felt his face burning. It was like being slapped hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot.
Not only does it hurt but it's incredibly embarrassing. He just swore that Lin Fan's tea was fake.
And what happened?
It turned out that his tea was fake and Lin Fan's tea was real. He was now so embarrassed he could hardly find a crack in the ground. He was too embarrassed to look up.
Chapter 68, From which famous artist? At this time,
Morong Shue came to the living room and said to Morong Devon,
Grandpa, the meal is ready. It's time to eat.
Hewan Chen was just about to say goodbye, but he was reluctant.
At this moment,
when he heard Morong Shue say that he could eat, he thought of another good way to make Lin Fan know what to do. It was a moment of renewed confidence. When Morong Devon heard Morong Shue's words, he hurriedly drank the tea in the cup. Such a good tea could not be wasted, not even a single drop. As for the box of second-generation dahong robe that Lin Fan had given him, it was tucked away in his arms, and he didn't want to miss out on this jar of second-generation dahong robe. Sailor, let's go eat,
Murray Devine said happily.
He was indeed very happy at this time. Being able to come across such a good tea as the second-generation big red robe made his heart very excited.
After all, such a good tea cannot be found. Encountered must be taken.
So he shamelessly did not even shirk with Lin Fan to accept.
As for Hewan Chen, Morong Devon seemed to have forgotten about it.
When Hewan Chen heard Morong Devon only call Lin Fan to go to dinner,
a heartbeat went through his heart.
He had just clearly had a good conversation with Morong Devon, and it could be said that they were having a good time. But after Lin Fan came, it all changed. Just now he was the protagonist, now he directly turned into a supporting role.
Wrong, as if he wasn't even a supporting role.
He was just a soy sauce player.
A hard pang went through him.
He blamed Lin Fan for everything, believing that the cause of all this was due to Lin Fan.
He must humiliate Lin Fan properly.
He cheekily followed behind Morong Devon and Lin Fan. He had taken shamelessness to the extreme,
and he couldn't believe that Morong Devon would kick him out in front of so many people. If he left, he would be a complete loser,
and I'm afraid that he would never be able to pursue Morong Shue in the future.
Morong Devon and Lin Fan sat down.
When Morong Devon saw that Hewan Chen also sat down,
he really didn't say anything.
Lin Fan looked at the dishes on the table.
7 or 8 of them.
All of them were some home-cooked dishes.
Scrambled eggs with tomato,
braised spare ribs,
shredded pork with peppers. It looks great. Fan, come and try Yuki's handiwork.
Morong Devon smiled at Lin Fan. Lin Fan is not polite. Directly pick up chopsticks, clip a piece of ribs,
into the mouth.
Very tender. Although not as good as the chef of the Skydweller,
but there is a taste of home. Yummy.
Lin Fan spat out the bone in admiration.
Eat more if it's good, Murray Devon said with a smile.
He was also very satisfied with his granddaughter's cooking skills and was naturally very happy to hear Lin Fan's compliments.
Aha! Lin Fan took another bite of another dish. Mr.
Morong's cooking is beyond words.
Delicious. I didn't expect MS. Morong to not only be beautiful, but also cook so well. Whoever marries MS. Morong in the future will be blessed.
Lin Fan exclaimed from the bottom of his heart. This was not her complimenting Morong Shui, but sincerely. Morong Shui was really a virtuous wife and mother type, able to go up to the hall and down to the kitchen. It's not as good as you say. Morong Shui was a little embarrassed by Lin Fan's compliments. He Wanchen looked at Morong Shui, who was talking to Lin Fan, and his heart was stymied again. He had pursued Morong Shui for so long, and had never seen Morong Shui act like a little woman in front of him. Lin Fan had only been in school for a few days, and for Morong Shui to treat Lin Fan like this made him very jealous in his heart. He clenched his fists. I'll let you have your fun for a while, he thought darkly in his mind. A very pleasant meal. This eating pleasant nature Lin Fan Morong Devon 3 people. As for He Wanchen did not eat anything at all. He Wanchen waited for the meal to end to implement the plan and make a fool out of Lin Fan. He Wanchen waited for Morong Shui to finish cleaning up and sat down, then said to Morong Devon, "Old headmaster, I haven't forgotten to practice calligraphy all these years abroad. I'll write a piece of writing for you to show me what's still lacking." When Morong Devon heard He Wanchen's words, he directly nodded his head in agreement. He was very appreciative of people who sincerely sought to learn. Morong Devon brought the 3 of them to the study, and there were already 4 treasures of literature on the desk, so it was evident that Morong Devon usually liked writing very much. He Wanchen entered the study and couldn't wait to show his calligraphy in front of Morong Shui. He walked quickly to his desk and picked up his quill. "Old headmaster, then I'll make an offering." He brewed for a moment and began to write on it. He put down his pen and said humbly, "Trouble the old principal." He didn't forget to glance at Lin Fan with a provocative look in his eyes. What's the point of being able to buy a second-generation big red robe? You have to be really good at it for the old principal to like it. What's the real deal? That's the real deal. He didn't believe Lin Fan's calligraphy was as good as his. Later he would invite Lin Fan to write a character as well. Compare and contrast the two. Hey. Lin Fan won't lower his head in shame when the time comes. He thought of Lin Fan's frustrated appearance and felt a wave of relief in his heart. Finally, he was able to save face in front of Morong Shui and at the same time make a fool out of Lin Fan. At that time, Lin Fan still had any courage to compete with him for Morong Shui. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he became. It was as if he had seen Lin Fan lose his way and leave this place. Murray Devine stepped forward and began to look. "Not bad, it's really quite an improvement. I can see that you really haven't been lazy all these years," Murray Devine said appreciatively. "Thank you, old principal, for the compliment." He Wanchen was very pleased in his heart, and the smile on his face was as bright as that of a blooming chrysanthemum. He glanced at Lin Fan. That's the gap. The old principal liked people with real talent. Wouldn't be comfortable with speculators. He felt like he was winning now. He was very pleased in his heart. His next step was to find a way to invite Lin Fan to write a character as well. He looked around the den. That's a beautiful piece of writing. Which famous artist is this from? No drop? He was very curious that such a word obviously from a famous artist had no inscription. Old principal, from which famous artist did this piece of writing come? And why is there no inscription? That's really good writing. Pretty. He Wanchen looked at the piece of writing in front of him and marveled. He then looked at his own writing and, upon comparison, realized that what he had written was nothing. It's simply unbearable. He decided that he must pay a visit to this famous artist, and if he could be instructed by this famous artist, he believed that his characters would soar. Morong Devon burst out laughing when he heard He Wanchen's words. Not bad, quite a vision. Old man, I also think this one is well written. He Wanchen couldn't wait to ask, which famous hand did the old principal come from? He was so anxious to know about this man that he was beginning to calculate that he must bring a generous gift to visit the other man, far away and close. This one was written by Xiaofan, Murray Devon said with a smile. There was admiration and exclamation in his eyes. He had been writing all his life but not as well as Lin Fan, and had to sigh that genius really existed in the world. He Wanchen was instantly confused when he heard Morong Devon's words. Chapter 69, It hasn't been long since I practiced. This piece of writing was written by Little Fan, Morong Devon said with a smile. He Wanchen was instantly confused when he heard Morong Devon's words. His mouth slowly opened in shock at this moment, his eyes wide in disbelief. How is that possible? How could this piece of writing be written by Lin Fan? Is this clearly from a famous artist? But Morong Devon would never lie to him. How could he not have thought that the famous artist he had longed to visit would be Lin Fan? He felt a momentary pang of darkness. His left and right faces instantly felt hot. It hurts. It hurts very much. It was like being slapped hard left and right twice. He wanted to make a fool out of Lin Fan, not realizing that he was the clown in the end.
A pang of bitterness ran through him. How could he not have expected such a result? He didn't have the face to stay any longer. He turned to Morong Devon and hurriedly said, "Old principal, I still have something to do, I'll leave first." After saying that, without waiting for Morong Devon to reply, he turned around and left. Even Morong Shui, whom he had always liked, didn't say hello. He felt that he had lost his face today, and he would not have the face to come back to Morong Shui in the future. Seeing that He Wan Chen was leaving, Morong Devon didn't stay. He smiled and said to Lin Fan, "Little Fan, how long have you been practicing this character?" It seemed to him that Lin Fan must have started practicing calligraphy from a young age to get where he was today. Lin Fan touched his head in some embarrassment. It hasn't been practiced for very long. This calligraphy skill was given to him by the system. It was true that it hadn't been long, just 2 days, but he couldn't tell Morong Devon that it was given to him by the system. Not yet gone far, all He Wan Chen heard Lin Fan's words and instantly his heart became even more stuffed. He practiced calligraphy since he was a child, is not as good as Lin Fan, a person who has not practiced for a long time. A burst of bitterness in his heart. Feeling more bitter than eating huanglian, he walked at a faster pace. He wanted to get out of here as soon as possible. He was afraid that if he heard Lin Fan say something else that would make his heart sink, then he would probably have to be carried out today. Morong Devon sighed when he heard Lin Fan's words. It's true that the world of geniuses is unimaginable. He attributes such achievements to Lin Fan's talent. Lin Fan didn't explain. "Come sailor, look at my collection." Morong Devon pointed to some of the paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, which at a glance were all of some age. Lin Fan has calligraphy skills and painting skills for calligraphy, and painting discernment is also quite strong. These are nice words and paintings, old principal, Lin Fan said with a smile. This was Lin Fan's sincere words. These words and paintings should be Morong Devon's hard work to find over the years. Morong Devon was happy to hear Lin Fan's words. After all, Lin Fan's calligraphy had the style of a master. Old principal, it's getting late, so I'll take my leave, Lin Fan said to Morong Devon. It had indeed been a long time since he had been here, and he was ready to leave, knowing that Morong Devon needed to rest as well, and that old people generally like to go to bed early and get up early. When Morong Devon heard Lin Fan was leaving, he hurriedly took down a painting from the wall next to him. He was going to give the painting to Lin Fan. After all, he had received Lin Fan's tea. Why a painting? Not a word? Because he felt that these characters in his collection couldn't catch up with those written by Lin Fan. Little Fan, this painting is for you, as a small token of my old man's appreciation. Morong Devon passed the words to Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly waved his hand and shook his head in rejection. Old principal, I can't accept this. The painting looked like something Morong Devon liked. Although this painting is not the most valuable in here, Lin Fan estimated that if this painting is sold on the market, it will cost $3 to $4 million. Little Fan, are you looking down on the old man? Morong Devon said, pretending to be angry. Mr. Lin Fan, just take it. My grandfather has never been one to say anything, Morong Shui said hurriedly from the side. She knew her grandfather's character. Lin Fan heard both Morong Devon and Morong Shui say this and took the painting over. Thank you. Then, old principal, Lin Fan said with a smile. That's right. When Morong Devon saw Lin Fan accept the painting, a happy smile appeared on his face. After chatting a few more times, Lin Fan got up and excused himself to leave. Morong Devon asked Morong Shui to send Lin Fan away. Lin Fan came outside the villa and said to Morong Shui, Goodbye, Ms. Morong. Bye. Morong Shui waved her hand at Lin Fan. Morong Shui was ready to ask Lin Fan how to get back, only to see Lin Fan press the key and the headlights of the luxury sports car next to him instantly lit up. Lin Fan got into the car, started it up, and with a kick of the gas, the sports car scampered away. Morong Shui looked at Lin Fan, who was driving away. Her shocked little mouth opened wide as if she was able to put in an egg. How could she not expect Lin Fan to drive here? The key is still a luxury sports car. She didn't know anything about cars, but one look at the sports car and it wasn't cheap. Her eyes were very complicated. She hadn't expected Lin Fan to be a rich second generation. She closed the cottage door and headed for the living room. Grandpa, what are you doing down here? Morong Shui looked at Morong Devon curiously. Morong Devon did not answer Morong Shui's words, but asked Morong Shui, Yuki, sail left? Morong Shui nodded. Grandpa, it's getting late. You should rest early, she cautioned. There's no rush. Yuki, what do you think of the sails? Morong Devon looked at Morong Shui and asked, how about what? What does Grandpa mean by this? She said thoughtfully, Student Lin Fan, low-key and polite, and exceptionally capable. Lin Fan as a rich second generation does not have the arrogance and domineering of the rich second generation, and Lin Fan is very low-key. The key is also very talented, writing calligraphy better than even her grandfather. Morong Devon. Murray Devon nodded. You're his guide now, so you're close to the water, so to speak, so take advantage of the opportunity. Morong Devon finished speaking to Morong Shui and stood up to head upstairs. Morong Shui was instantly confused when she heard Morong Devon's words. What does it mean to be close to the water? What do you mean? Take advantage of the opportunity? What's going on here? Grandpa's not asking me to chase Lin Fan, is he? This is outrageous. I'm Lin Fan's counselor, okay? It's Lin Fan's teacher. How can you be with Lin Fan? Grandpa is really getting confused as he gets older. Morong Shui spat helplessly in her mind. Lin Fan naturally didn't know about the conversation between Morong Devon and Morong Shui. He returned to Villa Haitian 1 after 20 minutes. He first went to his study to read the documents related to the Willow City Walk. The system is so awesome. That's another 10 small goals in hand. Lin Fan sighed happily in his heart. He finished his shower and sat on his bed to swipe his phone for a while. Looking at the time, it was almost time to rest and turn off the lights and go to bed. He began to look forward to the new day to come. Chapter 70, Wait for me, I'll pick you up. Woke up on time the next morning. Lin Fan went to the restroom to wash up first. After washing up, Lin Fan opened the system's virtual panel to check today's $1 spike items. It had become something he had to do every morning when he got up. Lin Fan looked at the $1 seconds item with a face full of incredulity. $1 for 5 of good color special cigarettes. 10 bottles of Romane Conti 1945 red wine at $1 a second. This time the seconds turned out to be cigarettes and wine. Cigarettes he doesn't smoke very often. He'd spent the last 2 days wondering if the wine cellar in the villa was too empty for any good wine. I didn't realize that the system's spike item today had red wine. Buy them all, Lin Fan said without hesitation. Congratulations host. Purchase successful. The good color special cigarettes and the Romane Conti 1945 red wine have been placed in the study. The efficiency of the system is just fast. Seconds. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and began to check the good color special cigarettes. Really do not know. A check shock. Damn. A box of good color special cigarettes costs $600,000. This one is $6 million. Wouldn't 5 cost $30 million? The key to this kind of cigarettes on the market is simply very difficult to see. Have been some of the great tycoons' collection. Really can be said to have a price without a market. He was sure that if he said he had some good colored special cigarettes, a lot of rich people would come to him and ask for them, and the price would still be whatever he wanted. The system is awesome. Lin Fan sighed. Other people can't even get excited when they have one box. The system gave him 5 straight. He continued his search for Romane Conti 1945 red wine. Romane Conti he knew. It was a red wine that only billionaires could afford. Sure enough, it's not cheap. It's simply outrageously expensive. One bottle turned out to be as high as $3.8 million. 10 bottles is $38 million. The point is that this wine is not something that money can buy. Even buying some ordinary vintage Romane Conti requires qualification. Not enough qualification. Sorry not to sell you. Not to mention this scarce Romane Conti 1945. For the 1945 Romane Conti, only 600 bottles were produced that year due to the climate. He hadn't expected the system to give him 10 bottles straight away. And he wondered if the system had gotten him all the existing Romane Conti 1945s. The system is so awesome. The system is truly and forever God. Lin Fan quickly put on his clothes, opened the bedroom door, and headed towards the study. Entering the study he did see 5 fine cigarettes, and 10 bottles of red wine neatly placed on the desk. Lin Fan first put 10 bottles of red wine into the wine cellar. Go back to the den and open a good color special cigarette. This cigarette case is just exquisite. This ruby is beautiful. This diamond is really bright. It's so extravagant. The boxes are decorated with rubies and diamonds. This one empty cigarette case is probably worth a lot of money. Lin Fan opened the cigarette case and took one out. Grabbing a nearby lighter, he lit it, took a deep drag, and exhaled a nice smoke ring. It's good. It tastes okay, Lin Fan said with a smile. He took the one he had just unwrapped and headed downstairs, where he was going to keep it in his car, ready to smoke. Lin Fan came to the garage and threw the open cigarette, casually, aside. Starting the car, a rumble of the engine sounded, and with a kick of the gas pedal, the car instantly sprinted away. Willowtown University parking lot. Lin Fan parked the car and put the box of cigarettes he had just unwrapped in his pocket, toward the cafeteria. Even if the breakfast in the cafeteria was hard to eat, Lin Fan had to deal with a bite. Not eating breakfast on an empty stomach for a long period of time would make him prone to getting stones, and he didn't want the doctor to break them up for him. Lin Fan asked for an order of tofu brain and 2 donuts. The cafeteria fries are pretty big though. Lin Fan likes salty tofu brain, put some chive flour sauce into it, added some garlic sauce, and finally drizzled with chili red oil and stirred well. Eat. After breakfast, Lin Fan asked for some small steamed buns as usual. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory, and sure enough, the 3 of them were still sleeping, and it seemed that they had stayed up late again last night. Lin Fan threw the small steamed buns directly onto the table. Get up, it's breakfast. Pulled his military uniform out of the closet and prepared to change. Senior, you're back. Boss Zhang Zicheng poked his head out and said, Senior, thank you for bringing us breakfast every day. The oldest too, Li Moyo said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand. Just a few small steamed buns. Lin Fan got dressed and took out his cell phone to play a game for a while. The 3 of them were also ready to go, and together they headed for the playground. Shortly after arriving at the playground, the instructor arrived. A new day of military training has officially begun. The sky was a bit cloudy today and it looked like it was going to rain. But it was good weather for Lin Fan and the others who were in military training and didn't have to bask in the sun. Everyone was looking forward to the rain. But as the morning military training was about to end, the rain had not yet come. Just when everyone thought it wasn't going to rain today, suddenly rain fell from the sky and it got heavier and heavier. Everyone quickly ran towards the trees to use to get out of the rain. It's good that the foliage is lush enough, but it's not a permanent solution. Lin Fan looked at the heavy rain outside. Some helpless. This if you run back to the dormitory will certainly become a soup chicken. At that moment, his cell phone beeped. Senior Lin, I made a reservation at the Linjiang Hotel at noon to thank you for your help last time. When Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing's message, he hurriedly replied. Senior Sister Tang, I might not be able to go. Got a date? Tang Ruobing's message was followed by big playful question marks. I'm stuck in the playground in the pouring rain. Lin Fan wrote helplessly. He looked at the sky. This rain didn't look like it would stop for a while. He was going to run back to the dormitory and get wet. Just get wet. Ding. Another message from Tang Ruobing. Wait for me. I'll pick you up. Lin Fan was touched when he saw Tang Ruobing's message. After all, it was raining a bit heavily right now, and Tang Ruobing was still willing to brave the rain to pick him up. Lin Fan put his cell phone down. At this time, a classmate next to me said proudly, Hey, my girlfriend will come to give me an umbrella later. Holy, Cho, when did you get a girlfriend? One of the students next to him asked. Hey, the one called Old Chow Hamden Hod. It's from our place, a year above me, and I'm taking Willow University just to come see her. Old Zhou, awesome, to have found a schoolmate. The students next to him gave Old Zhou a thumbs up. Generally average. Old Zhou said modestly, but how that expression looked. It was like a look of being in need of a beating. Ugh, if only my girlfriend would bring me an umbrella. Che, if you want your girlfriend to give you an umbrella, you have to have a girlfriend first, do you? The person who had just spoken had a heart attack. If I had a girlfriend I'd still be here whining. At that moment, a girl came out of the rain. Not tall and average looking. My girlfriend is here, Old Chow said with immense triumph. Here. Old Chow waved his arms and shouted at the top of his lungs. The girl quickly walked over. Here. Hand Old Chow one of the umbrellas in his hand. The surrounding students looked at Old Zhou with envy. Old Zhou saw the gazes of his classmates and felt a surge of triumph in his heart. Chapter 71, I think it's better to forget about it. Hey, is it okay if I take an umbrella with you? So that I can lend this umbrella to my classmate? Old Zhou asked as he looked at the girl in front of him. He had just been pretending in front of his classmates. This girl wasn't even his girlfriend. It was true that they came from the same place. He's courting this girl right now, but she's not even saying yes to him. He had just begged the girl for a long time, and she had agreed to give him an umbrella. Remembering that we all came from the same place, he was ready to take this opportunity for 2 people to share an umbrella so that a story could happen. No, what if I get my clothes wet? Do you want it or not? If not, I'm leaving? The girl looked at Old Zhou and said with some impatience. Old Chow's face was a shade of red and purple at this point. Very embarrassed. He hadn't expected the girl to refuse so dryly. Literally drier than dry noodles. That, I'll take. Old Chow gulped, and hurriedly brought the umbrella over. A pang of loss washed over him. At that moment, a sudden cry of alarm came from the distance. This is schoolgirl Tang, isn't it? Simply as pretty as a fairy in the rain. Why is she here in such heavy rain? You're silly. Schoolgirl Tang must have come here to pick up Class President Lin.
The whole school knows about Schoolgirl Tang and Class President Lin.
I'll go. Class President Lin is so happy. There's still Schoolgirl Tang giving umbrellas on rainy days.
When the crowd saw Tang Ruobing come to the playground, they all coincidentally looked at Lin Fan with envy in their eyes. Even those who had girlfriends were incredibly envious in their hearts. After all, there were too few beautiful women like Tang Ruobing. To have such a beautiful girlfriend, they don't even want to let her out in the rain.
Envious, envious, very envious. Tang Ruobing walked over to Lin Fan. Senior Lin, I'm sorry, I only brought an umbrella. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with some embarrassment.
She was just thinking about coming out to pick up Lin Fan.
And when she walked to the playground,
she realized that she had only brought an umbrella over. Lin Fan was also in a bit of a bind.
How do you fight with this umbrella? You can't get both of them wet.
He thought about it and decided it would be better for him to run back to the dorms on his own.
It was better for one person to get wet than two. He was about to open his mouth. At this time,
Tang Ruobing said with a red face,
Senior Lin,
why don't you put your arm around my waist and get closer?
You should be able to stay out of the rain.
She didn't know how the hell she said that, and she regretted it a little when she finished. But since the words were already out,
she couldn't take them back.
When the crowd heard Tang Ruobing's words, they were instantly dumbfounded.
One by one,
their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief.
Is this still the high and mighty Schoolgirl Tang? I can't believe I said that.
Listen, what do you hear? In front of a large crowd, Tang's schoolgirl actually let Lin's class president take her by the waist.
Is this to bring us dog food in case we starve? It's bad enough getting wet and having to eat your dog food. Why are we so miserable?
That's not good. I think it's better. Lin Fan hesitated and said. He didn't care, but Tang Ruobing was a girl after all, and such an intimate move would definitely have a bad effect on Tang Ruobing. When Tang Ruobing saw that Lin Fan had actually refused, she was very angry in her heart. There's no such thing as bad. Hurry up.
Tang Ruobing was slightly angry and directly urged.
Lin Fan saw that Tang Ruobing had said so it would be too unlike him if he was squirming.
He quickly came under Tang Ruobing's umbrella and stretched out his left arm to gently wrap Tang Ruobing's thin waist. It's very soft and fine.
He felt Tang Ruobing's body suddenly tighten, and it was obvious that Tang Ruobing was very nervous inside at this time.
Close to Tang Ruobing, a nice smell entered his nostrils.
Soon Tang Ruobing returned to normal and said to Lin Fan,
Let's go. The two of them, Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan,
walked towards the outside of the playground with their umbrellas. The crowd looked at the distant Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing with faces full of envy.
Class President Lin is so awesome. Class President Lin deserves to be my idol.
Captain Lin is truly a role model for men.
Tang Ruobing and Lin Fan didn't speak on the way. Just stepping out of the playground, a gust of wind blew by. It's a little cold.
Tang Ruobing felt a chill on her body and unconsciously leaned towards Lin Fan's side.
Aha! I didn't realize that schoolboy Lin was so warm.
It felt as warm as the spring sun.
Tang Ruobing stole a glance at Lin Fan.
It was discovered that Lin Fan was looking straight ahead without a single glance. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't notice anything unusual made her heart let out a long sigh of relief. The two were about to reach the boys' dormitory building.
A little cold?
Where's Mr.
Lin?
She realized that Lin Fan had let go of her waist and stood outside the umbrella.
Senior Lin, hurry up and come in,
Tang Ruobing said hurriedly.
Aha!
No, the rain has stopped. Lin Fan pointed to the sky.
Tang Ruobing looked around, and sure enough, it was no longer raining.
A little embarrassed, she put her umbrella away.
Sister Tang,
please wait for me downstairs. I'll go up and change into a dress, Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing. He was still wearing his military uniform. It was inappropriate to go to dinner. He was going to change his clothes to go to dinner.
Aha! Tang Ruobing hummed. Lin Fan walked quickly towards the dormitory building.
Lin Fan returned to the dormitory and quickly changed into a set of clothes and hurriedly headed downstairs.
After all, Tang Ruobing was still downstairs.
Lin Fan came down from upstairs and realized that the sky had cleared. He had to wonder how changeable this weather was.
Senior Tang, let's go,
Lin Fan said to Tang Ruobing.
Tang Ruobing nodded.
Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing came to the school parking lot.
Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and asked curiously, Senior Lin,
where's your car? Lin Fan's Porsche 918 Spider sports car was very conspicuous, but he didn't see Lin Fan's car in the parking lot. Lin Fan walked up to a beautiful blue sports car. Taking a key from his pocket,
he pressed it gently.
At once the headlights of the blue sports car next to him lit up and the door slowly opened.
Tang Ruobing looked at the sports car in front of her.
her small mouth wide open. She looked at Lin Fan in surprise.
Senior Lin, you're changing cars again.
Lin Fan nodded and said with a smile,
Senior Sister Tang, get on the bus.
Tang Ruobing hurriedly sat in the car. The interior was very beautiful and the seats were very soft.
Senior Lin, this car of yours isn't cheap, is it? Tang Ruobing hadn't seen such a beautiful sports car before,
and she was curious how much such a beautiful sports car cost.
It's okay, not expensive,
Lin Fan said with a smile.
This Ferrari Laffa was his $1 second, and it certainly wasn't expensive. It was still very cheap.
He started the car and headed out of the school.
Chapter 72. Who said schoolboy Lin doesn't have a girlfriend? Half an hour later, the parking lot of the Linjiang Hotel in Lucheng.
Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing walked down from the car. Lin Fan looked at the glorious gate in front of him, worthy of being a five-star hotel.
Just grand enough.
The average person who sees such a luxurious door has to be deterred.
After all, one look at this facade. The consumption inside is not low.
Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing didn't stay too long as the two of them walked towards the hall.
Come to the hall. Senior Lin, wait for me in the hall first. I'll go to the restroom. Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and said with some embarrassment.
She had just drank more hot water when she came out and now her stomach was a little bloated.
Okay. Lin Fan nodded.
Tang Ruobing found the lobby manager,
asked for the location of the restroom, and quickly left.
Lin Fan looked around and surveyed the layout of the hall. The entire layout of the hall gave Lin Fan a feeling.
Aha! Luxury. Atmosphere. Very imposing. In the past, he wouldn't dare to come to such a five-star grand hotel to spend money, but now it was different. Not only did he dare to come to spend money,
even the whole five-star grand hotel was his. It made his heart very proud.
He was very thankful for the monopoly growth system. If it wasn't for the system he wouldn't be here today. The system is so awesome.
Just as Lin Fan was about to go sit down on the sofa next to him, a woman's voice sounded behind Lin Fan.
Lin Fan?
Lin Fan heard someone call him and turned to look.
Yum Eli?
Lin Fan frowned slightly and said indifferently. Yumeli was Lin Fan's high school classmate,
but not in the same class. The relationship between the two is only average.
Yumeli confessed to Lin Fan when she was in high school, but Lin Fan only wanted to study hard at that time, and rejected Yumeli without hesitation.
Lin Fan, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here.
Yumeli crossed the arm of a middle-aged man with a smile on her face as she walked.
I hadn't thought of that either.
Lin Fan said indifferently.
He didn't know Yumeli well in the first place,
so he naturally didn't speak with as much enthusiasm. He sensed from Yumeli's tone that it didn't look warm and friendly either.
Who is this man? Little baby? The middle-aged man looked at Yumeli and asked suspiciously. Don't think too much of it, dear. This is a classmate of mine from high school.
He did used to pursue me in high school,
but I rejected him unceremoniously.
Yumeli threw a wink at the middle-aged man and said petulantly. She said without forgetting to glance at Lin Fan. Lin Fan was speechless when he heard Yumeli's words.
He hadn't thought that this Yumeli's ability to turn black and white upside down was so strong. It's almost like you could be a movie queen. What a talent too.
Lin Fan was too lazy to pay attention to Yumeli, and was ready to find a place to sit down and stop ignoring Yumeli.
But Yumeli didn't think so. Lin Fan, you're not here to apply for a waitress job, are you? Yumeli asked with her eyes wide with curiosity. The waiters here are really well treated. After all, this is a five-star hotel. Yumeli talked herself up,
causing Lin Fan to listen with a breathlessness to the extreme. How can you come out for dinner and meet such disgusting people? Then you'll have to hurry up and apply for the job.
And when you do, you can serve us at dinner later. I'll have my husband tip you then. LOL. Yumeli actually giggled at the end of her sentence. Honey, how much do you think would be appropriate to give then?
She smiled at the middle-aged man next to her and asked, her eyes glancing at Lin Fan from time to time.
Well, since it's your high school classmate, naturally you can't give less. $10 surely won't do. Give it 100. Like the waiters here are paid a couple $100 a day. 100 is quite a lot already.
The middle-aged man said graciously. He could hear that this was Yumeli deliberately embarrassing Lin Fan.
Of course he was going to go along with it. And by the time Yumeli was happy, he might be able to unlock a few new moves for the night.
Yumeli was a bit ordinary looking, but her body was top-notch.
Giggle. Hubby, you're still the best. Tipping so much. Yumeli twisted her waist and giggled.
She was very pleased in her heart at this time.
Made you reject me in high school. Now you regret it. She was feeling extraordinarily relaxed right now. Even the air you breathe is sweet-smelling. Lin Fan, I wonder if you have a girlfriend. It's not because I've rejected you that you've developed a love phobia. Then all I can say is sorry. Yumeli laughed.
shaking her head and sighing. She was even more complacent at this time. She wanted to trample Lin Fan hard under her feet, rubbing and rubbing again, so that Lin Fan would deeply experience the scene of rejecting her. She had been ruthlessly rejected by Lin Fan at that time, and she had hated him in her heart, believing that he had made her lose face and become the joke of the school. She also wanted to continue humiliating Lin Fan. At that moment, a nice voice rang out from the hall. Who said that schoolmate Lin doesn't have a girlfriend? Young Eli looked at the visitor. So pretty, so classy. Even she, a woman, found the other beautiful and beautiful. The middle-aged man saw the visitor. Eyes rolled up and down. An involuntary gulp escaped his mouth. It's so beautiful. It's simply the best on earth. The person who came was no other than Tang Ruobing. Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing arrive and stood up. Tang Ruobing slowly came to Lin Fan's side under the gaze of Yumeli and the middle-aged man, and naturally took Lin Fan's arm. Senior Lin, I've kept you waiting, Tang Ruobing said to Lin Fan with a smile. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head as he didn't say anything. He hadn't expected Tang Ruobing to suddenly appear, and in such a way. It took him very much by surprise. Yumeli and the middle-aged man were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Tang Ruobing's actions. Both of them coincidentally had their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round with shock. Yumeli was filled with disbelief. How is that possible? How could such a beautiful woman be Lin Fan's girlfriend? A sense of frustration rose in her. No wonder Lin Fan hadn't refuted it just now. People didn't even bother to refute it. I'm afraid that everything she just did was just a jumping clown's performance in Lin Fan's eyes. Her face felt hot now. It was like being slapped in the face so hard. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts a lot. The middle-aged man was also filled with incredulity as he looked at Lin Fan. What's going on? Isn't this kid a working man? How can you find such a beautiful girlfriend? This is too unscientific. What kind of luck has this kid had? He was very jealous in his heart. Why should a working man have such a superb beauty? And he can only have so much of the common stuff. He was very unbalanced in his mind. Chapter 73, You've offended the wrong person. The middle-aged man saw that Tang Ruobing was so beautiful. How could he let it go? The middle-aged man looked at Tang Ruobing, revealing his self-professed charming smile as he opened his mouth. This beautiful young lady, don't let this man fool you. He's just a little waiter. The middle-aged man saw that Tang Ruobing was still in college at her age, so she should have been fooled by Lin Fan's flowery words. Don't think that being good-looking makes you a meal. He wanted to let Tang Ruobing know that it was useless for a man to be handsome. Money was king. He believed that as long as he showed his strength in a while, Tang Ruobing would definitely know how to choose. After all, people have to eat. They can't live in a fantasy. Bread and love. He believed that once Tang Ruobing regained her senses, she would know what the right choice was. Tang Ruobing looked at the middle-aged man when she heard his words. That look is like looking at a little cutie. Like, schoolboy Lin is a little waiter? You're here for a laugh, aren't you? Have you ever seen a waitress who drives a sports car to school every day? She thought the middle-aged man must be sick. Lin Fan didn't want to get too entangled with these two. He said to Tang Ruobing, Senior Tang, let's go eat. I'm a little hungry. Poof. The middle-aged man burst out laughing. Kid, you're too good at pretending. What is this place? A casual meal here costs thousands of dollars. You're afraid you'll be eating noodles for months after this meal. The middle-aged man said with contempt. Young people nowadays are so good at pretending, not capable of doing it, and beating your face against the wall in order to pretend to be something you're not. He wanted Tang Ruobing to see Lin Fan's true colors, so wouldn't his chance come? He was now very proud in his heart. It was as if he saw Lin Fan's shameful appearance. It was as if he saw Tang Ruobing leaving Lin Fan. When Tang Ruobing saw that the middle-aged man had been targeting Lin Fan, she immediately quit. Who said that we need to ask schoolboy Lin to pay for it? After Tang Ruobing finished speaking, she looked at Lin Fan. Let's go. Schoolmate Lin. Feel free to order whatever you want. Humph. I'm willing to spend money for schoolboy Lin. Tang Ruobing finished glancing at the middle-aged man. She took Lin Fan's arm and walked towards the elevator. The middle-aged man was instantly confused when he heard Tang Ruobing's words. His shocked mouth slowly opened, his eyes wide with disbelief. What did he hear? This kid was actually bagged by that extremely beautiful woman. How is that possible? How could such a superb beauty harbor a gigolo? Can you really do whatever you want if you're good-looking? He was full of envy. Not only do you have the company of extremely beautiful women every day, but you also have pocket money to spend every month. What kind of life is this? It's just like winning in life. Envy, jealousy, hate. The middle-aged man was ready to take young Eli to dinner. At that moment, A man in a designer suit suddenly came from the side of the hall. The man in the suit directly stopped young Eli and the middle-aged man.
"You two stay back. You are not welcome here. Please leave now."
When the middle-aged man saw that the other party was going to kick him out,
he immediately quit. He yelled, "What are you? Get your manager here. Is this how you treat your guests at the Linjian Hotel?"
The man in the suit looked at the middle-aged man and said calmly,
"I am Sui Yang,
the general manager of Linjian Hotel." The middle-aged man instantly wimped out when he heard that the man in the suit was actually general manager Sui Yang.
"That, Mr. Su, I don't know how I offended you." The middle-aged man looked at Sui Yang and asked cautiously.
He was very strange in his mind.
He didn't have any interactions with this Sui Yang and hadn't offended the other party, so why did the other party target him? Although he had some money, it was still not enough in front of the Linjian Hotel.
He didn't want to be blacklisted by Linjian Hotel. That would definitely have a huge impact on his future business. Like these 5-star hotels are all sharing information internally. If he was blacklisted by the Linjian Hotel, then he is expected to be put on the unwelcome list in other 5-star hotels as well.
If that were true, his business would surely go down the drain. He had to figure out why and find a way to fix it. Sui Yang looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, "If you offend me, I'm not going to kick you out, but you've offended the wrong people."
He shook his head at the end of his sentence.
"Who do you think you're offending but Lin Fan?" "Who's Lin Fan?"
"That's the real owner of the Linjian Hotel.
He was also just working for Lin Fan."
The middle-aged man's heart thumped when he heard Sui Yang's words.
Has this offended the gods? He stumbled and asked, "May I still ask Mr. Su to clarify?" Listening to Sui Yang, the person he offended should be a big shot. How is that possible? He didn't think he'd offended any big shots. He was very apprehensive at this time. It's the unknown that's scary. "Do you know who the young man is that you've just been looking down on?" Sui Yang looked at the middle-aged man with pity.
"It's really a case of do or die."
Could it be, a male of any family?"
The middle-aged man said hurriedly.
"Yes, that young man must be a great young man. Otherwise how could that extremely beautiful woman willingly follow the other party?" "That's my boss," Sui Yang said indifferently. He wouldn't have stepped in if it were an ordinary Daiukai, but his own boss was a different story. "Make sure you keep the boss happy or he'll be waiting to roll."
Sui Yang's words were very soft, but when he heard the middle-aged man's ears, it was like the deafening sound of spring thunder. His mouth opened wide in shock,
as if he could fit an egg in it. How is that possible? That wage earner he had always despised was actually the owner of the Linjian Hotel in Luchang? That's too hard to believe. No wonder Sui Yang wanted to kick him out.
Offending the owner of the hotel and still wanting to eat at someone else's place is just delusional. A pang of bitterness ran through him.
How did you offend the owner of the Linjian Hotel for no reason?
He glanced at the dumbfounded young Eli next to him.
It's you? It's all you? If it wasn't for you, how would I have offended the owner of Linjian Hotel? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Snap!
He swung his hand up and hit young Eli hard in the face.
It's all because of you. Otherwise how would I have offended the hotel owner? I'll beat you to death. There was a clap. The middle-aged man slapped again at young Eli. The mind is still not relieved.
The middle-aged man swung his arm up,
still trying to make a move. At this time, young Eli also reacted. Yumeli stood up and yelled, "How dare you hit my mother? I'll fight you."
She instantly tore into the middle-aged man. The two wrestled in the hall together and that scene was very hot. Sui Yang hurriedly called for security and dragged the two out of the hotel lobby. He didn't want the two to affect the hotel's business.
Chapter 74, Let me discuss something with you.
Lin Fan and Tang Ruobing arrived at the reserved box.
Lin Fan looked at the box. It wasn't big, but it was more elaborate. Obviously Tang Ruobing was going to break the bank quite a bit this time.
The two sat down and began to order.
Finish ordering.
The waiter leaves and arranges for the food to be served.
Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile, "I just thanked Senior Sister Tang. Senior Lin, I just helped you out. How do you plan to thank me?"
"Wouldn't want to leave it at that with a thank you,
would you?" Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan and asked with a smiling face.
When Lin Fan heard Tang Ruobing's words,
he thought for a moment and said, "Senior Sister Tang, why don't you let me buy this meal?"
"This meal is my way of thanking you for your help last time."
"How can I let you buy? One size fits all." Tang Ruobing picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of tea. Then next time I'll treat Sister Tang."
Lin Fan thought about it and said,
"I'll remember the words of schoolmate Lin." Tang Ruobing looked at Lin Fan,
her eyes narrowing into crescent moons.
"Aha." Lin Fan nodded.
The food was served very quickly for the reason that there weren't a lot of people eating at lunch.
It wasn't long before the food came up. Lin Fan didn't ask for a drink and asked for a bottle of juice. The two men talked and laughed as they ate. A pleasant meal for two. Lin Fan found it easy to be with Tang Ruobing. After eating, Lin Fan drove his car and headed towards Luchine University. Back at Willow City University, Lin Fan sent Tang Ruobing downstairs. See you later, schoolboy Lin. Tang Ruobing waved her hand at Lin Fan. Senior sister Tang, goodbye, Lin Fan said with a smile. Lin Fan saw Tang Ruobing walk into the dormitory building and he turned towards the boys' dormitory building. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory where his three roommates were playing games. The three saw Lin Fan return. Lao Si, you're back from your date with schoolgirl Tang. The boss, Zhang Ziqian, put down the mouse in his hand, stood up, walked over to Lin Fan and said, Senior, you're amazing. You didn't see, after you left with schoolgirl Tang, the way everyone looked at you, that envy. The oldest, Lim Yo, came over and said excitedly, as if that person was him. Old 4, I don't know what you're thinking. How can you let schoolgirl Tang give you an umbrella in such heavy rain? You're supposed to be bringing hot water to schoolgirl Tang. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, didn't know when he stood next to Lin Fan. I don't like what you're saying, Lao San. You're making old 4 a lickspill. You haven't heard. Lick the dog, 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 lick it until it ends up with nothing? I think Lao Si did the right thing. What's wrong with letting schoolgirl Tang deliver the umbrella? This is a good indication that old 4 has an important place in schoolgirl Tang's heart. The eldest Zhang Ziqian retorted at the third Wang Jian. Lin Fan lay on his bed, put on his headphones, and listened to music. As for the quarrel between the three, what has it to do with me? Soon it was time to meet at the playground. Lin Fan changed into his military training uniform and walked towards the playground with his three roommates. Fall weather can be quite changeable, with pouring rain in the morning and straight-up sunny skies in the afternoon. It had just rained, but it wasn't cool at all. It's humid and hot. The four made their way to the playground and found a shady spot to sit. The expressions of the students who came to look at Lin Fan were all tinged with envy. The instructors soon arrived and the afternoon's military training began. The afternoon was spent in humid and muggy heat. After military training, the four returned to the dormitory. Lin Fan couldn't wait to take a cool shower. I felt refreshed. Let's go, brothers, let's eat barbecue. My treat. Lin Fan was in a good mood and wanted to eat barbecue today. The last time I had a barbecue, I happened to see a barbecue place not far away. It looked good from the outside, so I was just in time to try it today. Old 4, mighty. Old 4, awesome. Senior, I love you. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, ran to Lin Fan's side and was about to hug Lin Fan, making Lin Fan push him away. Off. Brother is not good with men, Lin Fan said without a trace of anger. Brother's normal too, okay? The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said angrily. Let's go. There's no room if you're late. Boss Zhang Ziqiang urged. The grill is still pretty hot, so if you go late you might not actually get a spot. The four of them exited the dormitory and headed towards the pedestrian street. Willow City Ding Yuan Barbecue. It's a relatively upscale barbecue buffet. 188 a head, even at that price, and it's still full every day. When Lin Fan's four arrived at the barbecue restaurant, they realized that there was only one table left, and the four of them screamed out a fluke. If you come a little later, there really won't be any room. Lin Fan sat down with the four of them and started to get the food. For self-service barbecue restaurants, they usually prepare some kind of deli food, but Lin Fan came here to eat mainly barbecued meat. Soon the table was filled with a pile of various sliced meats and fruits, and of course drinks and wine. Start the roast. Brush with oil. Lin Fan brushed the oil twice and began to put in the meat. There was a bared sound. While the meat was grilling, Lin Fan mixed his own favorite dipping sauce. The dipping sauce is the soul of the barbecue and must not be compromised. Soon a pot roast was ready. Lin Fan put the roast in the dip and rolled it around. Put it to your mouth and gently blow on it. Can't wait to put it in your mouth. Nice. Good quality meat here. Lin Fan gulped down the roasted meat and marveled. Definitely worth the price of 188. Unlike some places that pass off duck meat as beef or lamb. The other three ate as well. The four men raised their glasses in a toast. Lin Fan drank wine as well, and tonight he had no plans to go back to the villa, preparing to sleep in the dormitory for the night. At this time, a young man suddenly walked by and stood in front of Lin Fan's table of four students, to discuss something with you. The young man said that he would discuss things. but he didn't look like he was discussing things at all. Boss Zhang Zichang looked at the young man and asked suspiciously, "What is it? Would you four please vacate this table? This meal today is on me." The young man looked at Zhang Zichang and said with a smile, he was sure that once he heard that it didn't cost him anything, he would be sorely tempted to give up his table. After all, he saw that the four were still students, and that they had asked for money from their families. He didn't believe that he could save money and that these people would not comply. "No, we haven't finished eating yet." Boss Zhang Zichang directly refused. A couple of them had just started eating, so if they were full, it was okay to give up their seats, but they hadn't had enough to eat, so how could they give up their seats? "Class, you probably don't know who I am, do you?" The young man looked at his boss, Zhang Zichang, and said with great confidence, "My name is LV Ningqiu, and this store is owned by our family." Zhang Zichang frowned slightly and asked directly, "Are you trying to kick us out?" "No. I was going to say that if you guys give up your seats, next time you come back, you'll even get a free bill." Lu Ningqiu waved his hand and said, "It's not like he's a cutie pie. He's not a cutie, but a guest offering to give up their spot and leave, that's a different story." He couldn't believe that, with another free meal, these four men wouldn't allow the location. He had a confident smile on his face. Aha! Very confident. Chapter 75, This is your little brother's little brother. "No, we don't need a waiver." Boss Zhang Zichang ate the meat on his plate and rejected it outright. "It's just one meal. It's not enough to get the bill waived." When Lu Ningqiu heard Zhang Zichang's words, his face instantly turned gloomy. He just came back from out of town and promised to treat a few of his minions to dinner today. But he didn't realize that business was so good at home that there was no room. The reason why he looked at Lin Fan's seat was because it was relatively large and could seat everyone. A little brother next to him saw LV Ningqiu's face change and knew that LV Ningqiu was angry. The little brother stepped forward and said arrogantly, "You guys are from Lu Di, right? Do you guys know who my boss hangs out with? The four Dukes Du Khan is my boss's boss. If you don't want trouble, hurry up and do what my boss says and give up your spot." When Lin Fan's three roommates heard the arrogant little brother's words, they all coincidentally looked towards Lin Fan, who had been eating barbecued meat with his head down. "Old four, this is your little brother's little brother." It's your little minion? Or is it a penis?" Lin Fan knew that if he didn't get rid of these people, this meal wouldn't be clean. He raised his head, looked at Lu Ningqiu, and asked indifferently, "You're Han Wenbin's little brother?" Lu Ningqiu said smugly, "Nice. Now give up your position and I can leave you alone." At this time, the arrogant little brother next to him was startled when he saw Lin Fan's appearance. He hurriedly tugged on Lu Ningqiu's clothes. "What's wrong?" Lu Ningqiu asked suspiciously. "Old boss, this is Lin Banji." The arrogant little brother shivered and said, where was the arrogant look he had just had? Captain Lin? What Lin Banshi? Lu Ningqiu looked at the arrogant little brother and asked suspiciously. The arrogant little brother then remembered that LV Ningqiu had just come back from the field and didn't know what had happened to Lu Di recently. He hurriedly came to Lu Ningqiu's front and whispered an explanation in her ear. Lu Ningqiu was instantly dumbfounded when he heard the arrogant little brother's words. His mouth was wide open in shock and his eyes were rolling. Schoolgirl Tang's boyfriend? An $8 million Lamborghini Bat SV? A $15 million Porsche 918 Spider? A $30 million Ferrari Rafa? Han Wenbin is begging to be his little brother? If he knew that Lin Fan was driving a $30 million Ferrari Rafa, he would have knelt down and recognized his big brother. This is a real big young man. This is a big thick leg no one wants to give up. It was definitely a wise choice for Han Wenbin to recognize Lin Fan as his boss. He stole a glance at Lin Fan. Wouldn't he be Lin Fan's little brother? This bastard just came back and even offended the old boss. That old boss, I didn't know you were here. I apologize. Lu Ningqiu's body bowed slightly and said in a pandering manner. Lin Fan waved his hand and said indifferently, well, get out of here. We have to eat. Yes, we're leaving. Hearing Lin Fan's words, Lu Ningqiu let out a long sigh of relief in her heart and hurriedly said, after saying this, he took his sidekick and quickly left, afraid that if he left late, Lin Fan would find him to settle the score. Lin Fan lowered his head and continued to eat the grilled meat. That little hiccup hadn't affected his mood for barbecue. A meal took 4 people an hour and a half. After dinner, the 4 of them walked down the pedestrian street. Old 4, I've heard that at the end of the pedestrian street, there's a square with a fountain that's especially beautiful at night. Boss Zhang Zichang looked at the end of the pedestrian street and said with glowing eyes, Che, boss, you don't even want to see the fountain. You want to see the pretty young lady. Li Muyang, the second oldest, immediately revealed what Zhang Zichang had in mind. Hey, Dick, don't you want to see it? Boss Zhang Zichang looked at Li Muyang and squeezed his eyebrows and asked.
Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up.
The oldest three, Wang Jian, urged. What's the point of dilly-dallying when you've got a pretty young lady to look at? In case you ask for the contact information of a pretty young lady, is it possible to develop an unusual romance? Go, old four, come on, don't call Lao Si. Let him go slowly, he already has schoolgirl tang. It's not like us three single dogs. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly as he looked at the three people who were leaving at a fast pace. His pace is not fast and not slow walking on the pedestrian street. Come to this world. Have not yet properly appreciate this side of the night scenery, just today to appreciate it. Music Square. The fountain is colorfully illuminated by the colored lights at the bottom, and with the sound of music, the spring water rises and falls, forming a variety of beautiful patterns. Lin Fan looked at the fountain for a while and casually walked around. He walked to a corner to find a crowd gathered around him. He moved closer to take a look. A girl with white short sleeves on top and jeans underneath was singing, and was estimated to be about 1.6 meters tall. Singing anchor. The girl's features could be clearly seen under the fill-in light. Very delicate looking, with light makeup painted on her face and a few hairs on her forehead that were wet and wrinkled with sweat. With a smile on his face, he was selling the song. Old four, you got here fast. Boss Zhang Zichang patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said, we've been around the whole music square, and it's still this girl who looks so pretty. She's practically a schoolgirl. The oldest too, Li Muyang, said with a sigh of relief. I'm going to go up and ask her for contact info after the song later. What do you guys think? The oldest three, Wang Jian, looked at the girl who was broadcasting live and asked, Lao San, I'm with you. Come on, Lao San. Lin Fan didn't say anything. Going up for contact information? Unless the other person is a cutie. Only then will they give it to you. This kind of girl who's out on the air every day would not know what you think. How can you easily give your contact information to strangers? In his heart, he observed a minute of silence for the oldest three. Wang Jian, rejected for sure. Lin Fan watched the girl sing and felt that the singing was okay. He rubbed his chin. If we recruit this girl into the company and train her well, I'm sure it won't be long before I can develop into a big anchor. After all, the girl had a great face and not a bad voice singing level. All that's missing is the opportunity. As long as the company gave the girl a lot of resources, he believed that the girl became a big anchor that was the nail in the coffin. If the girl is willing, she can even use the anchor platform to make her debut and become a full-fledged singer. And it's not impossible for her to become a second-tier, or even first-tier singer. This was just what he had in mind. Whether it would work or not would have to be determined after communicating with the girl. The girl finished her song and took a sip of water. She smiled and said to the live-streaming netizens, I'll pick an audience member live to sing a song with me, okay? There were so many good words typed on the screen of the live broadcast. She saw that the netizens agreed and she turned her head to the crowd, ready to pick an audience member to sing with her. Chapter 76. Will you sing a song with me? Lao Si, Missy is looking at me. Boss Zhang Zichang tugged on Lin Fan's arm and said excitedly. See, Lin Fan said somewhat breathlessly. The young lady was clearly looking at a large group of people. You just thought she was looking at you. Lin Fan was powerless to spit in his heart. He was thinking about how to get in touch with this young lady at the moment. After all, this was a very promising young lady, and as long as it was cultivated properly, it would definitely bring him great rewards. Lin Fan bowed his head in deep thought. At this time, a nice voice suddenly rang out from the side. This little brother, can you sing a song with me? Lin Fan looked up just in time to see that young lady flashing her big eyes at him, waiting for his reply. Lin Fan secretly sighed. What good luck! I was just worried about how to approach the girl, but here's the opportunity. Sure. Lin Fan finished and smiled slightly at the girl. Lifting his leg, he followed the girl toward the steps. The three roommates were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Lin Fan being called away by the young lady. One by one, their shocked mouths were wide open and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. How come Lin Fan was invited away? What the hell is going on here? How did Missy fall for Lin Fan? I'll be damned. Senior, how did that get picked? I just saw that Missy was clearly looking at me. Why did she turn around and choose Lao Si? This old four's peach blossom luck is too strong. Are the three of us really that bad? Old four, he doesn't stand out much except that he's a little better looking than me. A little taller, and a little whiter. Sour. Very sour. More sour than eating a lemon. The three of them looked at Lin Fan, who walked up the steps with the young lady. Envy. Envy. Or envy. Fellow papapas, I've invited a live young brother to sing with me. Everyone welcome.
The young lady turned to the screen, pointed at Lin Fan next to her, and said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand at the screen as a way of saying hello to the netizens.
There weren't many people in Missy's live room. More than 1,000.
Lin Fan glanced at the young lady's live broadcast name.
Orange loves to sing. A very straightforward name.
You can tell this young lady does love to sing. The netizens in the live broadcast room popped up after seeing Lin Fan's appearance.
I'll go. Where did Missy find a star? Why do you feel more handsome than me? This little brother is so handsome. I wonder how he sings. Orange, hurry up and get contact information from your little brother. I'm going to fall in love. Orange, hurry up and ask little brother if he has a girlfriend. I want to give little brother a monkey. Upstairs, don't pretend. Your personal information has exposed you. You are a stingy man. Who are you trying to disgust?
Orange, if you get your little brother's contact info, I'll swipe your rocket for you.
Go for it. Speed.
When the young lady saw the message on the live broadcast, she sneaked a glance at Lin Fan and realized that the other party wasn't staring at the live broadcast, which made her heart breathe a sigh of relief. She quickly chose a love song that the two of them sang to each other. She finished choosing the song and blushed slightly at the title. She hadn't sung a love song with a guy on the air yet. If she hadn't been a little sick in the throat today, she wouldn't have gotten a chorus on the spot. She was ready to go off the air after the chorus.
Little brother, is this song okay?
She turned her head and asked.
Could be. Lin Fan nodded.
The young lady heard Lin Fan agree and clicked play. The prelude played at once. The song starts with a solo verse by a girl. The young lady's sweet voice rang out instantly. Lin Fan felt the young lady's voice at close range, and felt that it sounded better than from a distance. The young lady's part was quickly sung, and it was Lin Fan's turn. Lin Fan picked up his headset and sang along with the accompaniment. As Lin Fan's voice came out, the scene fell into silence. The pop-ups on the live feed felt like someone had pressed the pause button. Lin Fan didn't stop after one verse. The chorus was next. The soprano part could not be sung due to Missy's sore throat. At this time, Lin Fan directly raised his voice another degree, directly overshadowing the young lady's voice. The young lady gratefully glanced at Lin Fan. If it wasn't for Lin Fan being there today, her voice would have definitely been injured even if she had just sung up. Soon the song finished. The netizens in front of the screen directly exploded. OMG. This singing is too good to be true. It's just awesome. It feels even better than the original song. This little brother can't really be a star. It was so powerful. Especially the high notes. It shook me to the point where my blood was pounding. My little brother was amazing. Little brother. Love it. Love it. Orange, hurry up and ask little brother if he has a live broadcast number. I want to become his little Iron Fan. The young sister didn't look at the screen at this time, but instead looked dumbfounded at Lin Fan. She was very shocked at this time. Just now the high note of the first chorus. She thought it was Lin Fan's limit. Who knew that last ending chorus raised it another degree? Her mouth was unconsciously wide open at this point, and it was evident that she was very shocked. Even when her voice wasn't hurting, she couldn't sing that high. What shocked her even more was that Lin Fan didn't break his voice at all when he sang such a high note. That's too awesome. Lin Fan asked curiously when he saw that the young lady kept looking at him. Do I have dirt on my face? The young sister woke up instantly when she heard Lin Fan's question. She said hastily, No. She didn't look at the live broadcast pop-ups and said directly to the netizens in front of the screen. Posies, this is the end of today's live broadcast. We'll see you tomorrow. She finished and clicked straight off the air. She turned her head to Lin Fan. Little brother, can you give me your contact information? Thank you for today. I'll buy you dinner someday. The young sister's beautiful eyes stared at Lin Fan without turning. Lin Fan was happy in his heart. He was just thinking about asking for contact information from the young lady in a while, but he didn't think that the young lady would open her mouth first. How could Lin Fan miss such a good opportunity? He took out his cell phone, opened the QR code and handed it to the young lady. The young lady hurriedly took out her cell phone and scanned the code to add friends. My name is Zhang Yun Orange. Little brother. What's your name? Zhang Yun Orange told Lin Fan his name. Lin Fan. Lin Fan said directly. Lin Fan. I have to go back. We'll be in touch by cell phone. Zhang Yun Orange shook the cell phone in her hand and said with a smile. Aha. Lin Fan nodded and hemmed. He also had no intention of inviting Zhang Yun Orange to his company today. There were some things that could not be rushed. Lin Fan turned toward his three roommates. The three roommates were filled with envy when they saw the returning Lin Fan. Look at the gap. Everyone else is chasing after the young lady for contact information. But what about Lin Fan? The young lady took the initiative to add Lin Fan contact information.
There's really no comparison between people. Chapter 77, Can I Run With You? Lin Fan returned to the dormitory with his 3 roommates.
Lin Fan went to take a cool shower to wash the alcohol off his body. Lin Fan was just lying in bed.
That's when his cell phone rang. A look at the number. It was Zhu Yongquan,
the general manager of the Golden Tripod building.
Who called? Lin Fan slid the answer button. Boss, just now Su Pengfei, the chairman of the Su Group, called me and asked if you have time tomorrow at noon?
Zhu Yongquan didn't nag and directly stated the purpose of the call. Lin Fan mused for a moment, thinking about the fact that he didn't have anything to do tomorrow at noon.
Could be. Lin Fan opened his mouth and said, tomorrow at 12 noon. The Imperial Box at the Lingjiang Hotel in Willow City.
Zhu Yongquan reported another time and place.
Got it. Anything else?
Lin Fan nodded and asked.
No more.
Then I won't disturb your rest, boss,
Zhu Yongquan hurriedly said.
Lin Fan hung up the phone, his head resting on his hands,
looking at the ceiling. This Sui Yang is really an interesting person.
Sui Yang had clearly made all the arrangements before asking him if he had time, so it was evident that he was a very sincere person. It seems that the other party has no malicious intent.
Lin Fan muttered. Linjiang Hotel's Imperial Box is not cheap. The box fee alone is as high as 88.88. And this is still no consumption.
The minimum consumption of 100,000
yuan.
It was evident that Sui Yang attached great importance to Lin Fan and was full of sincerity. Lin Fan was lying on his bed swiping his cell phone.
Played the puzzle game Landlord for a while. Aha! Winning every time.
He had found that his level of playing doujinshi had skyrocketed since using the learning skill.
This is a really good learning skill. After playing for a while,
Lin Fan felt that it was about time and got out of bed to wash up and get ready for bed. There was no talk all night.
The next morning,
Lin Fan woke up on time.
Get out of bed and wash up. After shuffling around, tap on the system's virtual panel. Check out today's dollar per second items.
$1 for one top quality Imperial Green bracelet.
$1 for one painting by Tang Yin.
Lin Fan felt good.
Buy them all. He didn't hesitate.
What was there to hesitate about? Even if it didn't work, it was only a $2 loss.
Congratulations, host. Purchase successful.
The Imperial Green bracelet and Tang Yin's calligraphy and painting have been placed in the study of Haitian No.
1 villa.
The system was still quite considerate,
knowing that it was inconvenient for him to view it now,
and put it directly into the villa.
Lin Fan took out his cell phone and looked up information on Imperial Green. The market price of top quality emerald green is now between $500,000 and $600,000 per gram,
and an emerald green bracelet weighs about 40 to 80 grams.
Aha! It's worth at least $20 million.
His value has simply grown by tens of millions more.
Tang Yin calligraphy and painting. Tang Bohu, that is a famous celebrity.
How can a painting of Tong Pak Fu cost tens of millions of dollars?
This is simply the system to send benefits.
Lin Fan was in a very good mood.
Lin Fan put on his clothes and walked towards the playground. It was still a little early for breakfast,
so Lin Fan planned to go for a short run on the playground. He felt like his body had an inexhaustible amount of strength every day since the last time he used his fighting skills. The military training made him not feel tired at all.
Running in the morning is even more trivial.
Lin Fan came to the playground and found that there were already people on the playground who had started exercising, so it was clear that not everyone at the university liked to sleep in.
The female students, in particular, exuded youthfulness. Self-discipline makes them more beautiful.
Lin Fan adjusted his breathing and started running.
For the first lap,
he used jogging to let his body get used to the movement.
Squad leader Lin, you're coming to run too. At this time, a nice voice rang out next to Lin Fan.
Lin Fan turned his head to look at the female student who had spoken. He was very puzzled.
This female student he didn't know at all. Aha, you are? Lin Fan nodded, still asking the doubts in his heart.
He really didn't remember the girl from his memory, and now that the girl had greeted him and he didn't know who the other person was,
it was a bit awkward, but better to be briefly embarrassed than to be embarrassed all the time. I'm Shi Lin from sophomore class 3 of the finance department. It's your schoolmate
Shi Lin said with a smile.
Her two small tiger teeth were playful and cute.
Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
Sure enough, he didn't recognize it before. Fortunately, something wrong. School teacher?
Lin Fan looked at Shi Lin curiously and asked. He hadn't crossed paths with this Shi Lin before, and he didn't understand what Shi Lin was looking for him for. Shi Lin was speechless for a moment when she heard Lin Fan's words.
Schoolboy Lin, what a log. I can't say hello to you if it's okay. She could only spit in her mind. Schoolboy Lin is simply a treasure boy. Not only can he sing and play the guitar, but he's rumored to be a good fighter. What's more crucial is that Schoolboy Lin is super rich. She had heard that Mr. Han, one of the 4 great sons of Lu University, had begged to be Lin's junior. Such a powerful character. Who wouldn't want to get acquainted? Maybe even an unusual story. As for what happened between Schoolboy Lin and Tang Ruobing, she didn't care. It's not like they're married, so we don't know who's going to die. She was still very confident in her own beauty as a fellow Lu University student. She smiled and said, "Just wanting to get to know schoolmate Lin. I'm a great admirer of schoolmate Lin, a man of the people like him," she said, looking at Lin Fan with perfect eyes. Lin Fan heard Shi Lin's words and felt a wave of helplessness in his heart. How did he become a windbag? Seeing that Lin Fan didn't say anything, Shi Lin then said, "Can I run with you, Senior Lin?" She wanted to get in touch with Lin Fan more, in case Lin Fan had a crush on her. The only way to get a chance is to make contact. Isn't that right? Such an excellent class president Lin. If she didn't fight for it, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Lin Fan nodded when he heard Shi Lin's words. Maybe running would be more fun with a beautiful woman in tow. Thank you, schoolmate Lin, Shi Lin said with a smile. Lin Fan waved his hand indifferently. Running alone is also running, and running with 2 people is also running. Lin Fan and Shi Lin both started running side by side. The edge of the playground. A young man dressed in a designer sweatshirt trotted up to one of the boys. He hurriedly asked, "Is Shi Lin here?" The boy hurriedly said, "Schoolgirl sure is here." The young man had a smile on his face when he heard the boy's words. The reason he got up so early was because he heard that Shi Lin came to the playground to run in the morning. He wanted to have a chance encounter with Shi Lin so that he could go for a breakfast after the run. Go with the flow and ask for contact information. He felt like his plan was about to work. He couldn't wait to get to Shi Lin. At that moment, there was a sudden tug. What else? The young man asked in displeasure. That, you can't go to schoolgirl sure right now. The boy had a bitter smile on his face. How could he not expect Shi Lin, who had just been alone, to take the initiative to hit on Lin Fan and run with him? Why? There was a hint of anger in the younger man's tone. Schoolgirl sure is with class president Lin right now. The boy saw that the younger man was angry and hurried to explain. What the is a Lin band leader? Whoever it is, they can't ruin my plans, the young man said angrily. After he finished, why do I feel like I've heard of this Captain Lin somewhere? Captain Lin? It can't be him, can it? The class president Lin you're talking about wouldn't be Mr. Han's boss, would he? The young man asked eagerly. The boy smiled bitterly and nodded fiercely. Who dares to call Lin class president in Ludi except Han Gongzi's boss? The young man was dumbfounded at the sight of the boys. Chapter 78, You're on the campus hotspot again. The young man was momentarily dumbfounded when he saw the affirmative reply from the boys. He unconsciously took 2 steps back. Everything he'd planned had been for nothing. This is class president Lin, the boss of Mr. Han, one of the 4 sons of Ryu University. If you gave him 10 guts, he wouldn't dare to go against class president Lin. He laughed inwardly. It's love in the womb before it's begun. In the future it seems to stay far away from Shi Lin. If this caused Lin Banzai to misunderstand something, he wouldn't even need Lin Banzai to make a move. Those juniors of Dukhan were not something he could afford to offend. He was lost in thought and headed for the playground exit. Lin Fan naturally didn't know that simply by helping Shi Lin drive away a suitor. Lin Fan jogged round and round. There was no way out. He wanted to run fast, but there was a drag queen Shi Lin next to him. He couldn't just leave Shi Lin behind and go run by himself. Lin Fan felt some slight heat on his body. Aha! Just fine. Lin Fan stopped and looked at Shi Lin, realizing that the other party's face was red and her forehead was covered in fragrant sweat. Lin Fan was startled. Concerned, he asked, "Are you okay?" He hadn't expected the Shi Lin to be so feisty, obviously already exhausted, but still insisting. Shi Lin blankly glanced at Lin Fan. This Lin schoolboy is really an iron tree wood. Why don't you know how to have mercy? All you do is run and don't look at the person next to you to see how they're doing. She spat frantically in her mind. It was good that Lin Fan finally stopped. If she ran another lap, she would have died of exhaustion on the playground. No, it's fine, she said with a smile. Naturally, she couldn't say what was on her mind. Lin Fan didn't ask more questions when he saw Shi Lin say she was fine. I'm going to eat, so run along. Lin Fan and Shi Lin were ready to say goodbye. He's in just enough shape that he feels fine running, his body slightly warm, or sweating a little. Shi Lin heard that Lin Fan was still telling her to run. I'm like this. Can I still run? You really can't tell? Her mind roared madly. As it happens, I'm feeling hungry too. Let's go together, she said with a smile as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lin Fan nodded. The two of them headed out of the playground. Cafeteria. Lin Fan entered the cafeteria and asked for a tofu brain and 2 donuts. He thought the cafeteria's tofu brains and fries were still good. He found a seat and sat down. He entered the cafeteria and separated from Shi Lin. Just had a bite of fries. He noticed a man sitting down next to him. He looked up and the person coming was none other than Shi Lin. He didn't understand why this Shi Lin kept following him. He had no intention of talking, though, and was ready to eat his fill and leave the cafeteria. Senior Lin, how can you eat so little? Here's a little bun for you to eat, Shi Lin said as she took a small bun from her own plate and put it on Lin Fan's plate. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless. This Shi Lin is a bit overzealous, isn't she? We just met, okay? He spat in his mind. Thanks. Lin Fan said thank you. He couldn't just chuck the little buns back again. The students eating next to them were instantly dumbfounded when they saw Shi Lin actually give a boy a bun. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. You know Shi Lin is the school beauty of Lu University. There's nothing to say about that face value naturally. Ki was never rumored to have been this close to any boy. She was known as the Lu de Double Ice Flower along with Tang Ruobing. Never just a lovey-dovey look to boys. They didn't expect to see Shi Lin holding buns for the boys today. How could they not be shocked? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who is this kid? This is too powerful. This schoolgirl even took the initiative to clip the bun for him. Could it be schoolgirl's boyfriend? This is big news. I advise you, don't talk nonsense or you'll get yourself in trouble. This kid is famous? You haven't met him, but you must have heard his name. Who? Lin Banchang. I go. So it's an idol. I can't believe that I've seen Class President Lin in real life. I said who can capture the heart of school flower sure. If it's Class President Lin, then it's too normal. Didn't you say that Class President Lin is with Schoolmarm Tang? How come he's with Schoolmistress Sure again? That's what you don't understand, right? How can a powerful person like Class Leader Lin only have one girlfriend? 2 I think is less. It's also true that Class Leader Lin's realm is not something we can understand. Lin Fan finished his breakfast and asked for 3 more Xiaolong steamed buns to pack away. Lin Fan said to Shi Lin next to him, I'll leave first. Wait. Shi Lin saw that Lin Fan was leaving and hurriedly said. Lin Fan looked at Shi Lin and asked curiously, what else? Senior Lin, can you give me your contact information? Shi Lin looked at Lin Fan and asked. If others would have come up and asked for her contact information, but when it came to Lin Fan, after a meal, Lin Fan didn't even mention a word about asking for contact information. She was in a hurry and had no choice but to take the initiative. Aha! Lin Fan briefly froze. He took his cell phone out and opened the QR code. Since Shi Lin said it, it would be rude to reject it outright. Shi Lin saw Lin Fan turn his cell phone on, and she hurriedly took out her phone to scan the code to add friends. Goodbye, Senior Lin, she said happily after getting Lin Fan's contact information. Bye. After saying goodbye to Shi Lin, Lin Fan took the Xiaolong Bao and walked towards the dormitory. Lin Fan returned to the dormitory to find that all 3 of his roommates were up. Did the sun come out of the west today? Lin Fan looked at the trio and asked curiously. Senior, did you just go to the cafeteria to eat? Boss Zhang Zicheng came over and asked. Nonsense. If I don't go to the cafeteria to eat, how can I bring you Xiaolong Bao back? Lin Fan pointed at the Xiaolong Bao on the table and said in a nonchalant manner. Old 4, tell me the truth. When did you hook up with schoolgirl Sure? The second oldest, Li Muyang, came over and patted Lin Fan's shoulder and asked. He was full of envy. Not only did Lin Fan have Tang Ruobing, but now he was having an intimate breakfast with Shi Lin. What hook up? So hard to hear. Shi Lin and I just happened to run into each other while we were running. Lin Fan blankly glanced at the second oldest, Li Muyang. Ha? How did you guys know about me having breakfast with Shireen? Lin Fan asked curiously. Scream. Old 4, you're on the campus hot search again. And this time it's not with schoolgirl Tang, but with schoolgirl Sure. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, brought his cell phone to Lin Fan and pointed to the campus hot list. The topic of Shi Lin pinching buns for Lin Fan has entered the top 10 of the campus hot search list. Lin Fan was also speechless when he saw this topic. Are all college students so idle? Care about other people's gossip all day long? Lin Fan no longer cared. Just say it, it didn't matter. He pulled out his military uniform and prepared to change. Chapter 79, This is the cigarette I asked my cousin for. Lin Fan's 4 came to the playground, found a seat and sat down. waiting for the instructor to arrive. Time passed and soon the instructor arrived.
Today's military training officially begins. The sun still shines in the fall. Finally it was time for a break and everyone rushed to find a shady spot to sit.
Phew, this damn weather is so hot.
Old Chang sat on the ground and spat.
Smells that good?
What kind of cigarettes are these? He turned his head to look at Old Wang,
who was not far away next to him.
I only saw Old Wang put a cigarette into his mouth and spit out a smoke ring in a dashing manner.
A look of intoxication.
Old Zhang got up and came over to Old Wang and asked with a smile.
Old Wang,
what kind of cigarettes are these?
Why don't they look like the ones you usually smoke?
Old Wang glanced at Old Zhang and said lightly,
of course it's different. This is the cigarette I asked my cousin's uncle for.
When he saw Old Zhang's appearance, he was secretly pleased in his heart. It was not in vain that he had begged his cousin uncle for half a day with his dead skin.
No,
his cousin was so annoyed that he gave him 2 boxes.
He just wanted to pretend in front of Old Zhang and his classmates.
It wouldn't let him successfully pretend to. Old Zhang eagerly asked, what kind of smoke is this?
It smells so good?
Old King said triumphantly.
Of course it smells good.
It's a yellow crane soft treasure.
Can it not smell good?
He took another intoxicating drag.
Cool.
The surrounding students were filled with envy when they heard that Lao Wang smoked a surprisingly soft and precious product of Yellow Crane Tower. It's a Yellow Crane soft treasure.
Prices are in the 60s for a box.
They only smoke $12 a day. They can't afford to smoke a whopping 60 Yellow Crane soft jumbo.
Keep in mind that they are living on a limited amount of money a month.
If they smoke such high-class cigarettes, then they should prepare to eat vomit next month.
I'll go. Old Wang is awesome.
He even smoked the Yellow Crane House Soft Rare.
Envious, really envious. This cigarette is more than 60 a box. Cannot compare
But this premium cigarette just doesn't taste the same as a regular cigarette. Old Zhang was also shocked. He did not expect that the Old Wang smoked the Yellow Crane House Soft Treasures. He rubbed his hands together and said with a smile,
Old Wang, can I discuss something with you?
Old Wang looked up at Old Zhang and faintly asked,
what is it? That one. Can I have a Yellow Crane Soft Rare so I can try it too? I haven't smoked anything this expensive.
Old Zhang's eyes were glowing and his mouth was watering. Old Wang was secretly pleased when he saw Old Zhang's appearance.
That's so cool. No wonder so many people like to pretend.
We're brothers.
So here.
Lao Wang is so comfortable in his heart that he naturally will not begrudge a cigarette. He took the cigarette case out of his pocket and took one out,
tossing it to Old Zhang with a casual look. He was secretly pleased.
Old Zhang hurriedly took it carefully and put it in front of his nose to smell it. He couldn't wait to light it and inhale deeply with an intoxicated look on his face.
That's really nice. When I'm rich,
I'll smoke this every day from now on, Old Zhang said in admiration. Such high-grade cigarettes are not affordable for ordinary people. Realize that he smokes at least 2 packs of cigarettes a day.
That's $120 a day.
That's $3.
$600 a month for cigarettes. The average $10.
000 a month earner wouldn't dare smoke like that. Not to mention the fact that a recent college graduate makes $4,000 or $5,000.
How can you afford to smoke it?
You can only dare to smoke it that way when you have money later. Old Chang smoked his cigarette in ecstasy.
What's that smell?
This is too flavorful. Not the smell of cigarettes in your hand. Old Zhang opened his eyes and realized that Old Wang had similarly opened his eyes and looked around,
searching for something.
Lao Si, what kind of smoke is this? It tastes so special.
Zhang Ziqiang, the boss next to Lin Fan,
asked as he looked at the cigarette Lin Fan was holding in his mouth. This smoke smelled like nothing he had ever smelled before. Mind you, he smoked quite a few brands and none of them were cheap, but none of the flavors were the same as the ones Lin Fan smoked. It made him very curious in his mind. Old Zhang and Old Wang all looked at Lin Fan when they heard Zhang Ziqiang's words. They were also curious about what kind of cigarettes Lin Fan was smoking.
After all, in their minds Lin Fan is a rich second generation. Smoking cigarettes must not be low grade.
Very curious to know what these second generation guys like to smoke. Lin Fan glanced at his boss,
Zhang Ziqiang, and calmly said,
"Good color special cigarettes." After saying that, he took a drag on his cigarette and exhaled a nice smoke ring. The boss,
Zhang Ziqiang,
heard that the name sounded somewhat familiar,
but could not recall it for a moment.
Old Zhang and Old Wan looked at each other and shook their heads at each other.
The guys hadn't heard of it either. The rest of the class was even more confused. At that moment, an exclamation of surprise came. Ma, this,
the Good Color Special Cigarettes,
is so expensive.
A good student took out his cell phone to check the price and was shocked and screamed out.
The classmate next to me was disgruntled. What are you ghosting about?
It scared me.
6. $600,000 a box. The student who had just shrieked shivered. It's $600,000. Not 60. Wouldn't that one be as high as 30,000? When the crowd heard that the Good Color special cigarettes even cost $600,000 a box, they hurriedly took out their cell phones and checked. Sure enough, it's $600,000 a box. The crowd raised their heads and looked at Lin Fan, who was swallowing clouds. One by one, their mouths were wide open in shock, and their eyes were rolling round and round with disbelief. $600,000 a carton of cigarettes. It costs $30,000 a piece. OMG. This is too scary. Even if they graduate and get a job, they'll be thankful to make $10,000 a month. A tiny cigarette in Lin Fan's hand cost $30,000. The average college student doesn't always save up $30,000 a year. The key so a cigarette only takes a few minutes to smoke. It's the equivalent of pumping $30,000 straight out of your pocket in a few minutes. It's completely gone. Just a little bit of soot left. That's too extravagant. Is this what money can do? Is this the real second generation? It was horrible. Asterisk. Lao C. You're great. You can even get such rare cigarettes. Good Color special cigarettes. I said, why does it sound so familiar? Hey. 4. Give me one of those. The boss, Zhang Ziqiang, rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed at Lin Fan. The truth was that this smoke was too rare, and he knew that Lin Fan certainly didn't have much of it either. And he didn't want to miss this opportunity, and maybe he could only have this one chance to taste the smoke in his life. Lin Fan threw the cigarette case directly to the boss. Zhang Ziqiang, help yourself, Lin Fan said indifferently. Boss Zhang Ziqiang hurriedly caught the cigarette case. Sure enough, rubies and diamonds. Asterisk. This cigarette case is so extravagant. He looked at the cigarette case in admiration. Just a cigarette case like that is worth a lot of money. He hurriedly took one out of it and lit it. That's a nice flavor. The crowd was full of envy as they looked at the smoking Lin Fan and Zhang Ziqiang. Chapter 80 Feast for the new boss of Willow City's Golden Tripod Mansion. Soon the instructor returned and announced that the break was over. Military training continued in the morning. The time just went by minute by minute. Soon the morning's military training was over. Lin Fan didn't go to the cafeteria to eat with his 3 roommates, but returned to the dormitory alone. He went back to his dorm and took off his military uniform and changed into a set of casual clothes. He looked at the time and predicted that there was still enough time to get to the Linjiang Hotel. He put on his shoes, grabbed his car keys and walked out of the dorm, heading downstairs. Yanagi City Linjiang Hotel, the Imperial Box. At this moment, there were 2 people sitting in the box, and one of them was none other than Su Pengfei, the chairman of the Lu Chang Su Group. The other was a middle-aged man about the same age as Su Pengfei. This middle-aged man was none other than Su Pengfei's close friend, Lu Cheng Haikuan Group Chairman Kong Haikuan. Kong Haikan took a sip of tea, put down the teacup and looked at Su Pengfei, asking suspiciously, Old Su, what kind of people are you going to feast on, making the whole thing so mysterious? He was going to ask Su Pengfei to have lunch with him at noon today, but Su Pengfei told him that he had an appointment with a distinguished guest. He was curious and followed him over, but Su Pengfei hadn't said exactly who he was going to invite even now, making him very curious. Su Pengfei looked at the time and said with a smile, the person I'm inviting is Lin Fan, the new owner of the Golden Tripod Mansion in Luchang. The reason he didn't tell Kong Haikan was that he was afraid that when Kong Haikan heard about the banquet, he would look down on the other party and refuse to come. On the surface, the Golden Tripod Mansion was only worth $800 million, which was nothing to the 2 of them who were both at the helm of $10 billion. Yet he knew deep down that being able to take down the Golden Tripod Mansion was not something an ordinary person could do. At the very least, he had been staring at the Golden Tripod Mansion for a long time, but Lin Fan had taken it unnoticed. That would make Lin Fan seem quite terrifying. He was also doing it for Kong Haikan's benefit, and wanted Kong Haikan to get to know Lin Fan as well. If Kong Haikan was told in advance that he was going to be entertaining only a boss of the Jinding Mansion, then Kong Haikan's character would certainly not look down on a small boss like Lin Fan. After all, 800 million is nothing to Kong Haikan. What? The new owner of the Golden Tripod Mansion? Kong Haikan directly slapped the table and stood up. Old Su, do you have a problem? Just inviting a small boss with less than $1 billion. Do you need such a row? He looked at Su Pengfei, glaring, and asked in an exasperated manner. You have to know that this Imperial box is not cheap. The box fee alone is more than $8,000. And there is also the fact that there is a minimum spending of $100,000 here. They don't get their money from the wind. And naturally, you care about every penny spent.
He always thought that Su Pengfei with such high specifications banquet how to be in Tang 10 billion enterprise boss.
Or 20 billion enterprise managers and so on. How could he not have expected Su Pengfei to be feasting on just a small boss with less than $1 billion? That's obviously too much emphasis on the other side.
And dragged him along for company.
It made him very angry.
Su Pengfei waved his hand downward and said with a smile,
"Old Kong, sit down first and listen to me slowly."
He just knew that Kong Hiken was reacting like this,
and it was a good thing he hadn't said anything ahead of time. "Okay, go ahead." Kong Hiken sat down on the chair, slumped over, with anger on his face, and opened his mouth. "Old Kong, you know,
I've been thinking about how to acquire the golden tripod mansion," Su Pengfei said with a sigh.
Kong Hiken nodded. This matter he had always known,
and also knew that Su Pengfei had found some connections for this matter.
"Are you trying to buy the GTA building from this new owner?" he asked, looking up quizzically.
If that's the case, it would make sense to invite each other to such a grand banquet.
Su Pengfei shook his head.
He understood in his heart that purchasing the golden tripod building in the hands of the new owner was impossible.
Since the new owner has purchased the GTA building, how can he sell it so easily?
He hadn't thought about buying the GTA building from the new owner since the beginning.
If you're not in it to buy the GTA building, what the hell are you in it for? Kong Hiken was confused.
He didn't understand why Su Pengfei was having such a grand banquet for the new owner of this Jinding mansion when he wasn't going to buy it.
"I just want to befriend each other." Su Pengfei looked at Kong Hiken and opened his mouth.
He just wanted to befriend the other party. And for such a powerful character, he felt it was worth befriending. At first he thought the new owner who bought the GTA building would be someone about his age. But he learns through inquiries that this new boss is actually a freshman who just started college. It shocked him to no end. It is important to know that this golden tripod building is in a special geographical location, and many tens of billions of dollars of enterprises attach great importance to it. But now the new boss is a young man under 20,
which makes people wonder.
It could only mean that this young background was terrifying and didn't take Linfan Mansion seriously at all.
Maybe it was given as a gift to this young man.
He knows that for a business to grow bigger and stronger, it needs strong connections in addition to its own reasons.
This new owner is a powerful network of people. If he can get on good terms with the new owner,
it might take his business to the next level if there are opportunities to work together in the future. When a business reaches a certain size, it is not so easy to take a step forward. He was well aware of this. And this time, in order to make Lin Fan's acquaintance, he had made the scale of the banquet so grand. When Kong Hiken heard Su Pengfei's words, he frowned slightly and looked at Su Pengfei and asked, why? He could know that at their level, befriending people depended on whether or not their strength was equal. "Do you know how old the new owner of this GTA building is?" Su Pengfei didn't answer Kong Hiken directly, but asked in return, "How old? About the same as us? Or bigger than us?" Kong Hiken thought for a moment and opened his mouth. He felt that the person who could take out $800 million to buy the golden tripod mansion must not be too young. Old Kong, you would never have guessed that the new owner of this golden tripod mansion is a freshman, a young man not yet 20 years old. Su Pengfei shook his head and said with a smile. He couldn't help but marvel at how young this new boss was. Kong Hiken was instantly dumbfounded when he heard Su Pengfei's words. His mouth was wide open in shock, and his eyes were rolling in disbelief. How is that possible? That's too hard to believe. How can a young man come up with $800 million for the golden tripod mansion? The key is still a freshman, less than 20 years old, and that's incredible. He couldn't get $1 million when he was 20. But the new owner of the golden tripod mansion can easily come up with $800 million to buy the golden tripod mansion. What strength is this? It was horrible. Chapter 81, What brings you here? Mr. Jiang? Su Pengfei looked at the somewhat dumbfounded Kong Hiken and sighed. Hard to believe indeed. I was no less shocked than you were when I first heard it. Kong Hiken quickly came back to his senses when he heard Su Pengfei's words. He was indeed shocked just now. After all, being able to mobilize so much money at such a young age was mind-boggling, but quickly regained his composure. He looked at Su Pengfei and opened his mouth to ask, this is the eldest young man of which family, right? After all, in his opinion, such a young man couldn't buy the golden tripod mansion by himself in any case. After all, it takes $800 million, not $8, to buy the GTA building. So much money he didn't believe a young man could have. It must have been by the support of his father's family that he was able to do so. He felt that this new boss was bound to be a big young man of a powerful family. And not just any big young man. His son is considered rich. But he's not going to give his son a few $100 million.
He has those hundreds of millions perfectly capable of creating more value for the company. Su Pengfei shook his head and said, maybe, no matter what, it's never wrong to get acquainted. He also knew that the new boss was most likely a powerful young man. After all, he didn't believe that a young man less than 20 years old would be able to come up with $800 million at once, but that didn't stop him from wanting to befriend his new boss. The fact that the new boss was able to take down the Golden Tripod Mansion was a good indication of the other party's terrifying strength, but it was just unknown how the new boss was as a person. That's why he was thinking of feasting on his new boss to see what kind of person he really was. The reason why the new boss was invited to the banquet with such a high standard was that even if he could not befriend the new boss, he did not want to offend the new boss. After all, the new boss's background was definitely in existence stronger than his. When Kong Hiken heard Su Pengfei say this, he also shook his head helplessly. He thought the new boss was probably a dude. Such people are not worth befriending at all. There's not a lot of experience, and you do things on a whim. He despised such people in his heart of hearts. But since Su Pengfei wanted to befriend the other party, he also wanted to see what kind of person this new boss was. He poured a cup of tea and stopped persuading Su Pengfei, but he took a cup of tea and realized that the new boss hadn't come yet. He looked at Su Pengfei and said with slight anger, young people nowadays really don't have any sense of time. Su Pengfei glanced at the time. There were still 10 minutes before the appointed time. He turned to Kong Hiken and said with a smile, the time I agreed with the new boss hasn't arrived yet. It's because we're early. Kong Hiken heavily placed his teacup on the table with a disgruntled face. I see this new boss doesn't have you in his sights. If I really valued you, I should have come half an hour earlier. Su Pengfei shook his head and didn't continue to say anything. At that moment, the door of the box was pushed open and a handsome young man walked in. The person who came was no other than Lin Fan. Su Pengfei stood up when he saw Lin Fan and asked with a smile, hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Su Pengfei. He sized up Lin Fan. Although he had seen Lin Fan's picture at Zhu Yongquan's and knew that the other party was very young, he was still shocked for a moment after actually seeing the real person. Hello, Dong Su. Lin Fan also greeted Su Pengfei politely. The two men shook each other's hands. Mr. Lin, this way please, Su Pengfei said with a smile. Lin Fan took his seat. He glanced at Kong Hiken next to him, not understanding how there was another person here. Su Pengfei naturally saw Lin Fan's eyes and hurriedly said with a smile, this is my good friend Kong Hiken, chairman of the Willow City Hiking Group. Kong Hiken nodded at Lin Fan. Although he despised the dude, he wasn't stupid enough to offend the other side to his face. Lin Fan looked at Kong Hiken and nodded. He could tell the other man didn't seem to be welcoming or overly enthusiastic. Su Pengfei sighed helplessly in his heart. He wondered if calling Kong Hiken here was a mistake. He could tell from what he had just said that Lin Fan was definitely not a dude. At the very least, he was different from the dudes he had seen. He called out to the door. A waitress in a cheongsam walked in. He said to the waitress, you may serve. The waitress stepped out of the booth and arranged for the food to be served. Su Pengfei looked at Lin Fan in front of him and said in admiration, Mr. Lin, still really young and promising. Lin Fan picked up his teacup and drank a cup of tea, shook his head, and said with a smile, not dare. He wasn't exactly young and talented at the moment. These things were given to him by the system, and the achievements belonged to the system. When Su Pengfei heard Lin Fan's words, he was immediately impressed. No arrogance or impatience. This is the man who can do great things. In his heart, he decided that Lin Fan would definitely be able to accomplish great things in the future. Next to him, Kong Hiken didn't say anything and drank tea by himself. At that moment, a knock sounded outside the box. Come in. Su Pengfei spoke out. Sigh. This Linjiang hotel serves food pretty fast. The door to the box opened and in came an old man in gray. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken hurriedly stood up when they saw that the old man was not calm anymore. What brings you here, President Jian? The person who came was no other than Zhang Zhengyang, the president of the Lucheng Calligraphy Association. When Zhang Zhengyang saw Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken who stood up to greet him, he said with some surprise, so you guys, Dong Su and Dong Kong, are also here. Zhang Zhengyang briefly greeted the two. Su Pengfei and Kong Hiken looked at Zhang Zhengyang with light in their eyes. After all, being able to get on good terms with Zhang Zhengyang would help them a lot. Don't underestimate Zhang Zhengyang, the president of the Calligraphy Association. Zhang Zhengyang's connections are quite terrifying. Now a lot of tens of billions of enterprise bosses have contact with Zhang Zhengyang, including some 20 billion, 30 billion or more bosses. The two of them were only just $10 billion old bosses, so they naturally hoped to have a good relationship with Zhang Zhengyang. When the relationship is reached,
Jiang Zhengyang introduces some other 10 billion old bosses, or even more than 20 billion old bosses. This way their network will become wider and their business may be able to go further. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken didn't expect to meet Jiang Zhengyang here, and the key was that Jiang Zhengyang himself came to the door. It made them both very excited in their hearts. They're going to take advantage of this opportunity. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken prepared to walk up. At this time, Jiang Zhengyang directly staggered past the two to come, in front of Lin Fan. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, "Sailor, it really is you. I thought I was looking at the wrong person." He had just seen a person whose figure resembled Lin Fan when he was outside and chased after him. In his mind Lin Fan was a genius painting master. Such a person had to be befriended. When Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken saw Jiang Zhengyang being so enthusiastic about Lin Fan, they were all dumbfounded in an instant. Chapter 82, General, I've seen it once before. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken all instantly froze when they saw Jiang Zhengyang being so enthusiastic about Lin Fan. The two people were shocked with their mouths wide open and their eyes rolling round and round, full of unbelief. How is that possible? What did they see? Jiang Zhengyang's attitude towards Lin Fan wasn't like that of an elder towards a junior. This was clearly an attitude only found between peers, and it even felt like Jiang Zhengyang was somewhat humble. Is this a hallucination? The two men rubbed their eyes in unison. It was discovered that Jiang Zhengyang's attitude really didn't treat Lin Fan as a junior. That's a little scary. You have to know that in Lu Chang. You haven't heard of that which young man can make Jiang Zhengyang treat him as a peer. Su Pengfei's heart burst with joy. He felt like the right bet. Befriending Lin Fan was the right decision. After all, the only young man who let Jiang Zhengyang treat him like this was Lin Fan in the entire Lu Chang. It was evident that Lin Fan not only had a terrifying background, but was even very powerful himself. He wouldn't think that Jiang Zhengyang was treating Lin Fan as a peer because of Lin Fan's background. Inevitably Lin Fan also had something special. Otherwise Jiang Zhengyang would never have been like this. The more he thought about it in his mind, the more excited he became. And he made up his mind that he had to get on good terms with Lin Fan. Can't you see that Jiang Zhengyang is paying so much attention to Lin Fan? Kong Haiken's heart turned over at this time. How could he not have thought that Lin Fan, who he had always thought of as a playboy, would make Jiang Zhengyang treat him so solemnly? He had heard of Jiang Zhengyang's character, and the last thing Jiang Zhengyang could see was a playboy. So it seemed that Lin Fan was definitely not the kind of dude he thought he was. And there was something he didn't know. Otherwise Jiang Zhengyang wouldn't have treated Lin Fan in such a manner. At the same time, he secretly pinched a cold sweat in his heart. Fortunately he hadn't offended Lin Fan just now. Certainly didn't make friends with Lin Fan. So it seemed that he could only slowly repair the relationship later. He glanced enviously at Su Pengfei next to him. Alas, it was Lao Su who had the foresight. He sighed in his mind. Jiang Zhengyang chatted with Lin Fan for a few moments as he still had things to do. He said goodbye to Lin Fan. "Xiu Fan, when you have time one day, go to my house. I have a few bottles of good wine there. I'll give you a taste then." Jiang Zhengyang said to Lin Fan with a smile. He knew that people like some of the masters were into drinking. He thinks Lin Fan likes to drink too. He usually had a little drink sometimes before writing. He thought that a young master painter like Lin Fan must be no exception. After all, sometimes wine could inspire. "Okay, when I have time, I'll definitely go to Elder Zhang's house to have a drink," Lin Fan said with a smile. He could sense from Jiang Zhengyang's words that the other party genuinely wanted to make friends with him. So how could he be ungrateful? Being able to befriend Jiang Zhengyang would only benefit him. No harm. "Okay, that's settled. I'll go first." After Jiang Zhengyang finished speaking, he nodded to Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken as a farewell and turned around to walk out of the box. When Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken heard Jiang Zhengyang's words with Lin Fan, their mouths, which had just closed with difficulty, slowly opened again. What did they hear? Jiang Zhengyang actually invited Lin Fan to dinner. The point was that Jiang Zhengyang had invited Lin Fan for a family dinner. People like Jiang Zhengyang rarely leave people at home for dinner. Only those who are on extraordinarily good terms are invited to dinner at home. From inviting Lin Fan to Jiang Zhengyang's house for dinner, it is evident how important Lin Fan is in Jiang Zhengyang's heart. What made them feel even more horrified was that this mealtime needed to be set by Lin Fan, which meant that everything was dominated by Lin Fan. They couldn't figure out in their minds how Lin Fan was so special that Jiang Zhengyang treated him so solemnly. Both of them had forgotten to say goodbye to Jiang Zhengyang because they were so shocked. Lin Fan turned around and sat back in his seat, seeing the dumbfounded Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken both. "Mr. Su," Lin Fan directly shouted. He didn't understand what was going on with the two. Jiang Zhengyang had already left. Why were they still gawking there? Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken instantly woke up when they heard Lin Fan's voice and hurriedly sat back down.
Mr. Lin, you know President Jiang well? Su Pengfei sat down. The heart of the doubts asked. Really his heart itching not ask out I'm afraid to suffocate internal injuries. Generally. I've seen it once before. Lin Fan thought about it and said. It was true that he and Jiang Zhangyan were not considered to be very familiar, and he had indeed only met once before. This? Believe you damn it. If I didn't know you well, I'd be so enthusiastic about you. You meet them once and invite them over for dinner? He didn't believe what Lin Fan said from the bottom of his heart, knowing that he did ask a bit abruptly as well. He stopped dwelling on the question. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. The waiter pushed the food cart and started serving the food. Lin Fan also had military training in the afternoon, naturally could not drink. He asked for a bottle of juice. Kong Haiken, no longer face when eating, began to have a smile on his face. Although Lin Fan did not know why this Kong Haiken had a problem with him in the beginning, since he was enthusiastic and slightly humble in his toast, he could not refuse it. After all, one more friend is one more way. Maybe one day we'll use each other. A very pleasant meal. An hour later, the three of them walked out of the Linjiang Hotel. Dong Su, Dong Kong, then I'll leave first. Lin Fan said goodbye to Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken. Goodbye Mr. Lin. Goodbye Mr. Lin. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken said at the same time. Lin Fan waved his hand towards the parking lot. He went to the sports car, opened the door, and got in. A rumbling engine sound rang out. Lin Fan kicked the gas, and the sports car scurried out of the parking lot. Su Pengfei and Kong Haiken's eyes stared when they saw the sports car Lin Fan was driving. I didn't realize Lin Fan was driving a $30 million sports car. Su Pengfei exclaimed. It's not that they can't afford a sports car. It's just that every penny of those guys' money goes into company investments. They think a sports car is a consumable item that brings little value and only depreciates. Yeah, Kong Haiken felt the most. He had initially thought that Lin Fan was just an uneducated dude, but after coming into contact with him, he realized that his pattern was small. Lin Fan treats people just right. Together with Lin Fan's deep background, he felt that Lin Fan would definitely shine in the future. Old Su, I'm not as good as you, or you have a vision. He looked at Su Pengfei inside. Lin Fan drove to the school parking lot. He parked the car and headed for the dorms. I returned to the dorm to find my three roommates playing a game. Senior, you're back. You're not going out with schoolgirl Tang again, are you? Boss Zhang Zichun looked up at Lin Fan and opened his mouth to ask. It's not right. Look, old four, someone's trolling you. The oldest two, Li Moyo, suddenly shouted out with his cell phone in his hand. Chapter 83, Are you still in the mood to sleep? The eldest Zhang Zichun and the third Wang Ziyong hurriedly came over. In the photo, a young man holding a large bouquet of roses was saying something to Tang Ruobing. Here's a picture of one taken from a distance. But it was still possible to see clearly that the person on top was Tang Ruobing. It was really Tang Ruobing's aura that was too special, high and cold. Who is this? Who even dares to dig up old four's corner? Don't you know that schoolgirl Tang is now seniors? Let's go. Now go to the girls' dormitory building and block this cargo. Boss Zhang Zichang saw the photo and immediately quit. This Tang Ruobing is Lin Fan's girlfriend. Who doesn't know in the whole Lu University? Surprisingly, there were still people who didn't know how to die who dared to confess to Tang Ruobing. The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Jiyon stood up and were about to follow the oldest Zhang Zichun to rush out of the dormitory. Boss Zhang Zichun turned around to find Lin Fan surprisingly indifferent. What's going on? 4. Hurry. You're in the mood to sleep when your younger sibling is about to be snatched away? When the boss, Zhang Zichun, saw that Lin Fan was actually changing his clothes and preparing to go to bed, he immediately shouted in a hurry. The oldest two, Li Muyang and the oldest three, Wang Jiyon, hurriedly ran over and were about to drag Lin Fan. How could the two men get close to Lin Fan? A left and right dodge and the two men pounced. Lin Fan looked at the trio and was speechless in his heart, but there was another warmth in his heart. Breathlessly he and Tang Ruobing weren't not boyfriend and girlfriend. What warmed his heart was the fact that the three knew something was wrong with him and were willing to rush out. Okay, calm down. Lin Fan looked at the three and said in a deep voice. First, Tang Ruobing and I are not boyfriend and girlfriend. Tang Ruobing has the right to pursue happiness. Secondly, even if Tang Ruobing is my girlfriend, if someone else confesses to her and has to leave me, it's fine not to have such a girlfriend. Lin Fan still explained, saving these three goods from being endless. Boss Zhang Zichang glanced at Lin Fan and felt that Lin Fan had a point. The second Li Muyang and the third Wang Jiyon looked at each other and also resumed their seats. Lin Fan was relieved to see that the three of them were no longer yelling to go out. Lin Fan was ready to lie down on the bed and rest for a while. After all, there was still some time left before the afternoon military training. Lin Fan had just laid down not long ago. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The oldest too, Li Muyang, suddenly shouted out a nationalist. Penis, are you sick? A shock. Is there any rest left? Lin Fan turned his head and glanced at the second oldest, Li Muyang, and said without a trace of anger, Old 4, you're still resting. Someone has challenged you in the school forum. Make an appointment for you to compete in the schoolyard at 7 o'clock this evening. The second oldest, Li Muyang, looked at Lin Fan and said hurriedly. Lin Fan was speechless when he heard this. He wasn't some famous big shot. Wasn't there something wrong with challenging him? Lin Fan wasn't going to pay any attention. If everyone ran up to him and got the better of him to challenge him, then he wouldn't be annoyed to death. This must have been some student deliberately taking him to task in order to brush up his presence. If he had responded, the other would have screamed even more. So when it comes to things like this, the best thing to do is to ignore the other person. The second, Li Muyang, continued. Fourth, do you know who challenged you? He looked up and realized that Lin Fan wasn't even looking at him. Still lying on the bed. The one who challenged you this time is Cao Haosu, one of the 4 great dukes of Lu University. He looked up at Lin Fan realizing that the other party still had no reaction after hearing Cao Haosu. Holy, it's that Taekwondo genius, Cao Haosu, now the president of the Taekwondo Association? Boss Zhang Zicheng stood up and asked, but I've heard that this Cao Haosu just challenged the old president of the Taekwondo Association when he was a freshman. He eventually defeated the old president, thus becoming the youngest ever president of the Taekwondo Association at Ryu University. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, said with a sigh. Asterisk 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 so powerful, then isn't old 4 in danger? Boss Zhang Zicheng exclaimed. I think the best thing to do would be for the oldest not to answer the war. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, thought about it and said, although it looked a bit cowardly not to respond to a fight, it was better than going on stage and being humiliated. Ugh. Next to him, the second oldest, Li Muyang, sighed. The oldest, Zhang Zicheng, and the third, Wang Jian, both looked at the second, Li Muyang, not understanding why Li Muyang suddenly sighed. The oldest must answer. This Cao Haosu is the one who sent flowers to Tangruabing. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, shook his head and said. The eldest Zhang Zicheng and the third Wang Jian looked at each other. They didn't expect that the person who had just sent flowers to Tangruabing was Cao Haosu. Now that's trouble. Although they knew Lin Fan could fight, Cao Haosu was very strong. They didn't think Lin Fan could win against Cao Haosu. After all, Cao Haosu's battle record was so amazing that it was like a huge mountain to surpass. Old 4, you'd better not agree. Boss Zhang Zicheng walked over to Lin Fan's bed and said, yes, there's no fear of being burned when you're left with a green mountain. The oldest 3, Wang Jian, also walked over and persuaded. Lin Fan was somewhat speechless as he looked towards the two. When did he agree to compete with that asshole Cao Haosu? He was just about to say that he wouldn't go. At this time, the system voice sounded in his head. Release the mission. A great tycoon should never back down in the face of a challenge. It's time to put fear into his opponents. Accepting the mission and rewarding a residential building in the Willow City Painting Ding neighborhood. Mission denied. No reward. Lin Fan was instantly happy when he heard the system voice. Never mind. Since there was a mission, he would accept it begrudgingly. For him it was just a matter of wasting a few minutes. Aha! It feels okay to trade a few minutes for a residential building. Accept the mission, Lin Fan said in his heart. He sat up and said to his second, Limoyo, reply for me at the school forum. Challenge, I accept. Senior, you won't think about it anymore? Senior, you can't go. The eldest Zhang Zicheng and the third Wang Jiang advised. Well, when have you seen me fight a battle I wasn't sure of? Lin Fan looked at the two and asked with a smile. The two men thought about it, and it was true that Lin Fan had never fought a battle he wasn't sure of. The two heard that since Lin Fan had said so, they no longer advised each other. The second, Li Magumyo, nodded, ready to take up the challenge on the school forum. Lin Fan took out his cell phone and typed in Lucheng Painting Ding Community. Some information about the Willow City Painting in Dining neighborhood appeared at once. The Huading neighborhood is considered to be a mid to high-end neighborhood with easy access to public transportation. A house there now is around 600 a set. There are about 100 units in a building, probably worth $600 million. Aha! Another 6 small goals. Adding these 600 million, his fortune directly reached a terrifying 39 billion, infinitely close to 4 billion.
One small step closer to being a 10 billionaire. Lin Fan thought beautifully in his heart.
This Chow Hao Su didn't expect to be a money-giving boy.
A few more such money givers and he'd be a 10 billionaire in no time.
Chapter 84, There's Nothing to Prepare For.
The moment the forum post of Chow Hao Su challenging Lin Fan came out,
the entire Luchang University exploded. After all,
this Chow Hao Su was really too famous.
One of the 4 great sons of Lu University. The youngest talented president of the Taekwondo Association at Ryu University. With so many halos,
all the Lu University students were nonplussed when his post challenging Lin Fan came out. They didn't understand how such a powerful person suddenly went and challenged class leader Lin.
What is Chow Hao Su trying to do? Why are you suddenly challenging class leader Lin? Even if class president Lin is powerful, his influence shouldn't be as great as Chow Hao Su's.
Not so much as to threaten Chow Hao Su's position.
Of course that's not the reason.
It's rumored that Chow Hao Su likes schoolgirl Tang, and now that he's learned that class president Lin even beat him to the punch and took up with him, how could he possibly swallow this?
So it is so
but Chow Hao Su's pattern is also too small.
Lin class president chased a Tang schoolgirl. That is people Lin class president's ability.
Their own ability in the Tang schoolgirl back is.
Who says Chow Hao Su didn't go after school flower Tang? Just now.
Chow Hao Su hugged a bunch of roses and confessed his love to schoolmistress Tang.
Guess what? Well, schoolgirl Tang agreed? You're silly. How can that be?
If schoolmarm Tang agrees,
Chow Hao Su will still challenge class president Lin.
Schoolmarm Tang told Chow Hao Su icily that she wouldn't like him, and now Chow Hao Su directly hated class president Lin,
believing that it was class president Lin who prevented him from being with schoolmarm Tang.
This Chow Hao Su, I used to think of him as a character, but now it seems to be nothing more than that.
Really too small in temperament.
I'm a little worried about class leader Lin now.
Do you think he'll agree to the challenge on impulse?
This is really hard to say.
After all, class president Lin is also the newest man of the hour. It's impossible to say that he doesn't have a temper.
It's surprising that class leader Lin agreed to the challenge so quickly.
Class captain Lin is really a man, knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain. Alas,
I hope that when the time comes, Chow Hao Su will be gentle with his hands.
Yeah,
this Chow Hao Su doesn't have a lot of gas, but his strength is real powerful. I'm still a bit worried about class president Lin. Lin Fan naturally didn't know that everyone didn't think highly of him, thinking that he wasn't even a match for Chow Hao Su. Lin Fan continued to lie on the bed with his eyes closed, hoping that the time would pass quickly. After all, how could his heart not be tickled as he watched the 6 small goals beckon to him? Afternoon military training time is approaching. Lin Fan and his 3 roommates came to the playground. It was found to be almost complete, but everyone was looking at Lin Fan in a strange way.
Mercy, sigh, schadenfreude.
Lin Fan naturally didn't care what others thought in their minds, and found a seat and sat down, waiting for the instructor to arrive. Not long after the instructor came, this afternoon's military training officially began.
Time rushes by.
The afternoon military training ended with a whistle from the instructor.
Senior, where are we going to go now?
Boss Zhang Ziqian looked at Lin Fan and asked. He felt that Lin Fan should wait here for Chow Hao Su and adjust his condition to the best so that he would have a better chance of winning. Although Lin Fan was full of confidence at this moment, he felt that it was better for Lin Fan to be careful.
To the cafeteria.
Of course, Lin Fan said casually as he looked at his boss.
Zhang Ziqian. He was a little hungry now,
so of course he had to go fill his stomach.
You're not waiting here for Chow Hao Su to prepare for the battle, boss reminded. After all, there could be injuries in this bout, and it's good to be well prepared. There's nothing to prepare for. Let's go. Let's eat. Nothing is more important than eating,
Lin Fan said as he walked towards the outside of the playground.
Boss Zhang Ziqian didn't say anything more when he saw Lin Fan's unimpressed look.
Today Lin Fan came to the second floor of the cafeteria,
ordered some home-cooked food.
He really couldn't get used to the big pots of food on the first floor of the campus cafeteria.
The 3 roommates weren't advising Lin Fan.
They were ready to come on at any time to save him when they got to the ring.
The food came up quickly. Lin Fan took a bite of mapo tofu. Average flavor.
He saw that none of his 3 roommates had moved their chopsticks.
Eat? It's only good when it's hot,
Lin Fan said as he chucked another piece of ribs. The 3 roommates looked at each other and picked up their chopsticks to eat.
After all,
it takes strength to rush upwards for a while. There was a clatter of footsteps. The visitors suddenly stopped in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan raised his head curiously and looked at the visitor.
Who was it if not Tang Ruobing? Sister Tang, what brings you here? Just in time, the food has just come up. Let's eat together,
Lin Fan said in surprise.
Senior Lin, you don't want to go and compete with Chow Hao Su? Tang Ruobing said with an anxious face.
Although Lin Fan had defeated her cousin Zhang Haoqiang, there was still a huge gap between her cousin Zhang Haoqiang's strength and Qiao Haoshu's.
Sister Tang, I have to go for this challenge. I'll be fine.
Lin Fan looked at Tang Ruobing and said with a smile.
But, Tang Ruobing wanted to say something else,
but was interrupted by Lin Fan.
Alright, school sister Tang, hurry up and sit down to eat.
Lin Fan yanked a chair for Tang Ruobing and put it next to him. When Tang Ruobing saw that Lin Fan was insistent on this,
she knew that no further persuasion would yield any results.
She was prepared to follow, so that if Qiao Haosu tried to lay a heavy hand on Lin Fan later,
she could run up and stop it.
A meal that Lin Fan ate was very average.
Mainly this cafeteria's food was really not comparable to the food of Tianjikai.
But the thought of having 6 small goals coming in soon made this awful dish nothing.
Lin Fan is barely full. However,
the 3 roommates in Tang Ruobing didn't have much of an appetite and were worried about Lin Fan's next contest.
The group finished eating and headed for the playground.
Lin Fan came to the playground and looked at the time.
It was just right. The playground was already lit up.
There were quite a few people gathered in the playground at this time.
After all, this was a duel between 2 great figures of the world. With Lin Fan's arrival,
a commotion was caused.
The crowd parted automatically.
Lin Fan walked at the front. At this time in the center position of the playground stood about 10 people. The leader was a young man dressed in designer clothes. This young man was none other than Qiao Haosu. Qiao Haosu's eyes were filled with disdain when he saw Lin Fan arrive. He thought he was not a waste like Zhang Haoqiang. He looked down on Zhang Haoqiang from the bottom of his heart.
And naturally, he didn't put Lin Fan, who had defeated Zhang Haoqiang, in his eyes.
When he saw Tang Ruobing behind Lin Fan, he immediately clenched his fists tightly. He thinks that the obstacle between him and Tang Ruobing is Lin Fan, and as long as he defeats Lin Fan, Tang Ruobing will leave Lin Fan and accept him.
You're Qiao Haosu.
Lin Fan looked at the leader,
Qiao Haosu, and asked, Lin Fan,
today I will definitely let you know who is truly worthy of Tang Ruobing.
Who is the best place for Tang Ruobing?
Qiao Haosu clenched his fists and glared at Lin Fan.